Chapter 51. Skill Disable, Unlock. Before Lu Han could say anything, Zhang Jin could already see the meaning on his face. He instantly became excited, gathered up the last batch of crystals, and ran over to Lu Han. Boss? Lu Han nodded gently, yes. He, too, was somewhat excited. Learning the full extent of his abilities from Zhang Jin was one thing, actually seeing the effects of Skill Disable was another. However, unlike Zhang Jin, he didn't show his excitement directly on his face. Instead, a pensive expression quickly appeared on his face. He was considering how to best execute a successful sneak attack on the two men. Zhang Jin clearly had no intention of thinking. He threw a fist and said, "Boss. Let's go find those two bastards now." "Boss? Boss?" He turned around and saw Lu Han, looking lost in thought. He was a little confused. What else was there to think about? Boss's abilities had fully recovered. With Lu Ran's fire and Jiang Lang's regeneration disabled, they were just two ordinary players. With their attacks reduced, even the strongest skills would barely scratch their 500,000 HP bars. He calculated that it would take 3 hours for those two to deplete either his or Boss's health. If they weren't dead in 3 hours, then Zhang Jin's ability would have been awakened in vain. So what was Boss thinking? He was thinking this, so he asked. He wasn't one to hold back. Lu Ran's skills are very troublesome. Changing his attack attributes actually has very little impact on his skills. They are basically all control skills. We have to be careful of him turning the tables. Zhang Jin? Zhang Jin thought back to the spirit weavers he encountered in his previous life. Were there any? Did they have a lot of control abilities? It always felt like the boss would disable their mental link, and then they were basically gone. Maybe there were 1 or 2 left, but it only lasted a few seconds, not a big deal. Besides, he'd barely been controlled before. He wasn't a complete idiot when fighting stronger psychics and gamers, so he knew the concept of not letting the spirit weavers get close. Losing control of his body for even a few seconds was terrible enough. Even though he knew those few seconds were insignificant, and they couldn't do much damage, the feeling of watching others move helplessly was too painful. So he always attacked from a distance, and wouldn't resort to bringing them close to him. Even though he really loved watching the blood and flesh splatter in front of him. Zhang Jin? A lot? How many? Lu Han? 6. Zhang Jin? Doesn't a player in Divine Domain only have 7 skills total? Lu Han? Strictly speaking, it's 5. However, his remaining 2 skills are 1 for crowd control immunity, and 1 for cloaking. Cloaking can alter our senses. While not a hard crowd control skill, it can still make us unable to attack. So, roughly speaking, he has 6 crowd control skills in total, practically seamless control. Zhang Jin. Wait. With so few skills, how can he attack? Just crowd control, and then never kill. He was truly baffled. It was all very well after the apocalypse, when this guy awakened his high attack, wide-range fire ability. Not only did he no longer have to worry about attacking, he even saved himself the trouble of controlling it. But how had he managed to play the game before the apocalypse? It was completely incomprehensible. What if he wasn't so lucky as to awaken his fire ability after the apocalypse? Wouldn't he be completely stumped? Zhang Jin was bewildered, but Lu Han quickly came up with an answer. As long as he stayed with Jiang Lang, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of attack skills. Zhang Jin, Still couldn't understand. He shook his head, dismissing the strange question, and began asking something more practical. How long do these skills last? He wasn't serious about the game, or rather, when Zhang Jin registered his account, he felt incredibly confident. He felt he knew the game better than the other players. After all, he killed so many gamers in the 10 years since the apocalypse, so naturally, he didn't devote much time to studying the game's skills and other settings. Now, if he had to figure out the Soul Weaver's abilities besides Mind Link, he honestly had no idea. No idea at all. His mind was preoccupied with why Lu Ran had chosen such a bizarre skill combination. Lu Han, Mind Link, 12 seconds or until the controlled target is attacked, 30-second cooldown. Mind Shock, 2 seconds, 10-second cooldown. Mind Pierce, half damage skill with 1 second control, also 10-second cooldown. Emotion Steal, 3 seconds, 10-second cooldown. Mind Seed, 3 seconds after detonation, 30-second cooldown, goes into cooldown after 2 uses. Veil, 30 seconds or until the user or target is attacked, 60-second cooldown. Zhang Jin's head was spinning as he struggled to figure out how long the opponent could control him. For the first time in his life, he wanted to raise his hand and ask the invigilator for scratch paper. Seeing his clueless state, Lu Han mercifully explained. Let's exclude Mind Link and Veil, and assuming Lu Ran can achieve almost no overlap between these two skills, then the other control skills combined have a total control time of 9 seconds, and most of them share a 10-second cooldown. This means he only has a 1-second skill gap every 10 seconds. If he uses Mind Link and Veil to fill in the two 9-second control gaps, he can achieve permanent control and erase the excess 10-second cooldown of Mind Seed, which has an average cooldown of 15 seconds. And as long as we can't attack him during the Veil period, the Veil cooldown can be just enough to offset it. In other words, he can achieve true permanent control. Zhang Jin was stunned. Is this so perverted? Lu Han offered a reassuring reassurance. Assuming they don't attack us, we can't attack Lu Ran either, and Lu Ran must always ensure perfect coordination between his skills. And you have a crowd control breaker. Zhang Jin, me? Oh, he really does. He's a gamer now. He suddenly perked up. Although, before the boss brought it up, he had completely forgotten about the crowd control breaker on his skill panel. With your control breaking skill interrupting it, there'd be a gap in his control chain. Your job is to seize this gap and kill him. And we need to attack him the moment he runs out of Spirit Link. If Spirit Link goes on cooldown early, there'd be a gap between his two subsequent 9-second control bursts. Try to kill him when the gap in his first skill chain appears, as he might be able to reverse the cooldown later. Zhang Jin nodded seriously. Okay. What other means? How do we reverse it? Lu Han, God's domain's equipment enchants include invincibility. No one knows if their equipment has it. If he uses an invincibility enchantment to fill the gap in his skill chain, then when the second skill cycle begins, when he does, he can resume his normal rhythm of control. Zhang Jin looked bewildered. Equipment enchantment? What's that? Lu Han's mind went dark for a moment. He wanted to ask Zhang Jin that question again. What exactly did you reborn into each time, knowing the game system's massive head start in the early stages of the apocalypse, yet you don't level up, don't get any equipment, and even act like a casual player? You're not even as familiar with the game as someone like me who only got some information from Lin Shichi. So what on earth are you reborn into? Lu Han suppressed his temper and took a deep breath, and another. Thinking about his ability, thinking about this guy's ability. This ability must be another reason why he decided to take this brainless guy on as his subordinate. Besides, his plan required Zhang Jin's participation. His own attack methods were too simple, or perhaps too physics-based. Unless he found a sniper rifle and practiced aiming, he would still need Zhang Jin's ability. Besides equipment enchantments, Divine Domain also has a wide variety of items. They both appear to be advanced players, so it's hard to say what's in their in-game backpacks. So be fully prepared. We split up in two directions. Once we see Lu Ran use Mind Link, we attack simultaneously. Remember, seize the opportunity, because once my changes take effect, they immediately realize another attack is coming. If you're slow, it won't be a sneak attack. They both have game systems, and their health bars will tell you. Zhang Jin, okay. Lu Han, if they dodge your first wave of attacks, they definitely come your way. Lu Ran will use CC on you. Remember, absolutely, don't use your CC release at first. Just endure it. With 500,000 HP and 3,000 defense, they'd be hitting you like a mosquito on an elephant. More importantly, if you can't catch Lu Ran's skill chain twice. If we still can't kill him within the 1-second window between us, we have to break his mind control and dismantle his abilities. Don't give him the chance to regain control, okay? Zhang Jin nodded. Okay, boss. Lu Han continued. Don't worry too much. If it comes to that, I move towards you. Don't come to join me then. I need to attack you from outside Lu Ran's mind control range to break your control. If you get too close to me, he had the opportunity to control both of us simultaneously. So once I start to approach you, stay still. I control the distance between us. Do you understand? Zhang Jin nodded heavily. Understood, boss. Can we go beat them up now? Lu Han sighed. He said everything he needed to say, but he didn't trust the other man's brain to have taken in everything he said. He waved his hand. Go back to the hotel and get some sleep. I ask you a few more questions on the way. Zhang Jin was instantly startled. He had originally thought the current boss was quite different from the one he remembered, so he hoped to avoid the pre-battle interrogation and back-checking. Why did they still have to ask back-checking? Chapter 52. What should I do? Jiang Lang cast his skills at the tree while worrying about Yonghua. Killing them felt excessive, but not killing them was also worrying. Would he have to keep an eye on them? Wouldn't that be a huge waste of time? If he had only seen one of these three people individually, it might have been okay. But with all three together, I feel like the beginnings of an evil organization have emerged. I'm completely worried about them all together. As Jiang Lang sighed, Lu Ran, sitting in the passenger seat, released another mental link. It was just one of the countless mental links he would launch in a day. But as the silver thread spread from him, a shiver suddenly ran up his spine. Danger! The next second, he heard Jiang Lang's voice echo. They both pushed open the car door simultaneously, their backpacks displaying rope props. They randomly selected a nearby building as their target, and the rope shot out and then shrunk rapidly, carrying them to the glass walls of two adjacent buildings. After they flew away, Lu Ran, standing on the high glass wall, looked back and saw that the SUV they had left behind had instantly shattered into countless pieces. He glanced at his game system attribute bar. The 5-digit health bar had now turned into a 1-to-1. He immediately remembered Lu Han's ability, which Jiang Lang had mentioned. He subconsciously glanced at his skill bar, because Jiang Lang had said that Lu Han's ability not only changed the basic attributes of others, but, most perversely, it could disable one of their opponent's skills. He figured his spirit link was likely blocked, so he looked directly at the ultimate's location. But it was perfectly still there. Even though it was on cooldown, it was still lit, not locked, as Jiang Lang's narration indicated. Not locked? Then what had the opponent blocked? All his other skills were also lit, none of them locked. Lu Ran was confused. Could it be that the opponent's abilities hadn't yet been upgraded to the point where they could block skills? But honestly, if that were the case, these attacks and sneak attacks would be too reckless, as they would be easily countered. But at that moment, a sudden thought struck him, and he tried to summon his ability, the flame that only ate but didn't grow. It didn't work. Lu Ran, why would anyone want to block this flame? What's the point of it? It felt like a complete waste of a disable slot. He never considered using this ability that had no use in the first place anyway. The confusion lasted only a moment, and even that didn't stop him from scanning the surrounding buildings, trying to locate the attacker. Lu Han and Zhang Jin stood on the rooftops of two tall buildings, far enough away from their car. If he and Jiang Lang had somehow dodged Zhang Jin's attack, their return would have been delayed. Secondly, the distance between them was also considerable. Even if Jiang Lang and Lu Ran had escaped their attacks, they would have had to choose one to attack first, as their combined attack range wouldn't cover both buildings simultaneously. Who to choose was obvious. He swung the rope in his hand, and a fast, yet unpredictable, path toward Zhang Jin's building appeared in his mind. On the other side, Jiang Lang, of course, had made the same judgment. Zhang Jin, standing high above, watched the two men flee his supernatural attack range at inhuman speed. A closer look revealed something like a rope with self-adhesive forces. No, buddy, what is this? What strange contraptions did they prepare before the apocalypse? The effect completely defies the laws of physics. Could it be a game item? How come he didn't know there were such a game items in Divine Domain? Lu Han, you're a player who's only leveled up to level 50 after rebirth. What's the difference between you and a cloud player? What do you know? You don't even know that in-game equipment can be enchanted. But it's not a big deal. Let them get away. The boss told him from the beginning to be prepared for a missed attack. Fortunately, he was listening carefully to the boss. Well, fortunately, the boss was actually spanking him. So the next step was, he quickly attacked Lu Ran while pondering his next move. How could this guy be so slippery? His spatial ability attacks were almost instantaneous, but they always missed by a hair's breadth. As soon as the space shattered, Lu Ran had already vanished to the next location. Furious, he began trying to predict where Lu Ran would appear next, planning a preemptive attack. As it turned out, his prediction was terrible. If he had only missed Lu Ran by a hair's breadth, now it was more like he landed his attack more than 10 meters away. Well, learning to predict quickly is a bit difficult. After all, the other party is a real person, not a computer program. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ran had reached the high-rise building next to his own. He subconsciously glanced at the watch on his wrist that the boss had forced him to wear. At this moment, 10 seconds had passed since Lu Ran released the mental link in the car. The next 9 seconds would be Lu Ran and Jiang Lang's attack time. But don't panic, they can't do much damage. So the most important thing now is, don't use the control release. He seemed to see the boss sitting in the passenger seat again, speaking to him slowly but threateningly. Don't use the crowbar. Don't use the crowbar until you see Lu Ran use the mind link. Remember? He remembered. So, as he froze in place, clearly unable to move, he casually looked at the two men with a mocking expression. Yeah, attack. I just stand here and let you fight. See what you can do. Then he watched in horror as his 500,000 health bar plummeted at a terrifying rate. Click. The watch on his wrist jumped another second. What had happened in that second? Zhang Jun was practically terrified. His health bar had instantly dwindled to less than 420,000. How could this be possible? At this rate, they could clear this boss level 500,000 health bar in a matter of seconds. Something must have gone wrong. Something must have gone wrong. Did the boss forget to reduce their attack power? Or did he forget to increase their defense? Or do they actually have a way to counter the boss's abilities? And only now did he realize. Jiang Lang hadn't even used his ultimate yet, because from that moment on, the familiar black halo of the mystic began to form above him. It grew larger and larger, until he could see it clearly, his head now unable to turn straight ahead, its unsettling, all-consuming edge. Oh, it seems so. The mystic's ultimate takes 3 seconds to cast. That crazy drain on his health just now wasn't Jiang Lang's ultimate at all. Danger. 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 An instinctive warning kept creeping up from behind him. The dark halo felt like it was about to crush him at any moment. Click. Click. Only 1 second left. No. Run. He had to run. He knew full well how much more damaging the mystic's ultimate, called Ring of Annihilation, was compared to their other abilities. If he already been so damaged by Jiang Lang's other abilities, he couldn't even imagine using this ultimate, though he still didn't understand why. He knew Jiang Lang was far more lethal than other ordinary gamers. But he fought Jiang Lang before, and he hadn't inflicted this kind of damage. Could it be, that Lu Ran actually had some secret method to counter the boss's abilities? It was just that they hadn't encountered this mysterious fire-type psychic in their previous life, so naturally, they didn't know what he had. If Lu Ran knew the confusion in his heart, he probably wouldn't mind giving him an answer. He had no means to remove Lu Han's supernatural power. Both of them were still at 1/1 health bars, and they would die if they were caught at any time. Oh no, it should be said that if they accidentally bumped into something or broke some glass while flying, they would die. It can only be said that fortunately, they both got invincibility when they washed the enchantment. If they were about to be pierced by a piece of glass by accident, they could still activate the 3 seconds of invincibility. Even at the worst, Jiang Lang's backpack still contained the resurrection props they bought at great expense. Although he truly didn't want his resurrection item to be used in such a humorous situation. Besides the 3-second invincibility enchantment they both chose, they also shared some other enchantments. For example, the 30% defense reduction enchantment. This was the one Jiang Lang had reselected from his perfect PvE enchantment collection after seeing Lu Ran's enchantment selection. In terms of pure solo DPS, 30% defense reduction might be far less effective than the one he removed, but he and Lu Ran would almost always be together in the apocalypse. So combined, they had a combined 60% defense reduction from their equipment enchantments and 40% from their skills, reaching a total of 100% defense reduction in critical moments. Defense reduction is a stat with increasing marginal returns. From 20% to 100%, the damage dealt by each additional amount of defense reduction gradually increases. In other words, the 3,000 defense reduction that Lu Han had added to him and Zhang Jun was completely non-existent in their situations. Of course, this still couldn't explain Zhang Jun's rapidly declining health. After all, their attack points had indeed been reduced to 100. Even with a lightning-fast attack-boosting potion, it only increased to a little over 300. After all, most attack potions in the game were calculated based on percentages. They searched for them on their way to the attack-boosting potion before finding one with a value other than percentages. What really frightened Zhang Jun was the 5% true damage enchantment they each had. After Lu Ran washed out this enchantment, he discussed with Jiang Lang whether to keep it. Their conclusion was that they kept it. While this enchantment might not seem very versatile in the game, real life isn't a game. Versatility is far less important than the ability to handle specific situations. They discussed back then that if they encountered a high defense, high health monster, relying solely on grinding would be too painful. Enchantments that added true damage and collected as many true damage scrolls as possible would be much better. After all, if they didn't encounter one, it wouldn't be a problem. But if they did, they couldn't really fight for dozens of hours straight. Doing dozens of hours on a keyboard and doing dozens of hours in real life were completely different things. So, Lu Ran's 5% true damage enchantment remained, and Jiang Lang chose a less important location to enchant the same one. In short, the significant loss of Zhang Jun's health wasn't the normal damage Jiang Lang and Lu Ran could deal while being restrained by Lu Han. It was only a matter of seconds, and they simply wanted to use the enchantment quickly to put it on cooldown. Zhang Jun didn't know this. He only knew that the attacks from these two should have been like tickling, but the damage he took was nothing like tickling. The unknown brings fear. Even though his mind replayed the boss's words, "Don't give up your control," he watched the ring of annihilation overhead, nearly fully formed. Not far above, Lu Ran gazed at him with a calm expression, a look of complete confidence. So, he definitely had a way to dispel the boss's power. Escape. The moment the ring of annihilation descended, this single thought remained in his mind. He no longer followed the boss's instructions in his mind, choosing instead to follow his instinctive sense of danger. He quickly gave up his control, then tore open the teleportation scroll he had taken from his gaming backpack and vanished in the blink of an eye. Lu Han, approaching from a distance, said, "Eh?" He didn't know what all his previous words had been about. Zhang Zhen's disappearance also confused Lu Ran and Jiang Lang. Both of them shared a confused expression. Why did this guy just run away? But the confusion only lasted for a moment. The current battle was more important. Although the current battle didn't seem difficult at all. After all, only Lu Han remained. He might be a bit difficult to fight. After all, the sight of his health bar gave them a headache. But unlike Zhang Zhen, Lu Han didn't have any particularly difficult to dodge attacks. And thanks to Zhang Zhen's timely disappearance, Lu Ran's Spirit Link cooldown was almost up. However, Lu Ran didn't intend to use this skill against Lu Han. Unlike Zhang Zhen, Lu Han's attack range was completely within his sight. His arms were shorter than theirs, so they could easily use a kite-like tactic against him. There was no need to use a Spirit Link to shorten their attack time. Lu Han, holding a crossbow, was well aware of this. He tried to aim at Lu Ran, then realized, well, aiming was pointless, and trying to predict was even more useless. The crossbow bolt flew too slowly. To Lu Ran, it was probably as easy to dodge as a ball thrown by a child. So, he smiled and raised his hands in surrender. It never hurts to surrender quickly. Besides, this was a battle whose outcome was obvious. Even though his health was still healthy, and the attacks from the two men, though not enough to cause a scratch, would still take at least an hour to kill him, there was no need to struggle futilely. To put it bluntly, he had chosen an impatient fighting partner, and he deserved it. I surrender. From now on, I will serve you too. I will do whatever you want. Chapter 53. Jiang Lang continued his attack, but he couldn't help but glance at Lu Han, then at Lu Ran in confusion. Surrender? Can this be believed? Is this a feint? Lu Han had, of course, anticipated that his opponent wouldn't simply cease his attack simply because he said surrender, which was why he surrendered so long in advance. He raised his hands, sincerely expressing his true lack of weapons. The three present knew that no matter how many stats he added to himself, he was still a somewhat clumsy, ordinary person. The crossbow lay near his feet, but if he truly tried to reach for it, he'd likely be slower than Lu Ran or Jiang Lang, who were further away. Lu Han briefly considered the matter. He now had two options. One was to shift all his attacking intent onto Zhang Zhen, to show that he was just a trick little idiot, and that he was merely providing support. His ability's support effects far outweighed his offensive ones. The two opponents were good guys, and there was a high probability they would fall for his trick and let him go. But there's also a chance they won't believe him, and more importantly, they won't believe he won't do it again. After all, if he were in his shoes, he'd think the same way. So there's the second option, to tell them everything, including his thoughts. The downside is that he's well aware that his way of thinking might seem a bit psychotic and unacceptable to most people. The upside is that once someone accepts his ideas, he has a high chance of convincing them that he truly followed their instructions, because it's the truth, and he shouldn't stoop to the point where even telling the truth sounds insincere. About a few days ago, I met this spatial psychic who calls himself a reborn. The word reborn quickly captured Lu Ran and Jiang Lang's attention. They exchanged a quick glance, paused their attacks, and settled into a relatively safe position to listen to Lu Han's words. Reborn? He said he was reborn? Yes, I didn't quite believe it at first because well, how should I put it? He looked like someone on the verge of hysteria. Lu Han gave the kind of expression one might use when politely insulting someone, though his words were far from subtle. But he quickly revealed the details of my abilities, and what functions they would unlock. So I believed it. Jiang Lang's mind raced. Zhang Zhen was also a reborn. He wasn't the only one in the world who had been reborn, then, could there be more? He thought he was lucky, blessed by heaven with a second chance. He even wondered if some mysterious force had felt pity for humanity, and sent him back to save more. But if Zhang Zhen was also a reborn, well, whatever that higher power was, it certainly couldn't have chosen him to be reborn just to save more people. So what was the reason for his rebirth? But that didn't seem to be the most pressing question right now, because even if he did, he wouldn't be able to come up with an answer. As his mind raced, Lu Han continued, then he told me that in the world before his rebirth, he was my subordinate. I founded an organization called Yongla. He was shocked and displeased that I was working for others, and he hoped I would rebuild Yongla. Lu Ran quickly noticed the evasion in his words. You said he was shocked and displeased that you were working for someone else. How do you feel about that? Lu Han couldn't help but laugh. I know you think I'm trying to put the blame entirely on him, implying that the dissatisfaction with you stems from his instigation. Actually, I was about to share my feelings. Lu Han considered his words before getting to the point. Actually, if I were simply attracted by his proposal and wanted to establish an organization that, while unorthodox, I could lead, there's no need to go to the trouble of ambush you. Jiang Lang nodded subconsciously. It was true. Lu Han had no idea that he was also a reborn being, nor that he and Lu Ran were wrestling with the question of whether to strike first and kill them, nipping the danger in the bud. He also had no idea that if he fled, they would chase him to the ends of the earth. The best solution, of course, was to just run away and do what needed to be done, rather than go through the trouble of ambush them. Lu Han, but this touches on one of my principles. It's not a good one, but I still hold it very dearly. I believe in the law of the jungle. I believe the strong make the rules, and the weak must follow. In the hospital, you proved you're stronger than me. So no matter what you ask me to do, even if it goes against my heart. Yes, I mean saving lives. I do it. So, while I do have a certain interest in building this organization and escaping this boring life of saving lives and comforting these idiots, I can't just leave like that. Jiang Lang, Lu Ran, If this were a comic, they'd both be choking with frustration. Lu Ran, in particular, recalled the events of the hospital in bewilderment. Was this how the other person viewed being rescued? No wonder he'd been forced to issue an order back then. He'd been wondering why someone would insist on repaying a favor. So annoying. So, the prerequisite for doing what I want is that I must defeat you. And according to Zhang, my superpower will unlock all its functions after reaching level 6. Upgrading superpowers after level 6 is basically just a numerical change, with no definitive effect. In other words, either I can defeat you now, or I can't later. So I decided to give it a try. If I succeed, I can break free from all the rules you imposed on me. Lu Ran couldn't help but interrupt. I didn't impose any rules on you. Lu Han, yes, I know, but in my opinion, your code of conduct is the one I must follow. Lu Ran, Lu Han, in short, that's about it. Now I made my attempt, and I'm reaping the consequences of it. This attempt included attacking you, but it also involved trusting Zhang. If you don't trust me, I completely understand. After all, no one would trust someone who launched a lethal sneak attack just minutes ago. But if you're willing to trust me, I can be quite useful. My abilities are undoubtedly powerful, whether used for attack, defense, or support. And the more people there are, the more effective they are. Therefore, having me protect the survivors of City C is actually the best choice. Not only can I ensure they remain unharmed, but I can also allow the psychics to practice combat in relative safety. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang nodded in unison. Lu Han was right. While others, acting as protectors, might be able to keep the survivors incredibly safe, Lu Han not only ensured their safety but also allowed them to fight without worries. His potential for growth was far superior. I may not be entirely loyal, but I have my principles. Until I can defeat you two, I won't attack anyone else. I will adhere to your strange, saintly moral principles. When I feel like betraying you, I challenge you again. Jiang Lang and Lu Ran both sweat dropped. Jiang Lang, wait a moment. Let's discuss this. He then turned around and tried to find a quiet spot with Lu Ran to discuss a solution. But as soon as he turned back and picked up the crossbow Lu Han had thrown on the ground. Although he doubted Lu Han could inflict any serious damage with it, it was still best to take it with him. As soon as he exerted force, he realized that Lu Han's health reduction was quite effective. Not only had it reduced their health to 1-to-1, meaning they would be killed with a single swipe, but he was also truly weakened to the point where he felt like he had only 1 health left. If he hadn't relied entirely on his grappling hook for movement and his attacks on his in-game skills, he felt he would have collapsed from exhaustion by now. Just trying to lift the crossbow made him feel like he was about to gasp for air. It seemed that fighting Lu Han was more difficult for those without in-game skills. Hello, could you please remove our health limit first? Okay. Lu Han obediently removed the health limit on them, dispelling any remaining suspicions they had that he was planning a counterattack. Jiang Lang finally picked up the crossbow and examined it closely. This thing is quite useful, but it's probably contraband. Where did you get it? Lu Han. When I went to rescue someone, a family had a collection of these things. I took the lightest one, and the others are in Lin Shiqi's gaming backpack. Jiang Lang. Oh, I see. Lu Ran coughed lightly, and Jiang Lang realized why he had started chatting when he clearly had more important things to do. He turned serious and followed Lu Ran to the corner of the rooftop. After reaching the corner of the rooftop, Jiang Lang directly asked Lu Ran for his opinion. Do you believe him? Lu Ran. There's nothing to disbelieve. His actions and thoughts match. And if he was just begging for mercy, there's no need to come up with such a bizarre logic. He paused. Anyone without such bizarre logic probably wouldn't come up with it. Jiang Lang nodded in agreement. So believe him? Lu Ran. It just so happens that the people in City C don't know what to do. Lu Yahe. That kid has leadership skills, but his abilities are relatively ordinary. It's difficult for them to take care of everyone. The odds are too high. If there are any casualties, given their personalities, they'd probably be consumed by guilt and self-blame until they die. With Lu Han's ability as a backup, we can leave with peace of mind. Jiang Lang. What about Zhongzhen? Lu Ran. A reborn one. Let's see if Lu Han can keep him in check. Jiang Lang pondered this. In a sense, he still couldn't believe they were going to entrust the task of caring for all the survivors in City C to Lu Han, a former, future, evil boss. However, this wasn't a solution that offered any real solutions, and giving up would seem foolish. The two men returned to Lu Han, who stood obediently, completely motionless. Lu Ran. First, can you control Zhongzhen? If you can, he can live. If not, we have to kill him before he causes too much damage. Lu Han wanted to reply, kill him if you please, it's none of his business. In fact, he would gladly see this unreliable so-called subordinate die at the hands of Lu Ran and Jiang Lang. However, after careful consideration, he felt he should adhere more closely to their moral code. Besides, Zhongzhen was quite effective as a weapon, though his tendency to flee under pressure was quite annoying. So he nodded, I can control him. If not, then beat him until he can be controlled. Lu Ran nodded, then he pulled a message delivery item from his gaming backpack. A small gadget resembling a small paper crane. This is a communication tool from Divine Domain. If you're ready to challenge us, feel free to let us know your location. Jiang Lang and I will come over. Lu Han raised an eyebrow. You don't have to be so considerate. I can come find you myself. Lu Ran shook his head. It's not about your convenience. We just come over. You don't have to leave the other survivors. Lu Han nodded in understanding. He took the paper crane-like item from Lu Ran's hand and carefully placed it in his pocket. Leave the survivors in my hands. Rest assured. Even though they had already reached a verbal agreement, these words still left Jiang Lang with a sense of ethereal wonder. Chapter 54. Ahem, everyone. Lu Ran looked at Jiang Lang, who stood at the front of the hotel auditorium, speechless. He felt somewhat relieved that he and Jiang Lang had a clear division of labor. It was truly a relief that he didn't have to make such a public speech. Jiang Lang now desperately wanted to trade jobs with Lu Ran. Even he, facing so many people, with so many people staring at him intently, as if taking his words seriously, felt a bit of a public speaking fear. Especially. Pa. For some reason, a burst of applause erupted from the audience. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Zhongzhen, Lu Han's lackey, leading the charge. Zhongzhen had a natural knack for flattering his superiors. Since Lu Ran and Jiang Lang were his superiors, and he still harbored a lingering fear of their aggressiveness, he tried very hard to curry their favor. Although there was a slight suspicion that his flattery had backfired. Jiang Lang frantically winked at Lu Han, urging him to control his subordinates and stop blindly applauding. He was already nervous about what he was about to say, and this interruption made his mind go blank. Lu Han smiled and turned to look at Zhongzhen. Zhongzhen shuddered violently. Ever since deserting the battlefield that day, he had been prepared for a life on the run. More importantly, he was prepared to be hunted down by his boss. So, after tearing up the teleportation scroll, he hesitated for only a split second before leaping into the nearest car. Well, the nearest car with a working start, and prepared to drive out of City C, anywhere, but not to any place that would later become a base. He would be a lone wolf wandering the wild from now on, but what he hadn't expected was that, while the boss did catch up, and not just the boss, but the other two as well, the boss didn't hunt him down. The boss spared him. saying he could live as long as he changed his ways and joined him in the fight for the survivor base in City C. His first reaction was, "Huh?" He'd rather die than do such a ridiculous thing. How would he face it if anyone knew? His second reaction was, he really didn't want to die, let alone live a life worse than death. And since no one knew him now, what shame did he have? So, he quickly slid to his knees, apologized, and joined the boss's new team. The boss and his bosses also promised him that this was temporary. If he and the boss could one day grow to the point of challenging them and winning, they could leave the organization and pursue their own endeavors. This carrot dangling before the donkey's eyes made him feel less discouraged about his desire to be a good person. At least it wasn't permanent, and at least there was still a glimmer of hope. It was better than his previous company, which didn't even bother to offer him a promotion. In short, he hadn't expected to be alive in the boss's presence. He felt incredibly grateful for having his life saved. Of course, when the boss smiled at him, this gratitude immediately turned to a chill, and he straightened his back honestly. "Boss, did I do something wrong?" "You're wrong for clapping." Zhongjin was still trying to come to terms with the fact that his flattery skills, honed in Yongle, were temporarily useless. Jiang Lang, standing in front of him, finally found his voice. "Well everyone, the truth is, City C isn't a suitable place for long-term survival. It's too close to the coastline, and the ocean's pollutants can't be completely eliminated. We haven't tried anything like this before. Anyway, Lu Ran and I have selected 2 locations that might be suitable for settlement." He shook the map in front of him and taped it to the wall behind him. Since the magnets no longer worked, he had to manually hammer 2 thumbtacks into the wall to secure it. "Well, the first location is here. Its advantages are that it's relatively close and surrounded by mountains, effectively blocking pollution from the seashore, at least for those that can't fly. The second location is here. Compared to the first, it's much more modern, and there's a good chance you find a habitat like this hotel there. However, the pollution density here is likely much higher than the first. This is both a disadvantage and an advantage. More pollution will require more time to clean up and make this place habitable. But more pollution also means more crystals, making it easier for espers to level up, and your self-protection capabilities will be rapidly improved. Because we be moving together, it's up to everyone to decide where to go, including whether or not to leave. There's no compulsion. Then, those who have decided to participate in this collective migration, please raise your hands." Everyone in the audience raised their hands almost unanimously. Only 2 individuals seemed reluctant to leave City C. They must have their reasons, and there's no need to publicly question them. Okay, only those willing to participate in the migration will have the right to vote on the next choice. Those who want to go to the first location, raise your right hand. Those who want to go to the second location, raise your left hand. Those who don't care or don't want to choose either location, please don't raise your hand. If you have any questions or insights about these 2 locations, or if you think there's a more suitable place, please feel free to raise them. Jiang Lang had barely finished speaking when someone raised their hand and asked, "There will probably be a lot of mosquitoes in the mountains." Mosquitoes are difficult to prevent when they're not pollutants, but who knows what they evolve into after they become pollutants. Do we really want to go to a place surrounded by mountains? I feel like the quality of life and the risk to life are both very worrying. Jiang Lang, great question, great question. He offered some encouragement to the questioner before answering. Mosquitoes are indeed a big problem, but we have Lin Shichi, a spirit weaver, on our team. We have some control over these small, hard-to-see creatures. Someone more familiar with the game noticed that Jiang Lang had chosen Lin Shichi, not Lu Ran, as the spirit weaver representative for the team and immediately raised their hands. "Brother Lu, Brother Jiang, aren't you coming with us?" Jiang Lang recognized the man as one of the people from the amusement park. It was no surprise. Lin Shichi had only been at the hotel with the people he and Lu Han had rescued a few days earlier, and there was no fighting camaraderie. It was understandable that she trusted him, and Lu Ran more. "Yes, Lu Ran and I are going to Q City. The journey is quite long, so the chances of accidents are relatively high. Furthermore, once we arrive in Q City, we won't be staying for long. All in all, Lu Ran and I plan to wander around, and I think he would prefer and be more suited to a settled life." Most people nodded. After all, those directly connected to Lu Ran and Jiang Lang were a minority, and they didn't have a strong desire to stick with them. They were more concerned about Luya, Lin Shichi, and whether or not Lu Han would go with them. After receiving affirmative responses from Jiang Lang and these 4, most people breathed a sigh of relief. After this sigh of relief, a heated debate ensued. Jiang Lang honestly thought both locations were excellent. After all, they were Lu Ran's careful picks. But after all, they were the ones who would actually settle there, so let them spend more time arguing. He stealthily slipped off the stage and approached Lu Ran. Lu Ran was talking to Luya, that kid. He pointed at Chin Chin Ching in the corner. Luya looked past the crowd arguing over mosquito and other issues and looked in the direction Lu Ran was pointing. There was a child who looked so quiet, even a little cowering. He stood quietly in the corner, letting the shadow of the curtains cover him completely. His eyes were bright, as if observing everyone in the venue, quietly, simply observing. Besides being exceptionally well-behaved, Luya couldn't see anything special about this child. She simply nodded, indicating to Lu Ran that she had seen it. Lu Ran, I hope you can keep this child with you, be his guardian, sort of, teach him by example. Something like that. Lu Ran had no idea what a guardian was supposed to do. What he had just said was just a formality. His real purpose was, try to keep him away from Lu Han and the man beside him. He nodded at Zhangzhen, asking Luya to remember this man's face. Jiang Lang suddenly appeared from behind Lu Ran. Yes, yes. Could you please ask them to keep their distance? And try not to be too obvious. Don't make the child feel strange, okay? Luya didn't quite understand why, but this was the first and most likely last request Lu Ran and the others had made of her, so of course she would do her best to fulfill it. No problem. Jiang Lang, standing behind Lu Ran, breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Ran nodded. I leave it to you then. Then, there's Lu Han. He might be a little strange. You don't have to be too respectful or considerate of his thoughts. Just use him as a tool. Luya, ? It didn't sound very friendly. She had a good impression of Lu Han, but she took note of Lu Ran's comment and planned to observe him closely. Nothing else to keep in mind. Bring some extra supplies from City C. A player's backpack can hold 99 items of the same type per slot, so when you bring supplies, try to pack them into large boxes. That way, they fit into your in-game backpack like one box. Oh, okay. Luya quickly memorized this very practical advice. And this is a communication tool in-game. If there's anything you can't resolve, you can use it to notify Jiang Lang and me. Luya accepted the small paper crane-shaped gadget from Lu Ran and carefully placed it away. Thank you, both of you. Nothing to thank me for. They turned their gaze towards the two groups arguing fiercely in the conference hall, though the noise had now died down. Looks like they're almost there. Let's go ask them. After a heated debate, everyone barely reached a consensus. They decided to go to the second location. Most still felt they couldn't adapt to life in the mountains. Furthermore, Lu Han had clearly told them that with his special abilities, dealing with most pollutants would be as easy as leveling up in a game. It would be a good opportunity to hone their abilities. Then, let's get ready to go. Jiang Lang and Lu Ran exchanged a smile. It was time for them to set off. Chapter 55. 39 days after the apocalypse, Jiang Lang and Lu Ran packed all their belongings into their backpacks and the trunk of their new car, then drove away from City C. City Q we arrived. If they looked back, they wouldn't see anything, but they knew another massive convoy was on another road, heading in another direction. It was bound to be a long and dangerous journey, but there was nothing to worry about, because they were in Lu Han's hands. Jiang Lang still wasn't used to this sentence, but at least he could say it naturally. Lu Ran didn't like driving and continued to sit in the passenger seat. Jiang Lang, that's great. Your upgraded body can drive for 20 hours without getting tired. I'm more than qualified to be your driver. Lu Ran smiled. Truly, he didn't mind swapping shifts with Jiang Lang, but Jiang Lang said they weren't in a rush anyway, so there was no need for a shift swap. Driving as it was fine. Lu Ran shrugged and agreed. It's out of gas again. I go change it. Jiang Lang parked the car, jumped out, and fished gasoline from his backpack to start changing the oil. They had been driving for several days. Actually, if they could forget they were in the apocalypse, these days had been quite pleasant. They drove along the deserted highway. Occasionally, they see a few passing pollutants, which they could admire like zoo animals before dealing with them. The two of them would discuss their appearance, their likely mutation direction, and what they would become if they continued to evolve. After some discussion, they destroy them. On a lucky day, you might see two pollutants fighting, or even several of them engaged in a chaotic melee. Like now. Jiang Lang pulled over to the side of the road and rolled down Lu Ran's window. The two of them, clutching fries and cola, watched the fierce battle between the two pollutants not far away. TSK, 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 TSK. So brutal. Jiang Lang shoveled fries into his mouth while sharply commenting, "Oh my god, was that even necessary? The wings are ripped off. I can't even put this ketchup on them." The bloody battle in his sight made the ketchup in Jiang Lang's hand taste dull. "If you don't want to put it on me, give it to me." Lu Ren deftly reached over and took the remaining half of the ketchup from Jiang Lang's hand. Undoubtedly, in the apocalypse, ketchup is a thing of the past. Although they had stored a large amount of the sauce, they decided to be frugal, usually sharing a bag of ketchup with each order of fries. TSK, 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 TSK. This is pure slaughter. Yeah. Not far away, one of the two pollutants was supposed to be a bird before the apocalypse, while the other couldn't even be identified, resembling a beast. The beast on the ground clearly had the upper hand, tearing off the bird's wings and sending feathers flying through the air. The scene was chaotic and bloody for a while. Seeing the bird, sensing trouble, about to flee, Lu Ran put down his ketchup and casually connected with it, belatedly mediating. Having just finished their fries, they both took the two pollutant crystals and continued on their way. This stop-and-go journey was actually quite interesting, almost like a graduation trip they hadn't had time to plan. Jiang Lang felt that if he had entered the apocalypse with Lu Ran in his previous life, the previous period wouldn't have been so difficult. "We should be there in 3 days." Jiang Lang recalled the road sign he had just passed and said with great confidence, "Okay." But as Lu Ran finished speaking, their vision suddenly darkened. As they adjusted to the new brightness, the road before them had completely changed. Not just the road, but the entire world had changed. One moment, they were on a flat, open modern highway, and in the blink of an eye, they were driving on a vast expanse of lush. Everything around them looked like a vast, primitive cave. They both turned back, and the road they had come from was gone. Lu Ran, Jiang Lang, Jiang Lang faltered awkwardly. "Lu Ran, is this the space bubble you were talking about?" Jiang Lang, How could I be so unlucky to crash into it like this? Normally, if you don't deliberately seek it out, running into a space bubble once in 2 years is already bad luck. I thought I was unlucky enough last time, running into a space bubble before I even left W City. How come this time is even worse? Lu Ran frowned, and Jiang Lang abruptly stopped the car. Jiang Lang looked at Lu Ran cautiously, almost pointing a finger. "I don't know how I drove into this." He thought Lu Ran frowned because he was unhappy. Lu Ran shook his head. "No, it's just that I'm very uncomfortable here." Jiang Lang, "Oh. The pollution level in the space bubble is indeed higher. In the late apocalypse, someone developed a meter that can measure pollution levels, and it measured that the pollution level inside the space bubble is about 10 times higher than outside. But is it really that uncomfortable? Why don't I feel anything?" Jiang Lang couldn't help but frown. It was common knowledge that the pollution level inside the bubble was more severe, but this level of pollution actually meant that the pollutants inside were more potent. That was why people didn't like to enter the bubble. Simply entering, I hadn't heard of any unusual reactions. But judging by Lu Ran's reaction, he must be genuinely uncomfortable. Having known Lu Ran for so many years, Jiang Lang had long since grown accustomed to his expressionless nature. Lu Ran had always been indifferent, and so were his expressions. As Lu Ran's best, well, perhaps only friend, he was accustomed to magnifying his expressions tenfold and studying them. And among these exaggerated expressions and emotions, the most common was actually impatience. Lu Ran rarely showed anything else. But he was clearly frowning, and it didn't relax. This made Jiang Lang a little worried. "Are you okay?" Lu Ran shook his head. It was hard to describe how he felt right now. It's hard to say how uncomfortable he felt, because his body didn't react, so it wasn't discomfort in the physical sense. But he couldn't help but feel anger, nausea, and some other unidentified emotions. But anger and nausea were the main ingredients. He rarely felt anger, and even less nausea, so when these two emotions surged over him, he felt a strong sense of loss of control. This feeling of loss of control made him irritated. He looked around, but there wasn't anything special. To put it optimistically, it looked a bit like some kind of pristine scenic spot. The cave was tall, its walls jagged and uneven, with seemingly withered vines clinging to them. If you looked closely, you could even see some scratches on the exposed rock where the vines had peeked out. I just couldn't tell whether to consider these scratches a good sign or a bad one. The path inside the cave was winding, and it was impossible to see the bottom, so there wasn't the obvious textured feeling at the edge of the space that Jiang Lang had mentioned. Therefore, it looked like a perfectly normal place. Lu Ran closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his anger. Whatever the contaminant was, it wasn't going to be easy to deal with. He couldn't face it in this state. It's okay. Lu Ran waved his hand, loosening his frown. Jiang Lang wasn't quite convinced, but continued to look at Lu Ran with concern. Lu Ran sighed. I'm not feeling well, but it doesn't affect my movements. It seems to only be affecting my mood. I should get out as soon as possible. Jiang Lang, could it be a mental attack contaminant? But why is it targeting you? Lu Ran, maybe it's because your mind is a bit blank. Jiang Lang, ha ha ha. Seeing Lu Ran still in the mood for a joke, Jiang Lang finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he could also see that Lu Ran was indeed feeling a bit affected. Then let's quickly search. As for the space bubble, if we kill the strongest contaminant, it will probably break apart and let us out. Okay. Lu Ran pushed open the car door and put his right foot on the ground. Okay, although the lust felt a little soft, it was generally stable. He knew he'd been overthinking it. If the ground couldn't even support his weight, their car would have sunk in long ago. But he was having a hard time controlling his emotions right now. Everything seemed abominable and dangerous to him. He took another deep breath and released his mental link. His skills actually had a significant advantage over the mechanics of the space bubble. Mind Link was a ranged skill. It didn't require a specific target. Simply releasing it within a certain radius would reveal all sentient beings. According to Jiang Lang, if they could find and kill the most powerful pollutant within the space bubble, the bubble would naturally collapse, allowing them to escape. Finding the strongest pollutant was also a simple task for him, as the linked creatures within his consciousness space actually possessed varying degrees of brightness. Human consciousness was the brightest, followed by the dimmed consciousness of low-level pollutants. As the level of the pollutant increased, their consciousness would become increasingly brighter, though never approaching that of humans. He released a mental link to check the situation. This place was a bit dead. Although the naked eye could already tell there were no living creatures here, Lu Ran was still a little surprised when he actually verified this with his skills. When Lu Ran released his mental link in City C, he had grown accustomed to the noise within his consciousness. Even the smallest creatures became pollutants. Insects flying in the air, weeds growing on the ground. Every living thing occupied a place in his mind. He had long since grown accustomed to the chaotic jumble of dots of light that filled his mind whenever he released his mental link. But now, he could only see 2 dots of light. The silver threads on his body spread out, connecting to the vines on the rock walls to his left and right. While the 2 vines' light points were bright enough to be considered a relatively formidable contaminant outside the bubble, they were far from the level Jiang Lang had suggested they would need to be cautious of. More importantly, the brightness of the 2 vines was nearly identical. And even with the naked eye, a very similar vine clung to the distant rock face. We couldn't all be the strongest contaminants. Let's look ahead. Jiang Lang nodded in agreement. They decided to walk instead of driving. Firstly, the bubble was more dangerous than the outside world, requiring a certain level of agility. Secondly, after the bubble vanished, they would reappear directly at the corresponding location in reality. They had been on the highway before entering the bubble. If they had ended up somewhere in midair, their car would be lost upon exiting. They would have had to walk for a long time on the highway to find another car, or hope for a kind-hearted passer-by offering them a ride. This was also why Jiang Lang had parked the car immediately after entering the space bubble. He had experienced this many times before. The 2 of them walked forward quietly. After exiting the car, they realized how vast the space inside the space bubble truly was. Looking up, they saw that the cavern was at least several stories high. What had seemed a short distance to the turning point had taken them a long time to walk. After turning the corner, the same scene appeared again. The same rock face, the same vines, the same lush floor. Lu Ran released his mental connection, and as usual, there was nothing but the pinpricks of light that represented the vines on the rock face. The road ahead was a bit winding, as there were several more forks in the road. Jiang Lang rummaged in his pocket and found a half-eaten bag of M&Ms, which he used as a marker. They then confidently chose one of the forks and entered. The fork path led to more fork paths, and soon their half-pack of M&Ms was gone, even leading them back to where Jiang Lang had placed his first M&M. But at least, they had figured out part of the structure of this strange cave. This time, they chose another fork, and this time, as they walked, they saw the texture Jiang Lang had mentioned earlier. Lu Ran gazed at the space before him, lost in thought. Although he had been mentally prepared by Jiang Lang's words, he hadn't expected it to be so abrupt and obvious. He expected it to be one of those texture moments, where the scenery appears in the distance, but doesn't seem real when you look closely. But halfway through the fork, he hit a wall of air. The path split in 2. The side they were standing on had a clear depth, while the other side felt like it was painted on, impossible to pass through. It was like hitting a soft, elastic, yet sufficiently solid wall. Such a distinct boundary. Yes, it's really strange, isn't it? A little? Jiang Lang looked at the edge of the space bubble with a sense of emotion. No matter how many times he looked at it, he still found it magical. Of course, that wasn't the strangest part. The strangest thing was that Lu Ren had walked the entire way without losing his mental connection, and aside from the vines crawling on the rock wall, he hadn't detected any other contaminants. Furthermore, as he wandered back and forth among the forked paths, he had already roughly constructed a three-dimensional map in his mind. Although these forked paths seemed complicated and convoluted, they were clearly arranged and connected in his mind. So he was almost certain that after they finished the last fork in the road, they would have officially explored the entire space. There were two possibilities. One, the most powerful pollutant they were looking for was in this last fork they hadn't yet visited. Two, it was playing hide-and-seek with them, and quite good at it. The first possibility was too remote, but the second was a bit strange. Whether based on the information Jiang Lang provided or his own experience in City C, pollutants, no matter how peaceful they were before their transformation, became much more aggressive after becoming pollutants. As long as they could see or smell a living thing, they would attack recklessly. But speaking of this, there was another strange thing. These vines on the rock wall. Actually, before he released the mental link, he and Jiang Lang had thought they were dead, left on the rock wall to dry. Dried out plant carcasses. But in Lu Ran's consciousness, they showed clear and bright spots of light, which meant that they were not only alive, but also had a relatively high level of pollutants. So why didn't they attack? In fact, it was precisely because of this strange fact that Jiang Lang didn't use a skill to clear the vines after Lu Ren cast the mental link. He subconsciously felt something was wrong and didn't want to attack without authorization. He at least had to observe first. After Lu Ren led them to the last fork in the road, and seeing the rock walls and vines that looked exactly like the other forks, Jiang Lang couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the strangest of all the space bubbles I ever run into. I'm the unlucky one who runs into space bubbles at least 3 times a year, but I never seen anything this bizarre." The two of them retreated from the fork in the road and headed back, intending to return to their starting point to discuss their next steps. They had only taken a few steps when they saw a bright orange sports car rumble in. It rumbled past Lu Ren and Jiang Lang, then, with a sharp roar, screeched to a halt. Huh? What's going on? Travel through time? The car door opened, and a man with a shabby, sleazy outfit, resembling a 20-something hoodlum, stepped out. He had unevenly dyed blonde hair, which, combined with his unevenly dark skin, made him look even more unconventional. He was covered in a large set of silver soft armor. Jiang Lang and Lu Ren immediately recognized it as the level 50 equipment for the Flesh Warrior in Divine Domain. However, if he had only worn the silver soft armor, it wouldn't have looked so strange. After all, the art design team for Divine Domain had a good aesthetic, and the equipment they designed would look impressive in real life. The problem was that the yellow-haired guy wasn't just wearing the Divine Domain gear, he also wore a black, riveted jacket over his silver soft armor, and a necklace whose exact meaning was unclear. Add to that his ears, covered in studs. It's hard to describe Lu Ren and Jiang Lang's initial reaction upon seeing him. Lu Ren thought that if the Divine Domain art design team had managed to survive, they might have strangled this guy. After getting off the bus, the yellow-haired guy realized someone else was already there. He took off his strange sunglasses and looked up and down at Lu Ren and Jiang Lang, his expression tinged with disdain. Perhaps it was because Lu Ren and Jiang Lang finally remembered to layer normal clothing over their gear before leaving City C. City's early days were so brutal, and its later years so peaceful that they had completely forgotten one thing. In the apocalypse, many people would covet gamers' gear. This wasn't just among fellow gamers, but also among those who didn't have the game system themselves. For them, having more gear meant a huge boost in strength. In his previous life, Jiang Lang often heard stories of players being brutally attacked by a horde of ordinary people or low-level psychics, only to have their gear divided up after their death. Both he and Lu Ren had excellent gear. Thus, out of consideration for the lives of those who might attack them for their gear, they decided to dress more modestly. On their last day in City C, they each wore 2 sets of normal clothing over their game suits. Lu Ren took it easy, as Spirit Weaver gear was generally very tight-fitting, so it wouldn't look out of place under anything else. At most, it would look like a white lining underneath a jacket. Jiang Lang was a real problem. His robe, he had to search for a long time before finding a windbreaker long enough to cover it. The hood of the robe was supposed to be a black sweatshirt underneath. All in all, while their current attire didn't look completely normal, mainly because Jianglang didn't, they certainly didn't bear many traces of being players. Thus, the yellow-haired man took one look at them, and decided they weren't worthy of speaking to him. Haha, just two ordinary people. Chapter 56. Following the yellow-haired man out of the exaggerated orange sports car were two young girls, seemingly under 20 years old, dressed in a style similar to the yellow-haired man. They're known as Shamat, and they looked like they were from the same Zonai clan. Brother Tianhua, what's going on? I'm so scared. One girl, in a delicate voice, climbed onto Brother Tianhua's arm, casting a disdainful glance at Jianglang and Lu Ran. Her every move and gesture gave Brother Tianhua enough emotional weight to make you want to exclaim, "That's professionalism." Brother Tianhua was clearly easy to appease, instantly puffing up, "Haha, no matter what the situation, it's okay as long as I'm here." Although the three of them acted out a somewhat abstract and somewhat idiotic skit, Jianglang remained committed to saving whoever he could, explaining, "This is a space bubble. The contaminants here are much more difficult to deal with than those outside. Be careful." His kind reminder earned him a look of even greater disdain from Brother Tianhua. "Haha, difficult? For you, I guess. I'm not a loser like you." Jianglang, Where are the contaminants? Brother Tianhua glanced around, but couldn't see any. Lu Ran kindly pointed to the vines on the rock wall. "These are the contaminants." Brother Tianhua looked in the direction Lu Ran pointed, initially skeptical that the contaminants Lu Ran was referring to were actually the vines, which looked so withered they could turn to ash in a moment. He squinted his eyes and peered carefully, trying to see the contaminants hidden by the vines, but he saw nothing. "Where exactly is it?" Lu Ran, "It's these vines." Brother Tianhua was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing, clutching his belly. Lu Ran and Jianglang stood by, watching him sway back and forth, both faces showing a hint of bewilderment. "So, is there really someone who laughs like that in real life?" "It's just a broken tree. How can it be that difficult?" "You losers, stay away, and watch Brother Tianhua perform." "Wow! Brother Tianhua is amazing." The two girls, who were also part porn, enthusiastically cheered him on, even applauding. Jianglang, Lu Ran couldn't help but laugh. He leaned close to Jianglang's ear and said, "It's hard to persuade a damn person. Just let him go. His gear looks level 70, so he shouldn't be able to die against the monsters. We can see if there's anything odd here. These vines don't feel right. Their attack power is too low." Jianglang sighed, "Yeah. It's hard to persuade a damn person." That was so true. He had met countless people like this Brother Tianhua in his past and present lives. They always thought they had game systems or superpowers, and were the protagonists of apocalyptic novels, always making foolish and daring moves. Let them be, he was used to it. Lu Ran was. Right. Since they were willing to attack, why not see what was wrong with these vines that looked like they were about to die? He had truly never seen such a quiet pollutant. If it were any other pollutant, it would have attacked them at least 800 times in the time they had been searching back and forth. This space bubble was truly bizarre. Someone was eager to be their guinea pig, so there was no need to stop them. Thinking this way, he and Lu Ran both took a step back, ready to watch Brother Tianhua perform. Brother Tianhua pulled a small silver dagger from his jacket pocket. It was a level 60 weapon for a flesh warrior. Apparently, he wasn't really focused on the game, and hadn't updated his weapon in a timely manner. Then he flicked his hair and walked forward, twirling the silver dagger. The silver dagger fluttered in his hand, like a metallic butterfly. After all, if you ignore his unconventional look and overly greasy expression, his little show of cool still seemed quite convincing. He flung the dagger out, and it pierced the vines on the rock wall closest to them like a dart. Jianglang's gaming proficiency made him want to remind the other party that the Flesh Warrior was a melee class. And unlike some ranged characters that automatically reloaded, wouldn't you have to scramble to retrieve your dagger after throwing it like a dart? Why bother? Lu Ran carefully observed the tip of his dagger sinking into the vine, making sure he didn't miss a single detail. But there was no detail to miss. The dagger simply pierced the vine's outer skin. If there was anything strange, it was the crisp sound. It didn't sound like it was piercing anything solid. There was no resistance, more like it was just piercing the surface. Brother Tianhua stepped forward, twisted the dagger, turned it 360 degrees, and then pulled it out. After he pulled out the dagger, Lu Ran finally saw clearly that it wasn't his illusion. The vine was truly just a layer of dry skin. Once pierced, there was nothing inside, it was pure emptiness. What the hell? Brother Tianhua was clearly confused as well. The vine he called what the hell quickly collapsed, its brown skin instantly turning to powder and falling in tiny pieces from midair. What the hell? So weak. Brother Tianhua, though shocked, glanced at Jiang Lang and Lu Ran with disdain. Is this what you call difficult? Lu Ran frowned. This was getting even stranger. Although these vines were completely harmless and looked like they'd been dead for a long time, from his perspective, when he released the mental link, they were still relatively bright consciousnesses. How could they just dissipate like that? Before he could figure it out, the other vines on the rock face within their visual range suddenly seemed to come alive. The dark brown, dry bark suddenly took on a tinge of, not quite life, but rather a shift from withered to rotten. Their resurrection was clearly purposeful. In an instant, countless pitch-black vines swiftly attacked Brother Tianhua. Lu Ran frowned and quickly released a mental link. Although the flesh warriors were highly resilient and possessed life-saving skills, he felt that Brother Tianhua's reaction speed wouldn't be sufficient for him to unleash the necessary skills before the vines reached him. He did manage to stop the vines' attack. Just as the silver thread representing the mental link touched the frantic vines, they instantly froze in midair, unable to move. But more vines arrived from afar at lightning speed, passing over their companions frozen in midair and piercing Brother Tianhua's body with unwavering purpose. They pierced him through and through. In fact, the term through and through might be a bit of an understatement. He was impaled and suspended in the air by countless vines. If his face hadn't also been pierced by several vines, one might have seen his final expression of surprise. There were so many vines that the term through and through was inaccurate, because all his flesh had fallen to the ground, leaving nothing to be pierced through at all. The two girls stared in amazement at the death of Brother Tianhua. They nearly vomited. Then all the vines retreated as quickly as they had arrived, even changing color, returning to their original, withered state. It was as if nothing had happened. If Lu Ran and Jiang Lang hadn't walked a little further in, revealing the rock face around the corner, and hadn't seen the blood and flesh lingering on the vines behind it, they might have truly believed it was all an illusion. Oh, and of course, there was the tattered corpse lying on the ground, unrecognizable from its original state. The two girls couldn't help but vomit. After entering the apocalypse, they had seen some disgusting pollutants and some dead bodies, but none of that was as devastating as the sight of someone who had just been talking to them being reduced to a pile of corpses in the blink of an eye. Jiang Lang's eyes were filled with shock, and even a flicker of regret flashed across them. He had assumed the other player was at least a level 70 player, and that dealing with a simple pollutant wouldn't be too difficult. Even if there was a problem, he and Lu Ran would be there to support them. But he hadn't expected this to happen. He didn't even have time to do anything before a living person died before him. A flicker of regret and pain flashed across his brow, but it quickly vanished. In the apocalypse, time spent in pain is a luxury. But soon, even greater shock and regret belatedly struck him. He glanced at Lu Ran nervously, and at lightning speed, he swiped a damage reduction scroll. Damn, you just activated your mind link. Aren't they going to attack you too? Don't panic. Don't panic. We can stack up to 80 damage reduction. He pulled a bowl of steaming hot soup from his backpack and tried to get Lu Ran to drink it right then and there. There was also a bottle of strangely colored potion. Lu Ran sweated for a moment. Fortunately, the vines didn't attack him. Otherwise, drinking so much soup at once, even if he knew it was for his own safety, would probably be a bit uncomfortable. He knew Jiang Lang was being overly concerned. The vines that had attacked Brother Tianhua appeared after his mind link had activated. If they really wanted to attack him, it would have been a simple matter. Why would they retreat? He waved his hand at Jiang Lang. It's probably based on whether or not they taken damage. It could be a group counterattack mechanism. Mind Link, as a skill, doesn't inflict any damage, so it probably won't trigger a counterattack. Jiang Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Ran continued to mentally supplement this, explaining why he hadn't implemented any additional control measures just now. Lu Ran then speculated it could be a linked contaminant. Perhaps these vines are all part of a whole, and only together they count as one contaminant. That would explain why we didn't see any contaminants other than these vines just now. Perhaps there weren't any hidden contaminants from the start. Together, they're truly formidable. Perhaps they're more than just formidable. Although this Brother Tianhua may seem retarded, the Flesh Warrior is the most survivable class in Divine Domain. He has self-healing and life-saving skills, along with extremely high initial health and defense. Even if he wasn't playing the game seriously, he could definitely navigate the contaminants outside the bubble. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant as to claim to be the world's strongest. But even so, he was killed instantly, even taking so much damage that the subsequent vines were essentially just a thrashing of his corpse. It's unclear whose bad luck was at play, him or Jiang Lang, as they encountered such a formidable bubble right after leaving City C. After Jiang Lang let go of his worry about Lu Ran being attacked by the vines, his mind regained its composure, and he began to think seriously. Both of us have limited attack ranges. We can't flatten this entire bubble at once. This isn't a game, after all, so we can't tell the combined damage of these attacks. If I could limit the attack to just a few of the vines, I could cast a defense scroll to see how much damage they inflict on me and calculate a rough estimate of their attack power. But it seems they only act collectively. Jiang Lang scratched his head. If that doesn't work, I give it a try. Regeneration is quite powerful. I try to upgrade it later. All the pollutants I encountered so far haven't been able to simultaneously penetrate my health bar and regeneration ability. There's no way this thing can. Lu Ran, don't be so hasty. Actually, Mind Link can be used repeatedly on different targets, and the effect won't be overwritten by the second skill. The only problem is the cooldown is too long. But didn't we collect a bunch of skill cooldown cancel scrolls earlier? Jiang Lang, I almost forgot. Oh, right. He immediately rummaged through his in-game backpack. Actually, it wasn't a bunch. Skill cooldown cancel scrolls were incredibly rare in the game. So even if they collected them without hesitation and bought them at a high premium, they only have about 60 of them between them. It wasn't a bunch at all. Lu Ran mentally calculated that the cave was winding, which was actually a good thing at this point. His skills were based on range. The more winding it was, the more vines his Mind Link could simultaneously cover. However, the total duration of Mind Link control was only 12 seconds, so the number of cooldown cancel scrolls wasn't the only factor limiting the number of vines he could control. Also, how far could he travel in 12 seconds? But this is easy to fix. They have plenty of teleportation scrolls. Just choose your location, teleport there one by one, and then use your skills as quickly as possible. Jiang Lang, in your perception, what's the approximate strength of each? Strand? Clump? Vine? Lu Ran pondered for a moment. The brightness of the light spot is about the same as the tree in the zoo, but I haven't seen the tree attack, so I don't know. Jiang Lang recalled the biodiversity in the botanical garden that day and had a rough idea. This is the benefit of spending a long time in the apocalypse. You can roughly estimate the strength of a pollutant by how many other pollutants it kills. If you finish controlling them with your Mind Link and there are no more than 10 vines left, then I can probably hold on. Lu Ran replied, okay, and continued his mental calculations. Jiang Lang's attacks require a cast time. This meant that even if both he and Jiang Lang's teleports and skills other than cast time didn't cost anything at the start, they were still limited to Jiang Lang's cast time. Therefore, he should calculate other factors based on the total cast time Jiang Lang would need to clear the entire cave. Other factors included how to allocate the CD cancel scrolls most efficiently. While the two of them were discussing this, the two girls with yellow and pink hair stopped vomiting uncontrollably and timidly approached Jiang Lang and Lu Ran. Two big brothers. We're scared. Can you protect us? Jiang Lang offered them a patient, soothing smile. The contaminants here are very weak. As long as you two stay far enough away from us, you shouldn't be attacked. Just avoid touching these strange vines. Is that so? Lu Ran could tell that this wasn't the answer the two girls wanted. They weren't referring to safety within this bubble, but safety after leaving it. Lu Ran believed that as ordinary people without powers or a gaming system, quickly attaching themselves to a psychic was indeed the best option in the face of the apocalypse. This apocalypse was too hostile to ordinary people. But they actually had a better option now. So he said, his equipment can be worn by others. One of the girls asked, what? She looked a little bewildered. Lu Ran reflected for a moment. Was his way of speaking difficult to understand? Why did so many people react this way after he finished speaking? However, a bright light gleamed in the other girl's eyes, and even a flicker of regret. Perhaps if she had known earlier that others could use his equipment, she wouldn't have waited so long to regret it. She immediately ran towards the pile of flesh without looking back. Although she had just been nauseated by Brother Tianhua's death, that nausea was completely manageable at this moment. The other girl hadn't realized what was happening at first, but after seeing the other girl running towards the pile of flesh without looking back, she quickly realized what was happening. A flicker of regret flashed in her eyes. Perhaps she was so clueless. Now, even looting the box was slower than that guy. Regretful as she was, her emotions didn't slow her running speed at all. Jiang Lang watched with a certain shock as she sprinted across the soft, already difficult muddy ground in her high heels. For a moment, he doubted his life. Did this girl really have no special abilities? Although the girl who was a step behind arrived a little late, it wasn't too late. The other girl understood equipment priorities. She immediately targeted Brother Tianhua's soft armor. However, even though Brother Tianhua was dead and shattered, the vines had left a relatively intact skeleton. So, stripping the armor from him was a bit of a hassle, even after she had already violently dismantled Brother Tianhua's bones. The girl, arriving a little late, breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the other man fiddling with the upper soft armor, she began stripping off the lower soft armor. For a while, the two of them were at peace. But things got very turbulent after that. Taking clothes off a corpse was difficult, but stripping off ornaments was easy. You already took the rings. This bracelet is mine. Whatever I got first, it's mine. You got it first? I got it first, okay? When you picked up those 2 rings, if you hadn't been so insistent on giving them to me, I would have already taken them. And since you already have 2 rings, why don't you trade with me? 2 for 1. After a brief argument, the two finally reached a consensus on how to divide the spoils. They stripped Brother Tianhua of all his gear and divided it up. They quickly discovered that the in-game gear automatically adjusted in size and proportions. They had initially worried about whether it would be too small for them, though this concern certainly wouldn't affect their ability to use the gear. But after putting it on, they realized their concerns were unnecessary. Both the soft armor and accessories automatically shrunk to perfectly fit them. The only problem might be that each of them had picked up a shoe, so the heel thickness didn't match the other foot, and they'd probably both be limping for a while. But these were minor issues. After the two had divided the spoils, they were quite beaming. Then their smiles suddenly froze, because they realized they missed out on the most important piece of equipment: the dagger. The two of them fell to the ground simultaneously. My goodness! It was me who flattered him into taking both of us, okay? And you're still nagging him to choose one? Just admit your mistake. This dagger belongs to me. You flattered him? What the hell do you know? If it weren't for my nagging, making him think 2 women were willing to fight for him, do you think it would have been so easy? The two of them argued back and forth about the past, but ultimately decided to settle the matter in the simplest way possible. Rock, paper, scissors. Thank you. I take it. You better be alert when you sleep, or I steal it from you sooner or later. The loser, while willing to accept the loss, still made a harsh remark. Don't worry, I'd be so happy I won't be able to sleep from now on. When the two of them had finally divided the spoils, Lu Ran finally understood how many scrolls he and Jian Lang needed. Just then, another screech of brakes erupted, and another SUV crashed into the bubble. Lu Ran, Jian Lang, quite lively. This car stopped quickly, braking almost as soon as it appeared in the bubble, unlike Brother Tianhua, who drove all the way in before stopping. This was good news, at least proving that the occupants were quick and cautious. Chapter 57. After the SUV stopped, 2 people got out. They were clearly players. The woman who got out of the driver's seat was wearing mostly full-flesh warrior damage-dealing gear, with 2 rings and a bracelet on her hands, all from a T-suit. This was because the best accessory combination for Flesh Warrior in PvP in this version of Flesh Warrior was from the T-suit. It's not hard to guess that she probably had a matching set of T-suits in her backpack, ready to swap between. The man who got out of the passenger seat also wore a mixed set of medic gear, balancing healing with survival. It's easy to tell that both of them were probably advanced PvP players. I wonder if they only met after the apocalypse, or if the medic was originally the Flesh Warrior's bound healer. But judging by their expressions, they were wary from the moment they got out of the car, not only of the suddenly changing environment, but also of the people within it. So, they likely knew each other before the apocalypse, otherwise, it would be difficult to form a stable, trusting relationship. They closed the car door and glanced around, their pupils shrinking when they saw the 2 girls' scattered gaming gear. If they hadn't been ordinary people, their gear merely the most common, underleveled gear in the game, they would have instinctively attacked. But even after confirming that the 2 posed no threat, their eyes remained filled with deep wariness and disgust. Lu Ran could only assume that they had likely experienced many instances of players having their gear stolen since entering the apocalypse. Then, the 2 men looked at Lu Ran and Jian Lang. Although Lu Ran and Jian Lang were bundled up, the 2 newcomers were clearly hardcore Divine Domain players. Lu Ran's small piece of clothing peeked from his collar, and Jian Lang's seemingly pure black hood revealed their identities. Players? Yes. Lu Ran and Jian Lang nodded. For some reason Lu Ran couldn't quite understand, the 2 men suddenly had a more friendly aura, as if simply because they were players, they were on the same side. Lu Ren found it hard to imagine what they had experienced since entering the apocalypse to develop such a mindset. Regardless, the two men's body language instantly showed trust and a closer approach. After approaching, they spoke in a tone that hinted at we're one of them, saying, "Those two, while ordinary people, aren't likely to pose much of a threat. Be careful." We encountered several instances of ordinary people banding together to hunt down players, and then divide the spoils. These people are not easy to deal with. You never know when they backstab you. This feels unsafe. Who knows if they attack us while we're fighting? These people have absolutely no sense of priorities. They only think about what they can gain, not whether they be wiped out. Lu Ren, are you talking about those two? The equipment they're carrying belonged to a player who was recently killed by the contaminants here. Since they're already dead, I suggest they strip their gear. That's all they can do, right? As soon as Lu Ren finished speaking, the two men took a step back, their eyes cold and filled with wariness. Lu Ren, To be more precise, their cold gazes contained not only wariness, but also a hint of anger, perhaps a rage of how could you betray the player community like this? Lu Ren, Once again, Lu Ren wanted to ask, what exactly had happened to these two people since entering the apocalypse? In short, in just a few seconds, the two new players' attitude towards Lu Ren and Jiang Lang went through the entire process of wariness, some trust, and then complete distrust, a progression that could be described as 8 times faster. They maintained a certain distance, as if they were afraid of being robbed. Lu Ren and Jiang Lang felt a little bit of a grumble. If they really wanted to avoid the possibility of being robbed, they would have to get out of the range of the Mystic and the Spirit Weaver. The two new players observed their surroundings from a distance. As they approached the rock face, they cautiously chose not to touch the seemingly dead vines. Instead, they pulled a monocle from their backpacks to observe. Jiang Lang and Lu Ren recognized the item. It was a beginner's item in Divine Domain, used by players to determine whether an object or creature was contaminated. Since they had Lu Ren's skills, they couldn't use it. Most players opted for visual inspection, but these two were quite cautious. Do you know these are contaminants? Yes. It's strange that they don't attack. This place looks strange. It's best if we don't kill each other. How about we make a short-term agreement? We won't attack each other until we're out of this weird place. We can wait until we're out of this mess, right? This decisive woman spoke with a resolute air until her last sentence, when her pace suddenly slowed, her tone becoming cryptic and ambiguous. It could only be said that she was doing her best to include hidden meanings and innuendos. The other man added sarcastically, "We should be able to trust that you're not the type to lose sight of priorities, right? Is it more important to get out first, or to kill each other? I think you'd be able to make that choice, right?" Lu Ren glanced at Jiang Lang with a strange expression. He looked at Jiang Lang, knowing that even though he hadn't said a word, Jiang Lang should understand what he was trying to say. "Aren't you going to explain yourself, a traitor? Let them misunderstand you as a looting scumbag." Jiang Lang gave him a subtle, sweaty look and shook his head slightly. He said nothing, but Lu Ren knew what he was going to say. "Forget it. They won't believe me even if I explain. Might as well just go along with their thinking and reach this temporary agreement. That alone will reassure them. Further explanations will only backfire." Lu Ren looked away, non-committal. Their eye contact wasn't subtle, but the two men across from them simply assumed they were considering their proposal and patiently waited until their communication was complete. "Okay." Jiang Lang coughed twice and cleared his throat. "Then let's exchange some information. These vines are indeed a contaminant. Their quietness is only temporary. If attacked, they retaliate. A single clump of vines already has a high attack power, roughly comparable to level 90 to 100 monsters in the game. Even worse, if they strike back, they attack en masse." He pointed again at Brother Tianhua's corpse on the ground. Although it was incomplete, it was clear it had once been a human. "You arrived too late, so you didn't see it. This person attacked one of the vines, and was instantly counterattacked by all of them. And then, he became like this. He was probably a level 70, or above flesh warrior in his lifetime. His equipment wasn't great, but it was complete. The two girls are wearing the same gear he once wore. You can roughly calculate his health. It's an instant kill, and their attacks are very fast." Both veteran players, the flesh warrior and the medic, suppressed their disgust as they looked at the equipment on the two girls, and quickly calculated the health of the former flesh warrior on the ground. Even if he was so weak that he hadn't activated any protective skills before being attacked, it was enough to illustrate the strength of the contaminants here. Their expressions instantly grew more serious. For the past month or so, they had been far more wary of people than of contaminants. After all, Most contaminants weren't a significant threat to players like them who had systems. Even if attacked, they would only lose a small amount of health, which could be recovered through regeneration. But now it seems the danger and strangeness of this place isn't just due to the sudden change in space. The contaminants within are the strongest they ever seen. Want to cooperate? I have a tank, a healer, damage dealer, and control. The Flesh Warrior offered a request. Lu ran. It's unlikely. You just arrived and haven't explored the entire area yet, while we have. There are probably over 120 clusters of the same vines, and they attack very quickly, almost synchronously. Even if you change your tank gear, you probably won't be able to withstand it. And it's hard to say whether the Flesh Warrior's skills can hold aggro. After all, in Divine Domain, there's a counterattack mechanic that ignores taunt skills. Despite the negative tone, the Flesh and Blood Warrior didn't feel offended. She shrugged, saying she was simply offering a suggestion based on the current situation. When faced with a difficult situation like this, suggestions are meant to be considered and criticized. Lu Ran's 2 reasons for rejecting the suggestion were both very reasonable. Do you have any other ideas? Lu Ran nodded. I do have some. The Spirit Weaver's Spirit Link is a damage-free, purely controlled skill. I just tested it, and it doesn't trigger any counterattack. My companion? He pointed at Jiang Lang and continued, his ability is regeneration. As long as he's not facing an instant kill attack, he can basically withstand it. He thinks the total attack he can withstand is about 10 vines attacking simultaneously. So, if this entire area is divided into 13 parts. Wait, his ability is regeneration? The Flesh Warrior couldn't help but ask, are you talking about regeneration similar to the skill regeneration? The regeneration she was referring to was one of the Flesh Warrior's core skills. It can be used when health is below 30% but above 10%, restoring health to full at lightning speed. Lu Ran thought for a moment before replying, similar, but without the restrictions. Think of it as regeneration with no health limit and no skill cooldown. The Flesh Warrior couldn't help but sigh. She thought she and Bai, a Flesh Warrior and a medic, had already reached peak survivability in the apocalypse together. She hadn't expected someone else to awaken such a miraculous ability, and it had been awakened in a mystic, practically filling in the mystic's last remaining shortcoming. No wonder she'd been so immediately turned down when she suggested she take on the tank role. The doctor's focus was elsewhere. He understood what Lu Ran was trying to say, but he had a question. But how are you going to control monsters in 11 areas simultaneously? He knew exactly what Lu Ran was thinking. He would control all 11 areas, while his fellow mystic attacked one area and took all the damage from the vines in another. After all, you only need one mental link skill. A teleportation scroll and a cooldown clearing scroll. Lu Ran replied briefly. The doctor couldn't help but laugh, albeit sarcastically, as he said, that's a great idea, if we can still find enough CD clear scrolls in the game. Do you think 11 areas means 11 skill clear scrolls are enough? The actual number required is determined by how long your companions take to attack, you know? So, based on the simplest calculation of how long it takes to use Ring of Annihilation, the two of you will need a total of 45 CD clear scrolls. Lu Ran glanced at him. We do have them. The doctor, who had just finished taunting, question mark. The Flesh Warrior beside him also had a momentary blank look on his face. Both of them were stunned. You mean? The Flesh Warrior felt himself swallowing, almost uncontrollably. You mean you have 45 CD clear scrolls? Actually, she wanted to just yell. How many? The doctor beside her finally snapped out of his daze, and interrupted, shouldn't we try to find another way out? He felt a little sorry for those 45 CD clear scrolls. As long as there was a sliver of hope of escaping this strange place, there was no point wasting them, okay? 45. And not just any scrolls. CD clear scrolls. Before the apocalypse, these would have fetched thousands of dollars as a mere game item, and even more so now. He suddenly felt his previous wariness of these two people vanish in an instant. Who was robbing whom? The combined amount of ordinary scrolls in his and Sister Ming's backpacks might not even match the number of CD clear scrolls they had. And this plan required an equal number of teleportation scrolls. A teleportation scroll might be standard in the game, but now, I wonder how many people would pay a huge price for one. After all, if used properly, it's like a life-saving scroll. What a wasteful plan. Excuse me. A strong sense of self-conceit surged in his heart. He always considered whether he deserved it. Do you deserve to be robbed? Just be so self-conceited. Chapter 58. What a pity. Jiang Lang spread his hands. If there were another way out, we wouldn't want to waste it. This might be your first time entering a place like this. I've been to similar places before. There's basically only one way out, and it's simple and brutal. Kill the strongest pollutant within the space, and the space will automatically collapse. Generally speaking, the pollutants within this space are much stronger than those outside, not as strong as these vines individually. But since these vines exist as a whole, their strength is actually higher. Jiang Lang spoke with such conviction, and his face looked genuine and believable, that Tang Qiming and Bai Bai readily accepted his explanation. A sense of solemnity even welled up in their hearts. It seemed they were lucky to have encountered this space just now. Could this situation actually be very common? Then they would have to be prepared to encounter similar spaces frequently in the future. Alas, they knew the apocalypse wouldn't be so simple. Jiang Lang, that's about it. Shall we begin? Try to stand as far away as possible to avoid accidental injury. Tang Qiming and Bai Bai hesitated, then exchanged a glance. Finally, Tang Qiming reached out and produced 2 scrolls. I don't know exactly how many CD teleport scrolls you have. These are the ones I collected for my boss before the apocalypse. Just one, at least to increase your success rate. Bai Bai is using an ideal scenario. If you have even the slightest mishap or slow movement, the number will exceed 45. If you only have 45 scrolls, or just a few more, failing for that reason would be a shame. Furthermore, if you succeed, we'd be effectively carried away by you without doing anything. In that case, consider these 2 scrolls our group fee? The mention of group fees lightened the atmosphere slightly. Jiang Lang and Lu Ran, Tang Qiming, and Bai Bai couldn't help but smile, as if they weren't struggling to survive in the apocalypse, carrying out a plan with a high probability of death. But rather, they were still playing games at home. Thank you. Jiang Lang accepted the 2 scrolls without hesitation. Group fees were a familiar topic to him. Then he turned back to confirm the details of the plan with Lu Ran. You said earlier that this place would be divided into 13 areas. Is this based on the range of the Spirit Link and the Ring of Annihilation? Lu Ran, yes. Jiang Lang, if I don't use Ring of Annihilation, would it be better to use other skills with shorter cooldowns? Lu Ran, I calculated. If you use Ring of Annihilation without clearing the cooldown scroll, the combined range of the other skills will cause it to take an extra 12 seconds, which means 12 extra scrolls will be needed. The only difference is whether you use it or I do. At least using Ring of Annihilation takes less time, and there's less chance of accidents. Jiang Lang, I see. He always trusted Lu Ran's calculations, and after a quick mental calculation, he came to the same conclusion. So, he stopped worrying about saving scrolls, and began preparing in earnest. First, he used all the crystals in his backpack. He hadn't had a chance to use regeneration before. His current regeneration was completely different from his previous life. His level was too low, so he was cramming at the last minute, hoping to improve it as much as possible. Then he took a bottle of damage-reducing potion and a bowl of damage-reducing soup. After finishing the potion and the large bowl of soup, he felt like water was sloshing in his stomach. But the soup was truly delicious. He and Lu Ran cherished hot food, usually relying on instant hot meals. Now, with a rare opportunity to eat something warm under a legitimate pretext, he was quite happy. He also slapped a damage reduction scroll on himself, ready to activate the 3-second invincibility on his gear. Oh yes. He still had 3 seconds of invincibility, which should save them some scrolls. Lu Ran, however, flatly rejected his suggestion. It mess up your position, and it's better to keep it for safety. In case of an emergency, I feel unsafe incorporating it into my plan. Okay. Jiang Lang regretfully abandoned his last proposal to save scrolls. It seemed they would have to use up their 45 scrolls today. I'm ready. Lu Ran nodded. He had just slapped a speed scroll on himself, while Jiang Lang was preparing to record the coordinates for the teleport scrolls. Then he separated the stacks, one for Jiang Lang. Let's get started. Let's get started. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang spoke calmly, as if they were genuinely just playing a dungeon. Tang Qiming and Bai Bai, who were watching from the sidelines, were even more nervous. They felt a slight stomachache and desperately hoped their plan would succeed. If this massively expensive plan failed, they had no idea how to deal with the contamination. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ran vanished from their sight. Even in this tense situation, Bai Bai couldn't help but internally grumble. Using a teleportation scroll? That's a bit extravagant. The first leg could have been covered on foot. Then Jiang Lang also vanished with a teleportation scroll. Bai Bai, Scroll magnates are amazing. Jiang Lang nervously counted the seconds. 7, 8, 9. He pulled out his wand, roughly the height of a man, and began chanting the Ring of Annihilation spell. A huge black circle gathered in the sky not far away. Then it descended. The vines within its radius instantly turned to ash. And then, near his ears, he could hear the sound of vines breaking through the air, the other, still uncontrolled vines coming to avenge their own. He tore off the teleportation scroll and headed for the next location. His escape seemed to have angered the vines, especially since his new location was exactly where they had originally been. Although he knew they had no brains, Jiang Lang still felt that forcing them to run back and forth must have really angered them, because after he teleported, the ripping sound in his ears intensified. He didn't let the sound bother him, but used the CD clear scroll and began the next round of bar reading. And at that moment, the vines finally rushed over and sank into him. They pierced his body, his chest, his abdomen, and one of his eyes. Jiang Lang then watched his health bar drop to 10% in an instant. Not bad. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was better than he expected. 10% health was incredibly safe. Regeneration instantly took effect, and his health bar began bouncing back and forth, losing a bit of health and then regaining it. Soon, the rate of recovery exceeded the rate of loss. The regeneration was incredibly self-sustaining. The pain wasn't too bad, well within his tolerance. After all, it was just a puncture through the flesh. And the vines were quite targeted, attacking the vital areas. This might be a bad thing for others, but for Jiang Lang, it meant no vines were attacking his mouth, so his spellcasting wouldn't be affected at all. It was simply wonderful. He finished chanting the second ring of annihilation, feeling incredibly lucky. He tore open the next teleportation scroll. Come on! Keep going! 2 areas already. When he reached the third area, he felt a bit uncomfortable. The wounds from the previous vine attack hadn't fully healed yet, and the new vines pricked him, causing both pain and itching. Moreover, the new vines seemed even more angry, and upon realizing he wasn't dead, they began to torment his chest. His voice trembled slightly. Even though he was used to being hurt, the intense tearing and rubbing against his internal organs still made him uncomfortable. Especially the 2 vines in his eyes, they were excruciating. It was all his body's fault. This body hadn't been hurt much, and its pain and itching tolerance were too low. In his previous life, this level of injury wouldn't have caused such a noticeable stress reaction. This body was too new, unaccustomed to pain. It hadn't yet adapted to the itching and tingling sensation of regeneration. He could clearly feel his shattered internal organs slowly regrowing themselves around a patch of flesh. This growth process was inherently itchy, and the newly formed tissue was exceptionally sensitive. He had been completely accustomed to this feeling, but now it was affecting his stability while casting. He felt a little annoyed. This was clearly one of his few remaining abilities. He absolutely could not tolerate the casting taking too long because he couldn't endure such a small amount of pain, thus causing Lu Ran's plan to fail. He concentrated his entire attention on the Ring of Annihilation spell, ignoring the sound of vines tearing through his flesh. It would be better if he didn't have to see. No need to be bothered by it. Alright. Another area conquered, as long as he kept this up steadily, and he could feel it. His regeneration ability had already grown significantly in just this short period of time. Powers naturally leveled up with use, but his was a passive skill, and he didn't really want to self-harm to level up. It really wasn't necessary at this stage. But in those few brief moments, he used his regeneration countless times, and he could feel the tangible increase in the rate of his flesh and tissue regeneration. Though only sparse clumps of flesh hung from his skeleton, and several holes had been poked through the white bones, the speed with which those clumps grew back, and the speed with which those holes healed, was already so fast that it could almost outpace the vine's attack. Once the new tissue grew so fast that he couldn't even feel it, the tingling sensation would greatly subside. 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 12. He had already seen Lu Ran. This was the last area. Jiang Lang stood there, catching his breath. Now he could buy some time, even without the cooldown clearing scroll. Then, he couldn't help but smile at Lu Ran. His smile was heartfelt, as if to say, "See, buddy, I'm not holding you back." Although the smile wasn't particularly attractive, given how little flesh remained on his face and how empty his eye sockets were, it wasn't a big deal, especially since his flesh was still growing. Lu Ran was stunned for a moment. He should have realized that when Jiang Lang asked him about the vine's attack power and gave him the 10 he could withstand, he was definitely calculating based on his own maximum tolerance. If he had known sooner, what could he have done? They only had so many cooldown clearing scrolls, so even if he knew, what could he have done? Besides, even if he had brought it up, Jiang Lang would have simply said his regeneration ability needed improvement. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for growth? Lu Ran slowly clenched his fists. The anger that had been lingering in his mind since entering this space bubble now became even more pronounced. Jian Lang had become completely accustomed to being attacked by vines. He calmly stood still, using minor abilities to clear a few clumps of vines while waiting for the cooldown of his Ring of Annihilation to expire. Then he cast his final Ring of Annihilation. With that, all the vines in the space bubble vanished. Jian Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, they collected enough miscellaneous scrolls. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Several seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Jian Lang asked, confused, this space bubble? Why hasn't it disappeared yet? Lu Ran frowned. How long do they usually take to disappear? Jian Lang, well, that's the problem. Generally speaking, once the pollutants die, the space collapses. Huh? What happened? Tang Qingming and Bai Bai ran over, panting. They roughly estimated that by this time, the two men had either succeeded or died, so they hurried over to find out the results. They were both still alive. That meant the plan was going smoothly. Then they saw that, while Jian Lang was indeed still alive, he looked rather miserable. Bai Bai subconsciously cast 2 healing spells on him. Although he learned that Jian Lang had self-repair skills, his instinct as a Nani still made him reluctant to look at someone with full health, especially one so horribly injured. Although he's seen such a horrific sight before on the corpse, reduced to a pile of bones and flesh, seeing such injuries on a living person was still too shocking. Thank you. You're welcome. So, you succeeded? After Tang Qingming asked this question, she immediately saw the unmistakable hesitation and embarrassment on Jian Lang's half-remaining face. Jian Lang replied hesitantly, it should be considered a success. You could say I blanket cleared this entire space, leaving nothing untouched. All the vines have been reduced to ash. But this space hasn't dissipated, so there's a chance there might be some hidden contaminant we haven't cleared. Tang Qiming and Bai Bai were both momentarily shocked and a little disappointed, but they didn't dare say anything, much less show their disappointment. After all, look at the skeleton of the mystic before them. Not even a single piece of flesh remained on it. No matter how disappointed they were, it wouldn't be even a 10,000th as disappointing as the other party, who had paid such a high price but failed to escape. It would be best for them to keep their mouths shut for now, to avoid irritating the other party's fragile heart. But they were wrong. Jian Lang didn't feel anything about it. Failure was commonplace for him. It took a lot of luck for every plan to succeed. He was simply confused. No matter what the strongest contaminant in this bubble of space was, he had thoroughly cleaned it out, and in a very short period of time. Unless the contaminant wasn't just harmless, but also adept at hiding, darting to safer ground wherever he went, he simply couldn't comprehend the current situation. Then his newly grown eyeballs suddenly caught sight of Lu Ran moving. Lu Ran silently walked to one of the rock faces, and pulled out a scroll from his backpack. Everyone present knew that scroll. It was a harmless scroll whose sole purpose was to create a breeze, and in the game, its sole use was to perform cleaning tasks. A gentle breeze blew, and the brown ash beneath the rock face, transformed from vines, dispersed with the wind. Then, a small green sprout appeared beneath the ashes. Instantly, 3 simultaneous F***K***s rang out from behind him. Chapter 59. Jian Lang's cry was the loudest. He practically clutched his head. This is even possible. First, it's definitely not that his skill missed the vine's roots. Because divine domain skills have a z-axis, each of his annihilation rings has a vertical range from the lowest visible surface to 10 meters in the air, starting from him. This little green sprout was clearly above the ground, so it couldn't possibly have been missed. In other words, it grew back after the vine died. He was practically choking on his wits. No! What the hell? He and Lu Ran had painstakingly cleared this pile of stuff for ages, and he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they finally dealt with this symbiotic contaminant, only to have it sprout again in the blink of an eye? Could it be that these weren't just ordinary symbioses, but the kind where as long as one survived, the others would regenerate? How could they be eradicated all at once? This wasn't like the tree in City C. Those buds were indeed immortal, but at least there was a main body. Eliminate that main body, and everything would be solved. According to Lu Ran, every vine here was of similar strength, and he already killed every one of them. If there truly was a mother plant, it should have died by then. No! This space bubble is too dead-end, isn't it? Do we have to take down all the dead trees at once to eliminate them? But who has a skill or ability with such a wide range? Wait, your little flame might work, but if you feed it 10 years of crystals, we're just in the wrong place at the wrong time. As Jian Lang's flesh gradually grew back, he became more vocal, taking on the responsibility of complaining, voicing the sentiments of everyone present. Tang Qingming and Bai Bai felt a moment of despair. Bai Bai, just a quick question. You probably can't produce another 45 CD clear scrolls, right? Jiang Lang shook his head. No more. Only a dozen or so left. Tang Qingming sighed. She had thought that the game system at least meant they wouldn't have to worry about contaminants in the apocalypse, only about those treacherous individuals. But how could such a perverted contaminant exist? Were they trapped here to death? There was still some food in the car and in the backpacks. At the rate the 4 of them were consuming, it should last at least 6 months. But what would they do after that? 6 months might be enough time for them to figure out what was going on in this place. But what if they didn't have enough tools to solve it? What if they finally figured it out, only to find they needed another 45 CD clear scrolls to get out? That would be a bit hellish, wouldn't it? Then they noticed Lu Ran standing still. He frowned, as if thinking. Bai Bai asked curiously, what's he doing? Jiang Lang waved his hands violently, startling Bai Bai. Don't interrupt his thoughts. Bai Bai felt like complaining. You were the one talking the most just now. But seeing the flesh on Jiang Lang's body, which hadn't fully grown yet, he held his words back and used a healing skill on him. Lu Ran was indeed thinking. And he was thinking furiously. Rage made his eyes brighter, yet also colder, as if a low-temperature flame burned within them. Linkage, symbiosis, all cleared, no mother. What had the vines grown from? What had the corpse of the dead tree returned to after its dissolution? What object was the Z-axis of both the Mind Link and Ring of Annihilation skills perfectly skipped over? Lu Ran suddenly felt a sudden realization. He cast Mind Link again. A single silver thread sprouted from his chest, but it had nowhere to go. The only living beings he could control were the 3 living people standing nearby, but he had clearly excluded them from his control range, so his abilities were at a loss. What exactly was it trying to control? If it had a consciousness of its own, it would probably think something like this. Then, Lu Ran forced it to travel beyond the skill's default range. Prior to this, he had already broken many of the limitations inherent in a mental link, such as limiting it to controlling only one person at a time and automatically expiring the skill's effects after leaving combat. It made no sense that the Z-axis range would be even more restrictive than these. So, he forced the silver thread to burrow into the ground. And then, click. He connected with the last contaminated consciousness here. In his dark mind, a point of light, far brighter than any before, appeared. With a thought, he entered that point of light. This decision later made him regret it. He could have just taken action directly, but why did he have to be so idle as to try to understand his enemy's thoughts? As soon as he entered the consciousness of this contaminant, or rather, this land, he felt like his brain was about to explode. Countless images flooded his mind all at once. He saw a multitude of bizarre creatures fighting each other. He saw a vast, indescribable mass of contaminant passing by. And there were countless other scenes he couldn't even remember. So many, that they all flooded into his mind at once, giving him a momentary illusion of overload. He had never before experienced such a flood of information that his brain couldn't process it all. This feeling was terrible. He forcibly severed his connection with this consciousness. When he opened his eyes, Jiang Lang looked at him with concern. Are you okay? Your expression was really contorted just now. Lu Ran shook his head. I'm fine. Then he continued, the contaminant has been found. What is it? Tang Qingming and Bai Bai asked in unison. It's the very land we're standing on. You mean, the land? Yes. Not some living thing, just the land? Bai Bai had to double-check. Lu Ran, well, go ahead. Don't use the usual system-managed skill casting method. Manually lock onto this area. Give it a try, it should be doable. Tang Qingming and Bai Bai were still confused about what don't use the system-managed casting method and manually lock onto meant, but Jiang Lang had already responded with a okay. Since Lu Ran had said it, he'd just do it. First, find a skill with a cooldown that's neither too long nor too short and try it out. If it's too long, he'd be worried about the time it takes if it fails. If it's too short, the cast time wouldn't be long enough for him to figure out how to achieve Lu Ran's requirements. He recited the devouring spell with a serious expression. Things were much simpler than he imagined. Perhaps because he clearly learned from Lu Ran that it was possible, his skill manifested itself easily underground. This infuriated their enemies. Boom! The ground beneath them woke up. It wasn't really that sound. But they couldn't find a better onomatopoeia. It was the sound of a long-dormant dragon waking up and snoring. The ground shook violently, and the 4 people on the surface couldn't help but stumble. But it stopped mid-rumble. because Lu Ran's skill had already been activated. It was a mental link, and Jiang Lang automatically began to cast Ring of Annihilation. And just as the black light was about to sink into the ground, Lu Ran simultaneously added a mind shock, reducing Jiang Lang's defense. Then he looked at Tang Qingming and Bai Bai standing nearby. Although Lu Ran was pleased they hadn't attacked before Jiang Lang finished reading the Ring of Annihilation's instructions, not moving now would be a completely ineffective act of daze. So he called out, "Don't just stand there. Attack quickly too." "Oh. Okay." She agreed, but Tang Qingming felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through her heart. She wasn't a ranged class like Jiang Lang and Lu Ran. All her skills were melee, even dash type. She had a vague idea of what manually locking onto a target meant. But the effect of her manual lock-on was dash. She leaped up, thrusting the dagger forward, then slammed into the ground. Bai Bai behind her, Just pretend you didn't see anything and give her a continuous health buff. Tang Qingming, Forget it. We're in the apocalypse now, who cares? Even on the other side, Lu Ran suddenly remembered that he had an additional ability that allowed him to attack without range restrictions. Yes, he had another ability. He summoned the flame and, before it even had a chance to speak, buried it in the earth. Noble Hellfire, shock. 9 seconds later, Lu Ran's control chain ended. The earth, which had been forcibly paused mid-rumble, continued its rumbling. This time, there was something else going on. In almost every area within their field of vision where the vines had died, new shoots began to sprout frantically, climbing back up the rock face. The newly emerged shoots looked incredibly fragile, but as soon as they had recovered, they thrust their sharp blades towards them. Jiang Lang couldn't help but grumble during this terrifying moment. It's so lazy. Even in this state, it still needs these vines to attack. Doesn't it have arms? Oh, it seems it really doesn't have arms. The vines had indeed revived, but their attack power was far less than before. Moreover, the mother body was in pain, and its attacks were chaotic. It had no intention of focusing on a breakthrough, and instead attacked the 4 of them in a scattered manner. This instantly made the 4 players present breathe a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't targeted, there was nothing to worry about. And these regenerated vines were really weak. Not to mention Jiang Lang, who had regeneration protection, or Tang Qingming, a flesh and blood warrior. Even on Lu Ran and Bai Bai, they could only inflict damage that could be easily recovered with red potions. What's more, after a few seconds, Lu Ran's skill cooldown was back on. And this time, before his control chain could reach its vacuum, the entire space bubble vanished. Chapter 60. Jiang Lang roared in midair, echoing for hundreds of meters. Their initial fears were truly justified. After the bubble vanished, they reappeared in midair, far above the highway. Turning around, they saw the 2 girls in the distance also falling. They were clearly standing not far from where they had just entered the bubble. The highway was simply too narrow. Luckily, just as they were about to land, they were suddenly and strangely frozen in midair. 2 seconds later, they descended again, but this time, much of their kinetic energy had been dissipated, allowing them to land relatively smoothly. They should only sustain minor scrapes at best. Meanwhile, Jiang Lang and Lu Ran, as well as Tang Qingming and Bai Bai, all landed smoothly with successful double jumps. Tang Qingming and Bai Bai's faces were clearly filled with excitement. The sheer volume of ups and downs they had just experienced made it impossible for them to maintain their intense mental block. Their faces, which had been trying to maintain a poker face since entering the bubble, were now beaming with joy. It really worked. Luckily you're here, otherwise who knows how long we'd be stuck in this hellhole. Excitement aside, privacy and distance were important. After the excitement wore off, the 2 exchanged several "see you again if you're lucky" comments, but neither revealed where they were going next, nor did they ask Lu Ran and Jiang Lang where they were going. The 2 girls brushed off the dirt from their fall and immediately ran in that direction. They escaped death after death, yet their faces showed no trace of fear, only excitement. "Boss! Thank you, both of you. I can't thank you enough for saving my life. I never forget your kindness. If you need us in the future, as long as we're still alive, we fight to the death." Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, bombarded with fists and shouts of "boss," said, a bit confused, remembering so many strange people. These 2 girls have a bit of a gangster vibe. Lu Ran looked at Jiang Lang silently, his eyes clear. "You handle it." Jiang Lang scratched his head, then finally managed a few words. "Don't fight to the death. Just stay alive, and we save you for good." Jiang Lang scratched his head and managed to come up with these words, but he couldn't help but shudder as soon as he finished. He felt like he suddenly grown several generations older. Lu Ran couldn't help but laugh behind him. After seeing off the two couples, Lu Ran and Jian Lang walked for a long time before finally finding their car. Once inside, they finished the Coke they opened before entering the space bubble. Even though it was almost flat, it was still Coke after all. Then they continued their journey to Q City. The rest of the journey went smoothly. If Jian Lang had entered the space bubble again, he would have seriously questioned his life. After driving for several days, they finally arrived at Q City. Q City was a small city before the apocalypse, with a low population density. Lu Ran judged it should have been a spontaneously formed base. So, he and Jiang Lang decided to try their luck here. So quiet. Jiang Lang looked around in confusion. Q City's architecture is rather old, with a turn-of-the-century feel. It's unclear whether some of the buildings were damaged by pollutants after the apocalypse, or if they were simply rickety and on the verge of collapse. After they entered Q City, Jiang Lang slowed down, observing the surroundings as he drove. But it was so quiet, so empty. Not in the sense of being deserted. After all, it was the end of the world, and expecting people to still be walking around was somewhat unrealistic. Rather, it was the sense of being free of pollutants. Is there? Jiang Lang turned to ask Lu Ran, who shook his head. Lu Ran had just completed a mental link and detected nothing. He did manage to snag a small pollutant a short distance away, but how should one describe it? It was so weak that killing it felt awkward. Q City's current pollutant density was probably lower than that of C City, which they had meticulously cleaned. Although C City's environment was so superior that it couldn't possibly be found elsewhere, it was still far too low, unreasonably low. There were two possibilities. One was that all the superpowered people in Q City had united as they had in C City, completely cleaning up the city's pollutants. The other was that Q City had developed a pollutant control area large enough to encompass the entire city. First, it seems unrealistic, and second, it sounds a bit tragic. Could it be that the pollutants don't like the elevated environment? Wait until I get off. Jian Lang had a different theory. The elevated road wasn't a good place for people to live, or for pollutants. The survivors on the elevated road would surely prioritize moving elsewhere. Isn't it normal that pollutants don't like to hang around here? He drove around the pile of crookedly parked cars on the elevated road, and continued driving for the afternoon. But even inside the residential area, the concentration of pollutants was only slightly higher. Slightly higher means there might be one or two pollutants in a single residential building. And there were no people. It was normal for the elevated overpass to be deserted. It had already been over a month since the apocalypse began, but the complete absence of survivors in the residential areas below was a bit disastrous. I felt I had to prepare for high-level pollutants. Lu Ran casually tossed his mental link, not feeling nervous. Even with the combined efforts of a small city like Q City, the level of pollutants they could upgrade was limited. Just consider it a way to replenish his and Jian Lang's tragically lost crystal reserves. Jian Lang tried to recall the road he had taken to enter their base in Q City in his previous life. Huh? This mall looks familiar. I remember in my previous life, the base in Q City converted this into a makeshift wound treatment center. It must be nearby. Jian Lang was a little excited, but unfortunately, his excitement was short-lived. After circling familiar landmarks, he couldn't find the familiar base. The surroundings were completely deserted. It seems the possibility of high-level pollutants is increasing. Lu Ran said calmly. Jian Lang, okay. Since we're here, let's just find the pollution. It's time to put out that flame of yours. Lu Ran nodded. Just as he threw the mental link in his hand, a loud shout echoed from the side. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Lu Ran and Jian Lang turned their heads simultaneously. These were two residential areas that were essentially adjacent to each other. Their pollution cleanup was always done slowly, one neighborhood at a time. Perhaps his mental link had accidentally rubbed against someone from the neighboring neighborhood. But there were people. This was the first time they'd seen a living person since entering Q City. Great. It wasn't a dead city. Several figures suddenly burst out of the security booth in the neighboring complex, grabbing iron bars, steel pipes, and other objects and rushing out. Lu Ran and Jian Lang immediately jumped out of their car and raised their hands in surrender. We're just passing through and wanted to come in and see if there were any survivors. The eyes of the people who rushed out widened. Passing by? Where are you from? City C. Holy crap. You call that passing by? So far away? What's the situation out there now? Is everything like this? This person was clearly optimistic. Even though everything around them was like this, with no electricity or signal, He still held out a glimmer of hope that this was just a unique situation in their city, and that if they could just hold on, a large force would arrive to rescue them. Alas, Lu Ran and Jiang Lang ruthlessly shattered his last hope. Yes, it's all contaminated. Okay. It was Jiang Lang and Lu Ran's turn to ask back, you guys. What's going on? Why does it look like a ghost town outside? Oh. Well, here we are. That day, the boss happened to be working near this neighborhood. After awakening his powers, he cleared the area. Then, he went all over the city rescuing people, and all the survivors gathered in this neighborhood. And because survivors attract pollutants. So the boss said, he spent some time cleaning up the entire city a bit, so it's relatively empty outside now. Our boss's powers are amazing. It's a pity he's asleep now, otherwise he would have noticed you were coming long ago. I see. Jiang Lang was a little surprised. The situation in Q City was different from what he remembered from his previous life. Perhaps at this stage, the only survivors in the city were those from Q City itself, occupying only this small area, not yet developing into the base that would later become half the size of the city. But he had never heard of such a boss. What happened later, besides them, there were still people actively saving people in the apocalypse. It sounded like this boss was highly respected. Even if he tragically died in battle, stories about him would have been passed down. Why hadn't he heard of him when he arrived? But next time, don't use your powers on your own people. The boss hates conflicts with his own people. The security guard, holding an iron bar, kindly reminded him. Okay, no problem. Lu Ran readily agreed. The city seemed well organized and safe. He didn't need to establish a mental link everywhere he went. Suddenly, the steel pipes and iron bars in the hands of the group of people speaking to them vibrated. Jiang Lang asked, confused, are you okay? Oh, it's okay. The boss just woke up. Shaoli, take the two guests to see the boss. The person called Shaoli came out and beckoned Lu Ran and Jiang Lang to walk inside the complex. Entering the complex, the first thing Lu Ran and Jiang Lang saw was the garden in the center. It was unclear what was originally planted there, but now everything had been torn up and planted with small greens, leeks, onions, and garlic. Jiang Lang clapped his hands. We come to the right place. Look at this base. It's full of life. Lu Ran, yeah. Walking further in, they realized that the community was indeed well managed. In the park, which was full of fitness equipment, there were elderly people exercising with their children. It truly took extreme trust to be able to wander freely in the apocalypse. Even knowing that the pollutants had been eliminated by the boss, most people's instinct would still be to stay indoors. After all, the danger had only been over for a little over a month. It was clear that the residents here had great trust in the boss. Or maybe she simply couldn't contain herself at home any longer. They followed Shaoli to the innermost building, where Shaoli knocked on the door of Building 101. Boss, are you awake? We have two guests from City C. Huh? City C? The door opened. A figure appeared. How could one describe this boss? The moment Jiang Lang saw her, he couldn't help but straighten his back and subconsciously ran a swipe of his hair to see how long it was. This boss had the face of a math teacher who also worked as a homeroom teacher, perhaps even a bit of a dean's temperament. Hello. Jiang Lang subconsciously used honorifics. Lu Ran couldn't help but glance sideways. The boss couldn't help but smile. She had been a little worried about the outsiders, but she hadn't expected them to be these two half-grown children. Come in. She flung the door open completely, letting Lu Ran and Jiang Lang in. Her room was a mess, with papers scattered across the floor. There was a mahogany desk with two small stools beside it, where Lu Ran and Jiang Lang sat. Ahem. Sorry, I don't have many people here. I go get you two chairs. Jiang Lang waved his hands repeatedly. No. Lu Ran didn't mind. The small stools were quite comfortable. Chapter 61. However, this boss was clearly accustomed to making his own decisions. He didn't even bother to ask for them, and simply pulled out two chairs from the inner room. Thank you. The boss sat down at her desk and asked, Are you coming from City C? Yes. How's City C? Is everything okay there? The population density is so high, the casualties must have been heavy. Hearing this, Jiang Lang's face darkened. Yes, we did our best to save a few people, but the overall casualty rate is still very high. Ah, thank you for your hard work. What are your plans for coming to City Q? Are you stopping by to restock supplies? I moved most of the city's supplies to the underground garage in the complex. You won't find them outside. Tell me if you need anything, and I see if I can share some. No. We're not here looking for supplies. We're actually planning to stay here for a while. It's getting tough being on the road all the time. We just need a place to stay. You know how I feel. If there's anything we can help with, we do our best. As a reward for taking us in." The eldest brother opened his mouth slightly in surprise. "Is that so?" She lost herself in thought for a moment. This is the first time we had an outsider here. Perhaps since this is the first time, it would be a good idea to take this opportunity to establish some rules and regulations. This will make it easier to handle future outsiders with special abilities. She muttered, pulled out a piece of scratch paper, and began to write and draw on it. Jiang Lang and Lu Ran were left alone, staring at each other in bewilderment. But Jiang Lang was quite used to this sort of thing. In the past, when he'd been called into the math teacher's office, he often buried his head in his own work, then suddenly realized he was still there and resumed his conversation. In a way, it was quite cordial. They waited quietly for several minutes until Big Boss finally finished writing and marking. She looked up. "Come on, can you two kids give me some advice on this? In the future, if there are outsiders, whether they have special abilities or are ordinary people, they will enjoy the same distribution of supplies as the locals, but they will also have to do their due work. Special abilities can choose to guard the community, or they can go out with me to kill pollutants and search for supplies. Ordinary people can choose to farm, and then each outside tenant will need to hand over 5 crystals as collateral. An ordinary person probably can't come up with that, so it's purely a credit, paid on a points system." Sigh. It seems like a point system is time for this. Right now, the community is still a mess and primitive. Do you think this sounds reasonable? I'm hoping to find a middle ground where people won't feel unwelcome, but also won't attract bad people. Jiang Lang and Lu Ran pondered over her draft paper for a moment. It seems like it should be fine. That's good. I haven't been getting enough sleep lately. My brain isn't working very well. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang simultaneously began pulling crystals out of their pockets, actually, their backpacks. As soon as they pulled them out, they heard someone say, "Oh, you two are the first tenants of our coastal community. We're offering an opening discount, so you don't need to pledge the crystals. Welcome home." The boss smiled at them. "Honestly, it's so great you showed up. I was really starting to feel overwhelmed by this alone. These pollutants. It's like there's no end to them. No matter how hard I try, new ones always appear. I can't possibly manage everything by myself." She couldn't help but sigh. For the past month or so, since her powers awakened, she slept very little, barely getting 2 hours a day. If it weren't for the strength of her transformed body, she felt she would have died suddenly. And even when she rested, she couldn't rest in peace. The thought that someone might be frightened outside while she slept, or that if she rested even a minute longer, she might miss the chance to save someone, made it impossible for her to fall asleep. Although running around outside was tiring, at least it made it less stressful mentally. And keeping everyone stuck in one neighborhood wasn't a problem. Her goal was to clear out at least half of this former city, giving everyone more space to move around. The problem was that this goal wasn't so easy to achieve. As she said, pollutants were practically inexhaustible, a bit like weeds, growing back in the spring breeze. Even if she swept them over and over again, the next day, she inexplicably found a new crop of pollutants, growing stronger and more troublesome by the day. Besides her, there were a dozen or so psychics in the community, too few. Right now, they could form a relatively complete defense in just one community. If they expanded, they wouldn't have enough manpower. If they truly wanted to expand their range of activities to cover half the city, they need even more psychics. Moreover, none of their existing espers possessed particularly powerful abilities. Rather than combat prowess, their invulnerability to contamination was perhaps more valuable. Thus, she didn't dare assign them any overly dangerous missions. She assigned them 2 tasks. One was to manage the several entrances to the complex, taking turns on duty. If they encountered minor contaminants, they would do their best to resolve them. If they couldn't, they would call her. Her awakened esper was metal control, which went beyond simply controlling the movement of metal. Any metal within her sensing range could serve as her eyes and ears. So, she and the patrolling youths had an agreement. If they encountered a monster they couldn't handle, they would quickly tap their metal weapons 3 times, and she would then take over and attack. This was a way to conserve her mental energy. She couldn't always be watching everything. While this approach had its flaws, it was the best balance she could achieve. Another group of people were assigned the responsibility of tending the vegetable garden. After the coastal community stabilized, she began organizing everyone to pull up the greenery in the flower beds to plant vegetables. After all, supplies from the outside world were limited, and not eating fresh vegetables wasn't good for people. She was old-fashioned and felt that canned food lacked nutrition. But the problem was that vegetables could easily turn into pollutants while growing. They had to assign someone to watch over them. Fortunately, the pollutants these vegetables turned into were generally not very strong, and they were all the same type, so they got used to it after a while. If any unusual changes arose that they couldn't resolve, she would still be the one to handle them. In short, the community was desperately short of manpower, to the point where she couldn't even rest. This kind of life was incredibly stressful, and she didn't know how she managed to hold on. Although she had already explored Q City, and presumably evacuated all the survivors, there were still many small towns surrounding it that she couldn't reach. Because her metal control range wasn't very far, and her speed wasn't that fast, if she ventured too far, she wouldn't be able to ensure the complete safety of the coastal community, wouldn't be able to sense what was happening, and wouldn't be able to get back in time if she encountered a situation that couldn't be resolved solely by remotely controlled weapons. It was like trying to take care of one thing while ignoring the other. So, she always hoped for help. No, not helpers, she hoped for like-minded people. Someone who would understand her desire to save lives. The fact that these two young men came from City C proved their strength. They were trying to save people in City C instead of just preserving themselves. Even she could roughly imagine the chaos in City C. They were both kind-hearted and capable. She hoped to invite them to join her coast community, and strive to develop City Q into a place where everyone could live safely in the apocalypse. She stood up and began searching for a local map on the bookshelf, saying, "My ability is metal manipulation. Besides allowing me to manipulate metal to attack, it has other uses. For example, if there's metal in a room, I can see what's inside from another location. It can be used as a simple scouting skill. But since it relies on my eyes, I honestly can't guarantee I missed any survivors." Jiang Lang, oh okay. He wasn't used to someone immediately revealing their abilities, especially in such detail. After all, he'd been in the apocalypse for so long, he was used to everyone keeping their abilities secret, especially the ability to use metal as eyes, something that was completely invisible from an external attack and could only be inferred. But for sincerity's sake, he decided to give this middle-aged woman, who looked like his math teacher, a peek inside. It would be unfair otherwise. My ability is offensive. The initial activation is a bit long, but the damage is still quite high. My other ability is regeneration. After taking damage, as long as it's not fatal all at once, I can slowly recover. Lu Ren added, "My ability is mind control, which is indeed advantageous for detecting survivors. If necessary, I can search all of Q City again." At this, the boss immediately turned around. She was serious but unable to conceal her excitement. She said, "That's great. I actually been worried about missing survivors. After all, most people in this situation, if they survived, would definitely try to hide themselves as much as possible. If my electrical appliances were still working, I might consider using a loudspeaker or radio to shout." She paused, then couldn't help but smile. "I thought my abilities were impressive enough, but there are always people better than you. No wonder you were able to get out of City C." She spread the map on the table, and picked up the red pen from the holder. She pointed to a location on the map. "We're here now. My metal control range is roughly this." She drew a circle on the map. "So, I basically can't rescue people outside this radius, because if something happens in the community, I won't be able to respond in time. I always been worried about whether anyone outside this radius is still alive. Now with you, I can finally take care of the area outside this circle. If possible, I hope you can split these two tasks with me, staying at the base and going out to rescue people. Do you want to stay in the community or go outside? If you want to stay, please keep an eye on the situation there. If you want to go out, then the other way around. Or we can take turns." After saying this, before Jiang Lang and Lu Ran could respond, "You just come here, so you probably rather rest up. So you stay. If you get bored, you can go around and see if there are any survivors I missed. What do you think?" Lu Ran noticed that although the other person's tone was gentle, and she used questions and a negotiating tone, she probably rarely experienced being rejected. With just one word, she implicitly assumed the other person's agreement, and her attitude was almost gently authoritarian. He didn't object to this though, he felt it was just the other person's occupational ailment. "Jiang Lang and Lu Ran, we think this is great. Okay, any other questions?" Jiang Lang raised his hand. "Yes, were you a teacher before the apocalypse?" The eldest brother was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help laughing. "Is it that obvious?" "Yes, I am a teacher." She pointed to her window. "That's where I teach. I happened to be at school when the apocalypse came, and then I passed out. Maybe it was because I awakened my powers, or something. When I woke up, there were very few people left in the school. After all, the school was too empty, making it hard to hide. Some students fled to places like the music and art rooms to survive. Actually, I didn't live here, but this place. It's close to the school, and a building in the coast community was demolished for reconstruction. There was a lot of rebar, so it was easy to get the materials, so I cleared this area to accommodate the students. And since there was already space, we kept releasing the rescue people here. That's about it. I see. You two must have had a hard time coming all the way from City C. You should rest up first. There are quite a few vacant houses in the community right now. Let me take a look. She pulled out a handwritten form. Any unmarked room is available. You can pick anyone. Oh, by the way, my last name is Zhang. Those young people call me boss. I'm in a dilemma. If you two like, just call me Teacher Zhang. Chapter 62. Lu Ran glanced at the form, signaling to Jiang Lang that he had memorized it. Jiang Lang breathed a sigh of relief. His memory had always been mediocre. He was lucky to remember a dozen or so house numbers from a glance. However, the handwritten form wasn't printed, so he felt embarrassed to just take it. If he were alone, he'd probably be scratching his head and asking Teacher Zhang to borrow a pen to copy it on the spot. Luckily, with Lu Ran, his human scanner, he could memorize everything he saw, saving this mentally retarded man the trouble. The two said goodbye to Teacher Zhang and walked out. Jiang Lang was quite excited. This was very different from his previous stays at the base. Where should we start? There are relatively few vacancies in this building. I guess people here feel safer living around powerful psychics. There are barely any available rooms. There are too many people. Let's move to another building. Okay. Although Jiang Lang didn't think having more people was a disadvantage, he always enjoyed chatting with people. He knew Lu Ran didn't like crowds. He was also a light sleeper, and would get irritated if his neighbors were noisy. So, it would be best for them to find a place with few people around. The two of them walked out of the building and headed towards a more secluded one across the street. Room 104 vacant. Jiang Lang self-consciously reached into his pocket, pulled out a paperclip, and fiddled with the lock. It's an old-fashioned lock, pretty easy to open, Jiang Lang said as he pushed the door open and walked inside. He glanced at the furnishings in the room. Before the end of the world, a family of 3 must have lived here. The room was very cozy, even a little cramped. In the small living room, there was a sofa and 2 sofa chairs, and a dining table covered with a Doraemon table mat that looked like it hadn't been washed for a while. In the corner, there were 2 bicycles, one large and one small. The smaller one had cartoon spray paint on it. Jiang Lang's expression couldn't help but darken. Lu Ran was concerned about something else. He walked into the kitchen and bathroom, checking the drain pipes for any ruptures. Although the community still had no water or electricity after they finished cleaning up the city, even if the power couldn't be restored, the water might still be able to be restored. So the integrity of the water pipes was crucial. The pipes are fine, and there's a filter. This room isn't bad. This one then? Let's take a closer look. Jiang Lang had no objection. If Lu Ran wanted to take another look, then so be it. Lu Ran was always more thorough than he was. When Lu Ran was around, his brain could just shut down without any problem, so he did. As Lu Ran walked out, he asked, from what I've seen from Teacher Zhang's general plan, the Q-City base should develop more slowly and steadily. Her abilities are indeed strong enough to keep everyone in check. But how come your description of Q-City makes it seem so chaotic later on? Oh, I was just about to say that, but I couldn't bring myself to tell her. Wait, can she monitor all areas with metal? Shouldn't we talk about this somewhere else? It's unlikely she'd be monitoring all the time. It's too taxing on my brain. I have gaming attributes, and controlling too many people with a mind link can only last for a while. She'd probably only be monitoring a single point, or a few key locations most of the time. There are other things here that deserve her attention, so she probably won't pay much attention to what we say. Besides, she probably isn't that kind of person. She'd probably consider eavesdropping on us disrespectful, so she deliberately avoided. Jiang Lang nodded. He was a contradiction in terms. While he knew it was important to be cautious, he also instinctively trusted others. This, in his previous life, often led him to worry about whether he could trust the people around him. He usually ended up trusting the wrong person, and then, with great pain, killing them. He really didn't want to make such judgments on his own anymore. Lu Ran's words finally put his mind at ease. Yes, I was thinking before. The situation in Q-City is very different from what I imagined. Furthermore, when I came here in my previous life, the administrator wasn't Teacher Zhang. I hadn't even heard of her existence. In my previous life, Q City was a typical, normal base. Everything prioritized psychics. Ordinary people had little presence. At best, they barely had a living space. It wasn't the utopian world Teacher Zhang just described. It seemed something happened in between. Yes. But I don't understand. Everyone here was saved by Teacher Zhang. Logically, her prestige should be very high. Why would the administrator change in such an environment? Did something happen to her? No matter how great a favor is, it can't remain in a person's heart forever. Sometimes, even a life-saving favor is so heavy that, in order to balance the burden, the human mind will transform gratitude and guilt into hatred, allowing them to continue living without a burden. Jian Lang thought for a moment. That's true. It's okay. We just sit here and watch. I see which ungrateful individual is causing trouble. We take him down and be done with it. Lu Ran smiled. He had been about to call Jian Lang naive, saying that such incidents wouldn't usually be caused by a single bad apple. However, he didn't want to think too badly of him just yet. He'd wait until the truth came out and see. Maybe it was as simple as Jian Lang thought, and that it only needed to be dealt with by one person. The two of them briefly discussed the matter, then spent the rest of the day looking at apartments. They saw a room that looked like it belonged to a lone homebody. It was so messy that Jian Lang had just pried the lock open before it was locked again. Forget it. Just cleaning it would take ages. They were here to rest, not work part-time. Coincidentally, the next room looked like it belonged to a woman living alone. It was unclear if it was originally like that, or if she had become a contaminant and knocked over a cabinet, but there was a pile of scattered bottles and cans on the floor. Jian Lang politely closed the door. This one looked even more difficult to clean. The next room was even more impressive. It looked like it belonged to a family of twins, and the twins were likely very young. Jian Lang and Lu Ran took one look and decided to give it a miss. There wasn't much furniture that could be recycled. In the end, the first room they saw turned out to be the most promising. So they went back, asked Teacher Zhang where the key was, and after receiving it, they officially moved in. Jian Lang leaped back and onto the bed. Comfortable. I can't do it anymore. Sleeping in a car is really a torture. This bed is so comfortable. It takes experience to choose a bed. The bed in the apartment we rented before was so hard it felt like being in prison. Lu Ran, indeed. As he spoke, he pulled Jian Lang up with disdain. Change the sheets first. Even if no one has died here, someone else has slept here, and it hasn't been changed in at least a month. It's covered in dust. How can you even lie down here? Jian Lang, okay. He wanted to say that he'd long since gotten used to thinking anything was clean as long as there wasn't any visible flesh and blood. But he knew Lu Ran was a bit of a germaphobe, so he quickly complied. Lu Ran opened the drawer and rummaged through it for a long time before finding a set of gray sheets and duvet covers. The others were so gaudy, it gave him a headache. Then he pulled Jian Lang along to change the sheets and duvet covers before lying down. Yeah, it's really comfortable. Yeah. We can take the blanket out to air tomorrow when we go out. It hardly rains here in Q City, so it should be fine. Okay. The two chatted for a while before falling into a deep sleep. For a moment, half asleep and half awake, they felt as if they had returned to a time before everything had happened. Chapter 63. Good morning. Jian Lang greeted the first person he met on his way out. Luckily, he met a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He was very accustomed to this kind of casual breakfasting and greeted him enthusiastically. Good morning. I haven't seen you two kids. Did Teacher Zhang just rescue you? Lu Ran stood aside, waiting for Jian Lang's response. Jian Lang was a talkative person, and he might never understand this hobby, but since he had nothing else to do, it didn't hurt to just stand there and listen to their small talk. Oh no, we two just came here on our own and wanted to help. You're really kind people then. Teacher Zhang has worked so hard. It would be great if you could help her a little more. I will. You're really impressive young people. Where are you from? City C. Oh wow. So far? That's amazing. The middle-aged woman's eyes lit up with curiosity. She pulled Jian Lang closer, asking him about the situation in City C, not just after the apocalypse, but also before it. Jian Lang picked up some interesting but relatively light-hearted stories, and recounted them to the woman, who listened with gusto. Just as she was about to ask about the journey from City C to City Q, Jian Lang saw Lu Ran pointing to his right wrist. Although there was no watch on it, Jian Lang understood that this meant he should keep track of the time. He quickly said goodbye. I tell you another day, Auntie. My friend and I have to go out and do some work now. Teacher Jean can't handle it all by herself, so if we help her out, it might give her some sleep, right? Okay, business is important. Go ahead, and be careful. Those monsters are terrifying. Even though you... what's your name? Psychics aren't afraid of being bitten, you still have to be careful. Getting hurt is no joke. Young people, don't be too bold. Prioritize your own safety. Auntie was a nagging bastard, and once she started giving instructions, she wouldn't stop. Luckily, Jian Lang was patient. He nodded every time she said something, and finally, he heard Auntie's final words. Go ahead and do your work. Come to Auntie's house for lunch. Auntie used to run a restaurant, and her cooking is amazing. Wow, I absolutely must try Auntie's cooking skills. Jian Lang waved goodbye to the other person happily, then turned to look at Lu Ran, his eyes sparkling. And chef, wasn't this trip to the Q-City base in vain? Lu Ran nodded, pulling out a map from his pocket. Let's start from here and head this way. Jian Lang glanced at it and nodded. Okay, let's finish our quick search of Q-City, and then swap shifts with Teacher Zhang. He still remembered why he and Lu Ran had chosen to come to Q-City, the ability to go anywhere, and to help Lu Ran's ravenous appetite fight high-level pollutants. Teacher Zhang would probably prefer to stay and protect everyone, so everyone would be happy. Jiang Lang started the car and drove out of the gate in an orderly manner, greeting the few psychics he had met in the security booth yesterday. They continued along the same path as yesterday's search, but found no survivors. Since it was almost noon, Jiang Lang drove back, still remembering Annie's promise to cook for them. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. After knocking, Jiang Lang looked at Lu Ran nervously. Maybe they're just being polite. Is it really okay for us to come over for dinner like this? Even though I brought a watermelon, it still feels a bit abrupt. Lu Ran, who should I ask? Jiang Lang, Okay, it's true. He just occasionally felt unsure about the social etiquette between elders. Lu Ran wasn't a social person at all. He must have been mentally unstable to consult Lu Ran about something like this. Thankfully, the closed door didn't keep Jiang Lang nervous for long. Soon, he heard rapid footsteps from inside, accompanied by Auntie's loud cry, I'm coming. I'm coming. The door swung open, revealing Auntie's elderly, optimistic face. Hey, you're here. Why are you still so polite? Watermelon. Where can we find watermelon these days? You two youngsters, keep it for yourselves. Don't show off your wealth, okay? It's not the thieves you fear, but the thieves who covet it. Oh, you young people, oh, you young people. Auntie was clearly deeply concerned about Jiang Lang and Lu Ran's philosophy of life, fearing they'd be scammed or, worse still, robbed one day. Jiang Lang was embarrassed to admit that in his previous life, he indeed been robbed frequently, and he had to kill people with the pain. He learned not to show off his wealth after that, but it was no use. People who are after you will always be after you. He could only evade the question, we have plenty of watermelons. Auntie's treating us to dinner, we can't just show up empty-handed and cut up some for after-dinner fruit. If the three of us finish eating here, who would know I had watermelon? We can just eat it secretly, right? Convinced by him, Auntie stopped nagging and went into the kitchen to begin serving dishes. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang followed suit and began to grab chopsticks and spoons. Auntie was truly a master chef. Although their current conditions were simple, the ingredients were mostly sourced from the Han community's underground storage. Vegetables were fine, as they could be kept fresh in a cool, dark place. Meat was practically useless, as only canned food was more convenient to store. Therefore, Teacher Zhang had always wanted to recruit an ice-type esper for the community. But with just these canned vegetables and meats, along with the seasonings distributed by the community, Annie managed to create several dishes that were both visually appealing and delicious. Jiang Lang practically buried his head in his bowl while he ate. Lu Ran wasn't a big eater, but he ate very slowly and methodically. The more Annie watched them, the happier they became. One ate happily, the other ate elegantly. They were simply the most delightful youngsters at the table. Her appetite was instantly whetted. It had been a long time since she shared such a lively meal. When Jiang Lang looked up from his bowl, he finally remembered to calculate the value of this meal. Lu Ran had already observed the situation when he entered the kitchen. Although he had long known that the coast community would distribute food to everyone, it certainly wouldn't be enough to truly be called abundant. When Lu Ran entered the kitchen, his first reaction was to check how much food was left. The canned meat was okay. There was still a small row, but the vegetables only had one head of Chinese cabbage left. More importantly, he glanced at the spice rack on the windowsill. There was only half a piece of ginger left. While eating, he noticed that Auntie hadn't skimped on the garlic in one of the dishes, the water spinach with garlic. Jiang Lang had said that in his previous life, in the later years, seasonings like onions, ginger, and garlic were truly priceless, more expensive and rare than ordinary fresh vegetables. In other words, Auntie had lavishly spent money to treat them to this meal. Auntie waved her hand casually and said, "Well, aren't vegetables meant to be eaten? Treating you means they've been put to good use. Didn't you bring watermelon too? Isn't that worth more than a few bulbs of garlic?" Despite Auntie's words, Jiang Lang felt incredibly guilty about having consumed all the garlic in one meal. He immediately began rummaging through his backpack, trying to replenish Auntie's plate of water spinach with the garlic. Garlic onions. Garlic sprouts, ginger, chili peppers. Auntie, is there anything else you need? I can't cook, and I don't know what other seasonings are important. Auntie stared in amazement as Jiang Lang pulled out a vast pile of things out of thin air, her face filled with confusion. Is this some kind of supernatural power? Lu Ran calmly explained, "It's like this. We each have a space where we can store items, so they won't rot or spoil. So, when the mutation first happened, we stored a lot of fresh food in there. Take it, Auntie, we have plenty." Auntie gasped. "You two young people really don't treat me like an outsider. You better not show off like this in front of anyone anymore. What if someone spots you and wants to steal your things?" Lu Ran smiled faintly. "If anyone really wants to steal your things, they can come and try." Auntie thought about it, and suddenly realized it. It was true. She always forgot that times had changed. These two young people looked quiet and frail, but they were, after all, superpowers. Even Teacher Zhang valued them, and her concern for their safety was less about the robbers. Thinking this way, Auntie felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Ran, "Auntie, we provide you with fresh food to cook from now on. Otherwise, we wouldn't feel comfortable coming to eat for free." "Auntie, then I'm the one taking advantage." "Jiang Lang, how could that be? Auntie's cooking is so good, we're the ones taking advantage." After a round of business exclamations, Lu Ran and Jiang Lang settled into a daily routine of going to work and returning to hot meals at noon and in the evening, a miraculous end-of-the-world routine. The fresh food they stored had finally found a use. They'd been debating which of them would take charge of the cooking once they reached a gas station. Regardless of their in-game cooking skills, in real life, they could barely cook lettuce. After another afternoon of patrol, they had dinner at Auntie's place. Afterward, Auntie walked them downstairs and went for a post-dinner stroll. "Hey, isn't that Minmin? Come give Auntie a hug." As they exited the hallway, they ran into what looked like a family of three. A cute, pink child, a simple, honest middle-aged man, and a loving middle-aged woman. However, Lu Ran and Jiang Lang's first reaction was that this couldn't be the original. The probability of a family of three surviving the apocalypse was incredibly low. Perhaps this was a reunited family after the apocalypse. The living atmosphere in the coastal community was truly quite pleasant. The middle-aged woman swooped forward and scooped up the adorable little girl. The little girl looked about 7 or 8 years old. She was wearing overalls in this weather, and her face was round and plump, with a pink and rosy complexion. She looked like something straight out of a New Year's picture. No wonder the woman was so fond of her. The middle-aged woman standing behind him gazed lovingly at the child in the woman's arms. They looked like a very happy and harmonious family. Auntie held the child, Minmin, and talked for a long time before finally letting her go. Then she introduced Jiang Lang and Lu Ran to them. "These two young men are from City C. They come here specifically to help Teacher Zhang. They're so handsome and kind-hearted. Do you think there are any young people like them these days?" The middle-aged man and woman looked at Lu Ran and Jiang Lang with admiration. "You work so hard. People of your ability just have to work harder, and we can only say it's hard work for you." Jiang Lang waved his hands repeatedly. "No big deal." The family of three had probably just returned from a walk. They chatted briefly with Auntie at the entrance of the building before heading inside. Auntie waved at them, then continued walking out with Lu Ran and Jiang Lang. What a lucky family. Aunt couldn't help but sigh. No one could be luckier than Mr. Wang's family. All three of them survived, and none of them mutated. But there's no comparison. Everyone who survived is lucky. I'm lucky, I'm lucky. We're all lucky. Just being alive is good, just being alive is good. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang subconsciously turned their gaze to Aunt. All survived? Are they really the same family? Lu Ran quickly calculated the probability in his mind. It was as low as 0. Strange. Chapter 64. The next day, the two of them woke up early as usual and continued their search for any unseen survivors in Q City. The same thing happened on the third day. The same thing happened on the fourth day. But perhaps Teacher Zhang's metal manipulation ability was truly useful, or perhaps it was simply that metal was everywhere these days. They had been searching for 3 full days, and hadn't found any unseen survivors. There weren't many places left. Jiang Lang, let's just finish our search today, then swap shifts with Teacher Zhang, and go out into the surrounding areas to rescue people. Lu Ran nodded. Okay, it's only a day or a day and a half anyway, so we can sleep a little less today. Indeed, I've been getting so much sleep these past few days that I'm still a little unaccustomed. Lu ran casually through a mental link towards the building in front of them. Jiang Lang, what's wrong? Is there someone there? Lu ran, it seems there is. Jiang Lang, shock. Lu ran, 4th floor, let's go. The two of them quickly leaped up to the 4th floor. Jiang Lang followed Lu ran, anxiously watching him point the direction, then rushed forward and opened the door. Bang! Ouch! Jiang Lang crouched down, clutching his head. It hurts so much. Lu Ran's face was filled with astonishment. The cause of Jiang Lang's cries of pain was a gong. Hanging above the door, it was designed to fall if anyone entered. It wasn't just the pain, the gong was incredibly high quality. It instantly emitted a resounding sound, so loud that even from several steps away, Lu Ran could feel his head ringing and immediately shut off most of his senses. He knew Jiang Lang still wasn't good at regulating his sensory intensity, and he'd probably just been shaken to the bone. With his current sensory intensity, the gong was probably no different from a gong exploding directly in his head. Although Jiang Lang felt a bit miserable, Lu Ran had to admit it was a bit amusing. Lu Ran, you're actually laughing. Ah, bad friend. I really chosen the wrong people. Lu Ran coughed twice, trying to hide the inevitable curling of his lips. Jiang Lang was practically in tears. But he didn't know this was just the first hurdle in his misfortune. He crouched down with his head in his hands. Before he could even recover, a sharp arrow whizzed out of nowhere and hit him squarely in the forehead. Jiang Lang, Lu Ran, puff. This sharp arrow was probably whittled from wood. It wasn't very aggressive, its greatest offense being the burrs that hadn't been cleanly cut. But it was extremely insulting. Jiang Lang stood up helplessly. He didn't dare rush in directly. He cautiously stood at the doorway, peering inside. Lu Ran also joined him. How could one put it? The room wasn't large, but it was filled with a multitude of traps. The two he just seen were probably automatic, but he took a quick glance at the rest. Many of them required human control or aiming to attack. Luckily, he established a mental link before they arrived. Otherwise, Jiang Lang wouldn't have been greeted with a simple gong and a wooden arrow. Some of these traps looked quite potent. Jiang Lang peered in, pointed at one, and asked, "What's this for?" Lu Ran glanced at it. "Take 2 steps forward and you find out." Jiang Lang, "I won't." Lu Ran laughed. "It's nothing really. Just one of those devices that pulls a string and trips you." Jiang Lang, "That's nothing. It's painful to fall flat on your face, isn't it? And more importantly, it's embarrassing." Even so, Jiang Lang couldn't help his curiosity. It was rare to see so many fancy, movie-themed devices in real life, and he couldn't help but be tempted. Besides, Lu Ran had seen it before. It was just an ordinary device, nothing to kill, anyway. Thinking of this, Jiang Lang took 2 tentative steps forward. As he glided closer to the string on the ground, invisible unless you looked closely, some part of the device sensed him, and with a flick, the string tightened a few centimeters from the ground. Phew. That was close. I almost fell. So impressive. I think the person living here is a high school student or something. It seems only high school students these days have such a high level of knowledge and motivation, right? Jiang Lang cautiously touched another large-looking device, unsure of its purpose, and withdrew his hand. Lu Ran pointedly avoided the crude yet delicate mechanisms and headed straight for the wardrobe. He began to understand why Teacher Zhang hadn't noticed this survivor. The wardrobe was made entirely of wood, and the residents here must have been incredibly cautious, usually living in the wardrobe. That's why Teacher Zhang, whose ability was to control metal, hadn't detected him. Before opening the cabinet door, he politely released his mind control. He now understood how others would react to his skill. Then, he opened the cabinet door. A flash of white flashed before his eyes, and he instinctively reached out, knocking the knife from the attacker's hand with a single blow. After it clattered to the ground, Lu Ran glanced at the fallen knife with curiosity. Oh, a ceramic knife? He had just been thinking, isn't there something metal? Then he shifted his gaze to the girl, who, after failing to strike, had abandoned the knife and held a wooden stick across her body. She looked about 13 or 14, wearing a school uniform without a school badge. Since he wasn't from Q City, he couldn't tell what school it was. Her hair was sloppily tied in a ponytail. Like most girls her age, she clutched the stick tightly, her eyes filled with vigilance and fierceness. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Jiang Lang quickly pulled back Lu Ran, who was observing the girl expressionlessly. He knew Lu Ran all too well. Although he was standing behind him, he could almost imagine his expression of indifference tinged with contempt. It was completely inappropriate for someone who hadn't yet recovered from the disaster. He pulled Lu Ran back and then, trying his best to put on his kindest, brightest smile, said, "We're good people. We're here to save you." "Good people? Do good people just come up and control others?" Jiang Lang hurriedly explained, "We're trying to find out if there are any survivors in the building. My friend can determine where anyone is alive by looking at who he's controlling. Do you think I believe you?" Jiang Lang choked. Lu Ran smiled, patted Jiang Lang's shoulder, and gestured for him to move halfway out. "If I really wanted to do something to you, I could have just continued to control you, but I didn't. I think this proves we have no ill intentions. Do you think I believe that? Who knows if your skills are on cooldown, which is why you're dawdling to talk to me now." Jiang Lang, "Oh, why are you so stubborn?" Lu Ran patted him and glanced around. Her food supply should be enough to last her at least a week. "Let's come back in a week." Jiang Lang, "Shouldn't we leave some food for her now?" Lu Ran, "If we leave it now, she'd probably just think it's poison with ulterior motives and throw it away. Let's not waste it. Let's go and save the others first." "Oh, okay." Lu Ran turned to the girl and said, "Do you know the coastal community? It's okay if you don't know. Just walk straight out of this apartment building, turn left, and keep going straight. You see a lot of survivors over there. If you ever figure it out, but still don't trust anyone, you can try to walk there on your own. However, it's not recommended. Although we've done our best to clean up the pollutants on the road, some will still slip through. My suggestion is that you take this week to think carefully about whether you want to stay here permanently, hide somewhere else out of fear of my presence, or come with us, and we drop you off at the survivor base. If you feel we can't be trusted, there's another solution. Find a piece of metal, and knock it 3 times. A former middle school teacher with superpowers will come to rescue you. I think you students should trust teachers more." He waved at Jiang Lang, "Let's go." The two turned to leave when a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Are you really going to save the others?" Lu Ran and Jiang Lang turned. "Yes, what's wrong?" The girl's brow furrowed, as if she were wrestling with an inner struggle. Then she spoke. Are you going to Hijin?" Jiang Lang, confused, quietly asked Lu Ran, "Where is Hijin?" Lu Ran whispered, "It's on Teacher Zhang's map, roughly east of Q City." Jiang Lang, "We should go, after we checked if there are any survivors in Q City." Can I come with you?" Lu Ran didn't answer directly, but asked, "You? Who do you want to save?" "My mother, she lives in Hijin. I'm renting here to study." Jiang Lang suddenly realized, "I see. What's your mother's name? What does she look like? We can go check it out tomorrow." "Her name is Lin Fengmei. She looks a lot like me, but a little shorter. I live in Building 4, Room 205, Hijin Future New Village." Lu Ran, "Okay, we go check it out." Jiang Lang asked again, "So what are you doing now? What are your plans? Are you going with us or staying here?" The girl struggled for a long time. Perhaps instinctively, she still didn't want to trust anyone, but she desperately wanted to know about her mother. Finally, she took a deep breath and said, "I go with you." She closed her eyes, then opened them again, a look of resignation. Jiang Lang, Lu Ran, No, do they really look that much like human traffickers? But at least today's outing was productive. We saved someone, and Yu Ming has quite a bit of instant noodles, which will help replenish the community's supply. I buy her something else when we get back. Poor kid, she's been eating braised beef flavored instant noodles for over a month. She should be sick. She is still so energetic, a true high school student. After Jiang Lang and Lu Ran each carried a large box of instant noodles, they sighed with heartfelt gratitude. They led Yu Ming down the stairs. Yu Ming, holding her wooden stick in her right hand and her ceramic knife in her left pocket, followed them cautiously. After leaving the apartment, the sunlight, which she hadn't seen in a long time, made her close her eyes for a moment. Chapter 65. The moment she stepped out of the apartment, Yu Ming closed her eyes, blinded by the blazing sun she hadn't seen in a long time. She quickly forced them open. Her heartbeat raced. The two men said They had cleared all nearby pollutants, and it was safe for her to walk outside. This sounded incredible. For a moment, she felt she couldn't even comprehend what they were saying. She still remembered the day the apocalypse had arrived. That day, she hadn't gone to school because she was sick, and she lay in bed reading and doing homework. She usually kept the curtains closed and the lights on during the day, so her first reaction was, "Huh? Why is the power out?" Then she threw back the covers, got out of bed, and drew back the curtains to continue reading. Then she saw the most horrifying scene she had ever seen. Outside the window, everyone had transformed into monsters. Very disgusting monsters, far more disgusting than the zombies on TV. Oh no, not everyone. She could still see some people who hadn't transformed into monsters being chased, but their speed was clearly not as fast as the mutated monsters, so they were soon caught up and torn to pieces. She had never felt so nauseous before. If she hadn't woken up sick and had no appetite, she would have had to spend a lot of time cleaning her floor later. Ugh! Bang! A loud thud interrupted her retching. She looked up in horror to find a bird hitting her window. Her pupils constricted. That bird, if it could still be called a bird, it had human-like teeth, and they weren't in its beak, but on its feathers. The dense, fine, pointed teeth made her feel both nauseous and terrified. Bang! 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 It pounded again and again. Yu Ming stared at the slightly vibrating window in horror, her mind racing through every possible scenario. It smashing through the window, biting her to death, or even worse, turning her into a monster like the people downstairs. Yu Ming shuddered and rushed to the closet, locking herself in. Don't come in, don't come in, don't come in. She repeated this to herself over and over, as if it could erect a protective wall. But perhaps it did work, because once she calmed down a bit, she suddenly realized that the bang, bang, bang banging had ceased at some point, and it was only her heartbeat that hadn't prevented her from noticing it sooner. She slowly pushed open the closet door, and peeked outside. The curtains shimmered with alluring sunlight, but this time she didn't dare open them again. She began rummaging through the drawers in her room, trying to find some weapon to protect herself. Over a month had passed since then, perhaps? I don't know. Actually, she wasn't keeping track. She only ate a packet of instant noodles when she was absolutely starving. The seemingly more friendly of the two asked her if she wasn't sick of the braised beef-flavored instant noodles she'd been eating for a month. She didn't say. She hadn't even tasted the braised beef. He seemed to forget she hadn't boiled water for the noodles. She just opened a packet and eaten it. Luckily, her mother was worried she wouldn't eat healthily living alone, so she bought her a lot of vitamins and put them in her medicine cabinet. Otherwise, while she wouldn't starve to death, she might have gotten scurvy or something. Mom, will she still be alive? She shook her head, focusing on the present moment. After that, she never dared to open the curtains again, and she never saw those monsters again. But even though she never saw them again, the sight of the streets filled with monsters remained deeply etched in her mind. She subconsciously closed her eyes, her mind filled with the scene of the monster-filled streets. Then, she cautiously opened them. The streets were clean. Empty, as quiet as death, but this dead silence brought a sense of relief. It was really just as they said, the monsters had been cleared out, not a single living creature in sight. Oh no, there was still one. As they stepped out, a strange bird flew from nowhere, quietly but swiftly swooping down towards the two people in front of her. She instinctively wanted to step back and close the apartment door, and then she saw the colder and more rude of the two people raise his hand. And the bird fell from the sky. Dead already? Their abilities far exceeded her imagination, which made her feel better and more at ease. It was indeed as the man had said, if they truly wanted to kill her, they wouldn't have to go through all that trouble. She breathed a sigh of relief. After the strange bird died, something shimmering in the sunlight flew into his hand, and vanished in the blink of an eye. What was that? She wanted to ask, but she worried about asking something she shouldn't, about angering these two people. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang were completely unaware of Yu Ming's complex thoughts. If they had known she was curious about what crystals were, they probably wouldn't have minded giving her one to study. The journey back to the coastal community flew by, shrouded in Yu Ming's complex emotions, and oblivious to Lu Ran and Jiang Lang's presence. Lu Ran. Jiang Lang. Why are you back so soon today? Xiao Chun, who was already familiar with Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, waved warmly at the gate, a beaming smile on his face. Then he noticed Yu Ming, who was hiding behind them, trying to avoid all sight. There's a survivor? Yes, she hid in a metal-free cabinet, so Teacher Zhang didn't find her. Oh my! You worked so hard. Little Chen quickly rose from his small stool and came over. How are you feeling, kid? Are you okay? It's okay if you can't speak, just nod or shake your head. Have you eaten anything in the last few days? If not, shake your head. I prepare some liquid food for you to get used to. Jiang Lang smiled. Relax a little, she's got a lot of energy. She almost caught us both off guard. Little Chen, oh my! So impressive. Great. Yu Meng observed silently. There were indeed quite a few people in the coast community. There were several people at the security booth alone. Although she studied hard, her eyesight was always good, and she could still see people walking around the community. It was real. A gathering place for survivors. It was real. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang confidently handed Yu Meng over to Xiao Qun and returned to explore the rest of Q City. Yu Meng's appearance proved that Teacher Zhang's exploration had indeed missed a blind spot, and that someone might actually be alive there. Yu Meng watched them leave with a subconscious sense of panic. She thought her panic wasn't visible on her face, but Xiao Qun, as the receptionist, had seen so many similar survivors before. They often felt a certain naivete about the people they rescued, and being suddenly left alone in an unfamiliar environment was somewhat unsettling. In fact, if possible, he would have hoped that Jiang Lang, Lu Ran, and even Teacher Zhang could stay a little longer to allow the survivors to transition more smoothly into their new environment. However, this request was too much to ask. They had others to rescue, so he could only do his best to comfort these fledglings, who felt like they had been dropped into a new nest. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang drove back to the apartment where they had just discovered Yu Meng and continued their search. Sadly, after searching every area until midnight, they found nothing. It seemed that finding Yu Meng was pure luck. The moon at night was so hazy that it blinded the eyes. For the past month, these two important celestial bodies in the sky have been gradually changing. The moon grew dimmer by the day. Even though they both had glasses-free eyesight, they could still see double images. The daytime sun was even worse, growing redder. According to Jiang Lang, the sun and moon would continue to shift in this direction. In the later stages of the apocalypse, daytime would be blood-red everywhere, severely damaging to the eyes. Even stranger, the later the apocalypse progressed, the closer the sun and moon in the sky came to being stationary. By the time Jiang Lang was reborn, the transition between day and night had become incredibly abrupt, as if someone had plucked the red sun and replaced it with the moon. If it weren't for the eye-irritating red sunlight that poured directly onto every inch of land during the day, Jiang Lang would have thought the sun overhead was a kindergarten cutout. Jiang Lang looked up and sighed. I still prefer the old moon. It was so clear. The moon now is so blurry. Every time I look up, I think I suddenly become 800 degrees nearsighted. Lu Ran smiled but said nothing. He actually didn't see any difference. Jiang Lang wasn't the only one who disliked the new moon. In the coastal community, many people had complained about the changes in the sun and moon over the past few days. The sun was getting redder, its light irritating and giving me headaches. The moon was getting blurrier, dizzy and blinding. Lu Ran, however, didn't notice anything. The sun and moon were simply an abrupt presence in the sky, but people had simply become accustomed to their former abruptness. To him, there was no difference. One abruptness had simply been replaced by another. He often found that his way of looking at the world was different from many others. Most people took common things for granted and found them strange when they changed. But to him, nothing was natural, and any change was no big deal. It simply shifted from one unnatural thing to another. Jiang Lang sighed at the moon for a moment, but only briefly. He wasn't one to stare at the sky constantly. After a while, he pulled out a can of Coke from his backpack and sat cross-legged, drinking it. Want a sip? Lu Ran shook his head. Jiang Lang loved Coke, but he didn't have any particular preferences. In the apocalypse, every bottle of Coke was gone, so he might as well leave it all for him. Xiao Qun yawned. As for the new moon in the apocalypse, he actually thought it was quite beautiful. The double image looked much more beautiful than the original, monotonous moon. But it was a bit drowsy, to be sure. It had a hypnotic effect. Every time he looked up at the moon, his already unbearable night shift felt even more unbearable. He couldn't help but yawn again. Just bear with it, yeah, just bear with it. Someone's coming to relieve the shift in 2 hours. Thinking this way, he rubbed his eyes hard, straining to see if there was anything unusual. Suddenly, he didn't know if it was an illusion or something else, but he seemed to see something scurry past him. He instantly woke up. It wasn't necessarily contaminants, but it looked a lot like a gray rat. Oh my god. He was terrified of rats. He hopped onto a chair, staring at the ground in front of him with alarm. And then he saw it. It was indeed a gray rat, darting out of one corner and into another. By the standards of post-apocalyptic animals, This one looked a bit too normal. It looked exactly like an ordinary pre-apocalyptic rat. At least at first glance, he couldn't tell the difference. He wiped his arm to smooth away the goosebumps, then began rummaging through his drawers, searching for any mousetraps or rat poison. After searching for a long time, he finally found a mousetrap. He painstakingly tore a strip of dried pork jerky from his pocket and placed it on the mousetrap as bait. This was precious pork jerky. Catching this mouse saved him 2 hours of anxiety. It was all worth it. After setting the mouse's death trap, he leaped back into his chair at lightning speed, fearing that if he was slow, the mouse would dart out and rub against his leg. He nervously stared at the corner the mouse had just scurried into, his heart pounding. Then, amid his anxious wait, the gray mouse finally reappeared. It hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, succumbing to the allure of the delicately processed pork jerky, it scurried toward the mousetrap. With a loud snap, the mouse's head and body were instantly torn apart. Xiaochen breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally dead. I just have to find a plastic bag to dispose of this mess later. He slowly lowered the metal rod in his hand and slid down from the chair. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. As he lowered his hand, or rather, as the shadow of his hand and sleeve vanished from his sight, he witnessed the most bizarre scene he had ever witnessed. It was clearly a mouse whose head and body had been separated. The solitary head began to grow again from the cervical vertebrae, and the rudiments of a head slowly began to form from the cervical vertebrae of the half-headless body. Perhaps because there was only so much flesh and blood. As the head and body grew on one side, the other side's body and head shrank. The fur remained unchanged, hanging rather unsightly, empty and hollow, atop the suddenly shrunken flesh. Then they finished growing. The front half was a bare head, the back half new flesh, not yet covered with fur. The other half was the exact opposite. They all raised their heads and looked at Xiaochen. They were clearly 4 ordinary eyes, but Xiaochen sensed a lingering feeling. Ah! In that instant, his mind went completely blank, and he screamed, smashing the metal pipe in his hand. I have to say, his aim was pretty good. The powers he awakened were ordinary yet practical. They enhanced his strength, senses, and reflexes, making him even more suitable for security work. His excellent aim allowed him to accurately smash the metal pipe into the 2 rats. Then, looking at the bloody mess, his mind seemed to suddenly return to him, and a wave of regret and panic suddenly rose in his heart. And then his regret and panic were confirmed. Every piece of flesh he smashed apart began to regenerate a not very pretty, but complete rat, even the pieces that splattered on the wall. He watched helplessly as a rat emerged from the wall, and then it looked up at him. They all looked up at him. Then they rushed towards him. In that instant, a cascade of memories flashed before his eyes. It was a strange experience, as if you were experiencing so many things simultaneously. He seemed to be running on the unpaved dirt road in front of his home more than a decade ago, playing games after get-off work in the dim, damp little room he rented before the apocalypse, and running along the ginkgo-lined path on campus that he had thought he had long forgotten, fearing that if he ran too slowly, the cafeteria would run out of food. Every scene was so clear, as if he had never forgotten it. But the most vivid of all was probably the class he once sat drowsing in the lecture hall. He thought he was asleep, that he hadn't heard a word. But it turned out he was just daydreaming, his head propped up, his eyelids drooping. The professor's words, which he had thought he had ignored, were now so clearly imprinted in his memory. In ecology, K selection and R selection are 2 different survival strategies. K, or capacit, TGRINS, capacity limited, typically means low birth rates, long lifespans, and well-developed offspring protection mechanisms. This strategy, however, generally lacks strong dispersal capacity, and is generally adapted to stable habitats. The opposite is R selection, where R stands for rate. This strategy typically means high birth rates, short lifespans, and a lack of offspring protection mechanisms, adapting to changing habitats. Yes, before becoming a security guard who muddled through 30 years ahead of the curve, he had been a biology student. The knowledge he thought he had long forgotten now came flooding back to him. What had he provoked? What had he unleashed? Not just an R strategist, but a self-replicating R strategist. He was doomed. The moment he was bitten, he thought. Oh! He wasn't the only one doomed. The others were doomed too. So, worse than his impending death, perhaps it was the heinous crime he committed. He used his last bit of strength to knock the metal bar 3 times, then pulled a folded paper crane from his pocket. This was something Jian Lang and Lu Ren had left for them. They said that at a critical moment, they could speak their message to the crane and release it, and it would carry the message to their destination. When they first said this, he and the others thought it was a joke from two children. It was quite playful though, and those of them, living through the apocalypse, really needed that kind of joke. But the two young men said seriously, no, they weren't joking. The rest of them could only look at each other in dismay, and put the crane away. Now he could only hope they were telling the truth. He had no other way to contact them, and Teacher Zhang was far outside of Q City. Where was she going today? Oh, it seemed like Shanjin. He shouldn't be able to sense his knocks at all. Mutated rats, self-replicating? Apparently, they only need a small piece of meat to replicate. There are already dozens of them. Return quickly. A swift rat had already climbed up his trouser leg, leaped onto his shirt, and continued to climb. Before the greedy rat bit him on the face, he saw the paper crane flash, then actually take flight. Xiaochen, wow! He finally breathed a sigh of relief when the crane flew out of the security booth at an unrealistic speed. Okay, now it's just him who's doomed. Perhaps the others can still be saved. Chapter 66. Jian Lang took the last sip of his Coke. Let's go! Should we go home? It feels like it's already midnight. Sigh, I'm still more like a 30-year-old man. Staying up late makes me feel like I'm going to die. Lu Ran sat up, patted his trouser legs, and prepared to go back to bed, even though he wasn't sleepy at all. Just then, a flash of white light flashed before their eyes. At first, Lu Ran thought it was some strange contaminant that had reappeared, and casually connected with it. Then he realized it wasn't a living being. It was the paper cranes they had left for the defenders of the coastal community. His expression immediately grew serious. Mutated rats, self-replicating? It seems they only need a small piece of meat to replicate. There are already dozens of them. Return quickly. The crane's beaks moved up and down, and a sound streamed out. Lu Ran and Jian Lang exchanged a glance. This was a serious problem. Jian Lang's face was filled with regret. Damn! I shouldn't have drunk that can of Coke. But it wasn't all that bad. They weren't too far from the coastal residential area. They already climbed to the rooftop of the apartment building to see the moon, and it wouldn't take more than a few minutes to make a straight line back down. The two men quickly pulled ropes from their backpacks, and swiftly leaped between the buildings. Xiao Chen's voice, amidst the paper cranes, almost had a tragic, utterly fearful air of a man ready to face death. Self-replicating contaminants. This was the most troublesome situation. They couldn't be killed, or they were thought to have been killed, only to have sprung back to life. Especially when this kind of pollution overlaps with a large gathering area. Jian Lang was thankful to have Lu Ran with him, and that Lu Ran had discovered the true power of the mind link. If he were alone, even if he were to kill them one by one, he might not be able to keep up with their self-replication speed. In the blink of an eye, after a few leaps, they arrived at the office building adjacent to the coastal residential area. The coastal residential area was in chaos. From their high vantage point, they could hear the chaotic screams and shouts of the crowd, and could vaguely see a swarm of dark figures scurrying about. They gathered their ropes and leaped from their height. The wind whistled in their ears. As they neared the ground. A double jump. A smooth landing. Their descent, so swift, resembled a fleeting shadow, but was caught by the desperate guards. The slightest movement would have been mistaken by the bewildered guards as help, let alone real help. Help! Help! Their voices were filled with despair. Lu Ran, his senses magnified to the utmost, could clearly hear the rustling, swarming sounds of rats. Just hearing the sound alone, he could imagine the scene of tens of thousands of rats covering the entire ground. The silver lining was that the pollutants had a natural tendency to gravitate towards flesh and blood, so the noises were concentrated in the area near the security booth. The rats' bloodlust instincts led them to subconsciously attack the already injured security guards, avoiding the civilians in the residential building. Although this also resulted in a madly surging mass before his eyes, the screams of the psychics were genuine. Anyone engulfed by a mountain of rats would be unable to help but scream. He quickly released the mental link, and in an instant, the screams and rustling ceased. The emotions emanating from the light points within their consciousnesses weren't the usual panic after being controlled. Rather, they felt a sense of relief after being controlled. Although they had lost control of their bodies, at least the rats had finally stopped pouncing on them. Lu Ran controlled the psychics, breaking through the rat swarm and heading out. He frowned in confusion. Jian Lang, nervous, immediately asked, "What happened?" Lu Ran, "One of the light points can't be controlled." Wait a moment. Jian Lang was initially shocked. There were people or contaminants that couldn't be controlled by the mental link? He had always thought the game's skills were more like conceptual rules, but he quickly realized that Lu Ran's uncontrollable might simply mean that the light point couldn't move. He instantly connected with something. Have you seen Xiao Qian? Lu Ran, confused, tried to recall the face associated with the name Xiao Qian. Oh, it was the security guard who always greeted them when they left the building. He originally been a security guard at the coastal community, but after the apocalypse, he awakened some basic enhancement abilities and continued working there. The voice that had just sent the distress message seemed to belong to him. He immediately understood Jiang Lang's concern. If Xiao Qian had been the first to face this swarm of rats, his current inability to move was probably due to physical reasons. He pointed Jiang Lang in the direction of the uncontrollable light, and Jiang Lang immediately rushed into the pile of rat flesh, carried the person out, and laid him flat on the ground next to Lu Ran. Lu Ran glanced at Xiao Qian. To be honest, if he hadn't recognized faces based not solely on facial features, but more on structural features, he probably wouldn't have recognized him. He had been gnawed beyond recognition by rats. His face and body were a bloody mess, yet he was still alive. Lu Ran pulled a bottle of red medicine from his backpack and gave it to him. While he couldn't reverse his current condition, using the game props would certainly keep him alive. At the same time, the others he controlled had also successfully evacuated the mountain of rats. Now all behind him, he severed his mental connection with them, and instantly heard a series of gasps behind him. If it were some other pollutant attacking the community, the situation would have been essentially resolved at this point. The humans and the pollutants had already been separated. Jiang Lang's skills had a wide enough range and high enough damage. A single blast would have been enough to resolve everything. But Lu Ran returned his attention to the rats, temporarily contained. Self-replicating? This is what Xiao Qian said in his final distress message. It was indeed evident. The number of rats here couldn't have existed before. He, Jiang Lang, and Teacher Zhang had been diligently cleaning Q City for so long, there was no way they missed such a large population of pollutants. They could only have grown all at once tonight. Xiao Qian's distress message mentioned that a very small piece of flesh and blood can replicate, which must have been something he discovered after the attack. The current number of rats was likely the result of the others' physical attacks, leading to their proliferation. Physical attacks were impossible, that was for sure. The problem was, the contaminant's ability to fragment upon damage wasn't clear. It wasn't clear if their in-game abilities would be affected. On the bright side, perhaps they wouldn't. After all, their damaging abilities were called Psychic Shock and Ring of Annihilation, clearly psychic or magical attacks. In theory, they shouldn't cause any physical damage to the rats, and no flesh or blood would be regenerated after injury. Perhaps they could successfully bypass the mechanism that allows them to replicate. But before launching a large-scale attack, he still had to experiment. He selected one of the rats and released its mental link. It shook its head, as if unaccustomed to being suddenly free of control, but it didn't seem frightened, appearing quite devoid of intelligence. It trudged on its short legs toward the bleeding psychic behind Lu Ran. Lu Ran reached out and stepped on its tail, stopping its movement. It struggled to break free, but ultimately only managed to circle half a circle around Lu Ran's shoe. He unleashed a psychic shock on the rat. Dead. But the corpse quickly, how should I describe it? It began to wriggle, and several fresh, skinless mice scurried out from beneath the skin. Lu Ran, It seems even worse than a physical attack. He turned to Jiang Lang and said, you try it. Just attack these few. Jiang Lang nodded, and he unleashed a miniature version of the Ring of Annihilation at the mice. The result was the same as his mind shock. Just as the time for the other mice to be controlled by the mind link was about to expire, Lu Ran immediately added a large-scale emotion steal, causing them to remain in their dazed state. Jiang Lang's expression grew serious for a moment. If both of our attacks cause it to continue to split, that's going to be a problem. Perhaps we can only consider trapping them? Jiang Lang pondered for a moment, then turned to the psychics behind him who were trying to stop the bleeding. Have you notified Teacher Zhang? The psychic closest to him nodded. Yes, I tried to contact the boss as soon as I discovered what was happening, but I don't know if he heard. Jiang Lang's idea was to try whatever method they could to detain the rats until Teacher Zhang returned, then build a sleek metal cage. While that wouldn't kill them, at least it wouldn't pose any threat to the rest of the community. I hope Teacher Zhang arrives soon. When Lu Ran heard Jiang Lang ask when Teacher Zhang would arrive, he roughly understood his idea. However, he still had some other ideas he wanted to try. He waved his hand, summoning his long-unused psychic power. After being imprisoned for nearly half a month, the Hellfire finally breathed fresh air again. Ha ha ha. Humph. Mortal, have you finally remembered the mighty Hellfire? Tell me, how can I help you? It held its head high, its pointed flames flickering. Lu Ran truly disdained this chatterbox. He simply directed it towards the pile of rats. Now that they were no longer controlled by a mental link, there was no need to worry about them slipping out of control after an attack. Furthermore, the flame's inherent non-spreading mechanism meant it wouldn't burn rats outside its target. What the hell? Mortal, could you please stop using me to burn these filthy creatures? The venerable Lord Hellfire was practically screaming. Lu Ran had used it twice to attack it, once against a cockroach and once against a mouse. Was this what its noble Hellfire was supposed to do? It was infuriating. Lu Ran's ears automatically filtered out its screams and complaints. He'd been feeding it crystals for so long, it was time for it to get back to work. It had to be said that his painstaking efforts to feed it crystals, representing nearly half of City C's pollutants, had paid off. The flame had grown from the size of a finger to the size of a fist, and now it had even grown to the size of an outstretched palm. It was barely a usable fire. Later, if the gas canisters collected from the coastal community ran out, it could even serve as a fire to cook for the neighbor. Furthermore, it burned much faster now. In the blink of an eye, the tiny mouse it touched was reduced to ash. Lu Ran had deliberately chosen the smallest mouse. The two of them waited quietly for a moment, confirming that no one had revived, and no mouse had emerged from the ashes. Jian Lang. Surprise! Jian Lang. Great! He was a little excited. He had originally thought he could only trap the pollutants, but he hadn't expected there to be a permanent solution. I knew your ability was powerful. Lu Ran, in a rare move, admitted that the fire wasn't just for show, he had finally found its purpose. But now there was a big problem. He couldn't use shielding against the rats. Shielding was meant for escape, but if the rats couldn't sense him, the very targets they were trying to attack, they would likely scatter. That would be bad, and would cause a lot of trouble later. Therefore, his control chain was incomplete for these rats, unable to maintain strict control. In fact, the countdown was already on. In a few seconds, his control chain would enter a vacuum period, and he had to come up with a solution within seconds. Or he could hope that within a few seconds, Teacher Zhang would descend from the sky and erect an inescapable metal cage. Got it. The noble Lord of Hellfire cursed the rats as he felt a chill on the back of his neck, even though he had neither a back of the neck nor the ability to cold. With a bad premonition, he shifted his eyes behind him. Then he saw Lu Ran, looking at him thoughtfully. What are you doing? What are you going to do again? He was terrified, and felt the urge to throw the can down. Lu Ran stared at it for a moment. Although it was still small, it actually took up quite a bit of space after being stretched out. Just like a little bit of gold can be stretched into a long thread. Lu Ran immediately retracted the flame, then stretched it. What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't disrespect me again, you foolish mortal. Do you hear me? The noble Hellfire cried helplessly, feeling itself stretch longer and longer, until it became a long, thin wall. Helpless Hellfire, Helpless Hellfire. QAQ just then, the control over the rats completely wore off. They froze for a moment, then began to surge towards Lu Ran and his companions, following the scent of blood. But as they rushed forward, they were met with a wall of fire. The flames, like a thorn in their flesh, could not be extinguished once they touched them. The flames burned through their fur, burning into their flesh, and then completely reduced them to ash. There were simply too many rats. Despite the massive wall of fire, they still managed to escape using the rat swarm tactic. While most perished upon escaping, a few large rats reminded Lu Ran of how slowly his psychic fire burned. So, he picked up a nearby pile of metal sticks and, along with Jiang Lang and the other psychics, carefully used them to poke them back to the other side. Everyone, be careful. Be gentle. Don't get them hurt. If you get hurt, they split again. Jiang Lang kept reminding the others as he poke. However, the poke strategy was somewhat effective, but not very effective. The rats still scurried away. Fortunately, Lu Ran's skill vacuum lasted only a few seconds. His mental link cooldown had already expired. He quickly carried the rats back to their original location. And so, at the entrance to the coastal community, a spectacle unfolded, rats advancing towards their prey, seemingly so close yet so far away. Chapter 67. The scene was humorous, though a bit inefficient. But at least progress in eliminating the pollutants was steadily advancing. It didn't take long for everyone to get used to it. It was just poking and prodding with sticks. It was a little weird, and the progress was a bit slow, but you got used to it, so it was okay. It didn't take long for them to even start chatting. Jiang Lang and Lu Ran were also chatting. It all started when Jiang Lang casually remarked, if only there were other fire-type espers. The current scene truly made one sigh with such emotion. It would be great if someone smaller than his little flame, with no ability to spread, could just burn all those rats with a single fire. Then Lu Ran suddenly remembered that from City C to City Q, he and Jiang Lang had met quite a few espers. Acquaintances, people they only met briefly. Some with common espers, like Lu Ya, but also those with rarer abilities, like Lu Han and Zhang Jin. But among all the different kinds of superpowers, he had never seen a single fire-related one. He had originally thought that fire-related superpowers, like common ones, would be commonplace. After all, in apocalyptic novels, these natural superpowers are a commonplace, and they definitely come across them in abundance along the way. However, not only in tiny Q City, but even in the incredibly densely populated C City, they encountered all sorts of ordinary and bizarre superpowers along the way. There were those that could cause plants to grow, which might count as a wood-related power, those that could flatten opponents, though after flattening, the only way to defeat them was to enter that plane, and even a humanoid distiller that could pour any sewage into it, and filter it into distilled water. Honestly, that power was truly useful, but he had never seen a fire-related one. Moreover, most of these abilities weren't unique. He could only recall 4 that were truly unique. Jiang Lang's regeneration, Lu Han's cheat, and Zhang Jin's spatial slicing. Even Lin Lin's healing ability was rare, not unique. He hadn't realized the 4th one before, but now he did, his fire ability. He had never seen another fire ability that couldn't speak. For a moment, Lu Ran had doubts. Perhaps the uniqueness of his ability wasn't the added benefit of a speaking consciousness, but rather the uniqueness of fire itself. So, after some thought, he asked Jiang Lang, have you ever heard of anyone with fire abilities in your previous life? After hearing Lu Ran's thoughts, Jiang Lang fell into deep thought. Admittedly, he had a certain inertia in his thinking. He read too many novels before the apocalypse, and fire abilities were considered quite common in any novel. So, even though he never encountered anyone with fire abilities after the apocalypse, he hadn't considered them as particularly rare. Besides, there are so few people to meet during the apocalypse. No one would reveal their powers unless absolutely necessary. At most, when they do, others aren't blind, and he only learned about some people's abilities through word of mouth. It seems, I never seen or heard of anyone specific. I think I only heard vague, unrelated stories about a fire-powered person burning down an entire city, and there's no way to verify them. But it's likely true, because several people have claimed to have seen the entire city in flames. Amid the shrill screams of the mice, Teacher Zhang returned. She was in a hurry, the firelight illuminating her face, a face brimming with fear and guilt. She feared she arrived too late, and she was angry at herself for scheduling her rest time in the middle of the night. If her schedule had been to return home by 11 and leave by 3, this wouldn't have happened. Lu Ran omitted any words of comfort, simply saying, Teacher Zhang, you arrived just in time. We need you to create a metal cage to trap these rats. He knew well that for someone like Teacher Zhang, no amount of comfort would be as effective as asking her to actually do something. The guilt and fear on Teacher Zhang's face vanished instantly. She took a quick look at the situation. Rats. Though they looked ordinary, there were a ton of them. Lu Ran must have used his mind control abilities to gather them all together. For some reason, Jiang Lang chose not to attack, and the other psychics in the complex remained silent. Only a small line of fire burned the rats, suggesting they were more than they appeared. She summoned the surrounding metal and plunged it into the ground around the rats. Various rebars, iron rods, and metal fragments collided in the air with a clanging sound. They pierced the ground, then, manipulated by Teacher Zhang, twisted and deformed, slowly dissolving their boundaries and connecting into a circular metal wall. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief, including Lu Ran. Now they no longer had to worry about his fire burning too slowly. Moreover, with the metal wall as a barrier, they could use a normal fire. He pulled a can of gasoline from his backpack and poured it over the top of the sturdy metal cage Teacher Zhang had built. Then he lit a match and threw it down. The Honorable Lord Hellfire was extremely dissatisfied with this. Hey! Do you distrust my abilities? Lu Ran nodded honestly and replied, Yes, you're too slow. The Honorable Lord Hellfire. Damn it! I wanted to argue, but I couldn't. He wasn't this weak before. When his god awakens, he makes sure this audacious and unruly mortal sees his true flames. He's a flame that could completely engulf an entire planet. Damn it! Lu Ran glanced at the rats being gradually engulfed by the flames, then withdrew his gaze and returned to the others. Seeing the situation under control, Teacher Zhang asked what was going on. These rat contaminations. Are there any special things about them? Why did you choose to attack only with fire? And this fire. Is it talking? Or did I mishear? Lu Ran explained, they split. Any physical attack that splits their flesh and blood will cause that flesh and blood to regenerate into a new rat. The same goes for magical attacks. We tried it, but death only brings them more life. So it seems fire is the only option. And yes, this fire can talk. It's actually my ability. I didn't mention it before because I don't use it most of the time. Teacher Zhang's expression grew serious. It seemed that even if she had stayed in the community tonight, without Lu Ran's mental control, things would have been very troublesome. She could use metal to create a cage for the rats that they couldn't escape, but if Lu Ran wasn't there, her cage might have encircled the entire community. Even that might not be enough. If she hadn't realized these rats could split apart upon returning, and had used metal attacks directly, she couldn't imagine how many individuals she would have created. What would she do in the end? Burn the entire community down with a fire? First, how could such a large fire be contained? Second, how could she ensure that the rats remained inside, while everyone evacuated? In short, she couldn't imagine that scenario. A small community in the apocalypse, built with great effort and maintained so well, could be wiped out just like that. Thank goodness you two are here, otherwise, I really can't imagine. Lu Ran cut him off. There's no need to dwell on things that haven't happened. The reality is that we happen to be here, and the situation is under control. Teacher Zhang smiled. Yes. In the dim moonlight, she began to check on the others. Old Wang, Little Li, are you all okay? Are you injured? The two people whose names were called initially shook their heads to indicate they weren't seriously injured, but soon began to stammer. A foreboding flashed through Teacher Zhang's mind. What's going on? Is anyone in trouble? She quickly scanned the room. Although the night light was poor, her senses were enhanced by her supernatural powers, so she could still clearly see who was who. Then she suddenly asked, "Where's Xiao Chen?" She was met with silence. Everyone instinctively avoided her gaze, as if trying to speak but unsure how to begin. Finally, Lu Ran approached from behind her. When we returned, Xiao Chen was seriously injured. We managed to save his life, but we couldn't repair his actual wounds. As Lu Ran spoke, Teacher Zhang's gaze followed him downward, and she saw Xiao Chen lying on the ground. Xiao Chen was still alive, his eyes gleaming in the darkness, fixed intently on Teacher Zhang's gaze. He seemed about to say something, because he couldn't actually say anything. His mouth had been gnawed to the point of just a skeleton, his white teeth exposed, and his tongue was broken, so he couldn't say anything. The fact that his eyes were still intact was a miracle, because the rest of his face and body were bare bones. His knees were clearly severely damaged, and he would most likely never be able to stand up. Teacher Zhang's mind went blank for a moment. She slowly squatted down, and after a long moment, she said, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." The others reluctantly looked away. That night, after the tremendous noise, the coast community fell into a dead silence. The next morning, everyone in the community gathered in the garden. Most people still didn't know what had happened, glancing at each other in confusion. They were lucky to have slept soundly the night before. Teacher Zhang walked over to them, and spoke slowly. Last night, a very serious pollution intrusion occurred. Surprise and a hint of panic crossed the faces of the people in the garden, but it was a very safe kind of panic. After all, they were all standing here peacefully, completely unaware of what had happened last night. This meant the matter had been resolved, and they were safe. But that was true. Teacher Zhang's power was undeniable. He could handle any pollution, right? Last night, a type of pollution appeared, resembling rats capable of self-replication through flesh and blood. If Xiao Chen hadn't discovered their ability to replicate and spread the word, the entire neighborhood might have been engulfed by it last night. At this point, the crowd listening to Teacher Zhang suddenly felt a surge of fear, and a murmur of whispers erupted among them. Clearly, the image of a swarm of rats was more alarming than the general, ordinary pollution. The thought of nearly being devoured by a swarm of rats in his sleep. Teacher Zhang continued, Xiao Chen's condition is very poor. He's now in 102. You can visit him more often. Thanks to Xiao Chen for successfully passing the news to these two psychics from City C. Teacher Zhang pointed in the direction of Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, and the crowd's gazes turned towards them. Thanks to their timely arrival and successful control of the situation, I can't imagine what would have happened last night. Teacher Zhang took a deep breath. I'm so sorry I couldn't protect everyone. Xiao Chen's injuries are all my fault. Lu Ran stood by, observing her heartfelt pain. For a moment, he wanted to say to her, you shouldn't have said this. He knew Teacher Zhang wanted Xiao Chen and his contributions to be known to everyone, and that she wanted them to be properly appreciated. But it was too detailed. By revealing everything, she was essentially telling everyone that the coast community wasn't as safe as they imagined. Even someone they assumed was capable of everything had flaws. And by overemphasizing his contributions, she was eroding her own prestige and significantly weakening their previously almost blind trust in her. Lu Ran frowned slightly at the gazes of admiration and gratitude he received. For a moment, he wanted to say something to Teacher Zhang. For example, as a ruler, you shouldn't apologize. Showing weakness is useless. It will only weaken your residents' trust in you. What they truly need is a symbol of eternal omnipotence. No one wants to hear the ruler say, she nearly wiped out your entire army. Such a thing is unnecessary for them to know. They just want to know that they were safe in the past, are safe now, and will be even safer in the future. Even if that's not necessarily true. But those words would be strange to say, so he didn't say them. This is just a neighborhood, and most a gathering place for survivors. Teacher Zhang is not the ruler, and they are not her subjects. But Lu Ran just watched, as if he saw their future. Chapter 68. Is he okay? As Lu Ran and Jiang Lang reached the door of room 102, a middle-aged man nearby couldn't help but ask. Lu Ran was momentarily confused. They had just arrived too. Shouldn't he have asked this question to those who had already visited Shaochen? Besides, it was a difficult question to answer. Okay? What was okay? If not dying was okay, then Shaochen was indeed okay. But beyond that, there was nothing else that could qualify as okay. Jiang Lang was unusually at a loss for words. The middle-aged man probably only asked that question briefly. He didn't even seem to know who he was asking, because after a moment, his confused gaze suddenly regained focus, and he recognized the person he had just stopped. He then quickly apologized, I'm sorry. I just... For a moment, he was confused. He didn't know what he had just done. He simply didn't dare to go in and visit the young child who had been so lively and energetic in front of them just a few days ago. The arrival of Lu Ran and Jiang Lang immediately cleared a path in front of room 102. Many people had come to visit Shaochen, but they all consciously made room for Lu Ran and Jiang Lang. After all, they were the ones who had fought alongside Shaochen. Instantly room 102, which had been packed with people, was reduced to just 3 people. The others stood not far from the door. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang approached the young security guard's bed. Compared to last night, Shaochen looked much cleaner. Someone had cleaned his wounds and changed him into clean clothes. However, this didn't diminish his current terror. Rather, after his wounds were cleaned, he looked even more terrifying. Jiang Lang's face showed reluctance as he whispered, everyone else in the community is safe. Lu Ran and I checked everywhere today, and there's nothing missing. A flicker of relief flashed in Xiao Chen's intact eye. Then Lu Ran stepped forward, and Xiao Chen struggled to turn his eyes toward him. The act was somewhat tiring, but perhaps even more tiring was the effort of appearing unaffected to everyone who came to see him. Lu Ran stood by his bedside, watching Xiao Chen struggle to express gratitude and happiness with his remaining facial muscles. Then he asked, do you still want to live? His voice was soft, but Xiao Chen, a psychic with enhanced senses, clearly picked up every signal. He was stunned for a moment. If you do, blink twice. If you don't, blink 3 times. After that, Lu Ran quietly waited. A myriad of complex emotions flashed through Xiao Chen's eyes. A faint, animal-like growl emanated from his throat, which had long since lost its ability to produce sound. Do you want to live? Or rather, do you want to die? Of course you want to die. The calm demeanor he had been trying so hard to maintain instantly distorted. Over the past 10 hours, many thoughts had raced through his mind. Why was his psychic body so resilient? How could he survive despite being so wounded? Why did he have such a strong instinct for survival? Couldn't he imagine what it would be like if he actually survived? He had to be completely disabled like this, lying in bed, lying there, and yet he was still able to see his body. For example, why did the others save him? He'd rather die among the rats last night. Why? Why? He was clearly everyone's benefactor. Yet they wouldn't even give him a moment of peace. They kept coming in, one after another, to show off their health and good fortune, and they kept insisting they would keep him alive. Why? Lu Ran's words finally rekindled his heart and brain, tormented by the rage he'd been hiding. Yes, this was exactly what he wanted. He absolutely didn't want to live like this. Then he blinked once, twice, and in the middle of the third blink, he suddenly stopped. Then he forced his eyes open, holding them tightly, refusing to close them again. As if he still wanted to live. He still wanted to live, even in this state. So Lu Ran nodded. He wanted to give them a chance to choose, and now he had made his choice. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang walked out of 102 and were instantly greeted by a group of enthusiastic residents. Want to come to your uncle's for dinner? He stockpiled a bunch of dried chilies before the apocalypse. Everything he stir-fries is delicious. Didn't you hear Teacher Zhang say they're from City C? Maybe they don't like spicy food at all. Why don't you come to Auntie's? Auntie has some crispy pork she's been saving and can't bear to eat. You young people just like fried food, right? Come to my house. Come to my house. After Teacher Zhang's speech that morning, the prestige of him and Jiang Lang, the two outsiders, in the community suddenly reached its peak. Unsure how to repay such a life-saving favor, they learned that they usually ate at Annie's house and, without hesitation, labeled Lu Ran and Jiang Lang as young people who couldn't cook. They were more eager to invite them to dinner than the other. Fortunately, the coast community was well stocked, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to find food worth treating them to. Jiang Lang struggled to hold back the crowd, shouting, "Thank you, Uncle and Auntie, thank you, Uncle and Auntie, but we got somewhere to eat tonight," while casting a resentful glare at Lu Ran, who was hiding behind him. Jiang Lang diligently cleared a path, finally leading both him and Lu Ran out of the crowd. They turned directly into the adjacent 101 building, which was Teacher Zhang's office. I climb out the window with Lu Ran later, or we might have to endure the tragedy of being surrounded and watched by a crowd at the entrance to the complex. Teacher Zhang, we can hide here. Jiang Lang wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, then pulled himself off the door, and turned to look at Teacher Zhang. Huh? Yu Meng, you're here too? Sitting on the small stool was the girl he and Lu Ran had rescued yesterday. Jiang Lang's head still pounded at the thought of yesterday's traps. Yu Meng sat nervously on the stool, and Lu Ran nodded at her. Seeing these two familiar faces, Yu Meng seemed a bit more relaxed. Even the most precocious child would be a bit nervous when meeting Teacher Zhang, someone who could seamlessly replace their math teacher. Teacher Zhang stood up and greeted Jiang Lang and the others. Yes, I was explaining the community to her and apologized. Teacher Zhang turned to Yu Meng with an apologetic look and apologized again. I missed you, and last night. It's all my fault. I pay more attention to this community from now on. Teacher Zhang's self-blame reached its peak. If Lu Ran and Jiang Lang hadn't been there last night, the child might have fallen into even greater danger right after being rescued. She might have felt that she would have been better off not having been rescued. A flicker of confusion crossed Yu Meng's face. Although she had already heard Teacher Zhang's apology, she was still confused. She wasn't anyone else's fault, so why should he apologize for not saving her? She had also heard about what happened last night. She couldn't help but think that if the coastal community was truly wiped out, the rats would have plenty of flesh and blood to feed on, and it wouldn't be long before the disease spread throughout Q City. Would it matter where she was? She didn't think her door could stop such a large contaminant. She pursed her lips and shook her head. Teacher Zhang then picked up an A4 sheet of paper from the desk. It was covered in dense writing, and Lu Ran could roughly make out the names. You're too young to live alone. I find you a guardian. Yu Meng's expression was clearly filled with resistance. She pursed her lips and said, I'm fine living alone. I'm capable of living on my own. I lived alone in an apartment near school since I started junior high. She didn't want to live with strangers. Teacher Zhang shook her head. That's assuming you have a home to return to. And back then, the world was relatively stable, with fewer infrastructure issues. A broken pipe could be easily repaired. Living alone now is both unsafe and inconvenient. Teacher Zhang is old-fashioned, believing that a complete family is beneficial to a growing child's physical and mental health. While complete families are hard to come by these days, having a guardian is better than nothing. Wait. It seems complete families do exist. Her gaze fell on the middle row of the A4 paper. Well, you stay with Mr. Wang and his family for now. Your mother is in Hishan, right? We go there as soon as possible. Yu Meng had initially resisted being assigned to a parent she didn't know, but the thought of relying on them to find her mother forced her to nod obediently. Yu Meng quickly left 101, leaving only Teacher Zhang, Lu Ran, and Jiang Lang. After Yu Meng left, Teacher Zhang's shoulders slumped, as if he had suddenly lost his temper. Yesterday. Thank you so much. I don't know how else to express my gratitude. Lu Ran shook his head. Aren't we already living in the complex? Just consider it our duty to maintain the environment. Teacher Zhang forced a smile, then took a deep breath. I like to stay near the complex as much as possible. Can I rely on you for outside help? Jian Lang immediately said, no problem. We were actually planning to tell you that we'd like to change our assignment. Lu Ran and I have already thoroughly checked Q City. Teacher Zhang, okay. Then she suddenly noticed a hint of embarrassment on Jian Lang's face. She was confused. What's wrong? Lu Ran, nothing. We just wanted to use your window. Teacher Zhang, question mark. She then saw Lu Ran, looking calm, as Jian Lang escaped through her window, looking guilty. Teacher Zhang, The two climbed through the window into the community's former shrubbery, now a scallion farm. Carefully, they skirted the precious scallion seedlings, then followed the bicycle shed, avoiding the crowds, who should have been exercising in the garden, and headed towards the community gate. It was too late to get to Ishan now, but they could first visit the scattered villages on the way there. Tomorrow, they could just drive straight in. The narrow path they chose, sandwiched between buildings and bicycle sheds, was quiet. They didn't encounter a single soul along the way until they reached the security booth. The young man Lu Ran was vaguely familiar with today, replacing Xiaochen. He didn't know his name. Brother Yun, we're going out. Jian Lang just had to remember. The young man Jian Lang called Brother Yun made way for their SUV, then suddenly approached with a mysterious air. Did you use the game skills from Divine Domain yesterday? Seeing the two of them turn their heads, Brother Yun raised his right hand with a serious expression. I promise not to tell anyone. Then he saw Lu Ran and Jian Lang share a strikingly similar expression of mild confusion. Lu Ran tilted his head slightly. Yes, it was a game skill. Why did you promise not to tell anyone? Because it's a secret? Otherwise, why would you disguise the skill as a superpower? Actually, I also have the game system. So don't worry. We're in this together. Lu Ran and Jian Lang couldn't help but laugh. Did you know that all players worldwide who have registered for Divine Domain have a system upon entering the apocalypse? Brother Yun was struck by lightning, his face filled with grief and indignation as he cried out, so that's how it is. Damn, I thought I had some sort of cheat code. I was so careful not to tell anyone, fearing envy and jealousy, and then I'd be sent packing. So all players have a system? Lu Ran nodded sincerely yes. Jian Lang poked his head out curiously. What's your profession? Lu Ran casually explained, we don't disguise skills as superpowers. It's just to make it easier to explain. Besides, what's the fundamental difference between game skills and superpowers? Brother Yun, damn! So that's how it is. That makes perfect sense. Then he started to quibble. I only played for a little while, maybe less than 2 weeks, so my level was really low. Plus, I was playing with friends at the time, and I chose a support, a word master. I felt they were useless. So I didn't tell anyone I had all these skills. Because I didn't really need them. Lu Ran and Jian Lang instantly understood. The word master is indeed an awkward class in the early stages, becoming a powerful support in the later stages. Before you level up your skills, the positioning is too awkward, and the stats added are just a drop in the bucket. But Jian Lang's first reaction was actually something else. You're a word master? Then you better be careful. Brother Yun suddenly became nervous. What's wrong? His face was filled with panic, and it seemed like his mind had completely wandered. Jian Lang, the word master setting is that the words spoken have an impact on the world. Even powerful word masters can make their words come true simply by speaking them, right? Brother Yun, right. He only played Divine Domain for less than 2 weeks, and hadn't even read the setting. The plot was even more disjointed, but judging by the name of the word master class, it was likely the setting Jian Lang mentioned. Jian Lang, this setting also applies in real life, so you should pay attention to what you say. Brother Yun, question mark. Jian Lang, for example, when you're emotionally agitated, you might say, let so-and-so die. You should avoid saying things like that unless you truly want the other person to die, because your ability as a word master will essentially turn this sentence into a curse with some degree of effectiveness. While the curse likely won't work if you're at a lower level, if you repeat it frequently, there's no guarantee it come true. Avoid exaggerated or sentimental statements like I'm starving or I'm a loser. In short, speak sparingly. If you must speak, think it through first to make sure it's okay. If you find this too troublesome, there's actually a simpler solution, one most word masters would choose. Simply stop speaking altogether. Brother Yun, question mark. Brother Yun, question mark. But he's a chatterbox. Brother Yun was completely bewildered. Why did he suddenly feel his cheat code was doing more harm than good? Chapter 69. After casually releasing his cognitive bomb, Jiang Lang felt he'd done a good deed today. He stepped on the accelerator and drove Lu Ran out of the community gate. Driving away from the coastal community, Jiang Lang was finally able to talk about something he'd been holding back, but couldn't discuss in front of the residents. So this is why, when I came to the Q City base in my previous life, I had never heard of Teacher Zhang, the powerful psychic, or that the Q City base originated from the coastal community. It feels like there's a complete generational gap, and the people who came after me probably came from surrounding areas. Fortunately, you're here this time, and we've finally been saved. Jiang Lang was so happy that they resolved this matter, and that the coastal community had been spared utter destruction. He looked so relieved that Lu Ran knew he thought it was over, the potential crisis resolved, and things were on the bright side, with a bright future. But that wasn't the case. Lu Ran silently retorted in his mind. The coastal community probably wouldn't be able to develop as smoothly and steadily as Jiang Lang had imagined. It had nothing to do with any external crisis. But what could he say? As an outsider, was he really supposed to interfere with the natural formation and development of this ecosystem? Hey, I was wondering, that legend I heard about a fire-type mutant burning down an entire city, could it be referring to Q City? While Lu Ran was briefly pondering, Jiang Lang's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. After all, the Q City base seemed normal afterwards. No one mentioned any self-replicating rats or anything like that. It's entirely possible that a passing fire-type mutant kindly offered a helping hand. Hey, Lu Ran, do you think this fire-type Esper could be you? Jiang Lang's sudden, bizarre thought left Lu Ran silent for a moment. Lu Ran, you think it's this thing? He casually summoned his small flame, now the size of a palm. This thing can burn down a city? He couldn't imagine how many crystals he would have to feed it to grow to the point where it could cover a city. According to Jiang Lang, he arrived at the Q City base nearly 2 years after the apocalypse, when Q City was already normal. So, if he was the legendary fire-type Esper capable of burning down a city, he would need to grow this small flame to the point where, as Jiang Lang said, people could see a blazing city within 2 years. He couldn't imagine how many crystals that would require. In his previous life, if Jiang Lang hadn't reminded him, he would have simply entered the apocalypse with the game system. Although his level wasn't high, he at least had a full complement of skills. As long as he didn't take damage, his health bar was short. After all, he still had a significant advantage in combat. But he didn't think he'd be particularly interested in fighting. He might have thought about finding Jiang Lang. After all, his only connection in this world was Jiang Lang. But he certainly wouldn't take saving others as seriously as Jiang Lang did. At most, he'd save a few people as he passed by, so he certainly wouldn't have nearly wiped out the entirety of City C like he did in this life. No matter how you think about it, 2 years would only be enough for him to collect the same amount of crystals as he did in a month in this life. So, it was clear it wasn't him. Perhaps some other fire-type psychic passed by and did something good. Although he had previously wondered if fire-type psychics were inherently rare, and if he was the only one in the world with them, rarity shouldn't equate to uniqueness. Who knows, maybe a kind-hearted fire-type psychic passed by and saved Q City in a previous life. Jiang Lang ignored his doubts and jumped up excitedly. I think it must be you. I never seen or heard of any other fire-type psychics in my previous life. You must have passed by and thought Q City was in such bad shape. Oh no, Q City was probably deserted by then, so you had a mysophobia attack and burned all the rats. As for the area, well, it could be a rumor, or maybe you found another way to quickly increase your psychic abilities. Lu Ran looked at Jiang Lang, who was getting increasingly excited and couldn't stop talking. Okay, as long as he's happy. He was actually thinking about another issue. Teacher Zhang had just made the decision to entrust Yu Meng to the care of Engineer Wang and his family. While this decision was objectively sound, given that Engineer Wang and his wife were the only couple in the coastal community to survive intact and had experience raising their own children, entrusting Yu Meng to them made perfect sense. However, Lu Ran's first reaction was still that the survival of their family of 3 was an extremely low probability event, and once such an extremely low probability event occurred, there must have been some necessary condition for it to occur. He just didn't know what that necessary condition was. They were clearly not gamers. Before he found this reason, he always felt uneasy about leaving Yu Meng in their hands. Although there was a chance that things would resolve perfectly. He and Jiang Lang would go to Hejin and discover that Yu Meng's mother hadn't become contaminated and had managed to survive until now. Then, they could bring her back to reunite with Yu Meng. But again, the probability of such a perfect ending was incredibly low. As Lu Ran pondered whether he should intervene in this matter, Jiang Lang's voice suddenly rang out in the cramped space of the car. It's wonderful to be reborn. Lu Ran looked up. What? He had no idea where Jiang Lang's sudden sigh had come from. Jiang Lang looked at him with sparkling eyes. It's wonderful to be reborn, and to be reunited with you. I encountered so many helpless moments before. So many times. Even though heaven had given me such a powerful gift, I still couldn't do anything, couldn't save anyone. I know I shouldn't think that, but I really can't help but think every time, if only you were here, it would be great. There's nothing you can't solve, nothing you can't do. If Lu Ran were here, everyone would be saved. I can't help but think that. Lu Ran calmly shook his head. I'm not omnipotent. Jiang Lang, will it be bad? I'm entrusting you with what I can't do myself. Lu Ran shook his head again. No, this is the right choice. When people are desperate, they need external things to rely on. Whether it's reasonable or not doesn't matter, as long as it's useful. Jiang Lang suddenly smiled easily. He really enjoyed talking to Lu Ran. He had always felt that Lu Ran was a very smart person. This kind of smartness wasn't the kind of Lu Ran is very smart that everyone said he was. The kind of smartness that meant he could easily surpass all his classmates with just a little effort. It was that he had a unique way of looking at things. Just by chatting with him, you feel like you had become a very smart and insightful person too. In junior high, there was a girl in my class who was obsessed with idols. The homeroom teacher, worried that she would be affected by her studies, earnestly warned her against becoming entangled in a false reality and assigned her to sit next to Lu Ran. Of course, this is the main reason Jiang Lang still remembers this girl. At the time, he was extremely resentful of both the homeroom teacher and the girl, even though he was Lu Ran's deskmate. They had been deskmates since 3rd grade. Do you understand what that means? There are so many students with poor grades. Do they all have to sit next to Lu Ran? Why separate him and Lu Ran for this reason? Not to mention that his grades weren't great either. Wouldn't the homeroom teacher consider the possibility that his grades would drop if he was moved away from Lu Ran? Jiang Lang, in the midst of his adolescent years, was filled with resentment and hatred for the world. Then he remembered Lu Ran saying to the girl who, for some reason, always seemed so distressed, as long as it's useful. She could care less about whether it was false or not, but as long as she felt it was useful, she would believe even the most spurious things. That was fine. Jiang Lang still didn't know why the girl was so distressed, but that didn't stop him from finally understanding her feelings at that moment. He had always known that the thought in his past life, if only Lu Ran were here, everything would be fine. If Lu Ran were here, this would definitely be solved. That always came to mind after he failed to save someone, was a deeply irrational one. He also knew that it was this irrationality that kept him from collapsing. He knew everything. He just needed Lu Ran's affirmation. It made all his worries vanish. Chapter 70. Q City is a transportation hub, but its economy isn't particularly developed. Its surrounding areas are even more underdeveloped. A few scattered commercial buildings can be seen in the central area, which is already quite scattered, and the outer areas are even more sparse. This means that in such a low-density area, finding survivors is much slower. Jiang Lang drove his SUV along the bumpy Lus road, occasionally hearing the sound of small stones flying from under the tires. He felt fortunate to have chosen an SUV for travel. He stopped the car and asked Lu Ran to release a mental link nearby. The efficiency was indeed low. In the city, Lu Ran's mental link could cover several buildings in the neighborhood. Here, the range was the same, but it covered 2 sparsely populated single-family houses separated by an unknown distance. This efficiency meant that they encountered virtually no survivors along the way. Thankfully, they hadn't had high expectations, so naturally, they weren't disappointed. However, they did find 2 survivors before sunset. They discovered the benefits of being remote and underdeveloped. Most of the young people here had already left for school or work, leaving behind either elderly people living alone or scattered families. And because they lived far from supermarkets, they always had plenty of food at home. So, in other places, these past 30 days, they might have been completely starving to death. Or they might have been forced to leave the relative safety of their homes to search for food. But here, anyone who hadn't become contaminated had a high chance of survival. After all, food wasn't a problem, and this extra long window of opportunity, over a month in the past, was surprisingly not a problem for them. No wonder Teacher Zhang was so obsessed with expanding the rescue area after rescuing Q City. It turns out it's truly worth a visit. After placing the 2 trembling survivors in the back seat, Jiang Lang continued driving. They had already passed 2 villages, and planned to explore the small town ahead before heading back. Is there anyone? Jiang Lang peered out the window. Although he knew Lu Ran would never miss a single living person, and although he didn't have clairvoyance, he instinctively looked around. Lu Ran's mental connection spread, and the silver thread quickly connected to a living individual. Lu Ran paused. This way. He jumped out of the car and followed the silver thread toward a brick house covered in yellow earth. Jiang Lang followed behind him. He pulled at the door, but it didn't open. The touch was subtle, not entirely due to being locked from the inside. He looked closely. The crack in the door was stuffed with newspapers, and when he shook it vigorously, he could feel something heavy against it. He glanced sideways at the window. It was clearly sealed shut with glue. Excellent, excellent defensive awareness. Perhaps the noise of him pushing the door had caught the attention of the person inside, as a rustling and muffled voices could be heard. The sound was so faint that Lu Ran and Jiang Lang relied on their enhanced hearing to make out the movement. A very low, elderly voice mumbling something. But Lu Ran was confused, because he couldn't understand a single word. Was it a dialect? Thinking this, he casually grabbed a knife and hacked open the window. The door was blocked so tightly, the window would be easier to deal with. He didn't have the urge to be considerate. Although he knew this would definitely scare the people inside, he was still pressed for time. He had to clear this entire area today. He braced himself for attack, his skills already at hand, ready to unleash them at any moment to control the enemy, and then allowed Jiang Lang to explain the situation. However, his preparations were in vain. After the window, tightly sealed with glue and newspaper, shattered, the figure behind it wasn't the survivors they expected, facing the invaders in terror. Instead, it was a figure with graying hair, kneeling quietly before the shrine. From their perspective, they could see the other person's lips moving constantly. At first, they didn't understand the sounds, even mistaking them for dialect. Now, they understood them better. They were scriptures. In her palms, drier than tree bark, a rosary spun endlessly. Beneath her knees lay a small cushion, patched with a few patches. The stitching was not fine, perhaps because needlework was more difficult with age. Her hair wasn't just gray, but a pure silvery white, suggesting she was over 80 years old. 3 incense sticks burned on the shrine before her, their fragrance filling the room. Looking at the table next to him, there was a pile of steamed buns and a few packets of pickled mustard greens, nothing else. Jiang Lang was somewhat thankful that Lu Ran's mental link had expired. Otherwise, when he entered, it would have been difficult to tell from her completely cloudy eyes whether she was still alive. Now, at least he could hear her breathing, see the subtle movement of her lips, and the constant turning of her rosary beads. His second reaction was, this old woman was so calm. Whether it was Lu Ran's always startling mental link control, their robbery behavior of breaking in through the window, or anything else. In short, nothing had affected her as she knelt before the shrine and chanted with all her heart. For a moment, both of them were a bit speechless due to the mismatch in expectations. After a while, Jiang Lang turned around and stared at Lu Ran, then turned back. Grandma. Grandma. Can you see us? We're here to save you. Those cloudy eyes turned back to face them. Yes. Yes. Jiang Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Come with us. Everyone's in a neighborhood over in Q City now. You be safe once you get there. I'm not going. I'm not going. Jiang Lang, we're not scammers. It's really safe, and there's a lot of people. You can even talk to people once you get there. I know you're good people. I'm not going. I'm not going. Jiang Lang was completely stunned. He had initially thought the other party's resistance might be due to distrust of these two strangers, but it didn't seem like they posed any threat at all. What should he do now? He looked at Lu Ran helplessly. Lu Ran's eyes signaled him. Why are you looking at me? Negotiating with people is your job. He really wanted to just forget it if she didn't want to, and just help her fix the window. And leave some supplies. It wasn't impossible. Wasn't that how they'd done it before in City C? The only difference was that they couldn't expect the old lady to actively seek food outside, so they had to leave more supplies. But, after turning these thoughts around in his mind, he finally followed Jiang Lang's lead. Grandma, it's very dangerous here right now. There are monsters everywhere. It's not safe for you to live here alone. Monsters? Yes, a monster. For a moment, this exchange left Lu Ran feeling strangely confused. She should have known there was a monster outside, otherwise, why would she have locked the room so tightly? It's not a monster. It's definitely not a monster. Jiang Lang was also confused, and subconsciously asked, if it's not a monster, then what is it? The old woman glanced at the solemn statue on the shrine, and gave a rather eerie smile. It's retribution. Her tone was calm, yet her voice was inevitably a little slurred by her age. When she uttered the word retribution softly, Jiang Lang felt goosebumps crawl up his arms. He shuddered. What retribution? This time, the grandmother refused to say anything. Jiang Lang and Lu Ran exchanged a glance. Jiang Lang, then we can help you patch up the window. I was a little rushed when I came in just now, so please excuse me. The grandmother finally came to her senses and looked at the broken window. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes, and then she said, "No, that's not necessary. Just leave it there. Just leave it like that." Jiang Lang looked at Lu Ran, unsure of what to say. Lu Ran shrugged, then went over to him, indicating the size of the window with his hands. He then pulled out a similarly sized board from his backpack. "We just nail it down from the outside when we leave." Jiang Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Then he rummaged through his backpack, retrieving some food and water. He was worried that Grandma wouldn't know how to operate the self-heating hot pot and might burn herself, so he only took out ready-to-eat food from the package. Grandma didn't react when Lu Ran mentioned nailing down the window, but as Jiang Lang was pulling out the food, she suddenly turned around and said, "No need." "What? Don't leave it for me. Give it to someone else. I don't need it." Jiang Lang blinked. He knew all too well that this generation of grandparents was incredibly frugal. His own grandmother was like that when she was still alive. Their family wasn't short of money, but she was used to being frugal. If he hadn't insisted on eating with her, she'd actually been more used to eating leftovers. It was only because Jiang Lang had held her hostage with his own food that she started eating a bit better. So Jiang Lang had anticipated her frugal nature. But even if she was frugal, the few steamed buns on the table wouldn't be enough to last a few days. He carefully put the food down, but the grandmother suddenly got angry. "Even if I told you to take it, put it here, I wouldn't eat it." Jiang Lang, He looked at Lu Ran for help. "What should I do? The rescue workers are so uncooperative." Lu Ran gestured to him, signaling him to leave. The two of them climbed out of the narrow window again, nailed it shut for Grandma from the outside, and then walked towards the car. After walking a distance, Jiang Lang couldn't help but speak, rubbing his arm as he said, "What do you mean by retribution? I feel a chill." Lu Ran, "I don't know, but there are always things that deserve retribution, and we can only expect it. It's just that kind of thing." Jiang Lang heard him say, "That's true." The chill suddenly subsided. "So what do we do now?" "We go find this retribution, and then untie Grandma's knot. Then maybe she'd be willing to go with us?" "That's about right. There's no need to rush. We'd be taking the same route tomorrow anyway. She'd definitely be able to hold out for a few days. Let's not waste time here today. Let's go somewhere else and rescue those who need to be saved." "Okay." Lu Ran made the decision, and Jiang Lang felt relieved. But because of this incident, Jiang Lang was always a little hesitant when killing the contaminated creatures, wondering if he might find any crucial clues. But then he thought, even if there were clues, what good would it do? He couldn't force the unconscious contaminated creatures to speak. It was better to just send them on their way. So he chanted the spell faster again. Besides this old woman, there were several other survivors in this small town. They had successfully rescued them. The people they rescued were all normal, and each one was filled with gratitude, thanking Lu Ran, Jiang Lang, and the heavens. Finally, they saw a living person. Everyone was almost in tears. This time, Lu Ran and Jiang Lang didn't have that creepy feeling of being in another world. The rescued people were 2 middle-aged men, 2 young people, and 1 elderly man. They were all in good spirits. However, with the 2 people who had just arrived in the car, there were now 7 survivors. Their car was a double-row cabin and couldn't fit them all. Jiang Lang and Lu Ran discussed this. "How about I find a car in town to take them back, and then come back later?" Lu Ran nodded, agreeing. In fact, their dispersed actions were more efficient. Although Lu Ran's offensive skills seemed limited in the city, in this low-density environment, with only a few survivors and several pollutants, a single offensive skill was sufficient. Jiang Lang, and he dispersed to maximize efficiency. It was just that they were more accustomed to working together. Jiang Lang searched the town for a long time, visiting garages, car washes, and repair shops. Finally, he found a repaired modified 3-wheeled vehicle in the repair shop. He pushed the 3-wheeled vehicle out and motioned for everyone to get in. The newly rescued survivors stared at each other for a moment. This 3-wheeled vehicle, was it too leaky? I just felt so unsafe. After all, the scenes of the apocalypse were still vivid in my mind, and getting on this drafty vehicle felt like a suicidal act. But the way the young man looked at them with a smile and sparkling eyes made it hard for them to ask the question. Finally, several people gritted their teeth and squeezed onto the modified 3-wheeled vehicle. They had seen how the two young men had violently destroyed those terrifying monsters, so of course they had to get on a getaway vehicle while they were still willing to save people, even if the getaway vehicle was a three-wheeled vehicle. Chapter 71. Jiang Lang sped off in his modified three-wheeled vehicle, while Lu Ran continued forward. After searching for a long time, he finally found one survivor after another. He studied the lock on the steel door of the single-family house, but finally gave up and climbed over the wall. The lock on the inner door was much easier to open. He entered the house, followed the silver line upstairs, kicked open the bedroom door, and found the trembling survivor clutching a potato chip bucket in the closet. He was a middle-aged man, greased from hair to jacket. Seeing Lu Ran appear, his eyes flashed with both terror and excitement. Finally, I see a living person. Watching Lu Ran casually kill the monster outside, with a mental shock, the terror and excitement in his eyes turned to tears of joy. Hero! Lu Ran's pupils trembled at his roar. Question mark. Hero! I always said, there are still chivalrous people these days. Hero, please take me away. Lu Ran, if he wasn't here to take him away, why did he come in here? Countless complaints flashed through his mind, but in the end, he only managed one. Be quiet. The middle-aged martial arts enthusiast suddenly covered his mouth and shook his head frantically, indicating that he was obedient. Murderous intent. This was murderous intent. He shrank from the closet and cautiously followed Lu Ran, watching him attack the pollutants all the way down the stairs. Open the door. Lu Ran pointed to the steel door of the other man's small bungalow, signaling him to open the complex lock. The middle-aged man opened the door at lightning speed. Get in. Lu Ran pointed at the SUV outside, motioning for the man to get into the back seat. The middle-aged man turned around, tears welling in his eyes. Just as he was about to express his joy at surviving and his gratitude and praise for the hero's bravery, Lu Ran glared and held it back. He obediently covered his mouth, got in the car, and huddled in a corner of the back seat. A hint of excitement lingered in his nervous dread. Such an aloof hero. He perfectly matched his imagination of martial arts novels. Lu Ran continued driving forward. For a long time, there was no sign of any survivors. With Jiang Lang gone, Lu Ran didn't bother cleaning up the contaminants. He only had 2 offensive skills, so he just rushed through them. The middle-aged man held his breath in the back seat for over 10 minutes, finally losing his temper and scrambling behind the passenger seat. Hero, are you planning on saving everyone around here? Lu Ran glanced up at the rearview mirror. He knew that for a chatterbox like him, a simple "him" was a sufficient response, likely launching him into a lengthy tirade. So, he didn't utter a single syllable and continued driving. The middle-aged man was somewhat bewildered by this utter indifference. For a moment, he wondered if he had become invisible. However, the urge to speak overwhelmed the social awkwardness, so he couldn't help but ask again, Hero. These thin lines. He was halfway through his sentence, when Lu Ran suddenly veered slightly to the left, accurately driving onto a road made entirely of yellow earth and gravel that seemed to have been either never repaired or had been repaired and then demolished. The middle-aged man's remaining words, "What's it for?" were completely stuck in his throat. He'd forgotten to fasten his seatbelt while sitting in the back seat, and was suddenly thrown up from his seat. The jolt was so intense that he saw stars, and he didn't even bother to reply. He huddled up, clutching the armrest tightly. Okay. The hero doesn't want to talk anymore. He understands. He truly understands. There's no need for such extreme measures. Time went back a bit. Come on, get in. Jiang Lang waved to the crowd, signaling them to hurry up. The tricycle was a cargo tricycle, with wooden planks on both sides, just enough space for people to sit. 7 people sitting in a row on either side was just about right, a bit cramped at best. Jiang Lang started the tricycle. Admittedly, in this remote area, the modifications to the vehicles were quite extreme. From the noise, those who knew he was driving a tricycle would mistake him for a tractor, while those who didn't would mistake him for a tractor. Thankfully, once it was actually underway, the noise wasn't quite as tractor-like. After they were safely on the road, Jiang Lang couldn't help but turn back to chat with them. Even the topic was already ready. Does anyone know the old lady next to the ancestral hall? The old lady's house was probably next to the village ancestral hall, and he was quite familiar with this kind of building. Yes. A young man answered quickly. He had dark complexion and bright eyes, and he looked very smart. Well, I have a question. We want to get that old lady out, but she says the situation outside is retribution. Do you know what retribution she's talking about? To be honest, Jiang Lang was prepared for everyone behind him to fall silent as soon as he asked this question. In just a short while, he already imagined a ton of things. Perhaps the old woman had been through something, and in her eyes, the entire village was complicit. So, she was hoping for a natural disaster to wipe out the entire village. Then, when he tried to inquire about it, the villagers would hesitantly try to gloss over the past, saying no one wanted to talk about such a shameful past. So, he hadn't expected his question to be immediately answered with a positive response. "Oh, I know, I know." The young man immediately replied, "But everyone in our village should know about it." It was quite a sensation back then. Jiang Lang tried hard to turn his head to hear the gossip, but after some thought, he decided safety was paramount. He simply leaned back slightly, trying to hear more clearly. That happened over 20 years ago. Grandma Wang had 2 sons. The younger one wasn't very bright, so she kept him by her side the whole time. The older one was much more active. Everyone was very poor back then, and the older son was quite ambitious and responsible. He felt that since his father had died early, he was the head of the family. He felt that he had to provide a good life for both his widowed mother and his less intelligent younger brother. So, he went out to make a living. You know what? He actually made a name for himself. Because it happened so long ago, I don't know exactly what business he was in, but he came back a big boss anyway. Oh my! When that luxury car drove into the village, the whole village came out to watch. What car? I forgot what it was. The young man turned to look at the 2 middle-aged men, and they both shook their heads. Well, in this story, the make of the luxury car is the most insignificant detail. The key is the awe-inspiring feeling of returning home in glory. Yeah, that's not important. Anyway, he came back as a big boss, and then he demolished the house and rebuilt it. I remember that. The middle-aged man suddenly interrupted. He looked to be in his 30s, but he must have been a child 20 years ago. The whole village went to help, because Uncle Wang was very generous with his red envelopes and provided meals. The meals were delicious, and I even ate several meals for free. I only remember the braised pork. Yes, yes. The middle-aged woman next to him was clearly reminded of the past. I think it was said that the boss invited us back from the city. The chef cooked a meal specifically for the people who helped build the house. It was truly delicious. I haven't had anything as good since. Jiang Lang saw the conversation about to turn to how delicious that big meal was, so he quickly turned and looked at the young man sincerely. And then, the Wang family built a big house, and everyone was envious, but where there's envy, there's envy. The young man had clearly cast himself in the role of the storyteller, his face filled with emotion and nostalgia, even though all this happened before he was even born. But those jealous people didn't show it then. The Wang family's eldest son was a family man, and he cared deeply about his hometown. When he became wealthy, the first thing he did was build a road connecting the village to the outside world. The road you're driving now was built with his own money. The villagers also had another chance to enjoy a start-of-the-work dinner. Then he said he wanted to help everyone get rich, so he took a few people out to do business. As for those people, I heard from my uncle that after being taken away by the eldest son of the Wang family, they realized that his business wasn't that difficult. It was just that he had the channels to get the goods. But now they also knew the channels, so they were very unwilling to give up and wanted to go it alone. But it was not so easy to do this in front of the eldest son of the Wang family, so they had evil intentions. The young man became more and more excited as he spoke, and at this point, he slapped his thigh. Jiang Lang simply stopped his tricycle and turned to listen, and then it was tragedy. That spring festival, they all went home together for the holidays. A group of people gathered together for drinks and food, and then on the night of the New Year's Eve dinner, the Wang family's eldest son died. There's a long scar on his head. Those people insisted he fell down drunk. Bah, who would believe that? After the Wang family's eldest son died, they took over all his businesses, and each of them went to the big city to make a fortune. Haha, I guess they didn't dare come back. The young man's face showed disdain as he said this, and the others also looked indignant, clearly very upset about the case. Jiang Lang felt quite sad after hearing this. He hated stories like these where good people don't get rewarded, and evil deeds are left behind for thousands of years. Then again, if that's why Granny thinks the unusual events outside are retribution, he have an idea for how to get her out to the coastal community. He could go back and ask Teacher Zhang if he ever rescued these ungrateful bastards. If so, he could tell Granny that her enemies are still out there, and it's time to get out and mess with them. If not, he could tell Granny that the bad guys really did get their comeuppance, but not here, but in Q City. Come see, Jiang Lang pondered, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt his idea made sense. He could already see the scene of him taking Granny to Q City. Not bad, not bad. Chapter 72. Thump, thump, thump. After transporting the 7 survivors back to the coastal residential area, Jian Lang returned with his tricycle, which was clattering loudly. Thinking it might be running low on fuel, the modified tricycle began to emit black smoke. He stopped, refueled, and then continued in the direction he and Lu Ran had originally agreed on. After this round trip, Lu Ran had already driven their SUV far ahead. He drove aimlessly forward until finally he saw their car again. Lu Ran was exiting a building next to the car. Whether he had heard Jian Lang's deafening tricycle from a distance, or sensed Jian Lang's gaze, he suddenly stopped and looked in his direction. Jian Lang tightened the handlebars of the tricycle and sped forward. Lu ran. He jumped out excitedly. "How's it going? How many have you saved?" "1," Lu Ran replied simply. "Maybe I just hit a lucky spot." Jian Lang wasn't disappointed. Curiously, he peered inside the car window. He saw a middle-aged man huddled trembling on the edge of the back seat, presumably freshly rescued and still feeling the aftermath. Thinking this way, he opened the car door and tried to comfort the man. "Hello." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw an extreme joy in the man's eyes. "Hello, hello, hello." The survivor, whose voice had been forcibly shut down by Lu Ran, unleashed a stream of words, like a dam being opened. "Ah no, hello, hello, hello. Do you know this hero? Are you also a hero? Judging by your demeanor, you must be one. By the way, could you please convey my gratitude to this hero? He doesn't seem to like listening to me. Anyway, I never forget your life-saving grace." Jian Lang's brain froze for a moment. He looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, kneeling on one knee with his hands clasped in a fist-shaped pose in the back seat of the car. For a moment, he had a vision of the otaku, who had said he wanted to be his disciple. But at least, that otaku was still within the age limit for Chunibyu. This guy, who looked like he and Lu Ran's uncle, was still so Chunibyu. "That's good. That's good. Good? Lu Ran," he said, "thank you." As Jian Lang turned to speak to Lu Ran, he suddenly noticed a flicker of disapproval and subtle gloating in Lu Ran's eyes. He thought to himself, "Oh no!" But it was too late. After experiencing Lu Ran's absolute defensive cold violence, not to mention the fact that he had been unable to speak to anyone for over a month, the middle-aged, Chunibyu martial arts fanboy had become a chatterbox, even if he wasn't already, and now, he had finally, after so much hardship, he had met someone willing to talk to him. Jian Lang's simple words weren't just words. They were a glimmer of salvation. He completely opened up, suddenly moving 2 steps forward, excitedly pulling Jian Lang along and starting to talk. He began by stating how grateful he was for Lu Ran's help, and how Lu Ran's demeanor resembled so many cold, stern heroes he's seen before, carrying deep vengeances and roaming the martial arts world alone, ignoring everyone. He doesn't have any deep vengeance to bear. Jian Lang couldn't help but add, still dazed. The middle-aged martial arts fan clapped his hands. "That's even better. So cool. Those cold heroes are naturally cold." The vacuum between his hands was so great that Jian Lang's head suddenly ached. His current sensory input simply couldn't handle the air vibrations at such close range. He then learned his lesson and remained silent no matter what the other person said. But even then, it was too late. Even without needing a response, the middle-aged man excitedly recounted his survival story, his bewilderment at how the world had become like this, and his boundless admiration for the two of them. Especially when Lu Ran turned around and gestured for Jian Lang to clean up the area, and Jian Lang's ring of annihilation descended from the sky, clearing all the pollutants from the area. The admiration in the middle-aged man's eyes practically became physical. With an almost fanatical attitude, he explained from every angle the intrigue of Jian Lang's skill. "Jian Lang, thank you. Every one of us mystics has this skill." As he walked, he tried to filter the other person's voice into white noise. And he regretted 1,000 times why he had to say hello when he had nothing better to do. Just after he had tried to filter the other person's voice out into noise for the nth time and failed, Lu Ran suddenly turned around. His expression was serious. "Someone." Jian Lang, shock. In a flash, Lu Ran and Jian Lang were practically sprinting forward. The middle-aged man panicked for a moment. This was bare ground. No roof. Completely exposed to the monsters. Although the hero had just cleared out a wave of monsters when he came over, he hadn't done that before. He struggled to move forward in panic, but he didn't dare stray too far from the two heroes. When he actually ran, he became very quiet. After all, he was already middle-aged. Even before he reached middle age, he wasn't exactly an athlete. Keeping up with the two 20-somethings ahead of him, whose physiques had been enhanced by superpowers, and the game system was simply torture. He huffed and puffed as he ran, his short legs struggling, pounding his chest and stamping his feet in his mind. Why hadn't he exercised before? He was almost seeing stars when he saw the 2 men ahead stop. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare walk slowly for the last few meters, trudging along behind them. Jian Lang was ready to attack, but his defensive and alert posture didn't diminish his expression of ease. He glanced around, then turned to ask Lu Ran which one. Lu Ran said slowly, "Oh, I was mistaken." Jian Lang was stunned, his brain nearly shutting down. Huh? How could you possibly? Then he suddenly realized. He glanced at the chatty middle-aged man who had just caught up, panting with exhaustion, one hand supporting his back and the other wiping his sweat. So that's it. Lu Ran still has a solution. But before he could even complain about why he hadn't been told to shut up earlier, Lu Ran spoke again. Someone. Jian Lang was looking at the man with such pity that he was gasping for breath that he looked like he was about to cough his lungs out, wanting to secretly say, "Never mind, that's enough." It seems he won't be able to speak for a while. When he heard Lu Ran's next words, "The light is very bright, it must be a high-level psychic." Jian Lang's expression immediately grew serious. His seriousness wasn't because high-level psychics meant they would face some kind of combat pressure, but because generally speaking, high-level psychics tended to act on their own, were more wary of help, and were more resistant to it. They might not be able to convince the other party that they're here to rescue them, and a fight might break out the next moment. But it's not a big deal. If the other party doesn't trust them, Lu Ran will control them until they do. This is usually quite effective. Even the most cautious person will calm down after being controlled by Lu Ran for 10 seconds straight without being attacked. After all, it demonstrates both deterrence and a willingness to attack. Huh? Running again? The uncle hadn't wanted to talk. He felt like his throat was about to smoke. He hadn't moved in over a month. Aside from the time he just entered the apocalypse and been frightened half to death by a mutated cockroach, unleashing his full potential and leaping 3 meters to crush it to death, he hadn't moved much in the past month. If his phone still worked, he probably wouldn't have taken more than 30 steps a day. Even before the apocalypse, he wasn't one for movement. After this 100-meter sprint, he was truly exhausted. His throat wasn't smoking, it felt like blood was coming out. So even if it was smoking, he had to shout this out loud. Still running? Jian Lang glanced at him again with pity. He could tell he was truly out of breath. These 2 short words, along with an onomatopoeia, were shouted with a sense of tragic grandeur, almost hoarseness. But pity can't be eaten. Now that someone was truly waiting for them, he could only silently say in his heart, "Uncle, hold on a little longer. You can do this." Then he turned and followed Lu Ran towards a small, standalone house up ahead. The desperate, chatty middle-aged man, he was just too naive to get out of the car. If he had stayed in the car earlier, wouldn't he have had to be so passionate about sports? Who? He chased the 2 blurry figures in his field of vision, his vision dazed. When he finally stopped, he felt like a giant bellows. He braced himself against the wall, struggling to wait for the blurry scene to return to high-definition resolution. And then he saw. Holy crap! Whose house is this? They're living so well. What appeared before the 3 of them was a small house that would have been ordinary before the apocalypse, the kind you see everywhere in the village, but a rare sight in the apocalypse. Because its front yard was densely planted with a row of vegetables. A row of lush, verdant vegetables, untouched by any trace of contamination. It was hard to tell what variety they were. They didn't look like the vegetables you see in the market before, but they were all large, juicy, and looked delicious. There was even a fruit tree in the front yard, an unidentifiable species, hanging with some unfamiliar, but delicious-looking fruit. Lu Ran and Jian Lang exchanged glances. The person living here must have awakened a plant-related ability. It seemed they didn't need to rescue him at all. We could try to negotiate. If the other party is willing to join the coastal community, then the coastal community might soon have access to fresh vegetables. Lu Ran's mental link hadn't worn off yet, so he took the initiative to deactivate his skill. Then he looked at Jian Lang. Jian Lang understood that this was his turn. Lu Ran didn't like to talk to people, and when he did, it was easy for people to misinterpret him as someone looking for trouble or showing no interest in the other person. This kind of negotiation work had always been his job. Knock, knock, knock. Jian Lang walked forward and knocked politely on the door. Hello, is anyone home? We are psychics from nearby Q City, here to clean up the pollution and search for survivors. Lu Ran heard footsteps approaching from inside. The door creaked open, revealing a vigorous-looking elderly man with half-white hair and a cane. Hello. At that moment, the three people outside felt as if they were washed away by the fragrance of books. How can I describe it? This old man has the face of a professor of literature and history at school. If Lu Ran's features are refined and clearly suggest a bright science student, then this old man's features are refined and clearly suggest a liberal arts student. He suddenly became unable to move just now. Was that part of your rescue strategy? There was a hint of amusement in the old man's eyes. Jiang Lang immediately gave an embarrassed expression, scratched his head, and acted like a mischievous student caught red-handed. And so, the conflict that could have simmered was resolved without a trace. Chapter 73. Yes. We're truly sorry if this has caused you any inconvenience. It's okay. The old man smiled. If you really want to do something, there's no need to knock. He opened the door, motioned the three of them in, and asked, "What's the situation outside now? Is it everywhere like this? Or is it just our area?" Jiang Lang, everywhere. The old man sighed, and was silent for a moment before saying, "I don't have anything else to offer. I go pick some melons." Lu Ran and Jiang Lang obeyed respectfully. The desperate old man, who had been munching on bizarre food for over a month, was practically beaming with joy. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang didn't really consider themselves guests, so their basic courtesy remained intact. They followed the old man to his fruit tree, ready to help pick the melons. Although Lu Ran thought the fruit looked more like an apple and couldn't be called a melon, since the owner called it a melon, then it must be a melon. The old man's hands and feet weren't very handy, so he naturally didn't refuse a young man's offer of help. He pointed out a few melons he thought looked good, and Lu Ran picked them. Back inside, Lu Ran searched for a fruit knife and quartered the red fruits. Then, he and Jiang Lang carried the melons out. It was truly delicious, sweet, crisp, and with a real melon feel. Across the table, a middle-aged martial arts fan, desperately burying his head in his plate, the old man was practically burying his head in his plate. As Jiang Lang munched on his fruit, he explained the situation outside to the old man. He briefly introduced the history of the coastal community, focusing on Teacher Zhang's vision, and then described their respective responsibilities within the community. Well, saving lives. Heaven and earth possess righteousness, all flowing in various forms. Only in times of adversity can one's integrity be revealed. Jiang Lang's brain froze. He understood the first sentence, but from the second, a look of bewilderment gradually crept over his face. As a science student, he was already quite good at understanding the meaning of a poem when he saw it on paper. But when someone read a line of poetry to him, his mind went blank for a moment. The pronunciation of the words entered his mind, but it couldn't be translated into tangible characters. He felt as if he had been forced to listen to a bunch of gibberish. The desperate uncle, who loved reading martial arts novels, was instantly excited. Yes. Yes. These two are the greatest heroes of our time. Jiang Lang, Lu Ran, Jiang Lang tried hard to decipher the gibberish, but couldn't. So he forced the conversation back on track. Look, all the survivors are now in the coastal community in Q City. Old man, would you like to come along? It'd be great for some company. He thought his approach was reasonable. Although the other person possessed a rare plant-based, food-based ability that allowed them to eat plants, and thus face little pressure to survive in the apocalypse, for an elderly person of his age, companionship was generally more important. But the old man sitting across the table smiled and shook his head. Why do you think I moved to such a remote place? It's true. The place where this old man lives is considered remote in this village. If the other houses can be described as just a normal sparseness, or even a few that are particularly close together, then the place where this old man lives is unique and unique. Furthermore, his demeanor immediately made Jiang Lang and Lu Ran think he was a professor of literature and history. His attire also made him look more like an old-fashioned intellectual. Now, thinking about it, perhaps he'd chosen to seclude himself here. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lang offered another piece of advice. But your safety here alone is difficult to guarantee. If you come to our community, at least we do our best to ensure your safety. The old man smiled again. How many years do you think I had left to live? Jiang Lang, you look quite energetic. The old man, perhaps it's because I awakened this unknown ability. I originally had cancer, and was thinking of finding a secluded place to die. Now, every day is earned, and I'm happy to live day by day. Jiang Lang, I see. Then we respect your wishes first. Jiang Lang and Lu Ran exchanged a glance. Seeing that Lu Ran had agreed to give up, Jiang Lang put his mind to the matter, picked up the melon, and began to devour it. After the three of them finished their red melons, and said goodbye to the reluctant old man, They searched for survivors elsewhere. They found one more person, one with awakened powers, and decided to return home. It was already late, and they were still quite some distance from Hushan. Even if they hurried regardless of time, they wouldn't necessarily reach Hushan. They decided to return tomorrow. The desperate middle-aged man finally waited in the chilly night air for the signal to return, tears of emotion streaming down his face. And finally, he was able to speak to a young man who had just been rescued and shared the same suffering, though he seemed reluctant to speak. His attempts at communication only met with a dismissive glance. Okay, forget it. But he couldn't help but internally complain, what's this guy pretending to be? The two heroes are so much more powerful than you, yet none of them are so arrogant. Jiang Lang returned, so Lu Ren handed the driver's seat and steering wheel back to him and buckled himself in the passenger seat. The red SUV sped through the pitch-black night. Returning along the same route, seeing the familiar town, Jiang Lang suddenly remembered what he had originally wanted to tell Lu Ren. He quickly recounted the information and gossip he had gathered on the tricycle. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Jiang Lang finally finished recounting the entire story, detailing the villagers' attitudes and his own thoughts. His mouth was dry. He casually took a sip of mineral water and asked, "So what do you think? Should we stop by and ask Grandma on our way back? But she's probably asleep by now. Maybe we could just go back and ask Teacher Zhang if he's rescued those people, and then come back tomorrow. It seems like that's just as well." Jiang Lang finished his rambling and turned to look at Lu Ren. "What do you think?" He saw Lu Ren lost in thought. Jiang Lang recalled what he had said. Did he say anything worthy of Lu Ren's consideration? Why didn't he think so? He pondered for about 10 seconds, and then Lu Ren spoke. "There are a few things in this person's account that I find strange." Jiang Lang craned his neck. "Where?" "First, if these people wanted to harm the Wang family's eldest son, why did they have to return to the village? People back then cared a lot about their reputation in the village, and it would be much harder to fake an accident back home. After all, the Wang family's eldest son's family is here. It would be more troublesome than dealing with him outside, wouldn't it? Second, that's why you think we can persuade her to go to Q City. The people who killed the Wang family's eldest son are all outside, working as bosses in Q City. So why would she think a sudden disaster in the village is retribution? Including the old man we just met, most of the survivors we encountered tend to harbor a glimmer of hope, wondering if this situation is unique to them or is it common everywhere. So I think we can. Let's assume that the old woman's first reaction was that only the village had become like this, and that our rescue meant there might still be hope outside. Then her first reaction would still be retribution. That's actually quite confusing. And her refusal to leave, this action essentially arouses a sense of self-atonement. I'm pretty sure the retribution she's referring to is her own, and these points don't align with this person's account. Jiang Lang tapped on the steering wheel. That seems to be true. But if, as you say, the old woman refuses to leave because she feels this is retribution, then you're saying she harmed her own son? But how could that be possible? This is her son. And he's a very filial and loyal son, sounding absolutely impeccable. She's not the only one worthy of her protection and atonement. Huh? Jiang Lang was confused for a moment. What do you mean? Lu Ren, don't forget, she has a younger son. Jiang Lang was silent. He understood instantly, but Lu Ren, right where the explanation was least needed, continued, from that person's account, it seems that both the grandmother and her eldest son favor the younger son. Since he's described as not very bright, using the euphemisms of rural people, they probably mean that he has some intellectual issues, and his mind is likely stuck in a child state. I can't measure the benefits my eldest brother has brought. I only know that the care and attention I once had for my mother have been taken away from him. Add to that a certain amount of jealousy, and it could easily lead to a tragedy. Jiang Lang was silent. He had to admit that Lu Ren's analysis made sense. It was actually Lu Ren's trait, he always did. He didn't need to witness the entire incident himself. Even a narrative riddled with errors and omissions was enough for him. He was adept at finding meaning in the narrator's mistakes. For him, solid clues and a narration with a biased perspective sometimes advanced the truth just as effectively. But he still didn't want to believe Lu Ren's theory. Compared to an outsider murdering for money, brothers murdering their loved ones out of pure jealousy was even more unspeakable. And if that were the case, then those who had been doing business with the Wang family's eldest son had been wrongly accused for decades. While they didn't seem to have been imprisoned, as Lu Ren had said, reputation was far more important in those days than it is today, let alone the reputation of one's own hometown or village. From another perspective, they chose to settle in Q City even after their business ventures. Perhaps it was a kind of uprooted mentality, unable to return home. For a moment, Jiang Lang was at a loss for words. As he drove, he seemed to see the scene from that past, a group of young people, freshly returned from outside the city. Despite their hardships, their eyes were filled with hope, their lips beaming with smiles. Then, suddenly, their leader was dead. Not only was he dead, but they became the prime suspects. Meanwhile, the perceptive old woman might have discovered the truth from the outset, but she had made her decision in an instant. She had already lost one son. Could she lose another? That was the child she had painstakingly raised and cherished. The others were just outsiders, so why not just push the blame onto them? Could it really be like this? Jiang Lang felt a pang in his stomach. I think. Maybe it's just speculation. Maybe we should ask the old woman when we pass by, or look for some other evidence. Lu ran. Okay. Did you find out the old woman's last name? Yes, the middle-aged man called her Aunt Xiao. Presumably, her husband's last name was Wang, and hers was Xiao. Then let's go to the village cemetery and take a look. Chapter 74. Huh? Why are we going to the cemetery? Jiang Lang was completely bewildered. He assumed the investigation meant returning to the village to ask the old woman. Lu Ran glanced at him. Typically, cemeteries in villages like this are nearby. And if one of the couple dies, the other's tombstone is already erected, but it's painted red and has the surname, so it should be easy to find. Once we find their grave, the sons will be easy to find. I see. Relying on his excellent night vision, Lu Ran took over control once Jiang Lang arrived near the town where the old woman from the Wang family lived. Try driving over there. There's a small hill. Okay. It doesn't seem to be here. Let's look over there. Okay. Jiang Lang insisted on saying okay to everything, acting like a driving robot. After driving for quite a while, he actually found the village cemetery for them. Jiang Lang parked the car at the foot of the hill, considerately leaving the backseat window open for the two rescued survivors, and then they both got out. Although both of them had gaming systems and superpowers, the cemetery was incredibly chilly and eerie in the middle of the night, and Jiang Lang couldn't help but rub his arms. Lu Ran, your flame. It's time to put it to good use. Lu Ran finally realized, it was indeed somewhat useful. Although both of them had excellent night vision, strictly speaking, they didn't need any lighting, but the flame wouldn't last long without any work. It was better to keep it moving when it could be used. That way, his crystal's death wouldn't be so unjust. With a casual wave of his hand, a flame erupted about a few dozen centimeters in front of him. As the flame appeared, its expression instantly grew serious, seeing the silence. So quiet, even it couldn't sense the presence of any living creature. So, either their opponent was incredibly formidable, they possessed exceptional anti-detection capabilities, or they were ambushing someone. It looked around with a serious expression, observing all directions as it asked its host, "Who do you want me to attack?" No one. The noble Hellfire, The noble Hellfire erupted. "Why are you calling me out when no one wants to attack?" It had spent most of the night burning rats yesterday, and was exhausted, so it had been resting. Lighting, Lu Ran answered sincerely and honestly. "The great Hellfire, You? Watching a real flame blaze, like a fire is quite amusing," Lu Ran thought. No matter how the great Hellfire grumbled, accusing Lu Ran of wasting its power and daring to use it for less, Lu Ran still held control. Lu Ran was adept at blocking out the surrounding noise. He let it clamor, and he used it to shine light here and there. Jiang Lang also thought this thing was quite good. Not only could it illuminate a large area, but more importantly, it was versatile, greatly dispelling the eerie atmosphere of the cemetery at night. With the extra illumination, Lu Ran quickly found what he was looking for. Wang. Xiao. Xiao is painted red. This should be the grave of the old lady and her husband. Look closer, and you should be able to spot the eldest son of the Wang family. Sure enough, 2 steps back was a grave inscribed with the inscription Father Wang, Mother Xiao Yinghua. Lu Ran manipulated the flames to circle the grave, confirming its structure. It was nearly sealed. He pulled an iron rod from his backpack and thrust it hard at the crack, prying it open. The series of actions was so swift that by the time Jiang Lang realized what was happening, the tomb of the Wang family's eldest son had already been pried open. Oh my god, we're just prying open someone else's grave. Lu Ran turned around, bewildered. Then why are we even in the cemetery? Jiang Lang, I guess so. What else would we do if we weren't going to open the coffin? Lu Ran added, I didn't damage the stone slab. We can just cover it back up later. Jiang Lang instantly responded, you're quite considerate. The watching Hellfire, Question mark. Never mind. What's the point of this? Jiang Lang curiously peered into the grave, first spotting 2 nearly torn floral quilts and a miscellaneous collection of burial objects, all fashionable everyday items of the time. Lu Ran used an iron rod to pry the quilts apart, revealing the bones beneath. Take it for an examination? Do we know how to do it? I don't know. The nearest police station seems quite far away. The venerable Lord Hellfire, listening to their evasive conversation, finally couldn't help but ask, "What are you talking about?" Lu Ran, "We're discussing how to find out the cause of this man's death." Flame, shock. It instantly raised its chest, even though it didn't have a chest. Heh heh. Lu Ran, "What are you humming?" Hee hee. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang watched as the flame puffed out its head even more than before, occasionally glancing at them from its narrowed eyes. A sort of self-satisfied air of it speaks volumes. But the problem was, they truly had no idea what he was so proud of. Lu Ran was completely bewildered. Jiang Lang, ever the flexible one, spoke up immediately. "Does the venerable Lord Hellfire have any important instructions on this?" Hee hee. "My name is Hellfire. You two mortals should know the word hell, right?" Jiang Lang's mind suddenly spun. "You mean? You're not just an ordinary fire, but more importantly, a fire of hell. So, do you have the ability to determine someone's cause of death?" "That's right. Not just the cause of death. I can see the entire life of anyone who has died. There won't be any mistakes or omissions. Everything I see is real." "Oh my god. That's so impressive." Jiang Lang's eyes lit up. "Lu Ran, look at your superpower. It's truly impressive. This isn't just ordinary fire. It actually has this kind of function." Lu Ran couldn't help but grumble, "I'm not a detective or a judge, so what good could this do?" He felt deeply that this power had awakened in the wrong person. Shouldn't it have awakened in someone with an overwhelming sense of justice, who loved to be the judge? Wouldn't it be a complete waste on him? He hated meddling in other people's affairs. The flame completely ignored its master's indifference. It was content to have Jiang Lang cheering it on. "This is the cause of this person's death, right? Let me see." The flame glanced at Lu Ran, a look filled with the triumphant joy of a liberated serf singing a song, almost implying a need to act quickly. Lu Ran couldn't help but smile. What could he say? This flame had already mastered the art of self-assertion. Simply transitioning from passive to active work already made him feel incredibly happy. Very good. He steered the flame, carefully avoiding any flammable materials within the tomb, allowing it to precisely touch the bones of the Wang family's eldest son. "How's it going?" Wang Jiangwo, the son of Wang Ming and Xiao Yinghua, was a mischievous child, unrepentant even after being beaten several times. After his younger brother, Wang Pingji, was born, his temperament changed dramatically, from a mischievous child to a steady older brother. At 14, he left the village to work and earn money. He met a kind man who taught him how to drive, and earned his first fortune as a driver. He later built his fortune by reselling glasses. At 28, he returned to the village in triumph. Upon his return, he rebuilt the village ancestral hall, built a road leading out of the village, and promised to help his fellow villagers achieve prosperity. As a result, he surrounded himself with a group of hand-picked subordinates from the village. Lu Ran, get to the point. Hell. She glared at him angrily. Isn't that enough of a point? I already omitted a bunch of details about his business and his business partners. Do you want to hear about how he smuggled Glass's legs? I tried my best to highlight the key points. You know how I see this man's life story replayed quickly without missing a single detail? It's already very difficult for me to accurately pick out the key points. Lu Ran saw that it was about to explode. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Then, the Hellfire, which was on the verge of exploding, hummed twice more, calmed down, and continued to read the life of Wang Jiangwo, the eldest son of the Wang family. This time, it was too lazy to speak. After a few seconds, it suddenly spoke. At the age of 34, Wang Jiangwo returned to the village and died of poisoning after the new year. Can you see who poisoned him? His younger brother. Can you see where his younger brother is now? Hey! Who do you think I am? I need his younger brother's body to make a judgment. Lu Ran shrugged and took it back. At least his suspicions were confirmed. Jiang Lang didn't know whether to admire Lu Ran's foresight or sigh at this tragedy. Lu Ran, do you still want to go to that old lady's place? Jiang Lang's eyes flickered with confusion. I don't know. I kind of want to, but I don't know what to do there. Lu Ran, then let's go. The two of them slowly walked down the mountain path. Lu Ran had already put out the flames. Jiang Lang was lost in his thoughts, not caring about the surrounding light. Lu Ran casually opened the car door. Ah! Don't come over here. Don't come over here. I beat you. I beat you. I beat you. I beat you to death. Lu Ran, Jiang Lang, startled out of his thoughts by the shrill scream, said, What's going on? Ah. Huh? It's you two heroes. Where have you been? I woke up and everyone's gone. It looks like a cemetery outside. I really. The desperate middle-aged man felt like he was about to burst into tears. The psychic next to him, who had previously looked so arrogant, now huddled close to him, shivering and trying to cuddle with him for warmth. It was terrifying. Not long after getting in the car, the two of them fell asleep. After all, they hadn't slept well for over a month, and the slightly bumpy road was a perfect soporific. Even as Jiang Lang and Lu Ran were talking in the front seat, they leaned against the window and fell into a deep sleep. When they woke up, the two heroes in the front seat were gone. Only 2 empty seats remained. Then they looked out the window. What a gloomy wilderness. In the distance, there seemed to be flickering flames on the mountain. Was it a will-o'-the-wisp? Hellfire, will-o'-the-wisp. The whole feeling of stumbling onto the set of a horror movie frightened the uncle and the young psychic, who had previously prided himself on being superior to the uncle, frozen in the back seat. With their necks stiff, the two men turned to each other, trembling. What's going on? Where is this? I don't know. Could it be? What could it be? Don't say half-truths. Is it one of those times where the car just goes from the real world to the underworld? Hey! Don't scare me. Bang. Ah! Something hit the rear window, sending the two men running for cover. But running inside the car wasn't a good idea, and they both slammed into the roof, screaming in pain. Even more tragically, their screams couldn't drown out the relentless thumping coming from the window behind them. It was like a death rattle, and then, the car door opened. The first thought that flashed through the middle-aged man's mind was, Damn! Am I so unlucky? Why did it have to drive on my side? It's obvious that the other person has superpowers. Can't we go to his place? At least he might be able to withstand it. In his grief, strength erupted. His hands frantically grabbed something light, but at least it felt like a tool, and he began waving it wildly in front of his eyes. Ah! Don't come over here! Don't come over here! I hit you! 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 Until he heard the familiar voice of a hero, he opened his eyes in panic. Great! I'm alive! Then, in the moonlight, he saw the weapon in his hand. A fly swatter. He was instantly sweating and filled with fear. Fortunately, it wasn't a real monster. Otherwise, with just this weapon, he would have been dead today. Lu Ran walked up to Jiang Lang and calmly closed the back door, leaving the two panicked men behind. He then walked around to the front door and got into the passenger seat. Jiang Lang was initially a bit embarrassed because he only been with Lu Ran for a short while, and since this matter had nothing to do with them, there was no need to wake them up. Just letting them sleep was fine. He hadn't expected them to wake up so quickly and be so frightened. But then again, looking out the window, seeing rows of tombstones in pitch darkness, it was understandable they were so frightened. If it were him, he'd probably have thought he'd seen a ghost. But just as he was about to get embarrassed, Lu Ran quickly and ruthlessly shut down his awkwardness. Well, forget it. Get in the car and drive. After getting in, he started the car and turned to explain to the two men, Excuse me, we were just going up the mountain to look for someone. Who knew that as soon as he said that, the uncle, already trembling in the back seat, shuddered even more. The young psychic beside him shuddered, practically shrinking back into the seat. You, going up the mountain to look for someone. Jiang Lang, Lu Ran couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Lang immediately explained, No. We're looking for a dead person. It would have been fine if he hadn't explained, but this explanation only made things worse. The two people in the back seat were terrified, practically huddled together for warmth. They looked at Jiang Lang as if he were the king of hell, or the ox-headed and horse-faced demons, coming to take their lives. This time, Lu Ran couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jiang Lang, He could only sigh, silently grip the steering wheel, and step on the accelerator. He should just be a quiet and honest driver. Chapter 75. Jiang Lang quickly gave up trying to explain what he and Lu Ran were doing on the graveyard. He simply floored the accelerator, and drove all the way to the village where the old woman lived. Just as he had completely given up on thinking A faint voice came from behind him. Are you really two heroes? Jiang Lang, huh? What do you mean? What do you mean by are we really us? Confused, he turned around and saw two pairs of frightened eyes in the darkness. They were clearly huddled together in a state of encouragement. He was about to ask what that meant when he heard Lu Ran's chuckle from his right. Do you think if we were ghosts we'd tell you? I think so. The uncle realized he asked a ridiculously stupid question, but he couldn't help scratching his head. The main thing is, the road you're driving isn't heading towards Q City. I'm really scared you've been replaced by ghosts, and you're planning to take me to the Yellow Springs Road. Jiang Lang frowned. So that was the idea. He thought the uncle was worried about something. Jiang Lang, the Yellow Springs Road isn't that easy to navigate. Oh no. What Yellow Springs Road? Well, there's a grandmother in a village up ahead. She refused to come with us this afternoon, so we're planning to go ask her again. He omitted much of the preceding information, fearing to scare the two men further. The two in the back seat quickly breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. You've been so hardworking. You're such kind people. The middle-aged uncle and the young psychic finally felt relieved, though they didn't dare go back to sleep. The sleepiness that had set in had long since vanished into the clouds. Soon, they were back near the village where Grandma Wang lived. He and Lu Ran planned to walk over, but the two people in the car told him to stay inside. He turned off the engine and, as usual, rolled down the rear window. As soon as the window was lowered a little, two terrified shouts came from the back seat. No, no, no. Hero, why are you opening the window? Jiang Lang turned around. Huh? But we're going out for a while. Don't let you suffocate. The middle-aged man waved his hands frantically. No, I really don't. I get nervous when I turn this thing on. If you really can't help it, just leave me the keys. If I can't hold it anymore, I open the door and breathe. Jiang Lang, that's fine too. He handed the keys to the man, not worried about him driving away. This was the apocalypse, and cars were everywhere. At most, it would be hard to find cars with keys. But he had also mastered the art of starting a fire with his bare hands. If the uncle and the young man had the courage to drive off alone in the dark, they wouldn't have been so frightened just now. So they confidently handed the task of watching the car to the uncle, and headed towards the grandmother's house. On the way here, the uncle's jokes had interrupted his thoughts, but now it was just him and the ever-quiet, ever-silent, ever-confident Lu Ran. Which meant he had to face this problem all over again. What exactly did he want to do back here? Was he trying to seek justice for the deceased Wang family's eldest son, and force the grandmother to face the truth she already knew by heart? Or was he trying to persuade her to let him go, to forget this old case from over 20 years ago, to appreciate the preciousness of life as the end of the world approached, and to strive to live a few more days? In truth, he truly didn't know. He didn't know what Lu Ran would do. In Lu Ran's view, people had the right to choose their own lives, even life and death. Whether their choices were good or bad was none of his business. He could see at a glance what dire future others' choices would lead them to, but he wouldn't say a word, because he didn't think it was his place to interfere. Lu Ran had only returned to accompany him. Jiang Lang couldn't help but sigh. Let's take it one step at a time. In the blink of an eye, the familiar old house appeared before him again. He gave a wry smile. When he wished he had walked longer, the road seemed so much shorter. He had parked farther away. He took a deep breath, walked forward, and knocked on the old woman's window. As he knocked, he wondered, is Grandma still awake at this hour? If not, should they just come back tomorrow? Who? Actually, they were awake. Grandma, it's us, the two people who came during the day. His acute hearing allowed him to pick up a rustling sound, followed by a muffled, "Didn't I tell you to go back?" "Grandma, we know what happened 20 years ago." A long silence followed. Grandma didn't seem to bother asking which version of the truth they knew. Jiang Lang's tone was so obvious. He had never been good at concealing his tone or emotions. The sorrow, pity, and grief all spilled out without reservation from his words, "We know." Then, from inside the door came the clattering, dragging sound of someone walking, the distinct, slow shuffling sound of an elderly person. They watched as the stacks of newspapers stuffed against the door were pulled away, one by one, followed by the sound of an iron key being inserted into a large iron lock. The door creaked open. The dim moonlight fell on everyone, and Jiang Lang saw faces filled with pain, regret, and yet also a certain sense of relief, as if someone had finally discovered them. And then Jiang Lang understood. This was what he would do, serve as a confession tree. Whether she deserved to be liberated or not, he wanted to help the living find liberation. "Come in." The old woman opened the door and let them in. Then, without stopping, she slowly continued inside, past the large table, past the television set that would have been very expensive 20 years ago, lifted a curtain, and then around a mahogany cabinet. It was a typical cabinet from the past, with a large pane of glass on top, beneath which lay photographs. The old woman unconsciously stroked the photos, a flicker of nostalgia in her eyes. Jiang Lang and Lu Ren also saw the faded photos, even though they were pressed against the glass. They must have been taken after the Wang family's eldest son had become wealthy. Most of the photos depicted three people: a middle-aged man in a polo shirt and a gold chain, with a slight beer belly and a worrying hairline, but a face full of vigor and spirit. Next to him sat a grandmother whose hair hadn't yet turned gray. Then, there was a young man who looked much younger, his back slightly hunched. Although he was tall, even taller than the middle-aged man next to him, he habitually hunched his body. Although his eyes were fixed on the camera, there was a perpetual sense of evasion. If Jiang Lang hadn't known what he had done, he would probably have thought he was a very honest and timid person. The mahogany cabinet wasn't the end for the old woman. A fleeting flicker of nostalgia crossed her face, and she continued walking inside. Jiang Lang and Lu Ren spotted a bed. A bed draped in multiple layers of mosquito netting. They smelled a strange odor. How could they describe it? It was a complex scent, partly of decay, as if a corpse were present. If he hadn't just seen the remains of the Wang family's eldest son in the grave, he would have suspected the old woman had hidden the body in her home. However, the stench of decay was also mingled with a strong smell of urine, ruling out the possibility of a corpse. Besides this odor of decay, there was a more pronounced dampness, the kind of moss on stone you smell when walking by a mountain pond covered in duckweed. Then the old woman slowly unraveled the layers of mosquito netting and lifted them up. Her movements were gentle, and she had time to tie the net to the bedpost. She was meticulous in her work, her eyes fixed on her hands. Jiang Lang and Lu Ren's attention was completely drawn to the person. Or rather, the thing on the bed. It was probably a person, but only a rough outline could be made out. Most of its surface was covered in green moss, which was growing outward, some of which had already spread to the edge of the bed. The moss was also growing inward, and its eye sockets had become clumps of moss instead of eyeballs. By the window, there were several large buckets and basins filled with moss. Next to them was a spatula, which must have been used recently, as it was still damp. The old woman must have been scraping away the growing moss for the person on the bed. Did he become like this after that day? Jiang Lang asked, though he left the second half of the sentence unanswered. Is this why you think this is retribution? The old woman gave him a strange look. Though her aged face didn't show much expression, her confusion was still palpable. Didn't the person who told you about his past tell you that he had been in a vegetative state for a long time? This answered a question for Lu Ren. How had his mental link missed this contaminant, since the other person had no consciousness to begin with, only the brain stem functioning, and this remained the case even after becoming contaminated, and the moss had no aggressive properties other than growing quietly? It made sense that his mental link hadn't detected any consciousness. The old woman looked at her youngest son lying in bed inside. Aliang isn't smart. He took the pesticide bottle from home to feed his eldest brother. When I came back that day, I saw it was empty. I thought Aliang had swallowed the medicine, because he had been unhappy since his eldest brother returned. I looked everywhere for him, but couldn't find him. Then I saw. The old woman stopped talking at this point. She truly wanted a place to confess her sins, but some words were still hard to say, even decades later. It's all retribution. It's all retribution. She repeated this, tears welling up between her cloudy eyes. Then they fell. Lu Ren, what was your original plan? Before we came here? The old woman reached out and wiped her tears with the back of her sleeve. Plan? What could I have planned? Starve to death, then go to the underworld to make amends to Daolang. Lu Ren nodded and looked at Jiang Lang. Are you gone? Jiang Lang nodded without hesitation this time. The moment he entered, he cleared his chaotic thoughts. He had come all this way simply to give Granny a chance to tell the truth about what happened. That goal had been achieved. Other matters were tangled and confusing. All he had to do was follow Granny's wishes. The two of them quietly left through the main entrance. After getting into the car, Jiang Lang glanced outside. The door was still ajar. Perhaps Granny felt that if she spoke out, she wouldn't have to endure starvation, and waiting for external pollutants to kill her directly would be quicker and more painless. Perhaps Granny was still lost in thoughts of the past, unwilling to move from that bed or that cabinet. Or perhaps Granny, in her old age, walked slowly, and hadn't reached the door to close it. Chapter 76. Two Heroes, You're Back. Jiang Lang and Lu Ren had just opened the car door when they were greeted by a warm welcome from the two people in the back seat. They felt like they were about to burst into tears and set off firecrackers. There was no pollution anywhere. Jiang Lang had cleaned it all that morning, and they were completely sealed inside the car, completely safe, yet these two people looked like they had survived a disaster. Jiang Lang's complicated emotions instantly dissipated. Sweating, he climbed into the driver's seat and drove smoothly back to the coastal residential community. "We're here. This is the coastal residential community." As they reached the road leading to the community entrance, Jiang Lang kindly reminded the two people in the back seat. They left and curiously leaned over the car window. Although the moonlight was a little blurry, the sky was almost cloudless tonight, so they could clearly see the community Jiang Lang had described earlier. Holy crap, are those patrolling security guards? Yes, the community's psychics, on shift patrol. Holy crap, they actually have security guards, that's amazing. Oh my god, is this heaven? Jiang Lang, The middle-aged man and the young psychic, dazed, stared out the window at the community gate. Clearly, they hadn't expected to see a community that was practically functioning just like it was before the apocalypse. Even after hearing Jiang Lang's description, they already downplayed their expectations. They still imagined the kind of doomsday bases from movies and TV shows, bracing themselves for bonfires amidst the ruins. They hadn't expected to witness something so ordinary amidst this apocalyptic landscape. Both of them subconsciously wiped their faces, though the tears didn't fall as they feared. "Brother Lu, Brother Jiang, you're back?" The patrolling psychic at the door saw the familiar red SUV, knocked on the window, and greeted them with a smile. Rolling down the passenger window, Lu Ren waved back. "Yeah. Let me see how many more people you brought back." The young patrolman curiously peeked into the back seat and saw the two idiots. "Ha ha ha, hello, welcome to Coast Community. We be neighbors from now on. Hello. Hello." After greeting them, the young patrolman looked back at Lu Ren and Jiang Lang. "You brought back two more people, Brother Lu, you're amazing. Maybe soon our community will be full, and we have to go clean up the neighboring community, haha." Accompanied by the patrolling security guards' hearty laughter, the red SUV drove into the community, concluding its work for the day. Lu Ren and Jiang Lang found an empty room for the two still-dazed survivors to stay in, and would take them to Teacher Zhang to register the next day. Then they went to bed. The next day, they continued their search for survivors along the same route as yesterday. In reality, they could reach Hijin, where Yumeng's mother was, by today. Lu Ren and Jiang Lang chose not to notify Yumeng in advance, fearing she might get her hopes up, which would make the day difficult for her. The two of them drove at lightning speed on a road they had already been on before, and were incredibly familiar with. Even if they weren't familiar with it, it wouldn't matter. It was the end of the world, so what if they took the wrong road? Would they still lose points for making an illegal U-turn? They quickly drove to the small house of the old man with plant-based abilities. Besides rescuing people, their mission today was to trade some supplies with him. Fresh fruits and vegetables are strategic commodities these days, so they piled a bunch of blue plastic fish boxes from the market in the trunk to accommodate their cargo. "Thank you, Grandpa." "What's there to thank me for?" Grandpa accepted their self-heating hot pot, cola, and the insulated food Aunt Zhang had brought him that morning in exchange. Although his secluded life didn't prioritize quality of life, occasionally enjoying junk food and a hot meal wasn't bad. Continuing on, after clearing out the pollutants in two villages that showed no signs of life, they finally arrived at Hijin. Hijin was similar to the previous towns, with a high survival rate. They found 3 survivors in total. But none of them was Yumeng's mother. Jiang Lang was silent for a moment. "How about we keep searching further? Maybe her mother has awakened powers and gone somewhere else." Although he didn't believe it himself, if Yumeng's mother had truly awakened powers, she would have headed for Q City, where her daughter was, after all. However, they hadn't encountered her along the way, so the probability was extremely small. But it was better than giving up hope completely. Lu Ren nodded, agreeing to continue forward. After all, they had only found 3 survivors, and there was still room in the car. Before lunch, they searched 4 villages near He Town and found 1 survivor, but it wasn't Yumeng's mother. Thus, their last hope was shattered. He Town was almost an hour's drive away. Jiang Lang sighed. He still had to go back and tell Yumeng the bad news. Jiang Lang had always had trouble delivering bad news, let alone news of this magnitude. While Lu Ren wasn't bad at it, he struggled to create a sympathetic expression when delivering bad news. The people he told bad news to had always reacted poorly. He quite liked Yumeng, a cautious and suspicious child, so he didn't want to hurt her. Thus, this mission was a bit challenging for both of them. The two of them drove back to the coastal community in a dreary mood. Perhaps because the atmosphere in the front seat was so subdued, the survivors in the back seat didn't dare to talk to each other after their ordeal. The journey back to the coastal community was a quiet one. After getting out of the car, Jiang Lang took a deep breath and looked at Lu Ran. You or me? Lu Ran, you should do it. Jiang Lang, The two of them walked up the stairs with heavy steps. They reached the Wang family's door and knocked. Then, they heard extremely rapid footsteps. Jiang Lang immediately felt something was wrong. This was over. It sounded like Yumeng, and it sounded like Yumeng had been waiting, even getting a little impatient. The door swung open, and it was indeed Yumeng. Jiang Lang was momentarily speechless. But before he could say anything, he saw the young girl's face drain of all color. Jiang Lang instantly realized that her expression must have betrayed him. You didn't find her, did you? Jiang Lang nodded helplessly. Yumeng's strength instantly drained, but she gripped the doorknob tightly, preventing herself from collapsing to the floor. She was silent for a long time, and Lu Ran and Jiang Lang also stood in silence at the doorway. Jiang Lang thought about countless words of comfort, but he couldn't bring himself to say them at this moment. Lu Ran, knowing full well that in this situation, any word he uttered could be the final straw that broke the camel's back, so he remained silent the entire time. Finally, Yumeng spoke first. That doesn't mean she's gone, right? Jiang Lang instinctively wanted to say yes, but he suppressed the urge to agree. Such false hope would be of no benefit to Yumeng at this moment. Yumeng, who hadn't heard any response, felt the last glimmer of hope fade away. Her eyes gradually lost focus, as if she had completely left her body. Jiang Lang couldn't stand the atmosphere any longer. Well, please accept my condolences. Don't be too sad. If your mother knew, she certainly wouldn't want you to ruin your body, right? You're still alive, which is definitely the best thing for her. So even for her sake, you have to do your best to live well. After a long while, Yumeng finally came back to her senses. She carefully reconstructed the words Jiang Lang had just spoken into a complete sentence in her mind, and then softly replied, yes. Then thank you. Jiang Lang sighed, and he and Lu Ran left the Wang residence. Both of them were a little quiet. There were so many separations and deaths in the apocalypse, and they were actually used to it. But to be entrusted with hope, and then have to personally destroy it. Well, it really shouldn't happen again. After stopping by Annie's house for a meal, the two of them left again. The afternoon search began again in Hijin. They planned to search as far as the high mountain visible west of Hijin, before returning. Because the mountain was so high and the terrain was rugged, there had been little access to traffic before the apocalypse. Most people traveled by water, and their car wasn't very convenient for crossing to another province. Strangely, as they drove west from Hijin, passing through several villages and 2 towns, they didn't see a single living person. When Jiang Lang's ring of annihilation descended again, both he and Lu Ran looked perplexed. Judging from the facilities and the age of the buildings, these villages and towns weren't likely sparsely populated areas. The pollution levels in these areas were also normal, similar to other villages, and their strength wasn't particularly outstanding. There weren't any particularly difficult pollutants to deal with. Jiang Lang, strange. Where did the people in these villages go? Lu Ran was clueless. This area was barely different from the previous villages, and he couldn't imagine any reason for their utter annihilation. But finding no one meant their investigation was complete, so the two drove back to the coastal residential area. But as they arrived, before they could do anything, simply parked their SUV, they were instantly surrounded by a swarm of people. A huge crowd of people lay on their car. Though it was likely not their will, having been squeezed in by those behind them, even in this position, they looked incredibly excited, chattering non-stop, their faces flushed crimson. Lu Ran, ? What's going on? If you didn't know, you think it was the second apocalypse. These people had a zombie siege vibe. Jiang Lang rolled down the window and yelled, What's going on? What's going on? But his voice was completely drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. His head felt buzzing, and he couldn't hear anything clearly. It felt like he was back in college, getting his lunch in the cafeteria. Lu Ran simply opened the car door, but didn't get out. He simply stood on the floor mat, taking advantage of his height to survey the crowd. Perhaps it was his natural aura of keeping strangers at arm's length. Even though the door was open, the people crammed into the car actually moved back slightly, leaving him a gap. Lu Ran frowned again, then raised his voice and asked, What's going on? Perhaps it was his natural chilling effect, his intimidating effect, that silenced the chattering crowd. Or perhaps they finally realized that Jiang Lang and Lu Ran couldn't hear a word they were saying despite their noise. Finally, two loud voices remained, one after another, asking. The survivor from Shaoqi village, who came yesterday, said, "There's a plant-based psychic in their village, who can grow fresh vegetables. Is that true? Is it true that plant-based psychics can ripen vegetables once a day? Is it true that he refuses to come to Haiyan community because he feels unsafe? Hey! Where did I say he didn't come because he felt unsafe? I originally said he doesn't like crowded places, so even if Shaoqi village isn't safe, he doesn't want to go anywhere else." The chatterbox uncle grew anxious, and from afar, he began to argue his point. Luckily, he had a loud voice, otherwise, across such a large crowd, few would have been able to hear what he was saying. Jiang Lang finally understood what they were so excited about. He opened the car door and scratched his head. Yes, there is a plant-based psychic. His ability is indeed to ripen the plants he controls once a day, but he doesn't come to our community because he doesn't like living in crowded areas. It has nothing to do with whether it's dangerous or not. A voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. If he doesn't want to come, then make him come under certain conditions. Lu Ran glanced at this person. He must have been a boss before the apocalypse. From his appearance to his demeanor, he bore a strong resemblance to the middle-aged man Jiang Lang had met in City C, who had wanted them to escort him back home. Although Jiang Lang had a good temper, he hated people who disregarded other people's wishes. His expression immediately darkened. If they don't want to come, then they don't want to. Can you force them to come? As one of the three most powerful psychics in the community, Jiang Lang had never shown a disapproving attitude. Everyone was accustomed to his pleasant demeanor, like a neighbor's younger brother. Suddenly, seeing his expression turn cold and impatient, they hesitated to speak for a moment. Lu Ran jumped out of the car. "I'm hungry. Time to eat." If Jiang Lang's sudden cold face caught everyone off guard, Lu Ran's brief words subconsciously made them make way for him. To be honest, Lu Ran had a strange aura that made people hesitant to approach him. The only reason people in the neighborhood dared to talk to him was because he was always walking with Jiang Lang. And they weren't really afraid to talk to him. At most, if they were talking to Jiang Lang and something came up that Lu Ran found interesting, he'd suddenly interject. He had that aura that made people feel like they were interrupting him, making it seem like even if he simply said, "It's time to eat," their first reaction was to say they were interrupting him and that they should make way. "It's your turn to eat at my house today." This phrase, which sounded very much like serving tea to see off guests, was quickly picked up by an ant in the crowd, and the others felt embarrassed to gather around. Judging by their expressions, Lu Ran knew they would definitely gather together to discuss this issue further. So, before actually heading to dinner, he walked to the back of the car, opened the trunk, and revealed the fresh fruits and vegetables he and Jiang Lang had brought from the grandfather's place. It just so happened that at lunchtime, because they were so preoccupied with thinking about how to tell Yuming the bad news, they had completely forgotten about the fruits and vegetables in the trunk, and instead of storing them in the supply area, they were still there. Now was the perfect time. Although the old man didn't want to come, he's a very kind person. We traded these with him for other supplies, and we'll put them in the warehouse later. Lu Ran knew that if he didn't make it clear that it didn't matter whether the old man came to the coast community or not, and that they could still exchange resources with him even if he refused to come, someone would always get stuck on the idea of making conditions to get him to come, or even more simply, getting him to come. It was just a simple sentence for him, but it could prevent those who really had nothing better to do from harassing the old man. It didn't hurt to say it. "Oh my God! It's actually true!" The crowd gasped and exclaimed in surprise. Despite Lu Ran and Jiang Lang's verbal confirmation, many still wondered how a so-called plant-based psychic could possibly be so impressive. They must have been that boastful braggart who arrived yesterday. Everyone brags these days. But when they actually saw the trunk full of fruits and vegetables, all their doubts vanished. Chapter 77. Oh my God! That's almost more vegetables than our neighborhood has grown all month. Xiao Jiang, could you please ask this old man if he's growing onions, garlic, and leeks? Just as they were about to head to dinner, a voice called out from behind them. Jiang Lang was momentarily upset, but then he felt like asking wouldn't hurt. Perhaps the old man's abilities were more versatile than he imagined, so he agreed. Okay, I ask tomorrow. Bang! Lu Ran had already closed the trunk and climbed into the driver's seat. He waved, and Jiang Lang swiftly jumped into the passenger seat. Then he drove straight to the basement garage. But no one cared anymore. Everyone was just basking in the joy of having a fresh source of fruits and vegetables. There was nothing else to do afterward. After dinner, they had a good night's rest. Waking up, Jiang Lang felt revived. He got up, poured himself a glass of water, and then quietly sat at the head of the bed, waiting for Lu Ran to wake up. At 8 o'clock sharp, Lu Ran opened his eyes to see Jiang Lang sitting at the head of the bed, staring at him eagerly. With a flick of his hand, a flame appeared beneath the glass of water in Jiang Lang's hand. He then closed his eyes and fell into a half-dream. After heating it for a few seconds, he gently retracted the flame. He was already an expert at this. He could calculate down to the millisecond how long it would take to heat the glass of water in Jiang Lang's hand through the glass to a temperature that was just right for making milk tea and could almost be drunk straight away. This had been their morning routine for the past few days. The reason was that Jiang Lang's coke in his backpack was dwindling, and he decided to conserve it, so he started drinking the milk tea bags distributed by the community. After Lu Ran finished his fireside job, he took another nap before getting up. It was time to go to work. First, they drove to Shaoqi village to ask the old man if he could help with onions, ginger, and garlic. The old man said any seeds that could be used to induce fertilization would be fine. So on the way back, they simply reported to teacher Zhang and requested a batch of seeds. Then they returned to Shaoqi village again in the afternoon and handed the seeds to the old man. Next, they changed directions and continued their search. The reason they had initially chosen Hezhen was obvious. Yu Meng's mother was there. Now, with no other reason, they just picked a random direction and set off. For the next few days, they kept traveling in different directions. About a month later, Lu Ran and Jiang Lang came downstairs, each holding a scallion pancake. With the old man's help in inducing onions, ginger, and garlic, Haiyan community finally achieved spice freedom. Auntie was a skilled scallion pancake maker. It was said that she had started her business selling scallion pancakes at a street stall when she was young, so they now lived a scallion pancake-free life. The only downside to the coastal community right now is the difficulty in finding fresh meat. Jiang Lang wondered, why not find someone with the ability to ripen piglets? Good morning. On their way downstairs, they happened to run into a familiar resident on their floor. Since he went downstairs for exercise every day, he often bumped into Lu Ran and Jiang Lang at the door. Good morning, good morning. Jiang Lang, slurring his words, held a scallion pancake in his mouth. He quickly took the pancake and greeted them. Lu Ran was a bit lazy, so he just waved his hand. By the time the two men reached the entrance to the complex, they had almost finished their scallion pancakes, and were just about to throw the plastic bag into the trash can. Suddenly, Lu Ran raised his head. There's a sound. Jiang Lang looked up, confused. What sound? As he looked up, he strained his hearing, and then he heard the sound Lu Ran mentioned. For a moment, Jiang Lang's expression grew serious. Whatever it was, it had to be a group. In the pitch darkness, they walked forward. Could there really be such a place? They all listened to the old man's words. They said they have a residential complex in Q City. It's very well maintained. There's no running water or electricity, but other than that, everyone lives like it's pre-apocalypse. What? Why can't ordinary people enter the complex? If you need it, you can find a place to stay nearby. They haven't been coming to get fresh vegetables often lately, but I estimate they'd be back in a week to replace them. Then they might be able to take you back. They still remembered how they felt when they heard those words. It was a feeling of absorbing every word, but simply not understanding them. If there was such a well-built base, why would ordinary people be allowed in? After all, even their base, which could barely be called a base, had kicked them out to save a few useless mouths. Could they be scammers? But what could they possibly be? Besides, the old man was a kind man. He gave them some vegetables to share, and even pointed them to the supermarket in town. Most of the supermarket's items had been emptied. They calculated that if, as the old man had said, the people from that neighborhood would arrive in a week, the supplies here might not be enough to last them through the week. So many of them had survived. Actually, they hadn't expected so many to survive. Initially, everyone thought they'd die soon after leaving the base. After all, there were so many monsters out there. And none of them had special abilities. Although they scavenged some weapons, everyone knew it was difficult to defeat the monsters with ordinary weapons. Furthermore, if they were injured by a monster, they were doomed. But to their surprise, after being driven out of the base and all the way back to Bay Town, they encountered surprisingly few monsters, and they were all monsters they could defeat together. Although they still lost a few people, it was far better than they initially expected. Only after they had a real chance of survival did they begin to seriously consider how to survive. There weren't many supplies left in Bay Town. After all, they'd been moved away, so they didn't stay long. They remembered that there were 3 large supermarkets in River Town. Although the journey was a bit far, it was worth a try. After that, they continued onward, feeling increasingly lucky and unlucky. Lucky, they encountered almost no monsters along the way, and surprisingly, most of them survived, far exceeding their initial estimates. Unlucky, the supermarkets in every village and town seemed to have been raided, leaving them with little food for long. At this point, having so many survivors actually became a disadvantage, haha. Of course, they now knew. According to the old man, this was because the 2 psychics from Q City had cleared out all the monsters in the area when they came to rescue the people, and they also took away most of the supplies. The reason they tried so hard to believe the seemingly fantastical story about the coastal community was because they had actually traveled through so many places and had rarely seen any monsters, which indirectly supported the old man's words. But at that time, they didn't know why this happened. They simply silently thanked their good fortune, and with the mentality that every day they lived was a day they earned, they packed up the remaining supplies from the supermarket and continued on their way. They headed towards Q City. Although they didn't know if they could reach it, at least there were enough supermarkets there. If they could reach Q City, perhaps they would have a chance to settle down for a while. They walked and walked, and after an unknown amount of time, they came across a strange sight. Just across a fence, they saw a vegetable field. The vegetable garden was filled with a variety of vegetables, even fruits. Not only were they lush and green, but most importantly, they looked completely harmless. They were real vegetables, not monster vegetables. The fence was locked, but it clearly couldn't stop the excited crowd. They immediately rushed over, trying to break it open with iron bars. After the first attack, the lock immediately gave way, but before they could rejoice, they found themselves, to their horror, engulfed by a strange plant that had emerged from the ground. I told you there's no such thing as vegetables that haven't transformed into monsters. Those must be bait. These are the real ones. After being swept into the air by the giant beanstalk, they let out screams and cries of regret. Then a seemingly gentle old man emerged from the yard. "Excuse me, someone lives here." Then they realized they hadn't encountered a monster, but rather had attempted to break into the home of a psychic. Fear flashed across their faces. They would rather have fallen into the hands of a monster than a psychic. At least a monster wouldn't have much sense, and would have killed them quickly. And a psychic, they had dared to offend such a powerful psychic. Not only would they die miserably, but they would surely be tortured even more horribly before their death. For a moment, despair flashed across many people's eyes. But soon, the roots that had engulfed them quickly let them down again. They instinctively huddled together, trembling. They didn't know how the psychic intended to torture them. They knew gathering together was futile and might even make things worse, but instinct still forced them to huddle together. But the psychic didn't kill them or torture them. Instead, he asked them, "Do you want to eat these vegetables? Next time, just knock on my door and ask for them, okay? Don't pry, I don't want to change the locks." After that, they had their best meal since the apocalypse and heard even more shocking news. The existence of that residential complex in Q City. The remaining supplies in Shaoqi Village's single supermarket weren't enough for them all to last a week. Although the elegant old man said they could always go elsewhere for free meals, they still felt it was a bad idea. Taking advantage of a psychic might seem insignificant now, but over time, who knows, one day he finally realized his kindness is unrequited, that they, like useless people, can't do anything for him. Then he'd be furious. So they quickly held an internal meeting. The young and strong men would go to Q City for help, while the rest would stay here. If there were only a few people left, and they were all elderly and children, perhaps the old man wouldn't mind asking for food occasionally. So they set off for Q City. Q City wasn't far, only a 2-day walk. But perhaps because they had hope, the 2-day journey seemed so much longer. Every moment of the journey seemed longer than the last, as the same question kept popping up in their minds. Does a place like that really exist? Does a place really exist where ordinary people aren't excluded, where both psychics and ordinary people can have normal supplies? They tried hard to hold on to hope. But just thinking of the psychics they had met, the flame of hope in their hearts flickered. Now I can only believe it. There's nothing else to do. As Jiang Lang listened to the throng of footsteps, scenes from numerous zombie movies flashed through his mind. The coastal community has had a rather unfortunate fate. They've been diligent in cleaning up the contaminants, so it's okay if a few slip through the net now and then, but why do they always come in droves? Jiang Lang turned to Lu Ran solemnly and nodded. The two of them headed towards the slow, yet somehow perfectly coordinated footsteps. Climbing quickly along the wall, they leaped onto the roof of a nearby tall building and looked toward the source of the footsteps. Then they saw it. It wasn't a monster. It wasn't a monster, but a group of people. A group of tired, ragged people. They moved in a clear formation, ensuring that there were people watching in all directions for any contaminants. Jiang Lang and Lu Ran immediately dived down. They landed in front of this group of people, and before they could even open their mouths, they saw their eyes gleaming. Are you the superpowers from Q City? Chapter 78. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang exchanged a glance. Although they didn't know where they heard about them, they still gave a brief affirmative answer, yes. At this, the leaders all burst into tears and laughter, tears streaming from their shrunken eyes. After a long while, someone suddenly remembered to ask the next question. Excuse me, we heard that your survivor base here accepts ordinary people. Is that true? Lu Ran, yes. Then he pondered this question. They have their own base? It's actually true. Jiang Lang, where are you from? Wan Town. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang exchanged glances again. They'd been to Wan Town before, that eerie town with no living people around. This solved their previous confusion. If there was a spontaneous gathering of survivors in Wan Town, and they were hiding in a strange place, then it would explain the situation they encountered when they went there. That was the day everything changed. Several of our villages banded together to fight for our own survival. There wasn't much food left in the village, and the few living things we could grow and raise had all transformed into monsters. We took our rations to Wan Town, and the people there said there was an old bomb shelter in the mountains behind them where we could take shelter. At first, things were going pretty well. The young and strong took turns guarding the entrance, and we could generally fight the monsters back and forth. But then someone realized that if someone without special abilities got hurt by the monsters, they basically turned into a monster the moment they woke up from a long nap. That means people without superpowers are useless. If they can't guard the cave entrance, they're essentially just feeding off the people. So, everyone decided to kick everyone out. Jiang Lang wasn't surprised by the other person's description. He's seen this happen countless times in his previous life. After awakening their powers, superpowered people basically stopped treating themselves like ordinary people, and their sympathy for ordinary people plummeted to a far lower level than before, especially in situations like this where there's a clear conflict over supplies. Most bases in his previous life were like this. Superpowered people were prioritized, and there was a huge rift between them and ordinary people. Superpowered people felt that ordinary people were useless except for sexual gratification or slavery, and that not torturing them would be a waste of the supplies they'd given up. The mere fact that they were being kicked out, as these people described, might be because the apocalypse had just arrived, and some people still had some sense of humanity left in them. He used to dislike staying in the major bases for too long, partly for this reason. He'd rather be out in the wild, surrounded by pollutants, than have to witness this kind of thing every day. Rather, the coastal community base that Teacher Zhang was building was the most outlier among the outliers. But his lack of surprise didn't mean he accepted it. He's seen it happen countless times, yet he still frowned. Lu Ran, on the other hand, didn't seem to notice anything. From a strategic perspective, a base populated entirely by psychics is naturally easier to maintain than one comprised of both psychics and ordinary people. Teacher Zhang's ability to maintain a stable, mixed population of psychics and ordinary people is based on the premise that her own strength can suppress all nearby pollutants. Any remaining contaminants can simply be dealt with by ordinary psychics. After all, even if a psychic accidentally gets a contaminated wound, it won't become infected, they can simply recover. Under these circumstances, the coastal community has maintained stability and peace. However, if a base's strength requires even ordinary people to maintain safety, then internal contamination is inevitable. Strategically, the optimal solution is to expel all ordinary people, at least to ensure the survival rate of the psychics. If mercy fails, the outcome will likely be total annihilation. Furthermore, there are some differences between the coastal community and the presumably smaller base in Bay Town. The concentration of contaminants in Q City is relatively higher, and ordinary psychics initially don't have much of an advantage. Under Teacher Zhang, all are equal, and everyone is being rescued. It's difficult for an ordinary psychic to distinguish themselves from the other ordinary people being rescued. But the situation in Bay Town is different. Psychics will see themselves as protectors, while ordinary people are burdens, and this naturally leads to divisions. This is almost inevitable. However, the so-called optimal strategic solution only applies to individuals or a subset of individuals, not to the entire human population. Human morality evolved to maintain the future survival of the entire human population. Lu Ran quickly replayed the scene Jiang Lang had witnessed. Whether it was a base populated entirely by psychics or a mix of psychics and ordinary people, without Teacher Zhang or a neutral yet powerful psychic like Lu Han, whom they had assigned to the group in City C, to maintain order, even the slightest change would be enough to cause the base to devolve directly into slavery. In a base shared by both psychics and ordinary people, psychics would feel that ordinary people's right to survive was their own, and that their supplies were even taken from their own share, so they would definitely demand compensation. If a base populated entirely by psychics eventually reaches a stable size, and secures a steady supply of supplies, then those who consider themselves superior will inevitably need some slaves to serve them. After all, they all believe their only job is to fight, so who would be willing to do such idle work? We originally wanted to go to Hezhen, where there are 3 chain supermarkets. But when we got there, we found that most of the supermarkets were sold out. So we kept going and met a kind old man in Shaoqi village. He treated us to some fresh melon and told us, "Is there a base in Q City that's willing to accept ordinary people?" He said if we're interested, we should come to Q City. There's a base called Haiyan Community here that treats ordinary people and psychics equally. Ordinary people can farm as a contribution. He also said that 2 very powerful psychics have cleaned up all the pollutants along the road from Q City to Hezhen Town, and even further. Well, this is what I'm talking about, right? Although the old man said we could wait for you at his place in a week and come back when you get the food, we felt uneasy eating and drinking for free for a week. So we thought, if the monsters on the way to Q City have been mostly cleared out, maybe some of us would come and ask for help. Lu ran. So some of you are still in Shaoqi village? The leader nodded sharply, a hopeful glint in his eyes, but he didn't dare to ask directly, "Powerful psychic, can you rescue them?" Lu Ran nodded, "Okay, I understand. We go to Shaoqi village right away." His decisive tone stunned the help seekers. They had expected their request to be granted, but they hadn't imagined it would be considered a priority. They had originally thought that perhaps even finding time to visit Shaoqi village would be a great relief. While they were stunned, Jiang Lang spoke first. "Let's take you to the community first." Oh, okay. Jiang Lang and Lu Ran led the group back to the coast community. Q City had indeed been cleaned up very well, but pollutants still occasionally surfaced, usually slightly more difficult to deal with than those from outside. Without their escort, they might have struggled for a long time with these minor pollutants, even losing their crews. Sure enough, on the way back, they did encounter a few small pollutants. For safety's sake, Lu Ran didn't even let them get close, but killed them from a distance. Losing a crystal or 2 didn't matter. His casual kills left a deep impression on the survivors behind him. They knew these 2 Esperoids were powerful, but their strength far exceeded their imaginations. And this power brought with it a subtle sense of panic. Would such a powerful Esper really be willing to protect them? Would it do him any good? The Esperoids they met in Bay Town, with only 1/10 of his power, already considered themselves a species with no difference from ordinary people. So how would they react to someone like him, who could casually dispatch a monster like an ant with a single wave of his hand? Shouldn't they be looking down on ants like gods? Would someone like that really be willing to protect them? A frightened bird couldn't help but ask. His worry and fear actually frightened Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang waved his hands in fear. "We never considered anyone a burden." "Oh my god." He tried hard to explain, but the harder he tried, the more confusion and panic grew on the faces of these people. They seemed completely unable to understand why a powerful psychic would bother explaining to them so much. Their minds were probably like computers running completely incoherent code. Lu Ran, seeing Jiang Lang struggling and the others struggling to understand, finally spoke. "Those people drove you away simply because they weren't strong enough. If they were strong enough, they could easily support any number of people. They drove you away because they couldn't protect themselves. For us, protecting you is just a matter of convenience. There's no sacrifice involved, and naturally, we don't expect much in return from you. So what are you afraid of?" The words were crude, but the truth was there. His blunt analysis and lack of sympathy were more effective than Jiang Lang's hundreds of words of comfort, and a look of relief instantly appeared on the faces of the group. Jiang Lang, oars, okay. When they returned to the coast community, Teacher Zhang was already waiting at the entrance. As soon as he met up with the group, Lu Ran sent a message to Teacher Zhang through the nearest metal. Teacher Zhang quickly came up and, after taking a general overview of the situation, couldn't help but sigh. Although she understood that superpowers could easily divide people, hearing about such a situation still made her sigh. "I promise you, you will live safely here. I will do my best to ensure that you will not be harmed by pollutants or others. Believe me, our community has maintained the order it was before the apocalypse." I will do my best to provide everyone with an environment where they can live in peace. Teacher Zhang exuded a convincing and reassuring aura, and these ordinary people who had survived countless hardships couldn't help but shed tears. Lu Ran chose this moment to approach Teacher Zhang and whisper a few words. Teacher Zhang, it's a good time to clearly define and publicize the community's rules. These people meet the requirements for outsiders seeking help. We can explain to everyone that future outsiders will need to stay on credit, and we can also formalize the points system. Now is the best opportunity. If we miss this opportunity, it will be very troublesome later. Chapter 79. Teacher Zhang was stunned. To be honest, she had almost forgotten she established the rule requiring outsiders to pay an entry fee. She always assumed it was something far, far away. After all, aside from Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, she hadn't seen any outsiders yet. And these people's stories were tragic. They were driven out simply for being ordinary people, even though they initially risked their lives defending the base, even having to kill their mutated companions with their own hands, only to be ruthlessly driven away in the end. This was what she feared most about the Coast community becoming, so subconsciously, she only cared about how to help them settle down peacefully and stop living in fear. But Lu Ran was right. If we didn't take this opportunity to fully establish the rules, then imposing an entry fee on others later would inevitably be seen as hypocritical, and might even be considered unfair. While their pity was one thing, it was also inevitable that those who came later would think the crying child got the milk, and that they were being pitiful to waive the entry fee, which would only lead to more conflicts. Therefore, if the community wants to develop in the long term, it must establish rules now. Regardless of whether the situation is pitiful or sympathetic, there must be no exceptions or double standards. Not only that, but Lu Ran raised another, even more crucial point. Yes, the community does have abundant resources right now, so abundant that everyone can live comfortably, almost as if it were a pre-apocalyptic existence. But even the most abundant resources will eventually run out if they're only consumed without production. Once the community's population crosses a certain threshold, she have to consider the possibility that these resources will be depleted within a few years. Therefore, even more crucial to maintaining a balanced income and expenditure than the entry fee for outsiders is the community residents' own points system. She had been mulling over this points system for a long time, striving to find the right balance between maintaining a balanced income and expenditure and minimizing hardship for the majority. It was almost complete, though it hadn't yet been officially implemented. Lu Ran's reminder had almost perfectly timed it. The best time to announce the points system was when the first group of outsiders arrived. Because, although most of the residents in the community had been rescued by Teacher Zhang, they had lived in peace and stability for so long that it was easy for them to take their current lives for granted. Suddenly announcing a points system, telling them that supplies would no longer be provided free, and their labor would no longer be voluntary, but would become a pay-as-you-work model, was a reasonable decision, but some people would still feel uncomfortable. However, if this announcement were made when the first group of outsiders arrived and had to pay an entrance fee, they would feel much better. After all, they were only able to live here for free because they were rescued early, saving a full 10 crystals. Without superpowers, how could anyone obtain crystals? Converting these points would require at least 6 months of diligent vegetable cultivation. This instantly brought peace of mind. Although Lu Ran's 2 reminders sounded a bit cold, the young man's timing was truly terrifying. Lu Ran quietly looked at Teacher Zhang, unsure if he would hesitate. Teacher Zhang was a kind person, and kind people are prone to being soft-hearted, but sometimes being soft-hearted can lead to bad consequences. Therefore, she needed an outsider to offer cold, but at least accurate advice. It seemed he was the only one left standing here, a bystander. Teacher Zhang glanced at the gradually gathering residents, and nodded to Lu Ran. Okay, after you bring the rest of the people from Shaoqi village, I announce all the rules related to points. Lu Ran nodded. He glanced at the growing crowd and tugged at Jiang Lang, motioning for him to leave. Lu Ran, 1 car per person. There were a lot of people to rescue, and the 2 of them might not be able to bring everyone back with 1 car. Jiang Lang, however, stroked his chin, lost in thought. Lu Ran, what do you mean? Jiang Lang still had some clever ideas sometimes. Jiang Lang, I remember there were intact buses at the bus station? Lu Ran, that's fine. That way, he wouldn't have to drive anymore, which was great, but... Can you drive a bus? Jiang Lang instantly puffed out his head. Leave it to me, trust me. I drove a lot in my previous life. A question mark slowly floated over Lu Ran's head. Can I ask what kind of environment requires you to drive a bus so often? Jiang Lang. Sometimes I take on cargo transport missions for the base. Lu ran. Don't you have any other more profitable missions to take? Jiang Lang. Cargo transport missions are difficult, and the rewards are low. I'm always embarrassed to compete with others for easy jobs. After all, I'm so good. Lu ran. Never mind, he's worthy of his name. Jiang Lang's bus driving was truly steady. So steady that Lu ran fell asleep leaning against the window. Dear passengers, this bus has arrived at the terminal. Please take your belongings and exit through the back door. Lu ran drowsily opened his eyes, and for a moment, he thought he was on his way to middle school. Back then, he always had to take the bus for an hour to get to school. The ride was too long, the road was bumpy, and it wasn't convenient to read on the bus, so he used that time to sleep, which saved him an hour of sleep at night. But it feels like junior high school was a long time ago. And this voice doesn't sound like the electronic voice I used to hear on the bus. Hey passenger, we reached our stop. If you don't get off, we're going back. Lu ran woke up completely, then looked speechlessly at Jiang Lang, who was solemnly pretending to be a conductor at his seat. You're so idle. Jiang Lang couldn't help but laugh. Who told you to sleep so soundly? I thought you didn't need much sleep after the mutation, like me. How come you sleep so soundly? Lu ran shrugged as he got off the bus. Nothing to do, so I just sleep. The mutation hadn't really affected his sleep much. He'd been like that before. He never needed much sleep anyway. He just slept because he had nothing to do, or felt it was time for bed. The two of them got off the bus, said hello to the old man who was growing the melons, inquired about the whereabouts of the survivors, and exchanged their supplies. Then they drove the bus back to the village supermarket. They brought the remaining survivors back to the coastal community, and together with Teacher Zhang, they arranged rooms and temporary food for them, ensuring no one would die immediately after being rescued. Then they went to bed. The next day, as they came downstairs with scallion pancakes in their mouths, they found a crowd gathered in the community garden, buzzing with discussion. Did Teacher Zhang have something to announce? It was so formal. The group each held a freshly cooked breakfast. Some were eating steaming buns, some were enjoying clearly freshly cooked fried dough sticks, some were making pancakes like the others, and some were even frying rice cakes. Lu ran looked around silently, and had to admit that the people in coastal community were indeed living a rather extravagant life. The food itself was fine, but the real waste was the matches and gas, which were so difficult to find once they ran out. The time it took to fry a single rice cake could easily have been enough to make countless dishes. It was urgent to implement the point system, or he and Jiang Lang would have to start figuring out how to produce methane. Not long after, Teacher Zhang appeared. She looked very serious. At first, there was some noise in the crowd, and some even jokingly asked why Teacher Zhang was so serious. However, the lingering authority of Teacher Zhang as a teacher made her look stern, and it felt as if she was about to call on someone. She stood silently for a moment, and the crowd quieted down automatically. Then she spoke. You all probably saw yesterday that a new group of survivors arrived at the community. They were quite numerous. We may see even more in the future. Even the current number has reached an incredible number. I didn't initially imagine that we could gather so many people and still live a stable life in this turbulent world. But this also raises a problem. I calculated that based on the recent rate of supply withdrawals and our current population, our current supplies will only last a little over 2 years, assuming the population doesn't grow. As soon as Teacher Zhang said this, the onlookers in the garden were in an uproar, and their steamed buns and fried dough sticks lost their flavor. Honestly, they'd been spoiled by their stable life. Even when the apocalypse first arrived, everyone was living frugally. Forget about hot meals. Some even resorted to eating a few cookies for a full meal. It wasn't until Teacher Zhang warned them that this could easily lead to various nutritional deficiencies that they gradually resumed a somewhat normal diet. But things changed after that. The supplies in the basement garage kept piling up, seemingly endlessly. The arrival of Lu Ran and Jiang Lang greatly expanded the community's access to supplies. They brought back everything from supermarkets in the surrounding towns and villages, anything that wasn't too bad. And then, there was the old man with the supernatural ability who could make fresh fruits and vegetables grow. They hadn't considered the possibility of running out of supplies for a long time. Now, when Teacher Zhang suddenly pointed it out, they were suddenly awakened. And 2 years? Only 2 years? Although no one had probably thought they could survive 2 years, when the apocalypse first arrived, they were now used to planning for the time before the apocalypse. So what should we do? Start with a per-person quota? Someone in the crowd immediately raised their hand. Lu Ran observed their expressions one by one. Those who suggested a quota and those who seconded the proposal all wore expressions of pure anxiety and worry. Others, however, clearly had suggestions on their minds, but hesitated to express them. Lu Ran guessed they were probably thinking, well, why not take in those newcomers? Since we only have enough supplies for 2 years, why should we care about outsiders? But they couldn't say that out loud. After all, while they considered themselves original members of the coast community, everyone knew they were rescued by Teacher Zhang out of kindness. To Teacher Zhang, they were no different from the new survivors. So they could only think about it. Although fixed quotas for machinery can solve the problem, they lack flexibility. Teacher Zhang addressed a young person who raised his hand to ask a question, so we're adopting a different approach, a point system. I converted everything you can do for the community into points, like guarding the community, especially those rotating night shifts, and tending the vegetable garden. Although Mr. Lin provides us with fresh fruits and vegetables, we can't let our own vegetable garden go unused. Currently, the gardens in the community that can be used for farming only add up to 2 mu of land. I plan to break through the wall with the neighboring Lily community and convert the entire green belt there into farmland. Each mu of land converted into farmland will earn 10 points, and each mu of land used for farming will earn 5 points. This way, everyone can use their earned points to exchange for supplies, just like exchanging cash for daily necessities when working. This will make things more cost-effective. What do you think? I think Teacher Zhang makes a lot of sense. Someone immediately jumped in to voice their disapproval, saying, some young people are so wasteful. How can they use things like that? They're acting like they're still living in the old days, completely unaware of saving and forgetting their mistakes. Ahem, I didn't set up this point system to blame anyone. Teacher Zhang quickly interrupted the middle-aged man's indignant rant. If possible, I also like everyone to be able to use whatever they want, but the reality is that resources are limited, and I like to maintain resource sustainability in a more gentle and effective way. Then she continued, besides that, there's a new rule. It was actually established a while ago, but I forgot to inform everyone. From now on, all outsiders entering our community will need to deposit 10 crystals, which translates to a 200 community points moving in fee, including those who came to us for help yesterday. Teacher Zhang's words had the effect she and Lu Ran had envisioned. Initially, the residents were a bit unhappy with their current situation, even somewhat resentful of those people from yesterday. They knew they were pitiful, but they'd been forced to live frugally just because of them. They were upset, to be sure, but after Teacher Zhang's words, they suddenly felt a surge of sympathy for them. They were already miserable enough, being driven out simply for lacking superpowers. And frankly, if they hadn't been so proactive in saving themselves from the start, establishing a base with the superpowered people who later driven them away, and instead had simply found a place to hide in the village, they might have been rescued like them, and wouldn't have had to pay the 10 crystals. That's a lot of crystals. Calculate how many points they earn from farming. That translates to nearly half a year's worth of farming for nothing. They made a killing. Alas, they're all pitiful people too. Alas, Teacher Zhang is truly selfless. He truly deserves to be called Teacher Zhang. In the blink of an eye, these people finished their self-consolation, momentarily ignoring the difficulty of having to start working again after the apocalypse. And I already considered the prices of the supplies the community can exchange for. Take a look, what do you think? Teacher Zhang gave them ample time to think, then finally spoke again. As she spoke, she turned and posted 3 pieces of paper on the bulletin board. The first was simple, 10 crystals equals 200 points for the move-in fee. The second was more complex, describing what kind of work could earn points. If farming was the baseline, logistics work would earn lower points, manual labor slightly higher. Of course, security guards would earn the highest points, calculated directly by round. Unfortunately, only a few could earn these points. In Q City, a small city, even including the surrounding towns, their digging had yielded few supernatural beings. The last sheet was so densely packed that it would be difficult to read without Teacher Zhang's excellent handwriting. It listed the points required to redeem each item. Fresh fruits and vegetables were the most valuable, followed by gas cans. They weren't even calculated by full cans, but by half, because they searched most of Q City, and most of the remaining cans were half empty. Next came bottled water. Although there was plenty now, they still had to use it sparingly, because they didn't know if they ever find relatively unpolluted water again, and even if they did, they have to go to great lengths to purify it. Ordinary instant food was relatively okay. Other supplies, like quilts, were even cheaper. Overall, if the coast community could maintain its current state, it could be considered a very livable apocalyptic community. Any opinions? Everyone gathered around to take a look, and instantly felt that life was much better than they initially imagined. As long as they worked diligently on the land, maintaining a good quality of life wasn't difficult. There was no need to truly enter the apocalyptic world, as some imagined. The atmosphere relaxed somewhat. Lu Ran quickly glanced at the last 2 sheets of paper and mentally calculated how many points a community resident would earn in a year, and how much they could exchange for items. So, the current resources would indeed last at least a few years, which was fine. So, he raised his hand and mentioned a few insignificant details. When the gas runs out, you can collect firewood for fuel. Most of the pollutants are plants, which can be dried and burned as firewood. Just bringing back crystals would be a bit of a waste, but the pollutant carcasses should also count for points. Upon hearing this, several ordinary psychics immediately glanced at Lu Ran with gratitude. People like Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, who killed people in the pollutant-based area, would definitely not bother bringing back pollutant carcasses. Just digging up crystals would be a chore enough, so this was simply a way for them. What a good person. Teacher Zhang thought about it, and felt it made sense. He immediately took out his pen, and added a line. With Lu Ran leading the way, the others immediately brainstormed. Although many of the ideas sounded ridiculous, it was good to have them raised. After all, Teacher Zhang would review them. For a moment, the community garden was engulfed in a sea of passionate discussion. So Lu Ran, having accomplished his mission, retired and went out to fight monsters with Jiang Lang. Chapter 80. Actually, they didn't have much to do right now. They already scoured the surrounding towns and villages. Forget the survivors, there weren't even many cockroaches that slipped through. The only thing left to do now was patrolling Q City. In fact, rather than patrolling Q City and killing the pollutants that couldn't be burned out by wildfires, it was more like just going out for a stroll. These days, there's no computer to play with, and staying home is tough. It wasn't long before it was time for dinner. Let's go back and eat. Whose house were we having dinner today? Jiang Lang scratched his head, reminiscing. With no monsters left to kill, his mind wandered back to his school days. Whenever he had some free time, he'd think about what to have for lunch and dinner. Teacher Chen's house. Did you forget? We just returned the big head carp he preserved yesterday. Oh, I remember. Jiang Lang felt so busy that he even forgotten something as important as today being the day Teacher Chen, a Sichuan native, had promised to make them pickled fish. Jiang Lang wiped his saliva and said, I still have to find a base to stay in at the beginning of the apocalypse. When I first sneaked into the bases were nearly worn out, not to mention the gas tanks. The iron pots we could find were practically broken. I finally found a place full of people, but I couldn't even get a hot meal. It was so sad. Jiang Lang, dreaming of pickled fish, rushed back to the coastal residential complex at lightning speed. Teacher Chen lived in the second building closest to the entrance. As soon as they arrived, they were greeted by a tangy, sour, and spicy aroma, the aroma of authentic pickled fish. Luckily, Teacher Chen was one of the original residents of the community, meaning he lived there from the very beginning, not just because Teacher Zhang had rescued him. Therefore, this apartment had always been his, and the whole house was stocked with spices. After entering Building 2, before they could even climb the stairs, the door of the first-floor apartment closest to the elevator opened. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Lu. Come eat. Jiang Lang, we went to Teacher Chen's house for dinner today. Hey! Teacher Chen is right here. They went inside and took a look. Wow! There were more than just the two of them eating. The large table, similar to the round ones used for village banquets, held nearly 15 people. 2 children sat on the sofa, bowls in hand, staring eagerly toward the kitchen. This room is bigger. There's a large table in the living room, and there's this thing. A young man explained the situation, referring to a solid alcohol candle on the table that he had found somewhere. Here you go! A shout came from the kitchen, and Teacher Chen emerged carrying a pot of pickled fish. Although they called Teacher Chen teacher, making him sound like a middle-aged, senior teacher in his 30s or 40s, he was actually a young man in his 20s, having just graduated last year. He had a fresh face and a perpetual smile, complete with dimples, making him a favorite with his elders. A large meal is always better with a large crowd. He placed the pickled fish on the table. The hot pot base is ready. Light it up. An older man quickly pulled out a lighter and ignited the solid alcohol. Then, Teacher Chen emerged from the kitchen carrying a 9-square hot pot. Jiang Lang gave a thumbs up. That's what professionalism is. The table was piled with dishes brought by everyone who came to eat. For this one hot pot meal, they must have used up their entire month's supply of fresh food. But, it was the end of the world, so of course, it was more pleasurable to have a good meal than several mediocre ones. Jiang Lang also dug into his backpack and pulled out 2 servings of duck intestines. Ah! You two are such great benefactors. How could I ask you to contribute? Jiang Lang. But how can hot pot be without duck intestines? Lu Ran thought to himself. Before the Sword of Damocles, Doomsday, we never ordered duck intestines when we went to hot pot, okay. But Jiang Lang's words convinced most of the people present, so he left the 2 servings of duck intestines on the table. Actually, Jiang Lang had simply put them in his backpack. He had just used up a space for compressed biscuits, so he conveniently stuffed the contents of the supermarket freezer, which hadn't completely lost its coolness, into the compartment. He hadn't noticed the duck intestines at first, and only discovered the 2 packages after he finished everything else. Perfect for hot pot now. Really good. Jiang Lang felt delighted. A pot of hot pot, and a pot of pickled fish. The rice, though steamed in a pressure cooker, and not as dry and moist as in a rice cooker, was still edible. Jiang Lang and Lu Ran immediately dove in. The others, however, were still accustomed to chatting while they ate. By the time Jiang Lang and Lu Ran came to their senses, the conversation had already shifted to the group that had arrived that morning and the new regulations for the coastal community. I'm not being harsh. I think Teacher Zhang is good in every way, except that she's a little too kind. She's a teacher, after all. What's wrong? We're all rescued by Teacher Zhang? Now you're mad at her for taking in others? Oh my god. That's not what I meant. Don't be so snarky. Of course, I wholeheartedly support taking these people in. It's such a rare thing now. Are you really just looking out for yourself? There are only so many people on Earth, so of course we should help each other. What are you talking about? I really don't understand. What I'm saying is, Teacher Zhang is so kind. Ordinary people come in and hand in 10 crystals, and psychics come in and hand in 10 crystals too. He treats everyone equally. Didn't these people say those people in one town also set up a base? They only want psychics, so they're definitely biased towards them. What if there's a comparison with other psychics, passing through, or those who were overlooked locally? Should they come here and be treated like ordinary people, or go somewhere that treats psychics better? Just as the people at the table were about to think this made sense, Jiang Lang couldn't help but look up from his bowl. I don't think you need to worry about that. That base those people in one town. If it can really be considered a base, it certainly can't compare to the conditions in our community. Think about it yourself. You want to. If you were a psychic, would you rather eat instant noodles at Chabuyi, or come to our community and eat pickled fish? It's definitely not often, but at least we have the chance to eat pickled fish here. Alas, Xiaojiang, you should always be prepared for danger. Those that have declined are those that rest on their laurels. Although the community is great now, it could have been even better. For example, if we offered more favorable conditions to psychics, not only wouldn't they need crystals to move in, but we also provided a lot of free supplies and gave them priority in choosing a residence. Perhaps Mr. Lin would be willing to move in? Jiang Lang, Lu Ran looked up leisurely. Believe me, no matter what conditions you offer, Mr. Lin wouldn't be willing to come. He simply doesn't like living with others. How could anyone not want to live with someone? These are definitely all excuses. They're just making excuses, waiting for you to come up with your terms. Lu Ran shrugged. He was too lazy to argue with an idiot. He turned off his earphones and started eating. Jiang Lang followed suit, saying a few perfunctory words and then settling into his meal. He even scooped up some vegetables and fish from the hot pot before heading over to the children's table on the sofa. This was originally just a minor incident. The conversation flashed through Lu Ran and Jiang Lang's minds and then vanished. From then on, they maintained a daily routine of going shopping and returning to the community for 2 meals. Since there weren't any other places offering free meals with tables this large, they didn't really listen to what others were saying. So, when they realized that the middle-aged people's nonsense at the dinner table had become the mainstream discourse in the community, Jiang Lang and Lu Ran stared at each other. No. What are they thinking? With so many psychics coming, they become more disciplined. I don't know how many bases have ended up in chaos and fighting. Are they dissatisfied with the peace in the community now? Lu Ran shrugged. I never understood their train of thought. The psychics we have now are already more than enough to protect the community. More wouldn't be enough. Are we really going to send them all out to attack the crystals? Crystals aren't much use other than upgrading psychics' own abilities. Jiang Lang, that's right. He was practically scratching his head. While he was still pondering how to dispel these people's unfounded worries, they had already gone to Teacher Zhang's place. Teacher Zhang, huh? Why bring in psychics? That way, everyone in the community will have more people to protect them. Teacher Zhang pondered for a moment. Was it because she'd been so far away from the coast community lately that everyone felt insecure? Also, Teacher Zhang, why don't you take care of that old man from Shaoqi village? Find a way to get him to our community. That would be great. Haven't I told you this many times? The old man just won't come. If he won't, just try to persuade him. Teacher Zhang was starting to feel a headache. She used to be a teacher, and her interpersonal relationships were essentially teacher-student. At most, she'd get anxious parents asking about their children's grades, but she rarely had to deal with such a serious group of people. She felt a little overwhelmed, and suddenly remembered Lu Ran's pointed warnings. Alas, when it came to social etiquette, she wasn't even as good as this seemingly unsophisticated student. She looked at the eager eyes of the group, unsure of what to say. She could only vaguely promise to ask Old Man Lin from Shaoqi village later. After sending the group away, Teacher Zhang pondered at the table. It seemed she better not go out for the time being. Most of the people nearby had been rescued, and if she went any further, she wouldn't be able to care about the community. To prevent the majority from developing the absurd idea that they needed more psychics to protect them, she'd better stay in the community for a while. Teacher Zhang thought it was simply her outside rescue efforts that had caused the community members to feel less secure, but that was clearly not the case. Soon, this argument intensified, to the point where even people like Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, oblivious to the world and focused on scallion pancakes, could hear her at Auntie's table asking if the community really needed to think about a point system to attract psychics. After dinner, Jiang Lang couldn't help but ask Lu Ran, "What do you think they're thinking?" Lu Ran shook his head. It spread a little too fast. While there's little entertainment in the neighborhood these days, unless you can patiently read, most people's only entertainment is chatting with others. But it's still too fast. And that day at the dinner table, that middle-aged man's argument clearly received a lot of criticism, and it wasn't just us two. You even specifically mentioned the situation in Wanjin. Even if it did spread, it wouldn't be so one-sided. Someone's probably fanning the flames. Jiang Lang was bewildered. Holy crap! Isn't it just one neighborhood? It's just a tiny place, with 5,000 people? Is this even worth waging a propaganda war? Lu Ran. How hard people strive for profit generally has little to do with the size of their group. Jiang Lang, then, what do we do now? Find the mastermind behind this. Find them? Lu Ran shook his head. No rush. Someone will always take the lead. We see. Hearing Lu Ran's words, Jiang Lang felt relieved. He wasn't afraid of anything else. He was simply worried that after all the hard work of finding a simple base like Coast Community, if it turned into a horrible mess like the Q City base that later became like all the other bases, it would be truly devastating. But since Lu Ran had spoken, everything was definitely under his control. He could just focus on eating. Later, as Lu Ran had predicted, this inexplicable wave of public opinion soon expanded beyond simply they should offer better conditions to attract more and stronger psychics. It also spread to they should favor psychics in distribution. Even if they can't get all the supplies for free, they should at least get a discount. After all, they're risking their lives to protect the rest of the community. This argument actually made Lu Ren smile with a rare chuckle. Life-threatening danger? The pollutants in Q City had already been completely swept away by them and Teacher Zhang. The community's psychics were usually tasked with monitoring the vegetable gardens to see if any vegetables had mutated. If they felt they were risking their lives and acting like soldiers, then Teacher Zhang had indeed been too protective of them. After all, when high-level pollutants truly arrived, what use would their existence be? And he was curious. Why did they fantasize about being superior? Why couldn't they use their foolish brains? If they truly recruited powerful psychics, what difference would ordinary psychics like them make in the eyes of these exceptional psychics? If they wanted to play the strong-take-all game, they should at least confirm their own strength. Playing the Shida game and bringing themselves to the bottom would teach them to behave themselves. A true Shida, Lu Han, would honestly assess his own strength and rank. These people were truly foolish in a refreshingly unconventional way. Furthermore, the safety of coastal community had always been ensured by Teacher Zhang and the two of them. To put it bluntly, they were just communications troopers at best. As freeloaders, their values weren't a concern. But if Teacher Zhang truly embraced this categorization, did they really think their modest abilities would get them anywhere? Lu Ren hated those foolish people who didn't foresee the consequences before they acted, or simply didn't want to. But there was no need to stop them, because they couldn't see the outcome, but he could. And he felt this was a perfect opportunity. He had always felt that Teacher Zhang needed an opportunity to establish her prestige. Otherwise, as the coastal community base grew, she would sooner or later find herself unable to control the situation. Rather than letting things get out of hand, it was better to trigger a farce now, under control. So, even though Jiang Lang desperately wanted to stop this strange atmosphere, Lu Ren stopped him. Unlike Teacher Zhang, they were just passing through, temporary residents at best. If they truly became unhappy, they could simply leave. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, it was best not to tie themselves too tightly to the base. If someone had to resolve this community farce, it had to be Teacher Zhang, not either of them. Jiang Lang was anxious, but since Lu Ren had said so, he could only dejectedly suppress his impulse. Okay. I understand, I really do. A manageable conflict is better than an uncontrollable outburst. I truly remembered that. Let's go, out of sight, out of mind. Let's go for a walk. Chapter 81. Jiang Lang really didn't want to watch the tiny neighborhood engage in a public opinion war, so he dragged Lu Ren out for a stroll in Q City. Shopping after the apocalypse was very different from shopping before it. There were no snack streets to visit, and any entertainment with electricity was completely gone. So, while they were strolling, they ended up at the Q City Library. This book is quite interesting. Jiang Lang flipped through an old book and couldn't help but sigh. Why didn't I think that when I was in school? Well, I thought the books recommended by the teachers would be serious and boring. I didn't expect classics to be so dramatic and exciting. It's almost like a thriller. When he first entered the library, he had no idea what to read. After all, when he was in school, he felt dizzy after reading more than a few words. After hesitating for a long time, he simply picked a few familiar books from the recommended reading list at school and started reading. Unexpectedly, he found them very interesting. He began to pull books from the shelf. By the way, bring a few back for Yuming. Speaking of Yuming, Jiang Lang's brows darkened with worry. Ever since they brought her the bad news, the little girl hasn't been in good shape, and he didn't know how she was doing now. Alas, in the apocalypse, there are elderly people who have long been accustomed to life and death, and there are certainly people like Yuming who are experiencing the death of a loved one for the first time and can't get over it. There's not much they can do. If Yuming had special abilities, perhaps they could take her out for some relaxation, but she doesn't, and she doesn't really want to go out. So, it's better to bring her some books, just in case there's something she'd like to read. It can distract her. After searching the library for a few books, Jiang Lang and Lu Ren prepared to go back for lunch. Just 100 meters from the entrance to the residential complex, their overly developed hearing picked up a quarrel. Lu Ren and Jiang Lang exchanged a glance and sped up slightly. It's only been a few days since the apocalypse, and you already stopped treating yourselves as human beings, haven't you? You're so capable of harassing little girls. Teacher Zhang should have just left you to fend for yourself. Jiang Lang and Lu Ren hurried over, pushing through the thickets of people, and finally spotted the people arguing. To the right were several girls. The one in the front, swearing clearly, was a woman who looked quite decisive. She was only in her 20s, so the little girl she was referring to were even younger. Behind her stood a group of mostly schoolboy-like children. Jiang Lang glanced around and estimated they were only a few years older than Yuming. Oh, how can this be called sexual harassment? We just wanted to pursue these girls. It's pretty serious, okay? Jiang Lang recalled the people on the left. Most of them were rescued from nearby towns and villages. Honestly, if it weren't for his excellent memory, he would have hardly recognized them. When he and Lu Ren rescued them, they were almost starving to the bone. Q City was economically underdeveloped to begin with, and the surrounding towns were even less so. There were only 2 supermarkets in each town, and they were mostly no-name brands. These people's original living standards were probably even worse than the guaranteed jobs they received in the apocalypse. Therefore, their faces bounced around. If it weren't for their easily recognizable features, Jiang Lang would have thought they were people he had never seen before. What did we do? We just saw a pretty girl and wanted to talk. After all, we all awakened superpowers now. Would following us be unfair to you? This infuriated the elderly men nearby. Take a piss and look at the mirror. What kind of people are you? You want to marry our daughter from Q City? Jiang Lang was stunned by this. Was that the point? But the thug-like men clearly thought it was the point. Their playful expressions vanished, and they shouted, "Oh, you still think you're from Q City? Uncle, Aunt, it's the end of the world now. Do you still have a city hookah? You only looked down on me before, but times have changed. I have superpowers and you don't. Now it's no longer your turn to look down on me." Just as the conversation was about to veer into regional discrimination, the leading woman redirected the conversation. She wasn't from here, so she had no interest in this. Stop talking about this and that. Be more discreet next time. Is that how you chase someone? You grab a little girl's arm when she doesn't want to talk to you. You're a hooligans, and you're even allowed to have sex with her, right? I'm being a hooligans because I respect her. Without us on duty every day, how could you live so peacefully? Jiang Lang was furious, but before he could move forward, Lu Ran grabbed his arm. He turned to look at Lu Ran in confusion, only to see her calmly shake her head and say, "Wait for Teacher Zhang to come." The girl leading the group was holding a steel pipe, indicating they already hit her. Jiang Lang suppressed his anger. These idiots, he was so angry he wanted to smash their brains out with no skills, not just his fists. Fortunately, he didn't remain angry for long, because Teacher Zhang arrived quickly. What happened? Teacher Zhang's long career still lingered, and the crowd fell silent as he entered. The girl immediately recounted the incident clearly and coherently. It was simple. These psychics had taken themselves seriously, asking several young girls if they wanted protection. When they were rejected or looked down upon, they became enraged and began to physically assault them. She wasn't the only witness. Several people nearby saw the incident and joined in the scolding. Their tongues weren't as sharp and clear as those of the young woman. Teacher Zhang spoke with the witnesses to confirm their veracity. Then, he questioned the other girls protected by the young woman. He heard that this wasn't the first time these men had verbally taken advantage of them before, so they always avoided them. They bumped into them again today. They planned to leave quickly, but instead, they'd been pulled back. After hearing the second half, Teacher Zhang's eyes were filled with uncontrollable anger. She turned around and asked the psychics, "Do you have anything to say?" "It's not as serious as they say. It was just a few words. What's wrong with pulling them? Aren't they just looking down on us country folk and refusing to talk to us? If they're willing to talk properly, would we have to resort to violence?" Teacher Zhang, think carefully. Who's more useful, us or them? The subtle threat in the tone truly amused Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang couldn't help but laugh, while the other onlookers were simply seething with rage. The crowd around Lu Ran instantly erupted, each one cursing at the same time. Then Teacher Zhang raised his hand. In an instant, several small steel bars and pipes placed around them pierced their knees with lightning speed. Ah! The few who had been beaming with joy almost instantly lost the ability to stand. The pain made them instinctively try to cover their knees, but the steel bars, long enough to be difficult to reach, pierced them, and if they did, it would sting painfully. A sudden silence fell. Even the girls, who had been harassed, paled. Everyone here was extremely well protected. Except for the night of the rat invasion, they had never seen blood. Now, red blood and white bone marrow flowed out together, covering the ground. Most civilized people, who had never even killed a chicken in their lives, shuddered and looked away. A few brave souls cheered, but everyone else instinctively looked away and covered their mouths and noses. The smell of blood was not a pleasant one. As they turned their gaze back to Teacher Zhang and the several people at her feet, writhing in agony or already too exhausted to do so, a mixture of awe and fear filled their eyes. They had always known Teacher Zhang's abilities were powerful, but they had always targeted pollutants. They had habitually judged her abilities by different standards. Even after the night of the rat infestation, some had discussed her flaws. In short, because Teacher Zhang had always displayed her attack power only against pollutants, over time, the residents of the community had come to perceive her abilities on different levels. This was the first time they realized how quickly they, who were far more vulnerable than pollutants, would perish if Teacher Zhang used her abilities on people. Suddenly, the voices died down, the indignation faded, and the girl's initial sense of grievance vanished. Lu Ran nodded with satisfaction. This was a perfect opportunity to assert his authority, a perfect method for doing so. Managing the coastal community would be much easier in the future. Apocalyptic bases, like these, are most vulnerable to overcrowding and unconvinced leadership. Chaos would inevitably erupt sooner or later, but now there was no need to worry. Jiang Lang's mind had also shifted, and he quietly gave Lu Ran a thumbs up. "Buddy, you're still thinking ahead. If you ever feel wronged in the future, don't keep it to yourself. Come tell me directly, and I bring justice to you. There's been rumors circulating in the community lately, saying we should give people with special abilities more preferential treatment. I don't care who started it, or whether you believe it or not. I'm making this clear. As long as I'm in Coast Community, everyone will be treated the same. If you disagree, come and fight me. I see who has the guts." Teacher Zhang was truly furious this time. She wasn't most angry at these troublemakers, but at the fact that these girls had endured it all this time, only having others bravely speaking up for them. Perhaps they were cowardly or something else, but it's also possible that they genuinely believe the rumors that people with special abilities should be treated preferentially. Or even worse, Perhaps someone simply didn't believe she was willing to always treat ordinary people, and those with special abilities the same, and so didn't report the matter directly to her. The implications behind this matter far outraged her more than just these troublemakers, so she had to make her position clear to everyone. After she finished speaking, she slowly looked around. Wherever her eyes moved, everyone subconsciously avoided her gaze and shrank their heads for some reason. Do you understand? The entire crowd nodded hurriedly, like students being lectured in a classroom. Only Jian Lang couldn't help but whisper to Lu Ran, "Did Teacher Zhang teach math before? He looks so much like old Ji. The demeanor is practically identical." Teacher Zhang left in a rage, and the tension in the room eased, everyone breathing a sigh of relief. The residents started chattering again. "Hey, what should we do with these people? Leave them here? Should they get treatment? But is there a doctor in our community now? And we can't pull out the rebar? Oh no, don't pull it out. The bleeding won't stop, and there's no emergency room here. They die right there. So what should we do? Use a pair of pliers to cut the rebar in half, leaving the rest in the bones? That seems like a good idea. It'd teach them a lesson, so they don't have to worry about it again. I always said this, there are so many scoundrels in this village. If you keep rescuing people, you're bound to save them some bad guys. It's a real pollution to the community." After saying this, the man noticed Jiang Lang and Lu Ran, the main rescuers from the village, standing next to him. He immediately shut up in embarrassment. It was as if he was blaming them for saving some scoundrels. Jiang Lang didn't mind this accusation. He said calmly, "If you're saving someone with the intention of finding out if they've done anything bad before, then don't save them. A life is at stake. Are you really going to let them die? As for whether the person you rescued is a bad person, we're not blind. I think everything in our little community is good, except for a prison for forced labor." "Well, that's a good idea. Come on, Lu Ran, let's talk to Teacher Zhang about building a prison." Jiang Lang, who thought this was a pretty good idea, dragged Lu Ran to Teacher Zhang's office. "Prison? Yeah, I thought about it. Our community has all the rules and regulations, but what's missing is what to do if conflicts arise among residents. There are fewer people now, but it seems there aren't quite as many either. Anyway, with so many people, it's going to be too much trouble to constantly mediate. We need to come up with some rules." Teacher Zhang pondered for a moment. "That's true. But what kind of punishment would a prison in the community give them? At most, they'd be forbidden from leaving the house. Isn't being forbidden from leaving the house uncomfortable enough? Find the smallest house in the community and lock anyone who commits a crime inside. With too many people, it'd be like a pigeon coop. It'd be as uncomfortable as it can be." Jiang Lang chattered, clearly actively involved in the development of the coast community. When he emerged from Teacher Zhang's office, he habitually glanced in his backpack. Seeing the books in the last compartment, he remembered that before this farce interrupted them, he and Lu Ran had originally planned to visit Yumeng. He and Lu Ran exchanged glances, then took a deep breath. He couldn't help but wonder if his enthusiastic discussion of the prison proposal, just now, was because he was subconsciously trying to delay his meeting with Yumeng. "Lu Ran, let's go." Jiang Lang, "Okay." The two of them walked towards the building where Yumeng was. Their shuffling footsteps echoed in the empty stairwell. If they were still ordinary people with unenhanced bodies from before the apocalypse, Jiang Lang would probably have been able to climb the 10 floors, only to be so exhausted that he asked for a break. Unfortunately, they were now psychics, who could climb 10 floors without even taking a breath. "So, we arrived at Yumeng's current residence." Jiang Lang glanced at Lu Ran, who glanced back. Reluctantly, Jiang Lang raised his hand and began to knock on the door. "I'm here." A middle-aged woman's enthusiastic voice echoed from behind the door. The door opened. "Is that you two? Are you here to see Yumeng?" Enchen knew there was nothing special about their family. These two busybodies in the neighborhood probably just wanted to see the child they personally rescued. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang nodded. "Yumeng, Brother Lu and Brother Jiang are here to see you. Come out." The door to the left bedroom opened, and Jiang Lang was a little shocked. It had been so long since they'd seen Yumeng, and yet she had completely lost weight. Even Lu Ran couldn't help but frown. He knew Yumeng was probably still lost in grief, but her condition was still far worse than he expected. Yumeng looked unwell, a bit dazed. Her eyes were hazy when she opened the door, almost blurry, as if from hypoglycemia, but it could also be sheer mental fatigue causing her reaction time to slow down. Her complexion was even worse. When they met her in that apartment that looked like a real-life version of Home Alone, she looked relatively healthy despite having been eating instant noodles for a month. Now, her cheeks were thin, her lips pale, like someone who just recovered from a serious illness, or perhaps even someone who hadn't recovered yet. Lu Ran's brows furrowed further. He subconsciously felt that even if Yu Ming was upset about her mother's failure to be rescued, she shouldn't be so upset. After all, she should have known that her mother's survival was a completely remote possibility. But she also felt that his assumptions about human emotions were always off, so she said nothing. Perhaps sensing their shock, Anshin sighed softly and shook her head. This child, her mother's death must have been a huge blow to her. Her appetite has been getting worse lately. Look at her, she's so thin. It's like she's been peeling off a layer of skin, the bones in her hands are so obvious. Oh, what a sin. As Yu Ming reached the door, Anshin paused her whispers. Yu Ming looked up at Lu Ran and Jiang Lang. During the time she had walked over, she seemed to have regained her composure. She no longer looked like a ghost, and at least her eyes had regained focus. She forced a smile. Brother Jiang, Brother Lu. Jiang Lang was at a loss for words. After a pause, he handed over a few books he was holding. We went to the city library today. I found some books I think are quite interesting. If you have nothing to do, you can take a look. Yu Ming took the books Jiang Lang handed her, somewhat dazed, and muttered, "Thank you." Then shall we go first? Jiang Lang looked helplessly at Lu Ran, and then at Anshin. Finally, Anshin suddenly broke the silence. Yes, yes. Come visit Yu Ming next time. Lu Ran, Jiang Lang, and Yu Ming said goodbye and prepared to leave. Wait! But just as they turned to leave, Yu Ming suddenly let out a short, sharp sound. Huh? What's wrong? Yu Ming stared at them in a daze, as if she hadn't even realized she had just said wait. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang looked at her calmly, not urging her to hurry, waiting for her to gather her thoughts. A flicker of hesitation crossed Yu Ming's face, but she finally shook her head. No. It's okay. I don't know what I was thinking. Jiang Lang, okay. Just let us know if you need anything, okay? This time, he and Lu Ran really left. Just as they disappeared down the stairwell, and Anshin was about to close the door, Yu Ming suddenly held it open with her hand. Auntie, wait a minute. I want to talk to Brother Jiang and the others about what book I'd like to read next time. Can I come? Anshin, of course, go ahead. Yu Ming lowered her head and ran out the door. She hurriedly tried to catch up with Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, finally catching up with them halfway up the stairs. Wait a minute. Jiang Lang and Lu Ran turned back at the same time. Huh? What's wrong? They watched as Yu Ming took a few deep breaths, trying to catch up with the air she had lost on the descent. Then, she regained her composure. Or rather, more than just composure, she regained that resolute look. The hesitation she had felt before the door vanished completely. Brother Jiang, Brother Lu, I think there's something fishy about this family. Jiang Lang, huh? Wait. Whose family? Uncle Wang and Aunt Chen, you mean? Yu Ming's face showed a hint of guilt, as if she felt it was wrong to doubt the family that had taken her in. But she quickly nodded. Yes, I do. Chapter 82. Yu Ming knew others would think she was crazy, but she genuinely felt something was wrong. Uncle Wang and Aunt Chen were very kind. Whenever they exchanged for fresh fruits and vegetables, they never left her out. In this apocalyptic world where fresh vegetables were valued by the quantity, it could be said that they had done their best for her. But she simply couldn't trust them at all. She knew that if she revealed her thoughts to others, those with a basic understanding of psychology would probably say it was an automatic defense mechanism activated after losing her mother, or that it was post-traumatic paranoia and persecution. More bluntly, those would probably accuse her of being ungrateful and asking how she could think so badly of a family of good people. But she could just feel that real, terrifying feeling. When they smiled at her, she always felt the creeps all over her body. She wondered if she was overthinking it, so she tried hard to convince herself that they were good people, and that she shouldn't worry about anything. But no matter how many times she told it, the moment she saw them, she still felt a deep, visceral discomfort. She wanted to tell others, but she knew they wouldn't care about this strange feeling. She was getting thinner, not because of sadness, but rather, the instinctive fear that had overwhelmed her ability to grieve had left her with little time and energy. Ever since she started living with this family, she'd been feeling a constant nausea and couldn't sleep well. She considered telling Teacher Zhang that she wanted to move, but if he asked her why, how would she answer? Was she feeling scared? Scared for no reason? Or simply because she thought the family's laughter was scary? That didn't sound like a reason worth taking seriously. Then, she discovered another suspicious point beyond her feeling. Ever since the community started distributing supplies based on points, she noticed a discrepancy between their expenses and their income. Aside from the youngest, Minmin, who didn't work, Uncle Wang, Aunt Chin, and herself all worked in the community fields. Uncle Wang and Aunt Chin told her to save her points for snacks, and that they could just trade for the food. She was still very aware of her dependence on others, so she ignored their advice. The three of them did essentially the same work, and even if there were slight differences, she calculated the points each day. When they went to collect food, she sometimes went with them, and sometimes went straight back to her room. After more than a month, she realized that the food piled in the living room, combined with their daily consumption, didn't add up to the number of points she calculated. At first, she thought the couple, like most middle-aged people, were used to living a life of preparedness, and were accustomed to saving points for emergencies. Although Teacher Zhang had said that if they truly fell ill, they could simply get medication approved, there was always the possibility of an emergency requiring points. So, she initially didn't pay much attention to it. Until one day, she heard Enshin complain about Uncle Wang's lack of diligence. A grown man earning the same points as the two women, and farming was just hard work, so why didn't he put in a little more effort? As a result, the family was so short of points that they had to spend all their monthly points to barely make ends meet. Uncle Wang nodded honestly, but Yu Ming suddenly felt a chill run through her heart. Did they spend all their points? How is that possible? The household's consumption didn't match up at all. And not just by a tiny amount, their points were at least one person's worth of food short of what the household consumed. It was only slightly strange, but Yu Ming couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. She recalled the time Teacher Zhang had said he wanted her to live with Uncle Wang and Aunt Chin. Previously, she had always remembered only her own refusal. After all, she still held on to the hope that her mother was still alive. But now, thinking back, she realized she wasn't the only one who resisted. Back then, when Uncle Wang and Aunt Chin were summoned by Teacher Zhang and told he wanted her to live with them, their first reaction was one of surprise and hesitation. While it could be interpreted as them not wanting to support another person in the family, given the extra burden it would be, she still found it strange. She hesitated, wondering if this counted as evidence. Another day, while working in the community park, she adjusted her tone slightly and tentatively asked a girl who seemed to be taking care of her, "I noticed that the points earned from the food we eat don't seem to match the points we accumulated." Haha, Aunt Chin's generation was the kind that preferred to save money. I guess they saved all their points. No, Aunt Chin has complained about not being able to save. Huh? Is that so? Haha, I get it. They must be secretly giving Minmin special treatment. Yu Meng was stunned for a moment. It seems. That makes sense. That must be it. What else could it be? Don't be too upset. Minmin is their daughter, after all. It's normal for them to be a little partial. Maybe they're just secretly giving her special treatment because they're afraid you feel uncomfortable. Yu Ming fell silent. What the other person said made sense. It completely explained why one person's points were missing from the family. Perhaps the three of them were secretly giving her special treatment, thus equalizing the consumption. But was it really? Did she really have to accept that explanation? Or rather, she tried very hard to accept it, but she still felt the whole family was eerie and unsettling. She knew she was losing weight. How could she not? Her mind was constantly scanning every detail of this family. Even though she was so sleepy and tired that her mind was fuzzy, she would automatically replay their conversations in her mind, trying to discover or verify her fears. Day after day, she felt like she was going crazy. Yu Ming, Brother Lu and Brother Jiang are here to see you. Come out. Aunt Chen's enthusiastic voice came from outside the room. At first, she only discerned her own name in the sentence, then she recognized other key words. Brother Lu and Brother Jiang. She moved unconsciously, stood up, pushed open the door, and saw two blurry but familiar figures. She walked to the door. Jiang Lang said something, then held out a stack of books, which she took. She looked up at them, suddenly wanting to say something. She wanted to say that she had always found this family strange, even if she had only found this one little oddity. She wanted to tell them she was terrible, that she was going crazy. Will they understand? Yes. An intuitive thought flashed through her mind. For a moment, all her hazy, chaotic memories became clear. That day, when Teacher Zhang handed her over to this family, there weren't just the four of them present. Jiang Lang and Lu Ren were there, standing off to the side. And what had been their reactions then? The hazy memories suddenly seemed to have been lifted, as if a veil had been lifted, and everyone's expressions became clear. She recalled, when Teacher Zhang had said he wanted her to live with Uncle Wang and Aunt Chin, Jiang Lang had looked at her with a hint of worry, perhaps worried about her resistance, and Lu Ran. Lu Ran was looking at Uncle Wang and Aunt Chen. His expression was calm, even unpredictable, but he just stared at them quietly, as if trying to take in their every reaction. Yumeng took a deep breath. She wanted to tell them her suspicions, even if they seemed like rootless duckweed floating in her mind. Just as she was about to speak, she realized she was in the wrong place. Aunt Chen was right next to them, watching them with her usual smile. She quickly restrained her expression. After they disappeared into the stairwell, she asked, "Auntie, I want to tell Brother Jiang and the others what book I'd like to read next time. Can I come?" "You mean, the 4 of you ate enough food for 5? Jiang Lang grasped the key point from Yumeng's description, and his expression grew serious. "Yes, I always kept track of everything I ate, and what everyone else at the table ate. I'm pretty sure the points we spent were significantly less than what we earned." Jiang Lang looked at Lu Ran. "What do you think?" Lu Ran looked at Yumeng thoughtfully. "Go back first and pretend nothing happened. Just pretend you never came to talk to us. I investigate this." Yumeng breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay." She then turned and went back. Jiang Lang turned to Lu Ran. "Why would this happen? They have an extra person? Did they take someone in? Or something? But why would they be so secretive? Can't the community afford to have one more person?" Lu Ran, "They're indigenous. If there really is one more person, maybe it's just the way it was." Jiang Lang felt a little confused, but seeing Lu Ran's pensive expression, he felt it wasn't his turn to think, so he just started talking. "Lu Ran, let's go ask Aunt Zhang. What do you want to know?" "To find out what the Wang family was like in the past." "Huh? When did Minmin's family move in?" Aunt Zhang pondered for a moment. For someone her age, every year felt similar, and the passage of time was no longer easy to perceive or calculate. She had to try to find some other reference point in her memory. It should have been about 10 years ago. 10, or maybe 8 or 9. Oh, I remember. This apartment originally belonged to Qin Juanfen's brother. Back then, her brother and sister-in-law were in a car accident at the same time, and the apartment became theirs. Jiang Lang died in the same accident. Lu Ran's eyelids twitched. Jiang Lang's parents had died in that way. If he had known, he should have come alone to ask. He hadn't brought up such bad memories for Jiang Lang. However, Jiang Lang betrayed no expression other than confusion. He simply entered detective mode, his thoughts scattershot. Could this family have deliberately caused the accident? After all, it now appeared they were the sole beneficiaries, having snagged a house for nothing. While housing prices weren't particularly expensive back then, it wasn't uncommon for people to risk their lives for a few tens of thousands of dollars. Although they were brothers, they had just returned from a small village where a younger brother had murdered his older brother. Jiang Lang's mind raced, his imagination racing as he imagined a multitude of bizarre scenarios. But he still wasn't prepared for the following, alas. Back then, the Chen family's daughter was kidnapped. The couple quit their jobs and searched the country, but they couldn't find her. Exhausted, they crashed their car into the guardrail and died. The room fell silent. Aunt Zhang had long been accustomed to other people's reactions to this story. She simply sighed softly. Look on the bright side. At least, they won't have to live the rest of their lives worrying about their daughter. Sometimes, death is more comfortable than life. As for that little girl, I can't ask for anything else for her, but I can only hope that if anything were to happen to her, she die a quick death. That would be considered good luck." Jiang Lang and Lu Ran were still a little dazed when they left Aunt Zhang's room. A hemp rope breaks at its thinnest point, and misfortune favors the unfortunate. It was truly true. But since Qin Juanfen and her brother and sister-in-law drove over the guardrail while fatigued, this incident shouldn't have anything to do with them. Jiang Lang asked Lu Ran, "What do you think?" Lu Ran, "Actually, there's a simpler way to find out if there's an extra person in their household, and if so, who they are. I can just send a mind link at night." Jiang Lang, shocking. Really? When they first arrived at the coast community, Lu Ran casually sent a mind link and was mistaken for an attacker. Since then, they always kept in mind not to attack anyone in the community, so he subconsciously ruled out this option. But it was the middle of the night, and everyone was already asleep. Lu Ran sending a mind link wouldn't be an attack, and no one would notice he was being controlled anyway. Well, he didn't need to bother reasoning. Chapter 83. The two of them waited quietly for nightfall. Okay, maybe not very quietly. Jiang Lang was a talkative person, and there had been no new happenings in the neighborhood. Previously, he'd been raving about the lack of things to do in the neighborhood, and the calls for preferential treatment for people with special abilities. After exhausting his vocabulary, He finally found something else to talk about. Now, finally, there was something new to talk about, and he kept Lu Ran busy all afternoon. Lu Ran listened to him dish out a myriad of bizarre hypotheses. From the relatively plausible, they adopted a pollutant. Yes, that was the more plausible of Jiang Lang's many bizarre hypotheses. To they actually have a doryman, who came back from the future to save the family at the apocalypse. The two of them discussed unilaterally for a long time, finally discussing until the lights in the Wang family were all off. By then, the other residents had almost gone to bed, without much nighttime entertainment these days. Everyone worked from sunrise to sunset, and their schedules weren't too uniform or standardized. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang quietly left the house, closed the door, and ascended the stairs. After climbing more than a dozen flights, they finally reached the Wang family's floor. Lu Ran cast his skills, while Jiang Lang settled down to listen to the sounds within. After nightfall, the only sounds in the entire neighborhood were the intermittent breathing sounds, punctuated by the occasional muttering. Jiang Lang's hearing range spanned nearly the entire building, and now, without the distracting noises, he could clearly hear the breathing sounds from within the door. Oh my God! 5 breaths. He lowered his voice, not knowing who had appeared. Did you see it? He asked Lu Ran. Lu Ran, yes. He had asked Yu Meng about the Wang family's layout that day. It had 2 bedrooms and a living room. Wang Yang, the youngest son, lived in the small bedroom on the left, while the couple occupied the master bedroom. Yu Meng slept on the floor in the living room. From his current perspective, the master bedroom had an extra consciousness. Let's go in. Jiang Lang hummed, quickly pulling a paperclip from his pocket and began unlocking the door. With a click, the lock opened. Lu Ran gently and steadily pushed open the door. They walked inside. It was a very ordinary house. Although it was the end of the world, the atmosphere of life was still strong. Yu Meng's mat was at the very edge of the living room, and at her feet were 2 buckets of chicken and mushroom instant noodles. Since no one was replacing the chicken and mushroom-flavored noodles, the warehouse manager was having a headache. They had to pack the noodles, replacing them in packs of 6, always including a less popular flavor. They barely managed to get some of the chicken and mushroom noodles out. The Wang family must have been caught up in the situation. They exchanged 2 buckets of chicken and mushrooms, but didn't want to eat them, so they left them in the living room. Lu Ran pushed open the master bedroom door. The couple were fast asleep in bed, snoring loudly. Their mental connection had long since passed, and it was clear that being controlled in their dreams hadn't affected their sleep quality in the slightest. Lu Ran looked to his right. The extra light he seen was to the right of the large bed, and he saw a row of wardrobes. Lu Ran opened one closet, revealing a pile of clothes. He opened another closet, revealing another pile of winter clothes. There was nothing there, so he squatted down and pulled open the drawer-like cabinet beneath the closet. Then his hand stopped. Shit! Jiang Lang behind him couldn't help but curse. Because in this tiny space, a pale girl was crammed in. The girl's hair was long but sparse, with burnt yellow hair at the ends, a clear sign of malnutrition. Of course, even without such signs of trouble, her emaciated appearance told you she hadn't eaten much. She had been stuck in this large drawer for who knows how long, her hands and feet bound, her mouth taped. It wasn't even the silver tape you see in TV shows and movies, but just ordinary clear tape, the kind that would be excruciating to pull. Jiang Lang couldn't help but curse again. He considered all sorts of possibilities before coming in, but he hadn't imagined this couple would actually imprison someone, especially a young girl like this. He hurried forward, trying to help Lu Ran carry the person out, but as soon as he squatted down beside the drawer, he couldn't help but feel he had no idea where to start. The girl was too frail, so skinny and almost transparent. Lifting her limbs to get her out felt like breaking her. He frowned, mentally cursing the couple for being perverts. He and Lu Ran carefully lifted the girl out, then even more carefully removed the tape from her mouth. Perhaps their movements had somehow awakened the girl, or perhaps she had simply developed a habit of vigilance in such an environment. After all, Jiang Lang felt their movements were subtle. Her pale, almost transparent, eyelids trembled slightly, and she woke. After waking, it took her lifeless eyes a long time to focus on the 2 people, and then another long time to realize that the 2 people in her sight were not the same 2 people, but 2 strangers. And then, it took her even longer to realize that she could speak. Save me. Save. Jiang Lang helped her up, helping her breathe easier. As he did so, he realized that the girl hadn't been out of that drawer in ages. Her limbs were severely atrophied. Lu Ran, what's your relationship with those 2? How did you get locked up here? A blazing hatred flashed in her lifeless eyes. Jiang Lang was sure that if she hadn't been so exhausted, she would have gritted her teeth. But she quickly glanced toward the bed in fear. Can you get me out first? Once I get out, I tell you everything. Lu Ran glanced casually toward the bed. We can tell you here. His disdain and contempt were so obvious that the girl felt relieved. For some reason, she felt that subduing those two men would be a piece of cake for the man before her. She coughed softly twice and slowly began, My name is Chen Jiejia. The moment she revealed her last name, Jiang Lang and Lu Ran's suspicions were largely confirmed, leading her to tell the rest. When I was little, I was abducted by human traffickers, and then I ran back. A long, long time passed. When I returned, I discovered my parents no longer lived here, only my aunt and uncle were left. I wanted my aunt to take me to find my parents, and then they locked me up. Her voice was filled with resentment and confusion, a bewilderment smoothed by time. She didn't understand, she truly didn't understand, why her usually kind aunt and uncle would treat her like this. What would happen if she let her find her parents? There was no benefit in locking her up here, and she'd have to eat an extra meal from them. Even when she was abducted by human traffickers, she hadn't felt so hopeless, because she knew she was dealing with bad people, that her fault lay in her bad luck, that she was being targeted because she was alone. But after returning home, every day and night, stuffed in a drawer, she couldn't understand why she had fallen to such a state. They were clearly family. Why did they treat her like this? Lu Ran and Jiang Lang exchanged glances. Chen Jiejia didn't understand why, but as outsiders with additional information, they quickly pieced together the truth. When Chen Jiejia was abducted, her parents, exhausted from their inability to find her, were in a car accident. Without Chen Jiejia as a direct heir, the house naturally fell to Aunt Chen, their only blood relative. For her and her husband, while the death of her brother and sister-in-law was a tragedy, getting a house for free was a great blessing. So when Chen Jiejia returned, they panicked. By then, they had already settled into the apartment. If Chen Jiejia's return was a sure thing, the apartment would be hers. They'd probably wondered why their niece was so troublesome, running back even after being kidnapped. Why couldn't she just die outside? Why did she have to torment them? They must have thought so. So, driven to madness, they imprisoned their brother and sister-in-law's only orphan daughter. As long as no one discovered Chen Jiejia's return, the apartment would remain theirs forever. And so a tragedy unfolded. Jiang Lang was so furious that he felt dizzy. How could such a cruel person exist, let alone his own niece, even a stranger? Someone would actually risk a life for a house. It wasn't even the apocalypse yet. Even in the apocalypse, people would kill for a pack of instant noodles. But that was a desperate struggle for survival, when humanity completely gave way to animality, or else people would starve to death. This couple, however, were monsters in human skin even in peacetime. However, Chen Jiejia's story wasn't over yet. A while ago, I don't know what happened. I had a long fever. When I woke up, the two of them carried me out. They were very surprised and wanted me to treat Chen Min's injuries, but I'm not a doctor. They kept saying, haven't I treated her before? Why can't I treat her now? They kept saying it over and over again. I just stared at Chen Min's wound, and then it healed. I don't know what happened, I just felt an inexplicable power within me. And Chen Min was very strange back then. She looked a bit like a fish, which made me feel sick. But after her wound healed, she didn't look like that anymore. After that, they released me, but they still didn't allow me to move around freely. I kept thinking about how to escape and find my parents, but for some reason, I had no strength at all, even less than usual. I wasn't surprised that I couldn't walk, but I couldn't even eat for a few days. And before I could find a solution, I was locked up again. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang exchanged a glance. Shock was visible in each other's eyes. The amount of information contained in Chen Jiejia's words was overwhelming. First, she's a healing psychic. But not just any healing psychic. Throughout Jiang Lang's lengthy narration to Lu Ran about the apocalypse, there's one point he repeatedly emphasizes. In the apocalypse, if an ordinary person is bitten by pollutants or incurs any wound that bleeds, they're doomed. Even gods can't save them. The inevitable outcome is contamination. Therefore, survival in the apocalypse is incredibly difficult for ordinary people. With already low combat power, and the inability to freely combat the pollutants, their survival rate plummets. Jiang Lang had traveled across much of the continent at the time, likely encountering and hearing about more psychics than most people. Yet, he still confidently stated the above statement, treating the irreversible contamination of ordinary people as absolute common sense. This suggests that Chen Jiejia's healing ability, which can reverse contamination, is extremely rare. But rare might be an understatement. Perhaps she's the only one, having perished in Q City in her previous life, and naturally no one has ever seen such a power again. Then, they quickly thought of another possibility. Chinjia said that after the apocalypse, she had been released by these two people, and even allowed to roam freely. So, she was imprisoned again. Even had her mouth taped shut again. Which must be due to the outsider Yu Meng moving in. Originally, after the apocalypse, this floor had been largely deserted, and Chinjia couldn't summon anyone even if she called out, so naturally, the guardianship could be relaxed somewhat. Besides, she was now useful. And after Yu Meng arrived, the tape on her mouth likely never came off again. After all, if Yu Meng found out, they would have something to explain. Jiang Lang was instantly filled with both relief and guilt. Grateful that teacher Zhang had arranged for Yu Meng to come in, and that Yu Meng was sufficiently alert and suspicious to have noticed the Qin family's peculiarities. Guilty that Chinjia had endured a miserable month, since they had arranged for Yu Meng to come in. The last thing, she still didn't know her parents were dead. Perhaps she had a vague suspicion, but wasn't willing to face it. As long as she wasn't told explicitly, she could continue clinging to hope, surviving in this small drawer. So the question was, who would tell her about this? This was the main point of the exchange between Jiang Lang and Lu Ran just now. Jiang Lang took a deep breath and stepped forward. Chinjia, we have something we need to tell you. Chinjia raised her head. About your parents. They passed away a long time ago. That's why your aunt and uncle are trying to keep you trapped. If you show up in public, they have to give you back the house. The more Jiang Lang spoke, the more he felt like a complete villain. Especially seeing Chinjia's expression, as if struck by lightning. He almost wanted to slap himself. Impossible. No way. How could mom and dad die? They were still young. Jiang Lang knew the reason for her parents' death, but he didn't dare tell her. If she knew the reason, she would probably be completely crushed. Lu Ren suddenly asked, how did you want your aunt and uncle to die? Dwelling on grief wasn't suitable for Chinjia, whose health was precarious at the moment. Hatred was the fastest way to recover from grief. He needed to divert Chinjia's attention to her hatred for her aunt and uncle, otherwise her body wouldn't be able to withstand such a blow. Sometimes people only have one breath left to live. Previously, under these circumstances, she had been keeping herself alive with the hope of finding her parents. Now that hope had suddenly vanished, and once her spirit was gone, her weakened body could no longer sustain it. He needed her hatred to sustain him. Sure enough, after mentioning the two relatives who had imprisoned her for at least 8 or 9 years, Chinjia's eyes, which had almost drained of all their strength, focused again. Hatred gleamed in them as she spoke word for word. I want them to be cut into pieces, to die in agony, but unable to die. I want them to suffer every possible torture before they die. Chapter 84. After hearing Chinjia's request, Lu Ran nodded. He then rummaged through his backpack and found an item called the rusty knife, which he had mixed in with the jumbled items while collecting supplies. Don't you have a healing ability? Use a blunt knife to cut them, healing them as you go. Just make sure they don't die. Lu Ran's calm words brought a flicker of satisfaction to Chinjia's heart. He was right. She had once hated this ability she had awakened. Why? If God had truly chosen her, why couldn't he have given her another ability, one that could help her enemies? She had used her ability completely unconsciously, and since then, she constantly regretted having it. And now, her benefactor had given her a reason for awakening it. This was truly a torturous, wonderful ability. She picked up the rusty knife her benefactor had dropped in front of her. Another benefactor produced something resembling parchment out of thin air, which then crumbled to ash in his hands and slowly fell to the ground. The benefactor smiled at her, a smile like warm sunshine. This way, no one else can hear what's going on here. Thank you. So this was what retribution felt like. Her kind aunt and uncle had taped her mouth shut to prevent the neighbors from hearing her, and now it was their turn to cry out in despair. Chinjia walked to the bedside with a rusty knife and slowly cut, 1 cut per person, gently and steadily. Ah! A series of painful howls awoke the couple from their sweet sleep. They instinctively covered their injured parts. In the pitch-black night, they could only see 3 dark figures before them. Who? I'm calling for help. The two frantically groped in the darkness for the iron rods lying on the ground, hoping to summon Teacher Zhang to save them. But before they even touched anything metal, they found themselves unable to move. They were strangely frozen in place. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't move a single finger. Furthermore, a wave of fear surged from the depths of their hearts, even before their own fear. A few seconds felt like hours. After the stun effect wore off, Lu Ran didn't immediately activate the next skill as usual. Because humans can scare themselves, there's no need for seamless skill connections, like with pollutants. Besides, they just turn their heads. Sure enough, after the 2-second stun, the couple, seemingly forgetting their primary task of grabbing the iron rod, subconsciously and reflexively glanced in the direction of the three. Lu Ran seized the opportunity and unleashed his next crowd control skill. This feels a bit cumbersome. Why don't we just tie them up? It's such a waste of your mana all the time. Jiang Lang couldn't help but feel that these two weren't worthy of Lu Ran's attack. Lu Ran, okay, tie them up. I just put some psychological pressure on them. Jiang Lang immediately pulled out the rope from his backpack. Since it was a game item, he didn't have to do anything himself. Like a fairy binding chain, he bound them securely wherever he touched them. He thought it would be handy for tying up people or objects, so he wasted a slot in his backpack to store it. Finally, he was using it. Previously, he had been reluctant to use the rope on pollutants. Although it was a game prop, the material was relatively ordinary, and pollutants often secreted some strange, corrosive mucus. He was afraid that the rope would corrode and damage it. Even though he had 99 copies in his bag, he still couldn't bear to use it. Jiang Lang's action of tying the rope made the couple realize who he was. Furthermore, both he and Lu Ran spoke. The couple finally knew who was tormenting them, but they didn't understand why. Jiang Lang and Lu Ran had always been very friendly, so friendly that they even secretly thought they were stupid. With such strong abilities, they were working as security guards for a group of ordinary people. If they had their special abilities, they would have been living the good life they wanted. So why did they suddenly attack them? They had no grudges against these two, and even if they did, why wait until now to attack? Or even if they did, why spare their lives? After the strange force immobilizing them dissipated, they both cried out. One shouted, "You two, we have no grudges against you. Can you tell us how we offended you? If so, we apologize." The other shouted, What are you doing? Leave Min Min alone. She's just a child." Lu Ran suddenly chuckled softly. Although the two couldn't see the corners of his mouth curl up, they could clearly hear the smile in his tone. For a moment, they didn't know which was more terrifying, that or the words he was saying. No grudges? Yes, you truly have no grudges against us, so you were calling the wrong person when you begged for mercy. So worried about your own child. It's just a child. I never seen you treat other people's children like children. Very interesting. He didn't mention Chenjia at any point in his 2 sentences, yet he did mention her everywhere. The couple felt a chill run down their spines. They finally saw the shortest and thinnest of the 3 shadowy figures. After so long, their night vision had finally recovered enough to make out faces. But they wished they hadn't seen clearly. Beside the bed, a young girl with disheveled hair smiled at them. Her smile was truly joyful, and one could tell at a glance that her happiness came from the bottom of her heart. However, it wasn't the kind of smile that would bring joy to the onlookers. Instead, it sent a chill down their spines, because it was tinged with too much madness. "Aunt, uncle." Her voice was soft, even a little broken, and sounded strange to the Chen couple. They hadn't heard their niece speak in so long. Jia. Then suddenly, they discovered their wounds had healed. A flash of unbelievable joy flashed through their hearts. Could Chenjia really be so foolish as to be soft-hearted? But they soon realized it was impossible to believe the unbelievable. No sooner had their hand wounds healed than 2 more stabs were delivered. This time, Chenjia used all her strength. Blood splattered on her face and body. She felt nothing, but the Chen couple were terrified by her smile, covered in blood. Ah! Amidst the screams, Chenjia fully utilized her healing ability, pricking every strange spot, striving to find the most painful spot. The couple knew it was impossible to gain Chenjia's sympathy. Chenjia had been imprisoned and tied up for so many years, and would only torture them if given the chance. But the young man named Jiang Lang had always been kind-hearted. So they screamed even more heartbreakingly, then tried to turn their heads towards Jiang Lang, hoping to show him some sympathy. Even if they were truly wrong, was it really necessary to subject them to such brutal punishment? But they were disappointed. Jiang Lang looked at them, his eyes not only unsympathetic, but also without a flicker of flinching, as if the sight of 2 people being stabbed to a bloody mess and wailing in agony was just a commonplace part of everyday life. A flicker of despair flashed in the couple's eyes. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Chenjia suddenly coughed, and Jiang Lang asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" He worried that stabbing the 2 men was too much, exhausting the child, who hadn't used any muscles in years. Lu Ran couldn't help but frown. While cutting was certainly physically demanding, The adrenaline fueled by hatred and other emotions should have been enough to sustain Shinjijia until he could vent his anger. After Jiang Lang supported Shinjijia, the paper-thin child collapsed to the ground, unable to hold on any longer. What's going on? How do you feel? Jiang Lang was completely panicked. Shit! He's not a doctor. Oh no! He's not a doctor. But he has red medicine. But just as he realized what was happening, he saw Lu Ren had already pulled out a bottle of red medicine and handed it to Shinjijia. Thank you. Due to long-term malnutrition, Shinjijia's night vision wasn't very good. Even after experiencing the awakening of her supernatural powers, she couldn't quite make out what Lu Ren handed her, believing it was just a bottle of water. After gulping down 2 mouthfuls, she felt a strange power emanating from the liquid, and she suddenly felt a surge of strength. She was a little surprised, but also a little happy. She had been resentful of her own useless body. Finally getting a chance for revenge, she couldn't even stab them a few more times. She supported herself on the edge of the bed, picked up the knife she had dropped to the ground due to dizziness, and was about to unleash her supernatural powers to save the 2 pale-faced men when Lu Ren stopped her. Shinjijia looked at Lu Ren in confusion. What's wrong? She didn't think Lu Ren was suddenly showing mercy, thinking her aunt and uncle were too pitiful and wanted her to stop. After all, the idea had been suggested by this benefactor in the first place. Lu Ren asked something else. You just said that after you treated Chen Min, you were completely exhausted for a long time, correct? Shinjijia paused, then seemed to realize something. Yes. Is it similar to what you felt just now? Yes. I see. Lu Ren paused and continued. I suspect your ability isn't a free healing ability, but rather something like a transfer of life force. If you continue treating them, your own health will only deteriorate. Shinjijia was stunned for a moment. I don't care. Lu Ren, I do care. The medicine I just gave you can't be regenerated. Jiang Lang and I only have a few of this kind. Using 1 less bottle isn't a wasteful resource. We can't really watch you die here. You wasted your life, and in the end, we have to clean up after you. Shinjijia, I'm sorry. Lu Ren's words were harsh but straightforward, but he had no intention of letting Shinjijia's revenge stop there. Just watch from the side. Shinjijia's eyes, which had dimmed, flickered again with a mixture of joy and cruelty. She stepped back as instructed, giving Lu Ren room to maneuver. Lu Ren and Shinjijia simultaneously cast their gazes at the 2 struggling figures on the bed. Who? The gasping sound, like a broken bellows, was the result of Shinjijia having punctured their lungs without any instruction. As Lu Ren and Shinjijia were talking, the Chen couple had wanted to interject, but nothing came out. Their lungs were leaking air like crazy, a feeling so painful and despairing that any normal person would have preferred death. But these 2 had a certain survival philosophy. A life of suffering is worse than death. Even in this state, the thought of self-destruction never crossed their minds, and even if they wanted to, they couldn't muster the strength. Lu Ren summoned the flame. The sudden burst of light made Shinjijia close her eyes abruptly. She hadn't seen light in a long time. Even though the flame wasn't glaring, it made it difficult for her to look directly at it. Lu Ren considerately gave her some time to recover. After all, the most important audience in this drama was this child. If she wasn't watching, why would he torture these 2 people? Shinjijia closed her eyes for a moment, then slowly opened them to adjust to the light, before finally opening them completely. Lu Ren used this time to minimize the damage from the flame. Even after spending so much time evolving it, it hadn't significantly increased its size or damage. Well, it was noticeable, but that was mainly because the starting point was too low. But now, he wanted it back to its original starting point. Burning a cockroach would take ages, with its damage and attack range. The Chen couple were ordinary people who hadn't undergone the mutation, and their health bars were probably not much higher than those of the mutant cockroaches, so he had to burn them sparingly. He controlled the flames closer to the Chen couple. The Chen couple had finally escaped the darkness they had so desperately sought to escape, but this light brought a deeper fear. Humans' fear of open flames is ingrained in their DNA. They subconsciously wanted to hide, but there was nowhere to hide. Lu Ren began by selecting a piece of delicate skin that had just been punctured by Shinjijia, and then healed with her supernatural powers. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Their bellows-like breathing immediately quickened. It hurt. It hurt like hell. The flame seared the newly formed skin, causing a momentary loss of consciousness. However, this fortune didn't last long. Their senses and perception quickly returned, leaving them only to gradually feel the flame searing through their fragile skin. Thanks to the illumination, they could even see how their arms blistered, then burned to reveal flesh, which then burned black. The pain of a punctured lung and the flames compounded for the Chen couple. They truly hoped Lu Ran would give them a quick death, but a punctured lung wouldn't kill them instantly, and Lu Ran's flames defied all laws of physics, effectively achieving Chen Jiejia's wish of a slow, agonizing death. While not quite slow, the pain was similar enough. Hoo ho ho. Ho ho ho. Ah. Huh. Huh. People in pain want to scream because it relieves the pain, but this couple couldn't. Screaming requires more air, but trying to inhale more would only cause more pain in their ruptured lungs. With both options blocked, despair gradually settled on the couple's faces. Chen Jiejia admired their expressions of despair, thinking it was truly the most beautiful sight. Chapter 85. By the time the flames, suppressed to the minimum possible damage, reached their last eyes, their lungs had practically deflated. About that time, huh? Honestly, I'm a little tired. Lu Ran turned to Chen Jiejia and said. A flicker of regret flashed across Chen Jiejia's eyes. Her hatred for these two men couldn't be assuaged by a mere 2 hours of torture, but she truly shouldn't delay her benefactor any longer. So she nodded. Lu Ran increased the intensity of the flames and spoke, Chen Juanfen, Wang Jianya, you coveted your brother and sister-in-law's property, imprisoning their only orphan daughter for nearly 9 years. It's a great relief to let you be burned to death by a small fire. Your daughter isn't an accomplice, but a beneficiary. After your death, she will live a life of loneliness and dependence, thus compensating for the suffering her cousin endured. Are you dissatisfied? Lu Ran didn't know why he suddenly said this. He never liked to meddle in other people's affairs, let alone solve such a complicated family matter. But as the flames seared the last intact tissue on the couple's bodies, he suddenly felt the urge to put an end to this matter. But as he finished speaking, the flame, which had originally been a single ball, suddenly exploded. The small but powerful flame shot up into the sky, spreading in an instant. Fortunately, Lu Ran reacted quickly, immediately controlling a portion of the fire, so it wouldn't head towards Jiang Lang and Chen Jiejia. Jiang Lang also reacted quickly. Unsure how to put out the fire, he suddenly crouched down and turned to protect Chen Jiejia. After all, he had high health, strong defense, and regeneration abilities, so no matter how big the fire got, he shouldn't be able to die. However, he soon realized he'd been a bit too complacent. After being caught in Lu Ran's sudden surge of flames, he saw his health draining away. His regeneration ability activated at lightning speed, repairing the damage to his back. Chen Jiejia, whom he was protecting, also frantically provided him with healing abilities, barely stabilizing the decline, allowing him time to buy a health potion. As he drank the potion, he activated the damage immunity enchantment, and quickly retrieved the damage immunity and defense scrolls. It was terrifying. How could Lu Ran's fire suddenly become so lethal, almost rivaling the area-based attack in the previous space bubble? But as soon as he pulled out the scrolls, he realized Lu Ran had completely controlled the flames. The blazing red flame stopped a centimeter away from him, as if drawn by a virtual boundary, halting their progress without even a flicker of fire. Jiang Lang breathed a sigh of relief, yet a tinge of fear remained. Luckily, Lu Ran had reacted quickly. And while Lu Ran expressed disdain for this ability, he never slacked off on his practice of controlling the flames. When they'd been driving out to search for the rescue, Lu Ran would often pull it out when he had nothing else to do, practicing his precision. If not, he didn't know if he'd be fast enough to pull out the red potion. Although he could still activate the invincibility enchantment if things got worse, it still gave him a scare. In the center of the room, Lu Ran frowned deeply. Jiang Lang thought he had complete control over the suddenly raging fire, but he couldn't see what was happening on the other side. All his energy was focused on maintaining a vacuum between Jiang Lang and Chen Jiejia. On the other side, the wildfire, expanding relentlessly and recklessly, instantly reduced everything in the room to ash. The concrete wall blocked its path, so it began to find a gap to squeeze out. The Chen couple had shut the windows tightly, but some gaps remained. If someone standing downstairs looked up, they could probably see tongues of flame shooting out of a window on one floor of the building. Even more troublesome was the wooden door towards the living room, which didn't hold for even a second, as the flame shot straight into the living room. Lu Ran, not forgetting Yu Ming, who was still asleep in the living room, exerted all his might and finally stopped the flames there. But it was a precarious control. He felt that if mental power had substance, then his mental power at this moment would be like a membrane about to break, clinging to the flames at several points. Any slight movement or internal force would cause it to shatter completely. Sweat slowly began to bead on Lu Ran's forehead, and then he suddenly froze. Hellfire! Wake up! Don't sleep. He remembered that when he summoned the flame today, the always noisy creature hadn't made a sound. It must still be asleep. Normally, Lu Ren didn't care, he was happy to have some peace and quiet when it wasn't out. But at this moment, it suddenly occurred to him that as an external force controlling the flame, he certainly couldn't control it as freely as the flame's own consciousness. Huh? What are you doing? Why are you making so much noise so late at night? Are you even going to let me sleep? Oh no, are you even going to let me sleep? Lu Ren, Hellfire cursed, opening its eyes, and then, oh my god! What's going on? Lu Ren, don't you know what's going on? Hellfire, I don't know. What's going on? How did I suddenly grow so big? It panicked. I didn't even bother to weigh myself. My mind was filled with all those new buzzwords I recently learned. I'm still a baby. Lu Ren, try to control your new body. Try to retract it. Okay. Hellfire completely abandoned its usual demeanor, feeling like it had gotten into some serious trouble. After all, its temporary master's expression was nothing short of gnashing its teeth. But it's not its fault. It didn't do anything. It woke up with a body this big, and it was panicking too. It tried to control its new body, but it wasn't easy. As soon as it tried, it felt something flare outward. Lu Ren glared at it. Oh my! This time, it really meant it. Hellfire's cartoon-like eyes narrowed into slits. With all its might, the flames, which had been flaring outward even under Lu Ren's control, finally retracted bit by bit. Lu Ren didn't dare relax, constantly using his mental control to protect it. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Only when the flames threatening to escape the window shrank back to the size of a human head did he breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, a space became available in the room. Jianglang ran to Lu Ren with a worried look on his face, but he didn't dare get too close, so he circled around him. Lu Ren, are you okay? Do you need anything? I get it for you. Lu Ren shook his head. It's okay, it's under control. Jianglang breathed a sigh of relief. That was good. In Lu Ren's perception, the effort required to control the flames had suddenly decreased significantly, though he still didn't dare let his guard down. But at least, he finally had time to think about this thing's sudden change. Until now, he always thought Hellfire was just a nice name, a fire-based ability whose purpose was to burn enemies. Strictly speaking, that was true, but he only now realized that perhaps the power's purpose was hidden in its name. Hellfire. In most myths and legends, hell is a place where the deceased is judged for all their sins. And Hellfire did indeed describe itself as the fire that judges everything and burns everything when it first appeared. So perhaps its correct use, or the correct way to upgrade it, was judgment. However, he wondered if it would always be this powerful from now on, or if it only reached this level of power during judgment, or if each judgment stored a portion of its energy for later use until it was exhausted. Afterwards, he needed to find a secluded, deserted place to experiment. Elsewhere, Hellfire, after a tremendous effort to transform itself back into a baby, finally adjusted to its new body. It opened its eyes wearily. So, can anyone tell me what just happened? It forced me to come to the rescue the moment I showed up. Lu Ren, still pondering, casually replied, Thank you for your hard work. Humph. You know how hard I worked, humph. It grumbled and then died down, completely forgetting what it had been about to ask. Lu Ren, after a moment's reflection, waved at it, moved it a little closer, and asked, You said your name is Hellfire. Do you know why you're called Hellfire? Huh? When Meow felt a wave of question marks swirling around her. What kind of question was that? That's my name. Do you know why you're called Lu Ren? I've been called Hellfire since birth. What else could it be? It puffed up with anger, and it felt like if it had cheeks, they would have bulged out. Lu Ren, you said you have a master, and I'm just using you temporarily. So who is your master? When Meow's eyes began to evade. I just have this feeling. Lu Ren was speechless. Let me think about it again. Let me think about it again. I've been asleep for nearly 10,000 years, so it's normal for me to have a vague memory. Think about it. When Meow began to think and think, scratching his head, and thinking with all his heart, Lu Ren and Jianglang watched it roll and spin in the air. I really can't seem to remember this, but my master is very powerful. He's the only sovereign. Just think about it, and you understand. If I'm so powerful, then the God who created me must be even more powerful. God? Huh? Who else but God could create things? When Meow looked matter-of-fact, as if what he was saying was common sense. Jianglang raised his hand and asked, Excuse me, which God do you believe in? When Meow immediately jumped up. What do you mean by which God? God is God. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang exchanged a glance. Yeah, it's still a monotheistic religion. Lu Ran asked for a long time, but it was almost useless. Hellfire only remembered his title, not even his responsibilities. The information he provided was not much different from what he had just speculated. Sure enough, he should do the experiment later. Completely withdrawing his thoughts, Lu Ran finally focused on his surroundings. After what had just happened, the room was completely charred, the walls still faintly radiating heat. The door had been burned through, and a small area of the living room was also charred. Fortunately, the burn had spread slightly, causing no real damage. Where the bed had once been, only a few scattered bones remained. Lu Ran looked at Qinjiejie. Qinjiejie had just exhausted her strength to drain Jiang Lang's health. Her already pale face had instantly turned as pale as a sheet of paper. And not even thick paper, but more like stacks of draft paper from Taobao for a few dollars. Frightened, Jiang Lang gushed in a bottle of Dahong. But the way she was consuming her vitality seemed different from their injuries. Even after guzzling a large bottle of Dahong, she still looked pale. It was based on a similar suspicion that Lu Ran had asked her to stop torturing and treating the Qin couple. He turned to Qinjiejie. Let me give you a brief overview of the situation outside. About 2 months ago, the world ended, and most people, animals, and plants were transformed into pollutants. You should have seen it when your aunt and uncle wanted you to treat Jinmin. You said she looked a bit like a fish at the time. She must have been scratched by the pollutants. If she were allowed to complete the transformation, the resulting product would be pollutants. Qinjiejie's face was filled with confusion. She had actually considered the implications of awakening this strange ability. She didn't believe she was one in a million. Since she had this strange ability, others must have it too. The appearance of Lu Ran and Jiang Lang confirmed her suspicions. But she hadn't imagined this would mean the end of the world. Perhaps she should have guessed it, just like she should have guessed her parents were gone, but she tried every possible way to block out the dire possibilities. Your neighborhood is relatively well preserved, and everyone is still living normally. A teacher at the elementary school next door awakened powerful superpowers, and, using the area as a base for her survivors, is using this place as a base. We're taking you to see her now, as we attack the residents and need to explain. You just have to recount to her what your aunt and uncle did to you. Do you understand? Qinjiejie was stunned for a moment, then returned her gaze to Lu Ran. I understand. Lu Ran glanced at Qinjiejie's arms and legs, which were several times thinner than those of an average person. It was obviously unrealistic for her to walk down a dozen flights of stairs, so he looked at Jiang Lang. Go through the window. Jiang Lang, that's what I was thinking. Lu Ran looked at Qinjiejie. You're not afraid of heights, are you? Qinjiejie was still lost in Lu Ran's words. The end of the world. It took her a long time to register what Lu Ran was asking. Afraid of heights? I'm not. Then she watched, bewildered, as the two men each pulled out a long, thin rope with a hook. Jiang Lang pulled out an extra climbing harness and strapped Qinjiejie to his back. Let's go! The moment he opened the window and jumped, Qinjiejie's eyes widened. The night wind whistled past her ears. She could only feel the rumbling of her eardrums. Her brain was buzzing, as if she could hear the pounding of her own blood. Even though she knew they wouldn't take her to her death, the momentary feeling of near death made her realize how much she wanted to live. After watching the two men turn to ash, she was actually distracted for a long time. While the two benefactors were talking nearby, she was actually staring at the pile of ash on the ground, which was no longer clear whether it was a person or the burnt bed. For a moment, she felt that she had lost her reason to live. Back then, she had tried her best to escape the trafficker's car, and had continued to move forward even when she was starving, just to go home to see her parents. After being imprisoned by these two people, she was locked in a small drawer, eating the leftovers they threw at her. In fact, her life was almost worse than death, but she had to live, just to see her parents. But her parents were gone, and the two enemies she only wished to slash into pieces were gone too. What else was she supposed to do? Maybe she should just keep living. She wondered if she could keep up with her studies if she went out to school now. It would probably be difficult. But she didn't want to disappoint her parents, so she had to study hard and get into a good university. That would make them happy. But just as she made up her mind to study hard, Lu Ran told her that the outside world had been destroyed, that the world had entered apocalypse. So, even if she wanted to fulfill her parents' wish for her to get into a good university, there was no place to do it. For a few moments, she felt truly lost. What was she still doing? The question slowly intruded upon her mind, as if it were taking root. But now? It wasn't why she wanted to live, but why she wanted to die. She didn't want to die. In the midst of her most near-death experience, she suddenly realized that she still wanted to live. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang were unaware of her psychological changes. If they knew, Jiang Lang would probably be very happy, and Lu Ran would probably say, "Not bad." The option of going through the window not only shortened the straight-line distance, but also played some other roles, killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 86. When Teacher Zhang heard the knock on her door, she didn't react at first. It wasn't because of the time. People often came to her at night, because pollution seemed inexhaustible. Even though she had cleaned Q City many times, and the coastal community was her top priority, it seemed that unless she was determined to turn this place into a completely uninhabitable wasteland, she would have to face the constant appearance of new pollutants. In particular, some residents neglected personal hygiene and were often frightened by mutant rats, cockroaches, and other things that emerged in the middle of the night, banging on the iron bars, hoping she would come to rescue them. She was used to this kind of thing, so she always listened, always prepared to catch the sound of 3 gentle taps on metal. But rarely did anyone knock on her door. So the knock sounded strange to her ears, or rather, her senses were relatively blind to the sound of knocking on the door. She reacted for a moment before turning over, walking confusedly into the living room, and opening the door. Then she saw Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, but there were more than just them. Standing between them was a child who looked incredibly frail. Her complexion and figure betrayed a long period of hunger and a lack of sunlight. She was slightly surprised. She had assumed these 2 young men were still out saving people in the middle of the night, but this child clearly hadn't eaten much since the apocalypse. How could she be so thin? She quickly opened the door, ushered the child inside, and searched the pile of supplies beside her desk for anything like self-heating porridge. She searched for a long time, but couldn't find any self-heating porridge. There was only instant porridge that needed to be heated, so she had to ask Lu Ran to heat it up for her. Teacher Zhang fiddled with this for a long time, and when she finally found the porridge and was about to open the packaging, Qinjie finally realized she was looking for food. She quickly said, "Thank you. I just had instant noodles tonight, so I'm not hungry yet." Teacher Zhang was stunned for a moment, but the child looked like she had been hungry for at least a while. She looked at Lu Ran and Jiang Lang. "Lu Ran, let me explain. Her name is Qinjie, the niece of the couple who originally lived in Building 24, 1503. She's so thin because she's been locked up in a closet drawer. It's more like muscle atrophy than thinness." "What?" This couple originally inherited the house in 1503 from their brother and sister-in-law. At the time, Qinjie was abducted and trafficked, and was probably declared missing or dead. So when she returned, this couple had to keep the fact that she was alive and had been found home a secret, otherwise their house would belong to Qinjie. That's roughly the situation. You can verify her parents and her identity with Aunt Zhang in Building 14, Room 102. She's known Qinjie's parents for a long time, and should be able to recognize Qinjie. Teacher Zhang's face was filled with shock, and then she suddenly sat down dejectedly. "I actually let this happen right under my nose. This couple seemed like an honest couple, but I never imagined they could do such a thing." Her pained expression made Lu Ran realize. She must have automatically figured out how he discovered this. On the day he arrived at the coast community, Teacher Zhang told him that she hoped he would refrain from using his abilities on anyone within the community. She herself did the same. Despite possessing the ability to monitor everything, she maintained a self-disciplined approach, listening only to what was actively requested of her. She didn't want the residents of the community to live in fear of being monitored from every angle. But now, she realized that her respect for the privacy of the residents had nearly cost them a child. If she had listened to everyone's conversation, perhaps she could have discovered the child sooner, rather than having to wait for Lu Ran to intervene. Yes, Lu Ran suspected that Teacher Zhang's actions, perhaps due to his surveillance of the community, had led to the discovery of the child, who had been hidden for 9 years. At this moment, Teacher Zhang was probably in a state of deep self-blame, doubt, and even struggle. She was probably pondering that classic question. Which is more important, safety or a sense of security? She wanted to give the residents of coastal community a sense of security, but if she truly implemented full-scale surveillance, could she prevent tragedies or even preempt conflicts? Lu Ran's mind raced briefly, and he roughly grasped Teacher Zhang's train of thought. He continued, "You man gave me a clue about the couple's peculiarities. She noticed a discrepancy between her food consumption and the points she spent, so she told me about it." He was implying that he hadn't crossed that line, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with her insistence on not monitoring her residents. Teacher Zhang had indeed understood his hint, and she visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the hesitation, struggle, and doubt still lingered between her brows, they had at least faded. Thank you. Lu Ran knew what she was thanking him for and readily accepted the thank you. Then Teacher Zhang returned her attention to Qin Jiejie. She was hesitant about how to care for the child. Previously, her approach to minors had always been to find a guardian whenever possible, but she felt the child had suffered considerable trauma and was likely experiencing a profound distrust of others. Do you want to live with someone or on your own? Qin Jiejie seemed distracted, and after a moment, she said, I want to live alone. Then she turned to Lu Ran and asked, Who is Yu Ming? Jiang Lang knew Lu Ran had spoken his share of words today, or rather, he had said everything he said for the week in one day, so he took the initiative to continue on Lu Ran's behalf. It's a girl we rescued from somewhere else. Because we couldn't find her mother, she's temporarily living with your aunt and uncle. It was when she discovered that your aunt and uncle had consumed an extra portion of food that we started investigating, and then we found you. Qin Jiejie was slightly stunned. Is there anything I can do for her? Lu Ran and Jiang Lang exchanged a glance. I'm afraid not. Qin Jiejie's expression darkened. Then can you tell her how grateful I am? Maybe you can tell her yourself. Qin Jiejie was stunned for a moment, and it seemed like she was right. She could now speak to others. Lu Ran then gave Jiang Lang a look, then pulled a silencing scroll from his backpack and used it. Jiang Lang understood. He looked at Teacher Zhang and said, Teacher Zhang, there's one more thing. Teacher Zhang was still partially immersed in guilt, but upon hearing Jiang Lang's words, she immediately composed herself and looked at him. Anything else? Jiang Lang, Qin Jiejie's ability is very special, extremely special. She has a healing ability, but not just any other. It's one that can even reverse the severity of pollution. As soon as he finished speaking, Teacher Zhang's eyes widened, almost in disbelief at what she had heard. In fact, her eyes had already widened when Jiang Lang mentioned the healing ability. Compared to City C, Q City was, after all, a small city. When Jiang Lang and Lu Ran had previously described the situation in City C to others, they had deliberately omitted the fact that there was a healing ability in C City. After all, a healing ability wouldn't be unusual in a city of C City's size, but it was unlikely in Q City. There weren't many special abilities there. It felt as if all the city's mutation value was concentrated in Teacher Zhang alone, while the abilities possessed by the other psychics were very simple. To avoid unnecessary hope or jealousy, Lu Ran and Jiang Lang deliberately omitted mention of Lin Lin's superpowers. Who could have imagined that if Q City didn't produce a superpowered individual, it would be a major one? Qin Jiejie not only possessed a healing ability, but also a healing ability that Jiang Lang had never heard of, capable of reversing contamination. Even the side effects were equally pronounced. Teacher Zhang was stunned for a long moment before recovering. Wait! What is this kid's superpower? Jiang Lang and Lu Ran nodded, reaffirming, yes. Teacher Zhang opened and closed his mouth, seemingly contemplating what to say, before suddenly saying something unrelated. Was that thing you just released something like a soundproofing array? Lu Ran nodded. Yes, although I doubt anyone is listening, it's still best to be cautious. Teacher Zhang, no wonder you deliberately. Lu Ran, furthermore, Qin Jiejie's ability has some fatal flaws. When she heals others, she consumes her own vitality, and that's probably not something that can be replenished by other healing effects. He was referring to the red potion he and Jiang Lang had brought from the game. It should take some time for her to recover naturally. He based his judgment on the fact that Qin Jiejie had treated Shen Nin, and she felt normal again after a while, but that was just speculation. It would be best to test it later. Teacher Zhang's delighted expression turned serious. Then you should use this ability sparingly. Qin Jiejie, actually I'm fine. Lu Ran, whether you're okay or not is not up to you. He turned to Qin Jiejie, and I hope you think it through now. Do you want to make this ability public? If so, to what extent do you want to disclose it? Teacher Zhang nodded. You're right. It really depends on her own opinion. She couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. In fact, when she heard the child's ability was healing, her first reaction was that the community had a doctor. She didn't think she should perhaps advise the child to hide her ability for safety. After all, this community was her base, so she inevitably had some prejudices against it. But recent events have proven time and again that she had overestimated people. The people there weren't all as simple and harmonious as she had imagined. For someone with such a rare and altruistic ability, it's indeed worth considering whether or not it should be revealed. What are your thoughts, child? She looked at Qin Jiejie kindly. Lu Ran added, my advice is that you don't tell anyone about this. You have healing abilities, but no means of attack or self-defense. Exposing yourself would make you an obvious target. While we're confident we can rescue you from anyone, being on guard against thieves for 1,000 days is exhausting. You better consider whether you can handle the pressure. But if you absolutely must, it's best to disclose the side effects of your abilities as well, so you can be a step ahead of others in imposing moral blackmail. Teacher Zhang hummed, if you're willing to disclose it, I clearly list the price of each healing session on your list. If you have to pay a price to qualify for healing, I believe everyone will respect you more. After the two of them finished speaking, Jianlang added, don't worry. You can take your time to think about it. You don't have to make a decision today. We're just here to guide you through this process. After all, you'll be living openly in the community from now on, and you have to let the community management take a look, right? Qin Jijia thought for a moment, only briefly. I want to announce it. Lu Ran wasn't surprised, even though he had just been the one trying to convince Qin Jijia to keep her abilities secret. On the contrary, a hint of surprise crossed Teacher Zhang's face. She added anxiously, I don't mean to put any pressure on you. Qin Jijia shook her head. No pressure. I just want to help more people. If I keep it a secret, there won't be enough people I can help. Teacher Zhang took a deep breath and said with great seriousness, I swear, I will do my best to protect you. Chapter 87. Teacher Zhang took a deep breath and said with uncharacteristic seriousness, I swear, I will do my best to protect you. But then she remembered something. Wait, there's someone. She looked a little guilty, perhaps feeling a bit remiss in asking Qin Jijia to save someone just after she promised not to abuse her abilities. Lu Ran and Jianlang immediately realized who Teacher Zhang wanted to save, because they both had the same person in mind. Teacher Zhang, are you talking about Xiaoqin? Qin Jijia asked curiously, who is Xiaoqin? Teacher Zhang nodded yes. Then he turned to Qin Jijia and explained, Xiaoqin is one of the community's psychics. The community was previously hit by a rat plague. It was a mutant rat with the ability to replicate itself, a pollutant. Xiaoqin was the psychic on duty that night. He was the first to discover the presence and characteristics of the pollutant, and promptly notified Lu Ran and Jianlang. Lu Ran and Jianlang's timely arrival allowed the situation to be brought under control. If it weren't for him, the coast community might have been completely engulfed in the sea of pollutants that night. Qin Jijia, what about him? Was he injured? Teacher Zhang pursed his lips and nodded, yes, and seriously. Qin Jijia, I'm not sure my healing abilities will work for any injury, but I can give it a try. Teacher Zhang's worried gaze swept over Qin Jijia's pale face, his nearly translucent skin, and the protruding joints on his wrists. Don't rush. Your situation doesn't look good. Don't overdraw your life. Qin Jijia shook her head. I just recalled it, and it's just... She glanced at Lu Ran and Jianlang. Well, just now, when my aunt and uncle had only ordinary wounds, I didn't feel much pain treating them. You should remember, right? I treated them many times before they suddenly started to feel uncomfortable. But when I treated Qin Min before, I felt extremely uncomfortable after just one treatment, and I couldn't move for many days after that. So, I think that perhaps only the wounds you mentioned that can cause contamination require a lot of energy, while ordinary wounds might not. Besides, I want to save that person. He sounds like a good person. I also live in the community. If the community was really flooded with pollutants, I would probably be dead. I hope I can do something for him. Lu Ran, your conclusion is a bit arbitrary. The difference between your aunt and uncle's wounds and Qin Min's wounds is more than just this. What if the cost of your healing ability is calculated based on the degree of modification to the human body? While my aunt and uncle only had wounds, Qin Min needed to be completely transformed. Little Qin's situation was similar. His injuries were severe, and treating him would essentially require replacing his entire body tissue. Just as Qin Jijia's expression darkened, Lu Ran changed the subject, but we can't be sure how your ability actually works. If you're interested, taking this opportunity to experiment with it wouldn't be a bad idea. Just stop immediately if you feel any discomfort. Qin Jijia nodded firmly. I won't force myself. Lu Ran looked at Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang hesitated. Actually, a day or two wouldn't make a difference. She looks so fragile. Let's just rest for a couple of days. Qin Jijia, I'm really fine. Ahem. Teacher Zhang gave the defiant child a disapproving look and patted her back to calm her down. Lu Ran said, because she's already used her powers so many times, this is the perfect time to test their limits. It's better than letting her rest and then collapse again, isn't it? Besides, there's no better way to demonstrate the power of her healing abilities than to heal Xiaoqin's injuries. This will increase the number of redemption points, making them more acceptable. It will also give them a basic impression that unless the injury is this serious, there's nothing to worry about. The disapproval on Teacher Zhang's face faded as Lu Ran spoke slowly. By the end, she felt that Lu Ran's words made sense. Furthermore, Qin Jiejia looked at her expectantly. Then she looked at Jiang Lang. Never mind, Jiang Lang didn't need to look at him anymore. Everything Lu Ran said made sense to him. 3-1, she might as well admit defeat. Come with me, he's next door. In the darkness, Teacher Zhang opened the door to room 102. Although Qin Jiejia's other organs had severely degenerated during his years of captivity, he had developed a rare night vision ability. She could clearly see the person in the bed, not just a black mass. Though, strictly speaking, that person was indeed a black mass. Early in the morning, the residents of the coastal community gathered in the square, albeit slowly but cooperatively. Many of them were still bleary-eyed, especially the younger ones. Although all electrical appliances would be unusable after the apocalypse, the sleep-dark routine of today's young people was not so easy to change. Forcing them to leave home so early in the morning was truly contrary to their biological clocks. What's going on? I don't know. The aunt next door pulled me out of bed and said Teacher Zhang asked everyone to gather. She had something to announce. Huh? Really? Where's Teacher Zhang? I didn't see Teacher Zhang? Oh my god, were you all pulled up by someone? Am I the only one who saw the notice board? A group of people who hadn't heard the truth and had come downstairs in their slippers after hearing Teacher Zhang's request for them to gather immediately surrounded the guy who seemed to know the truth. What bulletin board? We have one. Oh my god. Of course we do. Where else do you usually find the redemption points? Oh my god. That's the bulletin board. Oh my god, who would check it every day? So idle, right? It's like everyone's time is precious these days. Really? Everyone has so much free time these days. The bulletin board says everyone should gather at 7 o'clock today. Teacher Zhang has something to announce. It looks like it's almost 7. How could it be so soon? There's still a full quarter of an hour left. Oh my god. I should have slept a little longer before coming down. In the square, a group of people chattered among themselves, wondering what Teacher Zhang had so serious to announce. The last time they gathered was when the new regulations for the coast community were announced. Although the conversation drifted off in circles, for a moment, the square felt like a giant chat room, the noise making everyone's head ache. Dad. Mom. The piercing cry of a young girl brought the bustling square to a halt for a moment. Dad. Mom. Is gone. Everyone in the square looked toward the sound and saw a familiar, delicate little girl crying out for her parents, her heart melting. Hey, isn't that Minmin? An auntie, clearly acquainted with Shinmin's parents, picked her up. Minmin. What's wrong? Why are you crying like that? Mom and Dad don't want me anymore. Shinmin sobbed. How could that be? Minmin is so adorable. How could Mom and Dad not want you? Be good. Be good. Baby, please stop crying, okay? Oh, my heart breaks. I can't bear to see such a lovely girl crying like that. Where have old Wang Xiaofan and the others been? How could they have let the child run away alone? I don't know. I didn't see them. There's nothing here either. Everyone in the square looked around, trying to spot the couple. But as their search proved fruitless, worry gradually formed on their faces. Could it be that the Qin couple are truly missing? Some people who were too close to Qinmin hesitated to discuss this possibility, while those farther away quietly whispered among themselves. What happened? Are they truly missing? It's unlikely they're still asleep. If they were still home, they certainly wouldn't have let Qinmin run down here alone. Could this be why Teacher Zhang gathered everyone? Oh my god, I'm so scared. Were they murdered? I don't know. I thought the neighborhood was safe. Yeah. I slept soundly last night. Could some contaminant have gotten in? Oh my god, how is that possible? If there were real contamination, you still be standing here? You still be sleeping soundly? Could it be a spy? No, who has such a deep hatred for them that they kill them. Isn't it impossible? Are there any people who already live in the complex? What are their social connections? Do they have any enemies or conflicts? He immediately went into detective mode. Could this be the reason Teacher Zhang called us in? To take statements one by one and provide alibis? Someone actually believed him. As the people in the square were running wild with ideas, Teacher Zhang finally appeared. She wasn't alone. She was accompanied by someone no one in the square had expected to see again. Oh my god. Xiaochen. It's really Xiaochen. Oh my god, let me touch him. Is he alive? Coming out alongside Teacher Zhang, with a bright yet shy smile on his face, was none other than Xiao Chun, the security guard who had been gnawed to pieces in the rat cloning battle. He stood there, scratching his head, his smile still the same. Facing everyone's questions, he smiled shyly. Yes, it's me. It's really me. Ha ha ha, feel free to touch me. I'm alive. The residents of the neighborhood immediately rushed over, and for a moment, no one paid any attention to the sobbing Chin Nin subconsciously cried even louder, hoping to draw everyone's attention back to herself. But she soon realized that even though she cried loudly, only the ant holding her could comfort her. No one else paid her any attention. So her sobs gradually subsided, until only sobs and hiccups remained. Most of the people present, except those who were rescued later, had witnessed Xiao Qin's plight. After that day, Teacher Zhang told everyone that it was thanks to Xiao Qin's timely decision to alert Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, and his direct identification of the pollutants, that everyone in the community was saved. Many people visited him to offer their condolences, though they couldn't bear to see his injuries. They were too horrific, too horrifying. Seeing those pockmarked wounds, one could almost imagine what it must have been like to be gnawed by dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of rats. They'd seen how badly he'd been injured. Even if this weren't the apocalypse, even if it were still a good time when hospitals were still functioning, there was no way someone with injuries like that could come back fully recovered. Oh my god! It's really warm. It's not a ghost. What ghost? What ghost? What ghost? Xiao Qin is injured, not dead, okay? It's not a robot. It's really alive. Xiao Qin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, you're getting more and more ridiculous. It really is me, the me lying in the hospital bed. He looked at Teacher Zhang, as if asking him with his eyes if he could tell them what happened. The onlookers' eyes also turned to Teacher Zhang. What's going on, Teacher Zhang? Please tell us. Teacher Zhang gestured for them to quiet down. It wasn't easy for this group to quiet down, but they were so eager to know what had happened that, with Teacher Zhang's gesture, the only sound in the square was the breathing of others. This is what I want to tell you today. Our community is very lucky to have a person with healing abilities. The square erupted in excitement. Oh my god! Teacher Zhang, are you saying Xiao Qin was healed by a psychic? Is this ability so incredible? Holy crap! Doesn't that make our community invincible? Teacher Zhang gestured again, urging them to quiet down. Don't get too excited. This healing psychic uses up their own life force to treat people, so don't bother them just because you have a headache or a fever, okay? Oh my god! I got it, Teacher Zhang. So how is this healing psychic? How much life force did it take to treat Xiao Qin's serious injuries? It's a significant drain, so I'm resting now. I'll be out to see you later. To prevent anyone from seeking treatment from her without permission, and to keep her from overdrawing her health, we calculated that each treatment opportunity will now cost 1,000 points. Is that acceptable to everyone? How much? 1,000 points? Most people's first reaction to Teacher Zhang's offer was to gasp. Oh my god, 1,000 points. How long will it take to earn that much? But then, considering that this healing psychic is essentially exchanging her life for someone else's, they thought, wow, 1,000 points is a bit of a charity. That's good though. Unless you're injured like Xiao Chun, don't bother with a miracle healer. Teacher Zhang continued, the most important thing is that this healing psychic's abilities aren't limited to treating ordinary injuries. Indeed, Xiao Qin's injuries are just ordinary injuries to her. She can even reverse the contamination process of non-psychic beings attacked by pollutants. So, 1,000 points is actually quite a bargain. The square fell silent for a moment. Unlike the explosion just now, the shockwaves unleashed by Teacher Zhang's words were even greater, so overwhelming that for a moment no one could react. After a long pause, someone finally asked, You're saying that after ordinary people are attacked by pollutants, she can prevent them from becoming pollutants? The questioner's voice gradually shifted from hoarse and stagnant to rapid and even shrill, his eagerness evident. He was one of the people who had come to the coast community seeking help a while ago. Teacher Zhang looked at him and nodded with a hint of pity. Then he fell into a blank state. The people around him were mostly those who had sought help from him earlier. Some patted his shoulders, then silently covered their faces. Some people's expressions shifted, as if one moment they were annoyed that such a person with special abilities hadn't appeared sooner, and the next moment they were grateful that at least such a person existed. The others gradually regained their composure. Compared to their previous shock, their expressions now were more like awe. As for the price of 1,000 points, which they had just lamented, now it seemed truly a charitable act. Teacher Zhang watched as the crowd in front of her began to regain their composure, even beginning to chatter among themselves. Suddenly, with a sense of realization, she glanced behind her. Sure enough, it was Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, bringing Chen Jiejia with them. Chen Jiejia still looked pale, but that had little to do with her treatment of Xiao Chen last night. Her ability was just as she had suspected. Any injuries not related to contamination or transformation required little energy consumption. Her paleness was simply a result of her previously poor health and the excessive energy consumption. Now, after a night's rest, she was even slightly better. However, no one besides her knew what had happened to Chen Jiejia yesterday. Seeing her pale and fragile appearance, they instinctively assumed she was weakened from expending her life force treating Xiao Chen. They instantly grasped the price of her supernatural powers, and nearly everyone had a single thought in mind: don't seek treatment from her unless absolutely necessary. Points are secondary. The truth is, this girl looks like she could collapse at the slightest gust of wind. How could someone waste her life force treating a minor ailment? Just as they were feeling sorry for the pale Chen Jiejia, a shrill little girl's voice suddenly rang out. It's you. It's you, right? Give your parents back. You troublemaker. Where did you take my parents? Troublemaker. Why don't you just die? Chen Min jumped from her aunt's arms and rushed to Chen Jiejia, punching and kicking her. She had woken up that morning to find her parents gone. But now, seeing this person, she remembered. Besides her parents, the missing person was also this person, whom her parents had always called a troublemaker who lived in the closet and stole their food. Chen Min was only 6 or 7 years old, but she was incredibly well-fed. Although Chen Jiejia was more than half a body taller than her, she still staggered after being pushed by her, looking as if she was about to fall. Her physical weakness was so severe that standing next to Chen Min, the abuse she had endured was even more obvious. Teacher Zhang quickly scooped up Chen Min with one hand, restrained her attack, and handed her to Xiao Chen, signaling him to restrain the child while he covered her ears. Lu Ran frowned. Yesterday, he assumed the Chen couple had concealed Chen Jiejia's existence from Chen Min. Otherwise, why would they have locked her in the closet? But judging by Chen Min's current behavior, she seemed to know of her presence. It made sense. Hiding the existence of a living person 24/7 in such a small house was incredibly difficult. Hiding it from the neighbors was necessary and maneuverable, but hiding it from one's own daughter wasn't so easy. His verdict yesterday was based on Chen Jiejia's ignorance, and now it seemed a bit too lenient. But children's worldviews are so simple and straightforward. Even before they're shrewdly calculating and cunningly disguised, their malice is so blunt. With her beatings and scolding like this, and Teacher Zhang revealing the truth later, her status would shift from a simple family member of the perpetrator to a terrifying accomplice, albeit a young one. Her future would be difficult. Due to the limited activity area and declining entertainment options, the coastal community has essentially regressed to the social structure of its former agricultural society. An era where reputation was everything. It seemed as if the new sentence he intended for her was somehow in line with his plan. Teacher Zhang's expression took on a much graver tone, and he said to the slightly bewildered residents in the square, "This is the second thing I want to announce today. Unfortunately, Miss Chen Jiejia, a healing psychic, is a native resident of the community. She is the daughter of Chen Xiaofen's brother and sister-in-law, who originally lived in Building 24, Room 1503. After being abducted, she returned to Haiyan community alone, only to be held captive by the Chen couple, simply because they didn't want to lose their house. Lu Ran and Xiao Jiang rescued Chen Jiejia last night and punished the Chen couple. This is for public notice." After she finished speaking, the residents in the neighborhood exploded. Scumbags. This couple looked so honest, yet they could do such a cruel thing. Even their own niece could be so cruel. They looked at Chen Jiejia, whose face was pale and thin, looking like she would collapse at the slightest breeze. They had originally assumed this paleness and frailty came from the loss of Xiao Wang's treatment. Now they thought, it's normal to look a little pale due to the loss of vitality. They occupied someone else's house and didn't even give them enough food. What kind of people are they? They can't even be called human beings. They're beasts. Immediately, a group of aunts and uncles gathered around her, took Chen Jiejia's hands, and expressed their distress at how thin she was. They said they would definitely fatten her up in the future. Chen Jiejia was not used to socializing, and this warm gesture made her flinch. However, these aunts and uncles didn't seem upset that their kindness wasn't appreciated. Instead, their eyes were filled with even more heartache. Chen Jiejia was almost overwhelmed by the sincere and warm concern. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang were also kind people, but they were both very restrained in their expressions of compassion. So, she had never experienced such overwhelming concern, and for a moment, she didn't know how to react. Thank you everyone. She frantically thanked the others. Seeing her bewildered by their kindness, she recalled Chinmin's words. Where did you take my parents? You troublemaker. Why don't you just die? A child only 6 or 7 years old could utter such harsh and vicious words. It's easy to imagine where she learned them from. They couldn't help but wonder how the Chen couple had beat and scolded Chen Jijia behind closed doors, causing such a young child to imitate them. Meanwhile, Chen Min, still restrained in little Chen's grasp, glared at Chen Jijia with malice. She waved her short but sturdy arms, repeatedly trying to break free from little Chen's embrace. Judging by her gestures, if she could reach Chen Jijia, she would likely continue to punch and kick her as she had just done. Although they knew that children were blank slates, only able to imitate others' behavior, her vicious behavior still filled everyone present with a deep sense of disgust and chill. Teacher Zhang sighed. This was originally the third point I wanted to discuss today. After the Chen couple passed away, Chen Min became an orphan. She's too young and needs a guardian. Is there anyone willing to be that guardian? I'm afraid she beat me to death in the middle of the night. A young man spoke bluntly, and a nearby woman clapped him to silence him. Did I say anything wrong? Her parents are sadistic, and she doesn't look like a pushover either. As a grown man, I can't physically punish a little girl. She just beat me to death. Though his words were a bit harsh, he truly expressed the sentiments of most people present. Raising a child like this, not to mention that she doesn't look like a good person. Even if she were, considering what her parents have done, it's hard for them to raise her as an ordinary, innocent child. And the question is, should we care for a child like this or not? If we want her to become a normal person, not as vicious as her parents, we definitely need to care for her. But no matter how we think about it, we can't help her. If she gets revenge when she grows up, it'd be hilarious. For a moment, the square fell silent. Teacher Zhang sighed, then finally chose a disgruntled psychic to temporarily take care of Chen Min. Lu Ran was quite satisfied. The verdict of yesterday's trial was finally correct. Although there was little evidence, he suspected that the correctness of the verdict was related to the energy that the Hellfire could obtain. Chapter 88. After Chen Jijia's existence was finally known to everyone in the community, there wasn't much of a difference for a short time. The coastal community was still too safe. In the peaceful daily life, not many people got hurt. At most, it was a minor injury like slicing a finger while cutting vegetables. It was too embarrassing to bother someone else with their life force to heal them. Of course, more importantly, she couldn't bear to part with those 1,000 points. So, Chen Jijia went into recuperation. Lu Ran had some thoughts about experimenting with her abilities. For example, he was personally most curious about what level of pollutants she could reverse back to humans. According to Chen Jijia's recollection, Chen Min's face had changed slightly by then, but it wasn't likely significant. After all, she simply thought that Chen Min's facial features looked a bit like a fish, indicating that her pollution level wasn't high. Furthermore, the Chen couple doted on their daughter so much that they would have immediately sought treatment from Chen Jijia. Lu Ran was curious about what would happen if Chen Min's pollution level was even worse. Could Chen Jijia still transform her back? In other words, he was truly curious about the line someone would cross before becoming irreversibly polluted. Unfortunately, he couldn't capture someone to experiment on just to test his curiosity. So, he decided to test his own supernatural powers first. Bang! Tongues of flame suddenly shot out, blazing a radius of several hundred meters with Lu Ran as the center. What a huge area! Jiang Lang's face was filled with excitement, seemingly even more excited than Lu Ran himself. They had left the coastal community this morning, hoping to find a deserted spot in the wilderness to test Lu Ran's upgraded abilities, and they had stumbled upon this wasteland. Lu Ran waved his hand, retracting the vast flames. The original plant pollutants on the ground had long since turned to black ash, and even the surface of the rock was slightly burned. The energy is much lower than what I felt in the Chen couple's bedroom before, probably only 10%, or even less. Jiang Lang's eyes widened. Oh my god! So terrifying. How much effort did you put into confining the fire to such a small room? You're truly amazing. Jiang Lang, never one to hold back on his praise for Lu Ran, was surprised to find himself praising her again before he even finished a few words. Then he remembered something else. Thinking about it, the fire-powered user who burned down all of Q City was very likely you. This time, Lu Ran didn't object, because the probability was indeed very high. If he hadn't forcibly controlled the flames yesterday, but had allowed them to spread, it would have had the potential to consume the entire Q City. Even with his full strength, he could only contain it to the size of a room. It should be much easier to control now. The energy he felt in the flames was far less than last night. He waved his hand, releasing the flames, then tried to retract them. Sure enough, they returned to the size of a palm with ease. It wasn't as smooth as before, but it was within the range that one could get used to with practice. There are several possibilities. One is that each judgment will erupt with a similar range and energy level, then stabilize to a relatively stable state. Each judgment will provide this ability with a little experience, allowing it to slowly grow. The second possibility is that the energy released during a judgment depends on the nature of the judgment. Perhaps if someone's crimes were less severe, there wouldn't be such a large area of flame, and the experience gained from the ability would be different. The third possibility is that figuring out its correct use is actually to judge a sinner, effectively unsealing it. The flames in this area are its true form. The fourth possibility is that each judgment is like accumulating a portion of the ability's energy. As it's used, the energy decreases, and the ability needs to find the next person to be judged. Lu Ran paused. Let's go to the Wang family. Jiang Lang immediately realized. You want to judge that Moss Man? The Moss Man refers to the younger brother of the Wang family, who killed his brother out of jealousy. Jiang Lang was a little skeptical, but Grandma Xiao. Lu Ran, do you really think her food is enough to last until now? Jiang Lang sighed. I see. Then I go drive, you wait here. This place is quite far from Wangjia village. While it's possible to run there, Jiang Lang is too tired. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Ran faintly heard a rumbling sound. Jiang Lang returned in an SUV. Lu Ran climbed in. Jiang Lang floored the accelerator and drove towards Wangjia village. It had been a while since they'd been here, and the small town, or rather the village, where the Wang family lived was even more desolate than when they last saw it. The regrowing plant pollutants had brutally taken over every living space. The food in the freezer of the village's only small shop had already turned into a pool of bubbling sludge when they'd been there before, and this time, it had spread directly out. Vines snaked like snakes between the bricks and rooftops, completely corroding the already shaky-looking brick houses. The village seemed to have been put on a time accelerator, now looking as if it had been abandoned for decades. The two walked inside, arriving at Grandma Xiao's house. The newspaper stuffed in the crack of the door had become so brittle that it would break at the slightest touch. The new dominant force in the crack was a small amount of fine moss, slowly spreading outward. Jiang Lang knocked on the door. The slightest pressure gave way to a hole in the wooden door. Jiang Lang, Lu Ran, Lu Ran, too polite. Jiang Lang scratched his head awkwardly and stepped directly into the wooden door, creating a human-shaped hole and clearing the way for the misophobic Lu Ran. The state inside Grandma Xiao's house was no better than outside. When they last left, they had boarded up the house's only window from the outside, effectively leaving it in perpetual darkness. Moss. Everywhere they looked, it was covered in dark green moss. From the floor to the walls to the furniture, everything was covered in the damp, wet green moss. They had to carefully maintain their balance to avoid falling. Lifting the now-tattered curtain, they entered the back of the house, where the bedrooms were located. It was here that they had last seen Grandma Xiao's youngest son. By then, he had transitioned from a vegetative state to a full-blown vegetative state, with moss growing from his body. Only Grandma Xiao kept trimming the moss, keeping him somewhat human. Jiang Lang sighed at the sight before him. Although the situation outside clearly indicated that Grandma Xiao was definitely gone, which was why his, or was it, moss had spread so far, seeing the remains on the ground with his own eyes, still made him sigh. Grandma Xiao must have been sitting beside her youngest son's bed when she died. The bones were in a sitting position, but the skull had fallen to the ground, giving the impression of a person sitting on the ground, half hugging their head. Lu Ran found the scene eerily comical. Probably due to the humidity in the room, the body had completely decayed in such a short time, leaving only a skeleton, with only a few specks of rotting flesh hanging from it. On the bed, the youngest son of the Wang family lay quietly. The last time I visited, the moss had only grown from his eyes. This time, his eyeballs had been completely squeezed out, hanging alone outside the sockets by a wisp of flesh and blood. Although he still had vital signs, he was indeed indistinguishable from a dead person. Lu Ran reached out his hand. He summoned a flame. He had grown accustomed to the energy level of this new flame, so the same small flame emerged. The flame itself was awake this time, and after emerging, it frowned in a very human manner, even waving its two flames at each other, perhaps intoxicated by the odor in the room. It glanced at Lu Ran disapprovingly, as if complaining. What kind of work environment is this? Lu Ran ignored it. Wang XX, out of jealousy, murdered his own brother and framed several innocent people. Afterwards, he lay in a vegetative bed for several years, as a form of atonement for his sins. As soon as he finished speaking, the small flames instantly expanded. All the houses in Wangjia village were not spared, reduced to charred ash in the blink of an eye. Lu Ren felt it, and found that the energy contained in the flames was much less than last night's. So it was indeed related to the content of the judgment. He let the flames spread, not deliberately retracting them, wanting to see when they would stop on their own. After about 10 minutes, the flames, which had been expanding relentlessly, finally subsided, slowly weakening, gradually retreating, at least stabilizing within a radius of several hundred meters. Lu Ren felt it, and found that the radius was slightly larger than before, perhaps about 50 meters larger. So it was an upgrade, not a release of a seal. After getting a rough idea of the situation, Lu Ren retracted his supernatural power. Jiang Lang suddenly slapped his head. It's over. The car's on fire. Lu Ren, didn't you think about it before you drove here? I thought you knew, but I was just too lazy to run. Jiang Lang lamented. How could it be possible? I've been here 10 years after the apocalypse. There were only a handful of cars still drivable back then. How could I possibly do such a wasteful thing? Oh, I was just stupid for a moment. Jiang Lang was devastated. The car was gone, and they had to walk back, a double tragedy. Lu Ren was amused by him. Not a big deal, just a stroll. Jiang Lang, all right. While they were away from the coast community, something else was happening inside. A scream from the garden instantly attracted the attention of everyone working in the flower beds. What's going on? What's going on? The psychic in charge of maintaining order in the garden quickly pushed through the huddled crowd and rushed toward the source of the screams. After repeated shouting, he finally got the person in the front to move aside. Then he saw a middle-aged man standing vacantly in the center of the flower bed, his right hand still clutching a hoe, his left hand frozen in midair. His gaze fixed on his left hand, which bore a striking scar. He was clearly not the one screaming. After all, he looked as if his spirit had left his body. The screams came from the people around him, who all retreated several steps, covering their mouths. Even more panicked was the psychic nearby. Beneath the steel pipe he held was a dead contaminant, a typical cabbage-mutated contaminant, shattered to pieces. But it was clear that before its death, it had caused the wound on the hand of the middle-aged man standing in the middle. The psychic in charge of today's patrol was already panicking over a major flaw in his patrol. What are you standing there for? Go find Dr. Chen. Suddenly, an auntie couldn't help but shout, instantly bringing everyone else back to their senses. Even the middle-aged man in the middle, staring blankly at his wound, was suddenly jolted back to his senses. He muttered, but I don't have 1,000 points. Is this the time to think about points? Go get treated first. It's a credit. You're right here, so how can Teacher Zhang let you default on your payment? Yes. Go. I see your head is starting to look like a cabbage. Chapter 89. The words "it's a bit like a cabbage." The middle-aged man's stagnation was visibly broken. He hurriedly moved, escorted by a phalanx of psychics, to room 102. That had originally been Xiao Chen's ward, but now it was occupied by a new resident named Chen. Chen Jiejia didn't want a guardian, and Teacher Zhang wasn't comfortable with her living alone, so she had arranged for her to stay next door, at least so she could be looked after at any time. As the crowd swarmed toward the door, Chen Jiejia was lying in bed, flipping through the novel Lu Ran and Jiang Lang had brought back from the city library. She still hadn't adjusted to the fact that it was the end of the world, and her health wasn't great either. The virtual world suited her best. Suddenly, she heard several voices at the door calling, "Is Dr. Xiaochen here?" Her initial reaction was completely blank, and her mind raced. Who was Dr. Xiaochen? A few seconds later, she suddenly realized that she was Dr. Xiaochen. She hurriedly jumped out of bed and headed for the door. Opening the door, she saw a panicked face among the crowd. The phrase, a mixture of frightening and joking, "Your head looks a bit like a cabbage," was now a remarkably accurate description. Cabbage-like organs gradually sprouted from the middle-aged man's cheeks, a clear sign of a transformation. Ordinary people didn't dare approach, only looking forward anxiously from behind the wall of psychics. "Dr. Chen, do you think old Dong can be saved?" Chen Jiejia nodded quickly. The others breathed a sigh of relief. "Move aside a bit." Okay. The psychics blocking the doorway instantly dispersed in a semicircle. Chen Jiejia approached the middle-aged man named Lao Dong. After 2 days of recuperation, her condition had improved considerably, but she wasn't sure if she recovered enough to repair a man who had been contaminated. If not, If not, she would do it anyway. She gritted her teeth and channeled all her strength into the panicked middle-aged man. As the abnormalities on his face faded, exclamations of surprise gradually rose from the crowd, and Shinjiajia's face grew paler. It's done. When Shinjiajia's weak voice rang out, the middle-aged man reached out his hand and touched his face with a look of disbelief. Okay. He panicked and touched the area where he just felt itchy. He was actually terrified. Although he had a vague feeling that something was wrong with his face, as if something was actually growing, he dared not touch anything or look at any mirror. He was afraid that if he touched it, if he looked, he actually feel and see something new growing on his face. As long as he didn't look or touch it, he could pretend it didn't exist. It's done. Is it really done? He carefully touched the side of his face. It was rough, but there was nothing strange there. Then, he cautiously looked at the metal bars on the door frame. Although it was a little blurry and distorted, he could at least make out a vague image. In this blurry and distorted image, he looked quite normal. And then, tears suddenly streamed down his face. The crowd behind him immediately cheered. Boss! Congratulations! Great! Why are you crying? Be happy. You don't have to be buried like a cabbage. This is great. For a moment, the atmosphere was joyful, until Shinjijia, inside the door, suddenly reached out and groped in the air. Before she could touch anything, she collapsed without warning. Thankfully, the nearby psychic reacted quickly, Dr. Chin. Two psychics simultaneously grabbed Shinjijia, who was on the verge of unconsciousness. The psychics and ordinary people who were circling around panicked, wanting to help but afraid of making things worse. The middle-aged man who had just been pulled back from his abnormal state was even more panicked. If he had to treat Dr. Chin, he would have died. Don't crowd. Dr. Chin needs air. A sudden shout instantly awakened the crowd, and they dispersed at lightning speed, fearing that a slow retreat would delay Shinjijia's recovery. This glucose tube isn't working. I got it from Teacher Zhang's office. Someone was quick-witted and had already rushed into 101 to look for any supplies. They found a bottle of ordinary medical-grade glucose. There was even a matching syringe. Is anyone studying nursing here? I do it. A girl rushed in and quickly began to operate. After she had put the 4 in, she finally had time to ask, is this the same as hypoglycemia? The others looked at each other, unsure if it would work, but they had to give it a try. Fortunately, the trial worked. Shinjijia's eyelids began to flutter, and she slowly opened her eyes. She was met with a crowd of worried faces surrounding her. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. Dr. Chin. You just fainted. Rest well. Are you feeling any discomfort? Shinjijia shook her head. The others breathed a sigh of relief. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been attacked accidentally, Dr. Chin wouldn't have had to treat me. If Dr. Chin hadn't had to treat me, then I wouldn't. Shinjijia shook her head, gathering her strength and saying, I'm glad I could help. Old Dong, shut up. Don't you see how much trouble Dr. Chin has to put in to say a word? Keep talking nonsense. Dr. Chin will have to work hard to comfort you. That's right. How can this be wrong or that? It's just bad luck that a monster attacked you, so how can that be your fault? Don't overthink it. You don't have much brains to begin with, and you ruin them. Everyone chatted, trying to calm old Dong, who looked remorseful. The matter was almost over. The former nurse and the 2 psychics were left to take turns caring for Shinjijia. Everyone else was evacuated and went about their business. When old Dong returned to his vegetable patch, he dared not let his mind wander again and work even harder than usual. He was now in debt to the tune of 1,000 points, which would take forever to pay off. As the sky grew darker, the others invited him to join them for dinner, but he shook his head and said no. No, old Dong. There's no need to work so hard. What's the impact of working for an hour or 2? Let's go eat. Yeah. Aren't you tired after working all afternoon? I'm getting tired. Oh, my old waist. My legs and arms are giving out. It all comes back to me. Why I fought so hard to leave the village to work. A flicker of confusion crossed old Dong's face. After the 2 men finished speaking, he suddenly realized that he didn't seem tired at all. Normally, after working all afternoon, his back and waist would have ached by now, but he felt nothing now. Confused, he raised his hand and subconsciously clenched it, but the arm pain that should have been triggered by the action didn't come as expected. He seemed genuinely not tired at all. This wasn't normal. In fact, he had felt a little over-energized that afternoon, but he thought it was just one of those occasional moments where he becomes so absorbed in a task that he completely forgot about the pain. But now it seemed that wasn't the case, because after that state of mind passed, the physical aches would return later. But now, he clearly felt nothing. What was going on? Had his physical condition suddenly improved? Old Dong was bewildered. Come on, let's eat. One of them, impatient, returned to the vegetable patch to pull him back. But just then, out of the corner of Old Dong's seemingly dazed eyes, he saw a cabbage plant unfold its leaves in slow motion, clearly attempting to attack them. Old Dong's pupil shrank, and before he could even think, he instinctively dove to a crouching position and grabbed the cabbage with one hand. What's going on? Xiaoyun, come quickly. The cabbage has mutated again. Not far away, Xiaoyun, who had just relaxed a bit after finally seeing everyone had gone to eat, heard two shrill screams and instantly woke up. He shot up like a rocket, catapulting to the scene. Shit! Old Dong, why are you here again? You're so unlucky. Xiaoyun, in charge of security for the vegetable patch today, almost cried for Old Dong. How could someone be so unlucky? Just bitten by a mutant cabbage this afternoon, and now again tonight? It seemed like they were coming for me. Old Dong pounced. Damn it, Xiaoyun! Hurry! Old Dong, get out of the way. Let the professionals do it. Old Dong nodded, somewhat bewilderedly. Oh, okay. He stared at the cabbage in his hand, then, for some reason, perhaps because it looked so easy to squeeze, and felt like it would have a nice crunch, he couldn't help but give it a squeeze before letting go. It should have been fruitless, since even ordinary cabbage, let alone a mutated one, would be difficult to crush with bare hands. But it just broke, and the plant juices flowed onto Old Dong's rough, dark hands. Then, among the shattered leaves, a tiny cube appeared, shimmering even in the dim light. Old Dong subconsciously discarded the other leaves, letting it fall into his palm. Then, the shimmering cube quickly dimmed. Holy crap! Xiaoyun, who was nearby trying to control the situation, was completely stunned by the scene. Old Dong seemed completely unaware of what he had just absorbed, but he knew. It was a crystal. Ordinary people can't absorb crystals, and Old Dong just crushed a pollutant with his bare hands. Doesn't that mean he's anything but ordinary? Old Dong's two friends were stunned. They couldn't quite get used to Old Dong crushing pollutants with his bare hands, even though the pollutant was nothing. Even Old Dong himself was a bit confused. What's going on? No, I don't know. Asked Teacher Zhang? Asked Xiao Jiang, Xiao Lu, and the others? Yes. Asked Xiao Jiang, Xiao Lu, and the others. They're knowledgeable. They definitely know what's going on. Are Brother Lu and the others back? Glancing at each other, the four of them seemed to have no idea they'd seen Jiang Lang and Lu Ran today. So Xiaoyun cautiously escorted Old Dong, who seemed like a miracle or something, to Teacher Zhang's office, and asked the other two to find other available psychics. He was panicking all alone. After arriving at Teacher Zhang's office, he quickly tapped on the iron pipe to notify Teacher Zhang. Then, he and Old Dong sat on a small stool and started staring at each other. Why aren't there any cars on this road? Jiang Lang couldn't help but lament. They had finally escaped the burning range of Lu Ran's Hellfire ability, the area where all the cars had been charred to a crisp, and yet, there were still no cars outside. They had to walk all the way back to Q City like this. The thought of it was tragic. Lu Ran was surprisingly calm. Walking or riding in a car, though he would definitely prefer sleeping in a car if given the choice, in his mind, there was really no difference between the two. So Jiang Lang calmed down too. It wasn't like they had to worry about time management in the apocalypse. He wasn't tired. So what was wrong with walking? The two of them walked all the way back to Q City from Wangjia village. By the time they reached Haiyan Community, night had already fallen for at least 5 or 6 hours. By this time, everyone should have been asleep. Jiang Lang was just about to head to the security booth to scare the guards on duty tonight, when a dark figure suddenly emerged from the gate as they approached the complex. Brother Jiang. Brother Lu. You're finally back. Jiang Lang was momentarily confused, then asked seriously, what's wrong? Something happened? He could only think of one reason why the psychic in charge of security was so anxiously awaiting them. Some new, troublesome contaminant had appeared in the coastal community. Thankfully, his unusually serious expression instantly startled the psychic on the other side, who quickly waved his hand. No. Jiang Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Ran, so what happened? It's a miraculous thing. Old Dong got scratched by a contaminant today, and then Dr. Chen treated him, and then Old Dong became a psychic. Jiang Lang was silent for a moment. Huh? Chapter 90. It's not his fault for letting out an huh. After hearing the entire sentence, Jian Lang was stunned. What did it mean when someone was bitten by pollutants and became a mutant? This kind of thing had never been heard of in his 10 years in the other world. He would rather suspect that there was something wrong with his ears, or that the psychic in question had a problem with their speech, than to truly believe what this meant. Are you serious? Really? I never seen anything like this before. We were hoping, Brother Jiang, you heard of something similar. It felt like you knew everything. Jiang Lang, sorry, Brother Jiang, you haven't seen anything like this either. He felt both moved and shocked. Q City had so many exceptions. First, there were superpowers that could reverse the progress of pollution, and then, there were people bitten by pollutants, who not only didn't turn into pollutants, but also became superpowers. No, he immediately realized, these two cases might not be two outliers, but the same one. Before Chinjijia appeared, no one could survive being contaminated by pollutants, so naturally, there was no chance of mutation. He and Lu Ran exchanged a glance, then quickly rushed to room 102. Rooms 101 and 102 were still bustling with activity at this late hour. In room 101, a large crowd of residents gathered to watch Old Dong. Even with Teacher Zhang watching and enforcing discipline, they couldn't contain their excitement, and everyone was giving each other pinches and prodding. Room 102 was relatively peaceful. After all, no one wanted to disturb Chinjijia, who was recuperating. At most, some people curiously peered in from the doorway. Once Jiang Lang and Lu Ran indicated their intention to pass through, the few remaining people immediately made way. Are you okay? After approaching Chinjijia, Lu Ran first inquired about her health. Fine, much better than when I treated Chinmin last time. Lu Ran nodded. Jiang Lang then curiously inquired, Chinmin, shouldn't have awakened her superpowers? Chinjijia struggled to recall, probably not. That's just a matter of probability. TSK, your superpower is a little too powerful. Jiang Lang couldn't help but sigh. Lu Ran nodded, it's indeed a little too powerful. But he was thinking about something else. If he had known Chinjijia's superpowers were so abnormal, he shouldn't have made them public. Now it was a bit of a dilemma. Everyone knew she had a chance of turning someone into a superpowered being after being contaminated. There was no guarantee someone would actively seek to be contaminated. He had originally thought it would be very rare for her to need to use her superpowers, but now it was a bit hard to say. Sure enough, by the next day, even the least well-informed in the community knew. Old Dong had become a superpower after being bitten by a cabbage. As long as you receive prompt treatment after being bitten by pollutants, you could potentially become a superpower, but, well, it's just a possibility. Although everyone was excited at first. Oh my god, is the era of everyone in Ko's community becoming superpowered finally here? But then again, Chin Min and her parents were also contaminated and saved by Dr. Chun, but they're still just ordinary people, so the chances of becoming superpowered are slim. Besides, most people simply don't have the courage to get bitten by pollutants. What if they lose control and die right there? It's best not to risk your life, having finally saved it in the apocalypse. You have to wait and see if you actually get bitten. Besides, the neighborhood is pretty safe, so why would you need that superpower? For those living in the neighborhood, the biggest advantage of having superpowers is actually being safe from contamination. Beyond that, there's pretty much nothing else. You don't have to go to dangerous places to survive. Oh, and there are more ways to earn points, so you earn more points. But becoming a superpowered person still costs 1,000 points, and you don't even have to become one, so it's a losing proposition no matter how you look at it. So, it's better to wait until you're actually contaminated before seeking Dr. Chin. So, the situation Lu Ran worried about didn't materialize. Most people in the neighborhood were just talking and excited, and the number of people actually trying the experiment was almost zero. But, soon, an unexpected, yet reasonable, person approached Lu Ran and Jiang Lang. Yu Ming, Brother Lu, Brother Jiang, is Chinjijia. Is she feeling better? Jiang Lang uttered a hmm, and then, unconcernedly, said casually much better, huh? But her health was poor to begin with, so even if she does, it's limited. Yu Ming, if you're concerned about Chinjijia, you can go talk to her yourself. You don't have to come to us and ask. Chinjijia's lying in bed with nothing to do right now, so she's probably worried about having no one to talk to. Lu Ran glanced at Yu Ming. You're probably not just concerned about Chinjijia's health, are you? Jiang Lang, Yu Ming gritted her teeth and said, I'm wondering how long it will take her to recover enough to treat another contaminated person. Jiang Lang finally realized, huh? You want to become a psychic? But that's a probabilistic thing, success isn't guaranteed. You Meng, I still want to try. If I have superpowers, I can go find my mother on my own. Jiang Lang swallowed back what he was about to say. If that was the reason, it would be hard to convince Yu Meng to give up the idea. It was dangerous, but if Yu Meng was determined to find her mother, it seemed impossible to stop her from trying this possible superpower. Lu ran. There's no need to rush. Yu Meng's head shot up. Though he said nothing, his expression clearly said, "How can I not rush?" He paused, then continued, "We tested the effects of old Dong's superpowers this morning. Besides his basic physical strength and reaction speed, he also has a special ability. He can rapidly elongate his limbs for a short period of time, lasting for a few seconds before automatically retracting them. This is very similar to the ability of the cabbage pollutant that caused his mutation. So, our current theory is that the superpowers gained after being contaminated and then treated by Qinjiajia aren't random, but are highly correlated to the pollutants that contaminated you. So I suggest you wait a little longer. If you truly desire superpowers, Jiang Lang and I can search the area for any pollutants with unique and powerful abilities and bring them to you." Yu Meng's eyes flashed with shock. She wanted to say, "This is too much trouble," but she didn't want to refuse such a rare opportunity. So she gritted her teeth and said, "Thank you. Thank you, Brother Lu and Brother Jiang. If there's anything I can do to help you in the future, even if I don't gain superpowers, I definitely work hard." Jiang Lang ruffled her hair. "Why would I need your help? Your brothers Jiang and Lu are amazing. Okay, go back and have some fun. We go find some pollutants and bring them back for you." Yu Meng's eyes welled up. "Thank you." On a hillock, Jiang Lang and Lu Ran each held a small telescope and began scanning the area. Such a peaceful ecosystem. Jiang Lang felt his eyes nearly dry, but he couldn't find any pollutants fighting or using their powers for no apparent reason. Today, they had deliberately ventured beyond their previous range, searching for pollutants in the utter wilderness. Lu Ran didn't use a mental link, so they could only rely on their naked eyes. After all, their primary goal wasn't to find and eliminate the pollutants, but to observe their powers. If Lu Ran took action, the pollutants would likely flee as soon as the mental link wore off. And from what they observed now, there are pollutants. After all, this desolate wilderness is completely uninhabited. Neither he nor Lu Ran, nor Teacher Zhang before him, would have thought of coming here to clean up or rescue. Therefore, the ecology here is very pristine, and all pollutants have been preserved. For example, on the mountain across from them, a clearly mutated willow tree was waving its branches in all directions. However, because its aggressive nature was so obvious, with no grass growing around it, and no pollutants passing by, the two of them couldn't tell whether the tree's waving of its branches was an attack in itself, a simple warning, or perhaps some other ability. "Forget it, I just go ahead and give it a try." Jiang Lang grew impatient, and decided to personally investigate the willow tree. Lu Ran hummed in him, agreeing. While waiting for Jiang Lang to reach the opposite hill, he continued observing in other directions. A dozen minutes later, Jiang Lang returned, looking dusty and dusty. "Reporting in, confirmed. It only swings its branches. No additional attacks, purely physical." Lu Ran had also found something noteworthy. He pointed in a direction. "Look this way." What did you find?" Jiang Lang immediately raised his binoculars and looked in the direction Lu Ran pointed. "I don't see anything. There's a crooked tree. Do you see it?" "Yes." "There's a sparrow on it. Do you see it?" "Yes." "Okay, just keep watching." Jiang Lang raised his hand and gave an okay sign, even though the sparrow looked normal, only about 10 times larger than an average sparrow. But gigantism is a common mutation in plants and animals, and a sparrow of this size is perfectly normal in the apocalypse. Since Lu Ran had asked him to observe, this sparrow must have some other special qualities. Although he couldn't see anything yet, he patiently held the telescope, his eyes fixed on the target almost unblinking. So quiet, so peaceful, is this what birdwatching feels like? After a few minutes of this quiet and peaceful silence, Jiang Lang finally saw some movement. 2 branches suddenly extended from beneath the sparrow's claws. Jiang Lang initially thought the tree it had stepped on was trying to attack it, but he quickly realized otherwise, as the branches moved in with remarkable skill, tucking themselves neatly under the sparrow's claws. It was truly well behaved, for it was obvious that it had forcibly twisted its branches. It was clearly a plant, yet Jiang Lang could sense a hint of grievance. Is this tree trying to please this sparrow? But he soon realized he was wrong again. The bushes around the sparrow began to shake rapidly, and soon, all sorts of pollutants emerged from the air or the bushes. Soon, 10 pollutants were neatly arranged beneath the giant sparrow. From left to right, they were of all types: mutated plants, mutated animals, and even a mushroom. But the common denominator was that each pollutant held a prey item. Then the sparrow flew down from the branch. It stopped in front of the first pollutant's prey, its sharp beak piercing its brain and sucking out the crystals. It also ate some of the softest flesh, like its belly. It left the rest and moved on to the next item. The contaminant that had brought down this prey saw it leave, and immediately devoured the remaining flesh and blood. The sparrow, meanwhile, had already reached its next prey. Instead of going from left to right, it leaped to the second largest prey. This was probably one of the few sparrow habits still visible in it. It continued to suck away the crystals, and then rip open its stomach, taking out the tenderest flesh. Then came the third, the fourth, the ninth. It had already devoured nearly all of the prey brought by the contaminant, leaving only the last, extremely small prey. It leaped in front of its last prey, and the pollutant that brought it. Just when Jiang Lang thought it had finished its last meal, it snatched up the emaciated prey and tossed it among the other 9 pollutants. Without needing any further orders, the 9 pollutants swarmed over and devoured the prey. So, only one pollutant was left starving, the one that had performed the worst in this hunt. "Oh my God, this sparrow has mastered the management methods of capitalists!" Jiang Lang exclaimed. This sparrow's intelligence was beyond his imagination. It was so management savvy. But beyond the management aspect, Jiang Lang could roughly discern the sparrow's special ability. It was probably related to manipulation. Most pollutants had close to zero intelligence. No matter how well versed this sparrow was in management, it would be difficult to get them to hunt for him purely through communication. So, it must be a special ability. As for Lu Ran, he observed more deeply, his gaze fixed on the actions and emotions of the pollutants. He could roughly determine that Sparrow had only given commands at a few specific points. This type of control seemed quite easy, not like the mind link skill in the Spirit Weaver, which required him to fully manipulate the subject. Instead, it was more like giving a hint, and the subject would automatically complete the action indicated. If it were given to Yu Ming, it would probably be quite practical and easy. However, Yu Ming didn't seem to be the type to manipulate people or contaminants. When choosing a person's superpower, besides strength, one must also consider compatibility. And this was only the first special contaminant he had found. Perhaps there were other contaminants that were even more powerful and more suitable for Yu Ming's solo operations. We have to wait and see. As for this one, let's protect it for now. Chapter 91. The capitalist sparrow, unaware that Lu Ran had designated it a protected bird, was content to enjoy its status as king of the hill. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang wandered around the area again. Seeing no pollutants more interesting than the sparrow on this hilltop, they returned to the community. The next day, they packed a tent and drove back to the desolate wilderness. After finding the sparrow and confirming it was still alive, the two of them continued to study the surrounding ecology with binoculars, occasionally checking back to see if the sparrow was doing well. Although the sparrow was already a major pollutant in the area, and it was unlikely that any pollutants could threaten it, necessary monitoring was still necessary. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang soon settled into a simple life of birdwatching in the wild. Almost a week passed, and they had observed again and again with their binoculars, but they hadn't found another pollutant worthy of protection. Their true productivity each day came solely from observing whether the sparrow was still alive. They quickly decided that if they didn't find any pollutants worth considering within 3 days, they would capture the sparrow and continue their observations in other remote areas. Just as they were concentrating on birdwatching, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the coast community. "Hurry up! Can't you see everyone's waiting for you?" On a main road in Q City, a dark-skinned middle-aged man stood in front, scolding a panting young man. A large group surrounded the middle-aged man, and it was obvious that they were centered around him, a typical one-person-led group. The young man was panting so hard it sounded like a bellows. "Hiwa, she who doesn't have any special abilities after all. Let's just wait for him." Yeah, what's wrong with slowing down? It's not a problem for us." The people on either side of the middle-aged man began to urge him back and forth. But the middle-aged man just sneered. "We need to let him know how much his lack of special abilities is holding us back." The panting young man gritted his teeth, forced out the last of his strength, and trotted a few steps, finally reaching the main group. "Hiwa, why are you so cruel to your own son?" Yes, this young man was the middle-aged man's son. His eyes were filled with both resentment and relief. He resented his father's cruelty to him, constantly reminding him that he was a burden and a worthless waste. But he was also thankful to be his father's son, Otherwise, he would have been driven out along with those unfortunate people. And probably died somewhere. But when he thought about how many of those unfortunate people had actually found a way out, even living better than he did, he felt a pang of resentment. Why? How was I cruel to him? If I hadn't known he was my son, would I have gone to all this trouble to bring him to Q City? The person who spoke was just saying it, simply playing the supporting role. Lehigh was, of course, protecting his son, whether it was because he was the only non-powered person left behind, or because his lack of powers had delayed their entire team from overcoming the difficulties, or because so many of them had traveled so far just to protect his son and reach Q City, so that he too could have a chance to become a power user. Isn't that what you call a father-son relationship? But he's his son, after all, so it's normal. It's just that they, the bystanders, have to be the supporting characters. How troublesome. He curled his lips and fell silent. A few dozen minutes later, they finally found the coastal community. So many people. One of the psychics on duty today couldn't help but grumble as he saw a group of people approaching. Huh? Are they here for help too? The other asked curiously. They went to meet them. Both parties stopped at the entrance to the community. The middle-aged man stepped forward and said politely, "Hello, someone here wants to join the coastal community. I heard the admission fee is 10 crystals per person, right? Here are 10 crystals." Right. The two psychics in charge of security today were a little stunned. Although they knew the rule was 10 crystals per person, to be honest, no outsider had ever actually brought crystals to pay the admission fee, so they were a little unsure how to proceed. You could only gather 10 crystals, so only one person is allowed to join? Actually, we have a pay-later mover policy here. You can all move in first, and then slowly accumulate crystals. Is that so? That's great, but we should only need one person. Okay. The two psychics looked a little puzzled, but didn't think much of it. Okay, then wait a moment while we notify Teacher Zhang. The manager of this complex. Teacher Zhang was out on patrol, and would need some time to return. After hammering on the metal, they brought out a stack of small stools from the security room and asked these strange outsiders to sit at the entrance for a while. Huh? Xiaoyun, who are these people? A passing woman strolling by asked curiously. Oh, Andy, they're looking to join our community. They brought their own crystals and are waiting for Teacher Zhang to arrive. Wow. That's impressive. The woman immediately spread the news to her acquaintances in the community. In the apocalypse, everyone is so idle that the occasional bustle can draw crowds. Soon, a crowd had gathered at the entrance to the community to see these newcomers, their own crystals, hoping to join them. Maybe they'd be their new neighbors soon. The Bay Town survivors, who had previously joined the coast community, also heard about the newcomers seeking help. Curious, they headed to the entrance, hoping to see others in their situation. But as they reached the entrance, they froze when they peered through the space between people, and saw the people sitting there. It's those people from Bay Town. The sight of them leisurely sitting on the small benches at the entrance to the community deeply stung them, instantly reminding them of the way they'd taken all the supplies in the air raid shelter, eating while taunting the worthless, saying they deserved to starve to death. What are you doing here? A younger, more impulsive survivor couldn't help but push through the crowd and shouted. The onlookers were momentarily confused. What? Bringing someone they knew? No way. How unlikely is it to run into someone you knew in the apocalypse? But then, they looked at the young men rushing out. Huh? Survivors from Bay Town. Wait, could these be them? The middle-aged man in the lead, sitting on the small bench, raised his head and grinned. What's wrong? If you can come, why can't we? We can always behave and bring crystals. The young man clenched his fists, his eyes nearly bloodshot. Teacher Zhang wouldn't let scum like you in. You're saying that? I'm almost crying out in injustice. How are we scum? You're too easily infected. If I keep you here, everyone might die. Besides, aren't you living well now? No matter how you think about it, you should be thankful I let you go, right? Now, even the most bewildered onlookers knew who these people were. For a moment, the residents of the neighborhood erupted in excitement. Get out. We don't welcome you here. What's it to you whether we're welcome or not? Isn't that your boss's decision? Teacher Zhang will definitely not allow a black sheep like you into the community. Didn't we agree to pay 10 crystals to live in your community? What? So the rules are just for show, and whether you accept or not depends on your preference. It seems they're right. They sound sincere. Old Wang, whose side are you on? What's going on? Just as the commotion at the community gate was about to turn into a market, Teacher Zhang returned. Her arrival instantly gave the residents a voice, and they all chattered with her about their opinions. Teacher Zhang was a bit overwhelmed by the noise, but thankfully, her years of teaching had honed her ability to piece together the whole story from her students' conversations, and she quickly figured out what had happened. Then she turned to the psychics who were no longer sitting at the community gate. "Sorry, you're not welcome at the coast community." Her tone was calm. The residents behind her glared at the group, expecting them to retort as they had just now. Then, they would realize just how decisive Teacher Zhang was, but to their surprise, the middle-aged man leading the group accepted the outcome without a single objection. He nodded calmly. "All right, sorry to bother you then." Teacher Zhang also replied calmly, "Goodbye." Then the group truly departed, slowly disappearing at the end of the road, out of sight. The residents couldn't help but wonder, weren't they so arrogant just now? Their words were so pretentious, how could they suddenly become so cooperative? Teacher Zhang truly possessed such a powerful aura. "All right, everyone go back." Teacher Zhang turned to the residents, and they dispersed. Aside from the gossip and curses still swirling among them, it was as if the Bay Town gang had never been there. Out of sight of the coast community, the middle-aged man grinned. "You're truly soft-hearted. Lao Zhuang, take it out." The man known as Lao Zhuang pulled a small metal box from his jacket pocket, opened it, and dragged the creature out by the thief's claws. It was a slug-like creature, seemingly small at first glance, enough to fit in such a small box. But as Lao Zhuang pulled it further, it quickly became apparent that it was completely out of shape. With most of its body exposed outside the box, it began to deform, its tentacles stabbing outward, attempting to attack anyone within its reach. However, its attack power and range were very limited. The psychics who had dispersed on their own initiative only kept a certain distance, leaving it completely out of reach. The psychics who had kept their distance watched the contaminant's futile struggles like a monkey. The only person it could attack was the psychic holding the box, but as soon as the soft, sticky gel attached itself to their hand, they were slapped hard. "Behave!" The contaminant was incapable of being submissive. It had no consciousness, only a desire to attack. "Minghu, hurry up! Don't you see how much Lao Zhuang has endured to help you?" The middle-aged man in the lead looked at his son, urging him impatiently. The young man, who had been submissive until then, suddenly burst forth with immense strength, twisted around, and ran backwards. But he had barely taken 2 steps when the middle-aged man pulled him back. "Why are you running? How could I have a son like you?" He dragged his panicked son towards the contaminant. No, Dad! Please! No! What if they don't save me? What if they don't save me?" "Ah!" The middle-aged man kicked his son in the ribs, interrupting his wails. "Ah!" The contaminant, finally finding a target, instantly enveloped the collapsed young man, its transparent, gelatinous tentacles burrowing through his eyes, nose, and ears. The middle-aged man grinned. Chapter 92. "Why are you here again? Didn't I tell you you're not welcome?" Xiaoyan held his weapon across his body, warily watching the Bay Town psychics, who had reappeared at the gate of their community. "Save my son. He's just an ordinary person." But this time, the previously arrogant middle-aged man was now panic-stricken, his eyes filled with pleading. Xiaoyan froze for a moment, then glanced at the young man beside him. He was horrified. What the hell? It was clearly contaminated, he was practically translucent. Xiaoyan panicked for a moment. He had no problem driving away a group of vicious psychics, but he wasn't the type to make the immediate decision about whether to save the ordinary son of a vicious psychic. He struck the metal rod 3 times at lightning speed. It was best to leave this decision to Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang hadn't had time to leave the community yet, so he arrived quickly. "What's going on?" "Teacher Zhang! This person seems to be contaminated." Xiaoyan shouted frantically, pointing at the gradually becoming transparent creature, who knew whether it could still be called a human. Teacher Zhang was stunned. She patrolled the area around the coastal community every day, and had already done a round today. How could contamination appear like this? "Please! Save him! He's just an ordinary person, he's innocent." Teacher Zhang narrowed her eyes, staring at the middle-aged man. "When you said you wanted one of you to move into the coastal community, were you referring to your son?" The middle-aged man was stunned. "Yes. Why do you want him to live in the coastal community? Because residents there can receive immediate medical treatment if they're contaminated? Maybe even gain superpowers?" The middle-aged man was stunned again. "Do you suspect I deliberately infected him?" He paused. "Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. I know I don't have much credibility with you, but if you're willing to show mercy and save him, I'd do anything. You name the conditions." "Huh?" The young man, now almost completely transparent, made a sound that barely resembled a human voice. A flicker of hesitation flashed in Teacher Zhang's eyes, but he finally waved his hand and said to Xiaoyun and the others, "Go get the stretcher from the security room. I take him in." Xiaoyun and the others immediately sprang into action, fetching a stretcher from the security room. Several people frantically placed the transparent, slimy, limp figure on it. Teacher Zhang manipulated several pieces of metal to completely encircle him, preventing him from attacking passers-by. Then, he carried the iron box-like stretcher directly into the residential complex and hurried toward room 102. Jiajia? Qin Jiajia looked up and saw a tightly sealed iron box floating next to Teacher Zhang. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. Then, the surrounding metal, including the metal sheet above, suddenly opened, revealing a stretcher and the person on it. Qin Jiajia immediately stood up from the bed. "Is someone else injured?" Teacher Zhang nodded quickly, and before Qin Jiajia began treatment, she quickly recounted the man's background, including her suspicions. "So, whether or not to save him is entirely up to you. If you don't want to, then let's forget it. I tell them they're too late." Qin Jiajia was stunned for a moment, then said, "Teacher Zhang, you brought him in anyway, which means you still want to save him. After all, who are we to decide whether someone should live or die?" She smiled. "It's okay. I'm almost done resting anyway. Superpowers are meant to be used." She raised her hand, and within seconds, her face, which had been slightly flushed, quickly paled again, gradually becoming translucent. When Teacher Zhang reappeared at the gate of the residential complex, the middle-aged man rushed forward. Although Xiaoyun and the others stopped him, he anxiously asked, What happened? Is he still alive?" Teacher Zhang moved her fingers, and a stretcher floated out from behind her. The young man on the stretcher had his eyes closed, breathing barely audibly. If it weren't for the subtle rise and fall of his chest, he would have looked like a dead man. However, his original abnormality had completely disappeared. Great, we're not too late." The middle-aged man wept with joy as he lay on the stretcher. Then he suddenly raised his head and knelt before Teacher Zhang. "From now on, I'd be at your service." Teacher Zhang frowned. 10 crystals will cover your medical expenses. Leave them behind, and you can leave. Don't show up around Q City again, and don't attack ordinary people again. I can't control you, but if you still have any conscience, please exercise some self-control." The middle-aged man pulled out the 10 crystals he had intended for the check-in fee from his pocket. Thank you. You're such a kind person. Jiang Lang, this contaminant." "Huh?" After hearing Jiang Lang's words, Lu Ran turned his gaze in the direction he was looking. Then he saw a contaminant that looked like a mutated domestic pig. Its features still vaguely showed traces of its past, making it one of those minor mutations. It was probably a pig raised or free range in the village. At first glance, the pig looked quite ordinary among the contaminants. While its movements as it caught prey looked quite handsome and crisp, it was truly unremarkable. It felt like it was undergoing the most common mutations, enhanced strength, speed, and senses. It couldn't fly, spray water, or grow any strange plants. Overall, it was a very ordinary contaminant. So what caught Jiang Lang's attention? After observing for a moment, Lu Ran also noticed something was amiss. "You noticed that, didn't you?" Lu Ran hummed. This pig's predictions of its prey were 100% accurate. Its prey's feints were in vain. It wasn't fooled at all. It wasn't relying on quick reflexes to hunt, but rather simply acting as if it could foresee its prey's next move. If you looked closely, you could even see its movements were a bit slow, giving it a sense of confidence. "Let's go test it," Lu Ran said, lowering the binoculars and scurrying off. Jiang Lang followed eagerly. If we could truly find a pollutant with predictive power, even for a short period, that would be fantastic. This ability is extremely rare and, no matter how you think about it, very practical. Giving it to Yu Ming could be both offensive and defensive. The more I think about it, the better it seems. In a flash, the two were near the pig. As they landed, the pig growled at them warily, making a gurgling sound deep in its throat, almost like a snore, trying to scare them away. Lu Ran didn't plan to use Mind Link this time. Its range was too large, and he had to give the pig some margin of error. So he started with Mind Shock, a 2-second hard CC followed by a stun debuff. Like Mind Link, it was an area of effect skill, but it could be avoided by moving ahead. As soon as he raised his hand, the pig spun around frantically and dashed backwards. Okay, it seems likely that it truly has predictive abilities. Mind Shock's damage is minimal. Even if the pollutant had a keen sense of danger, it generally wouldn't flee at this moment. Lu Ran cancelled Mind Shock and switched to a larger area mind link. The pig ran even faster, but unfortunately, no matter how fast it ran, it couldn't escape Lu Ran's range. As the mind link was established, the pig, which had been sprinting, froze in place, maintaining a posture that looked utterly exhausted. Lu Ran slowly approached and cancelled the mind link. By then, the cooldown for psychic shock had almost run out, and he activated the skill again. The pig plopped down on the ground, then rolled over, suddenly rising from the ground. It stood there, watching Lu Ran warily, its peripheral vision occasionally glancing at Jiang Lang behind him. This time, a sound emanated from the depths of its throat, but instead of the usual roaring purr, it sounded more like a whimper. A bit shrill, if you will. If it could speak, it would surely be saying, "My two lords, why are you troubling a weak, helpless, and pitiful pig like me?" Lu Ran unleashed a psychic shock. But the pig didn't run. It withstood the blow head-on, then simply lay flat on the ground, unable to get up. Perhaps it felt it couldn't escape the clutches of the human before it. This time, Lu Ran drew on an attack skill from his equipment, far more lethal than psychic shock, but the pig remained motionless, as if determined to endure the blow head-on. Lu Ran wasn't entirely satisfied with the pig's non-violent non-cooperation. He waved his hand, cancelling the skill. The pig breathed a sigh of relief, quite humanely. Then he saw a ball of fire appear in the human's hand. "Pig, what are you doing? What are you doing?" Lu Ran manipulated the flames to appear in the pig's direction. Fear of fire is an instinct in every living being. Its original, shameless demeanor of "hit me all you want, I won't run away, is that all?" vanished instantly. It scurried around like a monkey, nimbly avoiding the burning thing. Jiang Lang watched from the side for half a minute, and said with certainty, "Yes. It definitely has the ability to predict." Lu Ran nodded. He didn't hold back on the pig, choosing each attack angle with an extremely tricky angle. If it hadn't been able to foresee his attack direction, it would have likely broken bones just by twisting its body. Protected. Yes, yes. These 10 days have yielded quite a bit of good stuff. Both control and prediction are powerful abilities. If nothing else, at least they be enough for Yu Meng to protect herself. After she leaves, we can rest easy. Lu Ran finally let the pig go. It lay exhausted on the ground, panting, not even bothering to struggle. Only when the two men were finally leaving did it raise its head, bewildered, staring at the two humans who had come just to torment it. "Leaving now? After all this trouble, they're leaving? Aren't you going to kill me? Aren't you going to eat me?" It had regained most of its strength, and its entire body stared warily in the direction of the two men. It hadn't been so intently focused on alerting any external attack in ages. Ever since awakening its predictive powers, it had always been several steps ahead of its attackers, allowing it to slowly climb to its feet and dodge, always in time. Until today. But it was exhausted. And then it saw the two humans actually leave, so fast that in the blink of an eye, not even their backs were visible. Playing with pigs? Chapter 93. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang didn't rush back to the coastal community to let Yu Meng make the choice. The main reason was that the two pollutants, the sparrow and the pig, hadn't yet reached the level of a level 5 pollutant. Generally speaking, whether it's a pollutant or a psychic, reaching level 5 unlocks some new abilities, so Lu Ran and Jiang Lang decided to wait and give them some time. Yu Meng was anxious to find her mother, and once she knew they found a suitable pollutant, she definitely wanted to act immediately. This waiting period also offered a chance to wait and see if there were any other fish that had slipped through the net in this mountainous area. However, now that they had two good backups, neither Lu Ran nor Jiang Lang observed as closely as before, spending most of their time observing the pig and sparrow's evolution through binoculars. Then Lu Ran quickly discovered a major problem. There was no need to worry about the sparrow. It had the enterprising spirit expected of a pollutant. Every day, it was either commanding the pollutant to charge and capture prey for it, or it was eating, gorging on crystals. Anyway, it looked like no digestion time was wasted. But the other one? That pig. Lu Ran frowned. How could anyone? No, how could a pig be so lazy? This was the 4th time he's seen this pig after hunting, lie down in the sun, snoring soundly, with no movement other than turning over. He'd taken a day off to observe this pig's movements. In the morning, he slept until all the pollutants had woken up before getting up. He stared at his watch until the pig woke up. And it didn't even wake up until midnight. Then he'd catch a nearby prey, regardless of its quality, as long as it was close enough. After eating, he'd go back to sleep. He slept through the next day. Lu Ran, People say lazy pigs are a misconception, but this pig is incredibly lazy. Even becoming a pollutant didn't make it work any harder. Or was it the result of the pollutant's aggressiveness neutralizing its own laziness? Could it have successfully reached level 4 by relying on other pollutants to attack it in the early stages? That's not good. At this rate, it'd take forever for it to reach level 5. Lu Ran decided to take action. The pig, leisurely lying in the mud, basking in the sun, suddenly felt a shadow cast over it. It opened its eyes. Why is this troublesome human here again? The pig felt its future was bleak. Lu Ran waved his hand, and a flame appeared again. Pig, Again, it suddenly rolled over, climbed from the ground, and began to flee. Then, panting, it suddenly noticed the human's flame had stopped. It panted in place, wary, but couldn't help but crouch down slightly. Lu Ran was speechless. He flashed the flame at the pig's right side again. Startled, it darted a few steps to the left, and even though it knew it was going to collide with a pollutant, it still ran into one. It was overwhelmingly strong against pollutants, and with its paw, it pinned the pollutant down. Lu Ran nodded in satisfaction. Then the pig suddenly understood. This human had been chasing it with fire, to let it hunt? Tentatively, it swatted the pollutant to death with a single paw, then dug out the crystal and absorbed it, never once frightened by the fire again. So, it had a glimmer of understanding. Just as it understood, the flames reappeared, and it bolted, howling nonstop. If Lu Ran understood the language of pollutants, it would probably be shouting. I know. Hunting! I can catch food myself. Could you please just take this fire back? Unfortunately, Lu Ran didn't understand, and even if he did, he wouldn't trust its instincts. So, when Jiang Lang returned, he saw the pig being chased all over the mountain by Lu Ran. He asked, bewildered, what's wrong with it? Lu Ran, it's too lazy. I have to urge it to hunt. Jiang Lang, ? Shocked. There's still pollutants that require urging people to hunt. This was his first time seeing it. He could only say, no wonder this mountaintop has such a good ecology. Lu Ran chased the pig for almost a week, and it finally reached level 5, catching up with the progress of the sparrow next door 2 days ago. It was time to go back to the community, and let Yiming make the choice. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang walked towards where they had parked. Then, Lu Ran frowned and took 2 steps back. Jiang Lang looked around. What's wrong? What's wrong with the car? Lu Ran shook his head. It's not the car. Jiang Lang, then what? Lu Ran, our car hasn't moved. Jiang Lang was a little confused by Lu Ran's words, but he nodded honestly. Yes, it hasn't moved. It's always been here. I saw this rock when I parked the car. It's about this distance away. Lu Ran, that mountain is moving. Jiang Lang, what? He looked up, bewildered, and glanced around. Honestly, he had no idea which mountain Lu Ran was referring to. There were only mountains here. Lu Ran pointed to the third mountain directly across from them. Well, I saw this mountain from this angle before, and it was farther away. Jiang Lang strained his eyes to see. Are you sure? Lu Ran, I'm sure. Jiang Lang, could it be the same situation as the space bubble? Is the land itself a pollutant? Should we go check it out? Lu Ran nodded, yes. Then he got in the passenger seat, and Jiang Lang went around to the driver's side, got in, and drove down the mountain. The distance between mountains seemed close, but it was actually far. It seemed only a short distance, but Jiang Lang actually drove for nearly an hour before reaching the foot of the mountain that seemed to be moving. He stopped the car and got out with Lu Ran. The two of them approached the mountain with a certain degree of caution. Although they knew intellectually that the contaminants posed little threat to them, the memory of their previous spatial soak was too vivid, so their movements were somewhat cautious. Rustle, rustle. Sneakers made the inevitable, small noises on the soft earth. They braced themselves for attack, but after walking for about 10 minutes, nearly a third of the way up the small mound, they still hadn't come under attack. Not only did the mountain itself not suddenly erupt, smothering them in mud, but even the contaminants on it were strangely quiet. If they hadn't seen them occasionally turn over, Lu Ran and Jiang Lang would have thought they were all corpses. But it's impossible that all the pollutants on the mountain are as lazy as that pig. There must be a reason for this. Lu Ran immediately launched a super large mental link, trying to see if the ground itself was a pollutant. No, there were some tiny specks of light in the ground, but none of them were as bright and obvious as the pollutants in the space bubble. They were probably just pollutants transformed from the plants, animals, and even microorganisms that originally lived underground. The specks of light were so tiny that they might not even have been upgraded. Lu Ran, I'm going to the next mountain to catch a pollutant. Do you want to come with me? Jiang Lang nodded. This mountain was so strange. Although the pollutants didn't attack them, the ones that didn't attack people were the scariest. He really didn't dare stay here alone. They quickly descended the mountain and ran to the next hilltop to grab the nearest pollutant. It was something that looked a bit like a jellyfish. Lu Ren thought it was too slippery and threw it to Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang stretched his hand straight out, trying to keep the filamentous things away from him. They were clearly stressed and trying to attack him. I should have caught a cleaner contaminant. Jiang Lang couldn't help but complain, waving away the filaments once again. But once he stepped onto that strange mountain, he no longer needed to wave his hands like he was shooing away flies, because the jellyfish-like contaminant suddenly went silent. The thin strands that had been dancing in the air suddenly drooped. If it weren't for the slight undulation of the main body, Jiang Lang would have thought it was dead. Jiang Lang let go, letting it fall to the ground, releasing it. But it made no attempt to escape or attack, simply settling down on the ground. Jiang Lang, Lu Ren, Jiang Lang, what a strange mountain. The two men paused in contemplation. Jiang Lang suddenly raised his hand. Lu Ren, I feel something strange. Lu Ren, what? Jiang Lang, I can't pinpoint what's strange about it. It's just this mountain. Even without considering the pollutants, even if it were just an ordinary mountain before the apocalypse, it gives me a very strange feeling. Jiang Lang was clearly racking his brains. He had a hunch, but he didn't know where it came from or where it would lead him. Lu Ren was very patient. What exactly is it that makes you feel strange? Visually? Orally? Or somewhere else? Jiang Lang suddenly looked up. I know. He stamped hard on the ground. Ever since I came up this mountain, I felt the need to walk carefully. At first, I thought I was just being cautious and following you. But I just realized I'm afraid to stamp too hard because I always feel like the ground beneath my feet will collapse. Lu Ren cast his gaze at the ground between them. It looked ordinary. He pulled a shovel from his backpack and thrust it hard into the ground, pressing his hands firmly on the top and exerting force. With a loud thud, the two of them fell into the ground. Yes, into the ground. Lu Ren and Jiang Lang brushed the dirt off their bodies and heads. Looking up, they saw a massive anthill. It was much larger than a normal anthill, because the ants here were enormous, almost half a man's height. A line of giant ants passed by them, carrying chunks of food that were smaller than they were. One group of ants seemed to notice the hole in the ceiling and turned to form a line towards Lu Ren and Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang subconsciously summoned a skill, but the ants ignored him completely, passing by them as if they hadn't noticed two living beings. Oh, ants really are nearly blind. Although the two of them had fallen into the anthill, the ants, each busy at their own business, clearly paid no attention to them and continued their busy comings and goings. Lu Ren and Jiang Lang exchanged a glance and slowly followed the tunnel they had dug, trying not to step on anything. After advancing underground for an unknown amount of time, taking countless strange turns, they looked up and saw a massive nest. It was much larger than any other nest they had passed. That was probably where the queen ant lived. Although they felt sorry for the ants, who had worked so hard to build their nest, Lu Ren and Jiang Lang still quickly and decisively pried open the massive nest. And then, they saw the queen ant. Jiang Lang and Lu Ren were both stunned. Because the queen ant had a human face. And because that face looked eerily familiar. It resembled Yu Meng at least a little, like a middle-aged version of Yu Meng. Chapter 94. Hurry up. How could I have such a useless son like you? Even after becoming a psychic, he's still such a loser. The middle-aged man angrily urged the young man, who had fallen behind the group again. A flicker of resentment flashed in the young man's eyes. He hadn't gained much physical strength from his psychic powers, only a strange ability. He climbed the mountain for almost 3 hours without falling behind, which was already his best effort, right? Sometimes, he really wanted to just sit down. After all, he was a psychic now, so even if he was attacked by pollutants, he wouldn't become polluted. It would be much safer than before, but he only dared to think so. This wasn't the foot of the mountain. There were too many pollutants here. If he dared to fall behind, why don't you transform into your psychic form? Do you really have to make us all match your speed? The young man reluctantly changed form, his tall, thin figure instantly dissolving into a pool of transparent gel on the ground. He moved forward swiftly in this form, instantly surpassing most of the group. But he felt an uncontrollable wave of shame. Even though the others could only see a shifting pool of transparent matter, he felt like he was crawling forward on his hands and knees. He didn't look like a human, but more like a gecko or some other creeping creature. If he had known his acquired superpower was related to the pollutant that had contaminated him, He would have insisted on choosing a more useful pollutant. Or a power that was useless would be fine, but not this kind of power. The entire team advanced at full speed for 3 full days, finally crossing the massive mountain in front of Baytown. Baytown's supplies were so low that they had originally thought they could occasionally descend the mountain to restock. However, upon descending, they discovered that some had emptied the town of its supplies. So they had to head to the next town, which turned out to be deserted. It took them a while to figure out what had happened. Nearly all the supplies had been collected by the psychics from City Q, who had assumed there were no survivors nearby. They also learned that City Q had a healing psychic who could heal pollution. This gave them a new source of supplies, because just over the mountain ahead, a short distance away, was another large city. The reason they hadn't done this before was simply because they had a burden in their group. But now that burden could be dealt with. After a week of trekking, their supplies were nearly exhausted, and they finally reached City M. As the group excitedly rushed into the nearest supermarket to grab food, they were suddenly attacked. Hey! Where are you from? Do you understand the rules? Register first. The psychic who had subdued them all gave them a beating but didn't bother to hurt them, only impatiently asking them to register. Register? What registration? Then, they finally learned that City M was no longer a no man's land, but had evolved into a points-based base similar to City Q. However, unlike the people in City Q, who were so obsessed with maintaining the pre-apocalyptic order, the people of City M lived more freely and independently. As long as they could exchange crystals for points, no one cared what they did privately. Even if they fought to the death with others in the base, no one would intervene, except for the corpses. The Baytown psychics, who entered the city dutifully registered. They soon discovered that the points exchange system in City M was truly shady. The points system in the coastal community of City Q was 1 crystal for 100 points, and 100 points could be exchanged for a large amount of supplies. But in City M, the hundreds of crystals they brought only managed to exchange for enough supplies for their group to survive for a month. Fuck. What a shady bunch. As the others cursed, the middle-aged man looked at the supplies before him, rubbed his chin, and suddenly had an idea. He observed and found those psychics, who had ordinary people they wanted to protect. Then he walked up to them, and asked softly, "How many points do you think this information about how to turn ordinary people into psychics is worth?" After discovering that the queen ant in the underground anthill bore a face somewhat resembling Yu Meng's, Lu Ran and Jiang Lang immediately took off at full speed, heading back to the coastal community. They might have actually found Yu Meng's mother. It's just hard to say whether the pollutant was actually her mother. Huh? Brother Jiang, you're back? Why haven't I seen you all these days? The psychic on duty at the gate looked curiously at the SUV belonging to Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, which slammed to a stop. Then he saw 2 men hop out of the car with serious expressions and hurried back into the complex. Even the usually friendly Jiang Lang only exchanged a casual hello. He watched their backs curiously. What could possibly make them so cautious? Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Soon, footsteps could be heard from inside. After the door opened, Yu Meng inside was stunned for a moment before realizing that it was Lu Ran and Jiang Lang standing outside. Then she paused again, because their expressions looked extremely serious. It was exactly like their expressions the last time they came to inform them that they hadn't found her mother. Brother Jiang? Brother Lu? Didn't you find any useful contaminants? It doesn't matter. I think ordinary supernatural powers are enough. After all, I just need to protect myself. If I can't win, won't I just run away? We think we found your mother. Yu Meng's words were cut off, and her expression faltered. She seemed to have suddenly lost touch with the world. The whistling of metal filled her ears, and a white light filled her vision. She could only vaguely make out Jiang Lang's lips moving. Yu Meng? Yu Meng? Are you okay? Jiang Lang rushed into Yu Meng's room, a look of panic on his face. He helped her sit down on the sofa and searched for something to calm her down. But before he could complete the first aid, Yu Meng's voice rang out again. Is this really my mother? She seemed unconvinced. Lu Ran, listen to me now. Don't get your hopes up. Yu Meng nodded. She hadn't dared to hold out too much hope in the first place. Lu Ran paused strangely, realizing his words could be misunderstood. He then added more precisely, what I mean is, what we saw is most likely your mother. We did find her. She looks a lot like you. Doesn't she have 3 moles on her chin? Yu Meng's eyes lit up instantly. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. That's her. Yes. She has 3 moles there. Lu Ran, but she's become contaminated. Yu Meng froze in place. She didn't know what to say, because in that instant, all her thoughts had vanished frozen. After more than 10 seconds, she stood up in terror, then pleaded, "Please don't kill her. She should be far away from Q City. Hushin, there should be almost no one left in Hushin by now. Please don't hurt her." Jiang Lang quickly interrupted, "We didn't do anything to her. Don't worry. And we suspect she may still have some will of her own. Will, not consciousness." Yu Ming looked up in confusion. Jiang Lang explained, "She's transformed into a pollutant, similar to an ant queen. She can manipulate the ants in the entire anthill, even other animals, and make them move a mountain." "Well, I know it sounds strange, but anyway, your mother is manipulating an entire mountain towards Q City. We only discovered her because Lu Ran noticed the mountain moving. She probably wants to find you, or at least her obsession is finding you. And she's not aggressive towards people, at least not yet. We walked around the anthill for a long time without being attacked. Mom, is she looking for her too? Even after becoming a pollutant, is she still looking for her?" Yu Ming suddenly felt a little warm in her eyes. She quickly lowered her head, then raised it again. Can I go see her?" Jiang Lang, "Of course." Lu Ran, "Yes, we came back so you can see her, and we figured out a solution." Hope shone in Yu Ming's eyes. "What?" Lu Ran, "We recently discovered 2 contaminants with special abilities. One is similar to prediction, and the other is similar to simple intention manipulation. We originally wanted you to use the former, since you probably don't want to manipulate other contaminants or people. Prediction is strong and independent enough to be used for self-protection." He glanced at Jiang Lang, who immediately continued, "But, given your mother's current situation, we think it might be better for you to receive this manipulation ability. Although your mother currently has no intention of attacking humans, it's probably because, before becoming a contaminant, she was afraid of harming you. But now that she's become a contaminant, she can't accurately determine who you are, so she's adopted a more general non-attack strategy. But we can't be sure whether this is temporary or permanent, nor can we guarantee your continued safety by her side. If her obsession ever fades, she become a dangerous contaminant if uncontrolled. Even if we're far from Q City, we can't take that risk. So we think you're the most suitable person to control her. What do you think? Are you willing?" Yu Ming nodded. "I do." Lu Ran and Jiang Lang exchanged a glance. "Okay, then let's go. First, you confirm whether that's your mother. Then, we inquire about Chinjijia's situation and her own judgment. Then, we bring the control contaminant back to inoculate you with its superpowers." The plan was clear, and the 3 of them immediately took action. Amid the rumbling of the engine, Yu Ming nervously gripped the back seat belt. She leaned forward, trying to figure out which mountain was her mother, but there were so many. Her movements caught Jiang Lang's attention. He turned and gave her a reassuring smile. "I tell you as soon as I see that mountain, okay?" Yu Ming, okay. Even so, her grip on the seatbelt tightened, her eyes darting around more frequently, her head remaining still. After sitting stiffly like that for an unknown amount of time, Jiang Lang suddenly extended his hand and pointed forward. "Do you see that? There's a peak behind the mountain directly in front of us. Do you see it? That's it." Yu Ming cautiously leaned forward. That's it, isn't it?" Lu Ran hummed softly. Yu Ming felt her heartbeat quicken. She stared intently at the peak, almost as if she could actually see it moving towards them. Although she knew full well that even if the mountain was moving, it wouldn't be visible to her naked eyes. It was simply an illusion caused by Jiang Lang driving forward. Her heart still couldn't help but pound at the illusion. Unknowingly, Jiang Lang had already rounded the mountain ahead, and the small hill, which had only been visible in a corner, suddenly revealed its full extent to Yu Ming. She stared blankly until Jiang Lang stopped the car, turned around, and said, "Yu Ming, we're here." Yu Ming was momentarily distracted. Then, as if realizing something, she let out a couple of "ohs," then pushed open the car door and jumped out. Lu Ran's voice echoed beside her. "Don't stray too far from us. I know you're anxious to see your mother, and the pollutants here aren't particularly aggressive, but be careful. There's no rush, okay?" Yu Ming looked up at Lu Ran. His usually impassive face held a subtle warning and worry, as if he feared she would bolt into the mountains without him noticing. Yu Ming wanted to tell him not to worry. She could barely feel her legs right now, let alone use them for running, but her speech system seemed to be down, so she simply nodded. Jiang Lang and Lu Ran, one on each side, led Yu Ming up the mountain. Believing it was safer to follow a familiar route, they followed their previous route, intending to revisit the hole Lu Ran had previously dug. However, upon reaching the ground, Jiang Lang and Lu Ran were somewhat speechless to discover how agile these ants were. In the time it took them to make a round trip, they had already patched up the hole Lu Ren had previously made. Sorry, your work wasted. Lu Ren pulled the shovel out of his backpack again. With a clatter of falling dirt, Lu Ren, Jian Lang, and Yu Ming returned to the underground. The ants, previously operating in an orderly fashion, split off into another group to repair the hole. Lu Ren and his team headed towards the queen's nest, passing by this group of ants. Yu Ming looked up at the enormous anthill with a hint of bewilderment, astonished at the exquisite craftsmanship they had built. A sudden thought flashed through her mind. Was this where she would live from now on? We're here, Jian Lang whispered. Look, is this your mother? Yu Ming felt as if her feet were filled with lead, and her ears were deaf. She could only catch the few words Jian Lang uttered above the roaring noise. She struggled to lift her legs, and then she saw her mother's face. Chapter 95. Boom. Boom. Yu Ming saw her mother, which meant the human-faced queen ant had also seen her. Instantly, the entire mountain rumbled, and the already hollow mountain suddenly felt as if it were shaking like an earthquake. Lu Ren frowned, somewhat worried that the queen ant would collapse the mountain. Luckily, the ant loved her dearly, and after the first wave of mud landed on Yu Ming's hair, the ferocious roaring stopped instantly. Lu Ren and Jian Lang really wanted to turn around and give the mother and daughter some time to reunite. They were really not good at watching someone burst into tears. They always felt like they didn't know where to look. But considering that one of the objects was contaminants, they could only stand there and continue to be the third wheel. But at least they knew for sure that this person was indeed Yu Ming's mother. The noise spoke louder than any words. After giving them a moment to reunite, Lu Ren and Jian Lang exchanged a glance, and it was Lu Ren who finally stepped forward to act as the villain who ruined the atmosphere. Yu Ming, now that it's confirmed, we should go back. Once you successfully received your superpowers, you can spend as much time with your mother as you like. Yu Ming quickly wiped her face with her sleeve, then raised her head, and cast a reluctant glance at the human-faced queen ant. Then, she turned back and said, I understand. Yu Ming had always been well-behaved and quick to listen to advice. Lu Ren and Jian Lang were well aware of this, otherwise, they wouldn't have brought her to see this contaminant, which was most likely her mother's transformation. But they forgot there was another party here, who couldn't understand human language. Just as Lu Ren and Jian Lang were about to take Yu Ming away, the queen ant, who had previously shown no intention of attacking, suddenly flapped its wings rapidly, and the scrapers on her abdomen began moving rapidly and at a high frequency, making a nearly piercing sound. Then, she lunged violently at Lu Ren and Jian Lang, attempting to attack the two who were trying to take her daughter away. Lu Ren reflexively released a mental link, freezing her in place. But ants have a collective consciousness, so he only controlled the queen ant and the ants around her. The entire mountain, which had just finally stopped shaking and roaring, began to roar again. Lu Ren, he thought quickly. Yu Ming probably only cared about her mother's survival, so it wouldn't matter if they wiped out all the remaining ants on the mountain. But given the queen ant's obsession with Ming, she would probably pursue them even if all her workers were dead. Bringing a contaminant back to the complex wasn't a good idea. He had to constantly control it, as it was highly likely they mistake him for the villain who abducted their daughter. Besides, their original plan was to keep all the ants in this mountain. After all, if Yu Ming could control the queen ant, it was like controlling an entire mountain of ants. And since she was probably only controlling a single spirit, it was a good way for her to protect herself. Killing them all now would be a big waste. Lu Ren sighed and patted Yu Ming's shoulder. Forget it, we won't leave yet. Let's bring the contaminant and Shinjia over when the time comes. Yu Ming looked up in surprise. Really? Jian Lang released the skill he was holding and gave a wry smile. What else? Do you think your mother is willing to let us go? He slapped his head, miscalculating. It was normal for Lu Ren to not expect the Ant Queen to refuse to let Yu Ming go. Lu Ren had never understood things like family ties and obsession, so why hadn't he considered that? His intelligence must have been lost in the chaos. The Ant Queen, having recaptured Yu Ming, seemed completely oblivious to the fact that she had just been controlled. She never glanced in Lu Ren's direction again. Her slender limbs carefully passed a few centimeters in front of Yu Ming, as if caressing her face. Lu Ren and Jian Lang left the Ant Queen's nest, surveyed the surrounding terrain, and found a relatively flat spot to set up camp. Before leaving the complex, they asked Shinjia how long she estimated it would take to recover enough to treat a contaminated person. Shinjia replied that it would be about a month, as she had just treated someone who had been accidentally contaminated. This meant they would have to stay in this underground ant nest for another month. That was fine. It wasn't much different from staying in a dark room before the apocalypse. In fact, after just a few days, Lu Ran and Jiang Lang relaxed their guard. While they didn't know how the Queen Ant managed it, she had truly restrained her aggressive tendencies. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, who had been constantly prepared to rescue Yu Ming from her clutches, went about their business after 2 days, birdwatching and pig-watching. They had originally wanted Yu Ming to consider whether she would stay if she didn't ultimately gain superpowers. At the time, they had assumed she would have to make a difficult choice between family ties and personal safety, but now it seemed less difficult. In a flash, a month passed. Jiang Lang drove back to the community to pick up Chen Jiejia. Lu Ran stayed behind, both to prevent any accidents and because he was too lazy to move. Jiang Lang rumbled back to Q City in his SUV and drove into the community. Then he felt, why are there so many new people? He jumped out of the car, a bewildered look on his face. He grabbed Xiaoyun, who was passing by. Xiaoyun, am I suddenly faceblind, or are there really a lot more people in our community? Xiaoyun, whose arm he grabbed, was munching on a scallion pancake. It's not you who's faceblind, brother Jiang. Our community is really popular right now. Jiang Lang, ? Xiaoyun said excitedly, I wonder how they got the news that Dr. Xiaochen can treat ordinary people who have been contaminated. That's why we had several people with special abilities move into our community almost every day lately. They have all kinds of special abilities, and they're all really amazing. There's even an ice-type person. The underground garage in our community is like a giant freezer right now. Jiang Lang, ? Subconsciously, he felt a sense of danger. They didn't force Chen Jiejia to treat them? Xiaoyun shook her head, of course not. They almost worshipped Dr. Chen. Besides, with Teacher Zhang around, who could force Dr. Chen? And look, Teacher Zhang specifically wrote it down. Jiang Lang followed Xiaoyun's direction. Oh, it was the community rules sheet. There was a new line of large red text on it. Treatment for contamination will be once a month. Please exercise caution. If you are contaminated and the doctor hasn't recovered his healing ability, you will be responsible for your own life and death. Teacher Zhang wrote the words your own life and death prominently in large. Jiang Lang looked at the words and felt that Teacher Zhang probably shared his thoughts. They weren't afraid of someone forcing Chen Jiejia to treat them, which would surely spark public outrage. Instead, they feared someone exploiting Chen Jiejia's sympathy, willingly allowing themselves to be contaminated, and then forcing Chen Jiejia to treat someone despite his still weak body. Furthermore, given Chen Jiejia's personality, he was highly likely to do something self-defeating and beneficial to others. Thankfully, after asking Xiaoyun, he discovered that Teacher Zhang's eye-catching red words had indeed had their intended effect. Most of those who had come all the way to their coast community deeply valued the ordinary people he had brought with him, and would certainly not take their lives lightly. Jiang Lang breathed a sigh of relief, and went to bus 102 to take Chen Jiejia away. Chen Jiejia rarely left the community, and curiously leaned against the car window, trying to memorize everything she saw. Jiang Lang glanced anxiously in the rearview mirror. Jiejia, aren't you cold? There's a coat and hat in the back seat. Looking at Chen Jiejia's hair, which had been blown all over the place, he subconsciously slowed down the car. Chen Jiejia shook her head. It's not cold. I'm feeling much better now. But she still considerately put on her woolen hat, just to give Jiang Lang some peace of mind behind the wheel. Jiang Lang felt much more reassured, and he picked up the speed again. Has Yu Ming's mother really become a pollutant? Although she already had a general idea of the situation, Chen Jiejia couldn't help but ask. Jiang Lang hummed. Yes, she's a pretty serious pollutant. She controls an entire mountain of ants. It seems she controls other animals there too. Although Lu Ran says she might not be controlling them, we can't confirm their status yet. Chen Jiejia exclaimed, that's impressive. Jiang Lang, I think so too. Chen Jiejia shook her head. I mean, even after becoming pollutant, she still thought of looking for Yu Ming. That's impressive. Jiang Lang paused. Yeah. Very impressive. He was careful not to expand on the topic, fearing it would bring up Chen Jiejia's past. Fortunately, Chen Jiejia's attention was quickly drawn to the scene outside the car. Huh? I used to come to this park often when I was a kid. I didn't expect it still here, but it seems to have changed a lot. Jiang Lang slowed down the car. Do you want to go play? Chen Jiejia shook her head. No, I just saw it, and couldn't help but mention it. I used to love the parallel bars, so I came here often, but I guess I'm not as flexible as I was when I was a kid. Jiang Lang, maybe. I have some free time on my way back, so I might as well go to the park. Chen Jiejia hesitated, but finally couldn't help herself and said, okay. The entire journey passed quickly as Jiang Lang and Chen Jiejie chatted away. Jiang Lang stopped the car, and Chen Jiejie took off her hat and jumped out. Then she froze, because she saw Lu Ran standing at the foot of the mountain waiting for them. It wasn't Lu Ran himself that froze her. It was the thing he was holding. Is that a sparrow? It's so big. The way Lu Ran was holding the sparrow reminded her of the way her grandparents used to carry chickens when she was a kid. The sparrow under his command would flutter from time to time, trying to show that it had not accepted its fate, but most of the time it would not flutter at all. It also gave people a sense of déjà vu. You're here. Lu Ran nodded, seemingly unfazed by the sight of him carrying a pollutant. Seeing Chen Jiejie staring at the sparrow, he introduced it to her. This is the pollutant we'd be inoculating Yu Meng with soon. We've been keeping an eye on it for over a month. Chen Jiejie murmured, okay. She looked around curiously. The mountain's environment was well maintained, perhaps because Yu Meng's mother didn't allow pollutants to attack each other. Both plant and animal pollutants remained abundantly, growing peacefully, while the animal pollutants, mostly asleep. Soon, Chen Jiejie, led by Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, arrived at the familiar pit entrance. Lu Ran had already pried open the hole to welcome Chen Jiejie. In fact, if the queen ant still retained any ability to communicate, she would have been tempted to advise, telling her worker ants to leave the hole alone. Jiang Lang jumped into the hole first to meet Chen Jiejie, followed by Lu Ran, who was holding the sparrow. Chen Jiejie had never seen such a large anthill before, and she looked around curiously. Is Yu Meng going to live here from now on? Almost. Then she should go out and get some sunshine more often. You can remind her later. Okay. First time, second time, familiarity. Besides, this was the first time Lu Ran and Jiang Lang had walked this route. Chen Jiejie instinctively looked up, and up again. She saw the source of the voice. On the enormous nest, Yu Meng was waving at her excitedly. She waved back excitedly, as if they were just two students on a field trip. Chen Jiejie climbed up the massive nest with her hands and knees, then reunited with Yu Meng. Brother Jiang. Brother Lu. Jiang Lang waved at her, setting down a pile of self-heating hot pot and rice items he brought from the neighborhood. Lu Ran waved his right hand habitually, only realizing it was attached when he heard the sparrows scream. But since he already done it, he still went through with the gesture. Then he looked at Yu Meng intently. Shall we begin now? Yu Meng nodded nervously. Please, thank you, Brother Lu, Brother Jiang, thank you Jiejie. Thank you all. While Jiang Lang and Chen Jiejie were saying it's okay, Lu Ran had already reached Yu Meng with the oversized sparrow. He then pressed its head against Yu Meng's hand. The sparrow didn't react at first. It had been inexplicably captured by this human today. Even after catching it, he didn't attack, but simply kept dragging it around by the neck. It was a very tactful pollutant. Aside from occasionally trying to escape, it hadn't shown any signs of attacking. Its instincts told it that if it dared to attack, it would be dead. So it hadn't even realized what it was about to do, even though the person under its grip was an ordinary person, unable to fight back. Lu Ran, Yu Meng, having waited for an attack with her eyes closed for a long time, couldn't help but open her eyes. What should I do if the pollutant is too tactful? Jiang Lang walked over and tried to communicate with the sparrow. He bent down and pretended to bite the air next to Yu Meng's arm. Get it? Just bite her like this. Lu Ran, a bit like kindergarten. But the sparrow seemed to understand. It stretched its head tremblingly, and carefully placed its beak near Yu Meng's outstretched hand. Seeing the other staring at it eagerly, but showing no intention of stopping it, it reaffirmed its mission, raised its head, and pecked. Boom! The queen ant flew out of the nest. The worker ants dropped everything they were holding and all turned around, watching the sparrow's path in eerie silence. Sparrow, shock! Lu Ran immediately released a telepathic connection that covered the entire mountain, then patted the sparrow's head. Hurry, you only have 12 seconds. The sparrow somehow understood Lu Ran's meaning perfectly, and pecked Yu Meng's arm at lightning speed. Yu Meng shuddered. It was a strange feeling. Not just the pain of injury, but the feeling that a part of one's body had been permanently altered. She looked at the others, a little dazed. Lu Ran, Jiang Lang, Chen Jiejie. Their faces were still the same, but something felt different. A sudden chill touched her left hand. She glanced over, seeing Chen Jiejie gripping her wrist. For some reason, Yu Meng felt a surge of urgency as she looked at Chen Jiejie's arm. She felt herself trembling wildly and uncontrollably. It took her a few seconds to realize she was resisting her own visceral urge to attack Chen Jiejie. She suddenly thought, was her mother resisting this kind of aggression every day, Then she quickly lost all thoughts, her mind drifting. She could only sense her body changing madly. For a moment, she lost her anchor to herself. She was a little panicked, and it took her a while to realize what she was panicking about. It took her a while to remember what she was doing, that she was trying to gain superpowers. Then, after a while, she finally realized, after panicking about gaining superpowers, would she still be herself? This thought had never crossed her mind before, yet it was so vivid now. With this devastating panic, she fell into the abyss of unconsciousness. Then, she woke up again. Chapter 96. Yu Ming? Yu Ming? Are you okay? In the darkness, Yu Ming heard someone calling her name. She struggled to open her eyes, though for some reason, she seemed to have temporarily forgotten how to do it. How could she open her eyes? She pondered this question, slowly but with effort, lifting her eyelids, then abruptly straightening up. Because the scene was a bit too frightening. The queen ant with her mother's face was beside her, which was good, but the other worker ants were frantically attacking Lu Ran and the other two. Lu Ran was relatively calm. He protected Chinjijia and basically controlled all the surrounding ants. Jiang Lang had a harder time. Although the ants couldn't cause him much harm, they still swarmed towards him. He had to pull the hard-working worker ants off his body while trying to wake Yu Ming. Yu Ming turned to look at the queen ant. Mom, please make them stop. These are my friends. They're here to help me. Sadly, no matter how much she wished her mother wasn't just a contaminant, a mere obsession, and no matter how much her interactions with the queen ant had given her the illusion that her mother was still alive, the queen ant didn't react at all. Lu Ran, have you gained superpowers? Try to control her. Yu Ming finally realized why they had gathered here in the first place. She nervously tried, unsure if she had any superpowers, or how to use them. She spread her hands, feeling like a Chunibyu trying to extract superpowers from thin air. But the power's effect simply manifested. She didn't know what she had done, only that she wanted to use it, and then she vaguely felt herself connected to the queen ant. Stop, she gave her command. And then all the ants, including the queen, stopped. Retreat, leave them. The ants that had gathered around Jiang Lang and Lu Ran slowly retreated, and the rustling sounds below her indicated that countless ants were approaching from somewhere she couldn't see. She glanced back, shuddering reflexively at the dense swarm. Jiang Lang breathed a sigh of relief and adjusted his hair, grumbling as he did so. It's a bit like a childhood nightmare come true. I used to dream about being chased by giant ants. Yu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the ant army's attack was only frightening, and hadn't caused any real harm to Jiang Lang. Lu Ran also retracted his control skill, allowing the ants around him to retreat on their own. Lu Ran, can you sense specific superpowers? My own and the queen's? Yu Ming had a strange feeling, as if Lu Ran was about to pull out a pen and paper to record experimental data, but she still diligently tried to sense her own superpowers. Probably just being able to directly convey my wishes and have them act accordingly, and then roughly sense the path they take? Something like that? The queen's superpower. Huh? The queen's superpower is hypnosis. Her ability to manipulate other ants isn't a superpower, it's simply innate to the colony. She's used it on other animals on the mountain, calming them down or making them extremely aggressive. But she doesn't seem to have used it, probably because there aren't any pollutants left to attack her underground. That's about it. Lu Ran hummed a sigh of relief and nodded. Okay, you shouldn't have any pressure protecting yourself anymore. Let's go back first. Yu Ming paused, but still smiled. Okay, I take you out? Chinjijia was rather reluctant to leave. It was a rare trip for her, and Yu Ming was one of the few people her age in the neighborhood she could talk to, so she took the opportunity to chat with her. Yu Ming accompanied the three of them to the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, a thought, too strong to ignore, emerged in her mind, and it enveloped her completely. She would live alone here forever. Or perhaps she had always known this was her choice, hadn't she? But the thought hadn't seemed so clear until this moment. She subconsciously tried to hold them back, but quickly realized how irrational her instincts were, so she simply waved. Well, goodbye, Jianggu, Lu Gu Jia Jia. Lu Ran, wait a moment. Yu Ming raised her head, confused yet somewhat pleased. She was a little pleased, because whatever Lu Ran had asked her to wait for meant she could spend some time with him. She was also a little confused because Lu Ran didn't seem like the type to notice her reluctance. Lu Ran had indeed failed to notice Yu Ming's subtle feelings. He had asked her to wait because... Wait here for 10 minutes. Jiang Lang, Chinjijia, and Yu Ming watched in bewilderment as Lu Ran disappeared from their sight. Yu Ming and Chinjijia seized the opportunity to chat, while Jiang Lang waited eagerly, like a man waiting for his wife, trying to rely on his excellent eyesight to spot Lu Ren amidst the vast expanse of rocks and pollutants. Unfortunately, even with his vastly improved vision, this needle-in-a-haystack search was still beyond the reach of the human eye. However, after more than 10 minutes, he was the first to spot Lu Ren's return. He strained his eyes, for he had a feeling Lu Ren had brought something back, though he couldn't see it clearly. 2 minutes later, he saw clearly that it wasn't an illusion. Lu Ren had indeed brought something back. A pig so lazy that they wondered if it was actually contaminants. Jiang Lang, Yu Meng, shock. Qin Jiejia, shock. Yu Meng stared at the pig Lu Ren had brought back with a bewildered expression, not quite understanding what had happened. Qin Jiejia, however, was delighted. She squatted down and chuckled at the pig. My grandmother used to have a pig just like this. As for the pig itself, it was fragile and helpless, completely unaware of why it had been brought into this group of psychics. Oh my god, if the heavens must kill it, can't they just give it a quick death? It really can't stand this day after day. Lu Ren looked at Yu Meng, this pig. The pollutant's ability is prediction, which should be very useful. I placed it on your mountain. It be a helper, and your safety factor will be higher. Yu Meng was deeply moved. Thank you, brother Lu. Lu Ren wasn't used to such tearful scenes, so he interrupted the spell. Well, we go back first. Yu Meng, okay, goodbye. Jiang Lang patted Yu Meng's head and comforted her. We come visit you when we have time. Yu Meng, okay. Then Jiang Lang drove Lu Ren and Qin Jiejia back to the community. It was getting dark. Although Qin Jiejia had awakened her ability, her body hadn't recovered yet, so she needed a long rest period every day. If they didn't drive back soon, she wouldn't be able to sleep in. A few hours later, Jiang Lang finally drove back to the complex. He decided that he and Lu Ren would need some rest for the next few days. Driving and sitting for hours was exhausting. He jumped out and opened the back door. Lu Ren pointed to Qin Jiejia, who had fallen asleep beside him. Jiang Lang carefully pulled a stretcher from the trunk, thankful that he and Lu Ren always had a stretcher on hand for emergencies, so they could just take Qin Jiejia back to sleep. As the two men were loading Qin Jiejia onto the stretcher, a haughty voice suddenly rang out from beside the car. Are you two the former strongest Esper in this complex? Lu Ren, Jiang Lang, ? They turned around and saw a boy, no older than 16, his gaming gear exposed, unobtrusively, a spirit weaver. Lu Ren looked at Jiang Lang speechlessly. Although he said nothing, Jiang Lang knew what he was trying to say. Wasn't it agreed that Divine Domain was a game for middle-aged and elderly people? Why were all the people he met in real life just middle school students? Jiang Lang was sweating a little, wondering what this guy was up to. The young man, seeing they were silent, raised his head even more. That was in the past. People in this neighborhood didn't know your abilities were actually gaming skills, so they admired you so much. Now that there's a true master like me, you can just wait to step down. Lu Ren, Jiang Lang, when have they ever been in power? Lu Ren glanced at him. What do you want to say? To be fair, Lu Ren didn't mean any disdain. It was just that his tone was cold, and his appearance even colder. Even a normal look at people would make people feel despised, and now he was indeed a little impatient. The Chutabaku boy instantly exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What am I saying? What I'm saying is, from now on, you can't just rely on your status as the strongest to enjoy special privileges. Everyone's waiting for this month's treatment slot, and you just snatched it up without even saying anything? Why? Wasn't it because you were the best before? But you're not anymore, understand? Come on, fight! Let's see who's better. Lu Ren, Jiang Lang, Lu Ren slowly let a puzzled look slip through his eyes. He planned to go back and ask Jiang Lang when this amazing person had arrived in the coast community. For now, he let it go. He lifted one end of the stretcher and motioned for Jiang Lang to join him. The two of them ignored the excited Chutabaku boy and headed towards room 102. Hey! Hey! Do you hear me? Fight! Let's decide the winner. If you lose, you won't be able to take up the best resources. Mind. Lu Ren's eyes darkened, and he threw a mind shock before he could finish his command, stopping his attack mid-sentence. After all, why would anyone bother calling out the name of an instant skill? The middle school boy was stunned for a moment, a little annoyed. He'd forgotten this was a fight between fellow disciples. He couldn't show off by calling out skills in front of another spirit weaver. It's okay, it's okay. He just lost the initiative. Although he was controlled for a moment, at least he had a mind shock. The opponent's only remaining control skill should be Mind Link. He had to wait 2 seconds for him to use Mind Link. As expected, the Mind Link arrived later, but along with it, a black circle appeared. The middle school boy said, shock. What the hell? Does this mystic even know how to play PvP? Doesn't he know that damaging skills will disable the mind link? Although it was the enemy mystic who made the mistake, every spirit weaver could empathize with the feeling of being held down by a lousy teammate, and he felt a surge of anger on his opponent. Until the black circle and the mind link landed on him, simultaneously breaking the mind link and reducing his health by almost 90%. His pupils instantly trembled. Holy crap! What the hell, man? What kind of damage is that? He took a huge step back in shock, using his retreat and double jump, frantically moving out of the mystic's attack range. Jiang Lang imitated him. Dude, I'm a pure PvE player, I mostly wear damage gear. The Chitabaku boy immediately raised his hands. Surrender, meow. Lu ran Jiang Lang. Why is this guy still acting cute? The Chitabaku boy. I didn't recognize the real deal. You two are the best. I surrender. I'm going to get a spot for next month. Goodbye. With that, he disappeared in a flash. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang were both speechless for a moment. They carried the stretcher into 102, set Chinjia down, and then went back to their rooms to rest. It had been a long day. On the way, Lu Ran didn't forget to ask Jiang Lang when this person had appeared in the coast community. Jiang Lang sighed. Probably more than that. When I got back today, Xiaoyun told me that Chinjia's ability had somehow spread, and many people with abilities from the surrounding area have been rushing over. They're usually ordinary people with relatives or friends who want to become abilities, so there are a lot more people in the community now. Lu Ran frowned. Jiang Lang knew what he was thinking from the frown. Oh yes, it's so troublesome. Yeah. The two returned to their rooms and fell asleep. The next morning, they woke up promptly, had breakfast, and prepared to go downstairs for patrol. But just as they reached the bottom of the stairs, before they could even finish their hand-pulled pancakes, they bumped into someone they didn't recognize. It was a middle-aged man, well-maintained, with a smile on his face and a small box in his hands. You too. Seeing Lu Ran and Jiang Lang appear, he walked up to them. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang stopped in their tracks. High Community was an old building with very narrow staircases. Once blocked, it was almost impossible to pass through. You too, Xiaochen offended you yesterday. He's always impulsive and a little. Hee, arrogant. We tried to persuade him not to bother you, but he still acted impulsively. So I'm here to apologize on his behalf, a small token of my sincerity. He held out the small box in his hand. Lu Ran stared at him intently. He didn't offer his hand or speak, just staring at him. After nearly 10 seconds, the middle-aged man's smile faltered. Jiang Lang wasn't as expressionless as Lu Ran, and his expression was a bit hard to describe. He wasn't that bright, but he wasn't that stupid either. From what he said, it was obvious that the middle school boy yesterday had been provoked or hinted at by him to challenge them and test their strength. They hadn't known about it, but this guy had taken the initiative to blow himself up. Who did he think his acting and rhetoric could fool? Jiang Lang felt deeply insulted by both his and Lu Ran's intelligence. 10 seconds passed before the middle-aged man's smile faded completely. Lu Ran finally spoke. Please make way. We're going out on patrol. Forget the gifts, we don't need anything. The middle-aged man struggled to put on a smile and made way for them. Watching Lu Ran and Jiang Lang walk past him without glancing, his smile instantly fell. A flicker of anger and dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes as he followed their backs. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang got into the car as usual. Just as Jiang Lang was about to drive, Lu Ran suddenly stopped him and said, Wait, let's go to the basement garage and pack some supplies. Jiang Lang nodded, knowing full well that Lu Ran was getting impatient. Lu Ran always hated people looking for trouble, and there were clearly too many of them in Haiyan Community right now. It was a completely different place from the peaceful and quiet neighborhood it once was. It was only going to get more troublesome. He probably didn't want to come back anytime soon. It just so happened that their original plan for coming to Q City was to search for high-level pollutants, centered around Q City. Now that there were so many psychics in the coastal community, they were less likely to encounter danger, so they could implement their original plan. So he nodded, said okay, and drove towards the underground garage. Chapter 97. Jiang Lang rumbled out of Q City in his SUV. Before heading off to the unfamiliar wilderness for a raid, he made a sharp turn and took a familiar route. Well, let's go get some supplies to Yuming first. Lu Ran leaned against the car window, apparently unconcerned about Jiang Lang's direction. Half an hour later, he realized they were heading to Yuming's mountain. Which was fine. Hadn't Jiang Lang promised to visit this girl often? Perfect. Jiang Lang rumbled back to where he had started yesterday. "Yu Meng, we are here to see you," Jiang Lang called out, prying open the ground with familiarity, entering the anthill and heading towards the queen's nest. Yu Meng, who was familiarizing herself with her abilities in the queen's nest, was stunned. Did she hear correctly? Did she hear Brother Zhang's voice? She suspected she was hallucinating, but she still walked out of the nest suspiciously. She actually saw Lu Ran and Jiang Lang below. Jiang Lang was waving at her excitedly. Lu Ran stood beside him, his expression still impassive. She waved back, a bit dazed. Yu Meng was a bit confused. Although Jiang Lang had said they would visit her often, that was too often a word. Hadn't they just gone back yesterday? She had thought the earliest she'd see them would be a week from now. Jiang Lang climbed up excitedly and set down a pile of food. "We're here to bring you food." Yu Meng couldn't help but say, "Brother Jiang, didn't you just bring food yesterday?" Jiang Lang smiled. Lu Ran arrived late, appearing behind him. News about Qinjia has spread outside the community. Yu Meng instantly guessed the current state of the community from this sentence. Well, that explained why Lu Ran and Jiang Lang had returned so soon. They probably didn't want to stay in the community, and were just stopping by to see her. "So where are you guys going next, Brother Lu?" "Lu Ran and I originally came to Q City to actually clean up the surrounding area of high-level pollutants, but we've barely done anything since arriving. It just so happens we have the time now." Yu Meng suddenly realized, "I see." After delivering food to Yu Meng, Jiang Lang and Lu Ran officially embarked on their sweep. The two seemed to have returned to their days of pushing through Sea City, mindlessly using their mind link and the Ring of Annihilation, even more efficiently than they had in Sea City. After all, in Sea City they occasionally run into a few survivors, but in the vast wilderness surrounding Q City, even the sight of a single living being was a sure thing. The days passed like this. Life in the wild, while inconvenient, wasn't too bad. After a while, they still longed to return to their bed and sleep in their room. Just as Jiang Lang was hesitating about whether to return to the community for a day or two of rest, 1,000 paper cranes appeared before his friend, Lu Ran. Lu Ran looked up, and both he and Jiang Lang had serious expressions. Now, only 4 people had their own paper cranes: the community security guard, Teacher Zhang, Yu Meng, and Lu Ye. No matter where something went wrong, it would be troublesome. A voice began to emanate from the crane, but it wasn't from any of the 4 people. First, there were some gentle murmurs, and then an unfamiliar male voice boomed. The voice was far away, clearly not addressing the crane, but it was loud enough for them to hear clearly what he was saying. "People with special abilities should be treated better, don't you think? Dr. Chen's healing abilities should be prioritized for combatants, don't you think?" "Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes." With just these words, Lu Ran and Jiang Lang frowned. Jiang Lang cursed hack in annoyance, then started the car and sped back towards Q City. Even though I imagined how coastal community would evolve before leaving, hearing these words still gave me the nagging feeling of having my home taken over by outsiders, who then claimed it was theirs, and had to arrange the furniture according to their preferences. Q City, coastal community. "Teacher Zhang, what have you considered? We respect you deeply, but let me just say that your way of governing this community isn't a long-term solution. Don't be too soft-hearted. This isn't the pre-apocalyptic era. Even if it were, if you were in charge of a district, you have to consider the issue of talent recruitment, right? Think about it, if we, the psychics, hadn't blocked the sudden onslaught of pollutants, what would the community be like now? We protect the community from the bottom of our hearts, but the community shouldn't let us down, right? Besides, even though the community seems to have plenty of supplies now, they eventually run out. Then, won't we have to trade with a larger basis for supplies? And what will we be using for that exchange? Crystals, of course. Then, won't we, the psychics, have to work hard to obtain them? Teacher Zhang, we're not asking for special treatment. All we want is priority treatment from Dr. Chen. We know that Dr. Chen's attacks are very costly, so shouldn't we be more careful about planning his abilities? Isn't lining up based on strength the most reasonable and simple option? Otherwise, how can the community retain powerful psychics? Teacher Zhang frowned, standing alone in front of a group of people, with a large number of residents behind them. These people had indeed come prepared, having done extensive persuasion work beforehand. Many residents in the community, who clearly weren't psychics, sympathized with their arguments, seemingly worried that if the community couldn't retain psychics, there would be heavy casualties in the event of a large-scale pollution intrusion. But a more likely reason was that they felt they had a chance to become psychics themselves. Her sharp gaze swept over the gathered psychics in the front row. They paused for a moment, but quickly felt unconcerned. They had long since gotten to know Teacher Zhang's character. Besides, if she truly wanted to attack them, she would have done so the last time they raised the issue of their salaries. Anger is a difficult emotion to sustain for long. If she hadn't attacked when she was furious, it made no sense that she would do so now that she calmed down. Furthermore, if she attacked, they would have a reason to retaliate. There were dozens of them on their side. Teacher Zhang, what's the matter? Have you been deliberating for too long? You said you'd give us an answer after you thought about it. Are you stalling for time? Teacher Zhang stared intently at these people, then suddenly looked away. They were startled, subconsciously following her gaze, but when they looked back, they saw only a blank sky. They silently spat and returned their gaze to Teacher Zhang and Chen Jiejia, who was held by her hand. Chen Jiejia seemed dazed. She hadn't said a word the entire time. Teacher Zhang held her hand, and she was simply there. They grew subtly irritated. If Teacher Zhang had anything to say, they could have objected, but what was the point of remaining silent? The leading man was about to speak, to apply further pressure, when at that moment, a complete silence enveloped the entire coast community, including the psychics, the residents, and even the calm Teacher Zhang and Chen Jiejia. Everyone, at that moment, froze. Fear and suspicion flashed across everyone's eyes, and panic crept into their hearts. They weren't afraid of being attacked, but this unprovoked yet irresistible attack. It was like a natural disaster. Only Teacher Zhang's eyes flickered with a hint of a smile. She could have used force to suppress these people, but that would only be a temporary solution. Alas, she had indeed underestimated him. In the silence, only the Spirit Weaver, a middle school boy, subconsciously used his control-release skill. Then he paused, pretending he hadn't released the control. As a fellow disciple, he knew who had used the skill, and he had already suffered enough that night. He didn't want to be reduced to 0 health this time. So he struggled to maintain his motionless, frozen position. 9 seconds, 10 seconds, 11 seconds, okay, I'd be able to move soon. Alas, pretending to be controlled is even more painful than actually being controlled. 12 seconds. He was about to breathe a sigh of relief and stretch his shoulder, but he couldn't move again. Second-year Spirit Weaver, What the hell, no damage. It's not mind shock. What kind of weird skills did that Spirit Weaver have? After being controlled for over 10 seconds, his eyes gradually glazed over. And those 10 seconds were enough for Lu Ran and Jian Lang to reach them. Lu Ran sheathed his skills and gave a mocking smile. Plan Chen Jiejia's abilities carefully. Then have you considered what would happen if Chen Jiejia didn't want to be planned? He turned to look at Chen Jiejia, who looked distracted, and spoke a little more slowly. Chen Jiejia, you said you wanted to help everyone back then. What about now? Do you still want to stay in the coast community? Chen Jiejia looked up, slightly bewildered. In fact, for many days, she hadn't had any ideas. She had always known that if she wanted to save people, she would inevitably save bad people. She and Teacher Zhang probably had very similar ideas. Whether a person was good or bad was something to be judged after saving them. And since she was called Dr. Chen, she should hold herself to the standards of a doctor. So, how should she describe the events of the past few days? It wasn't disgust, nor anger, she was just a little, slightly irritated. She unconsciously raised her head, as if pondering Lu Ran's question, or perhaps not. Until Teacher Zhang looked at her. Jiejia, leave with Lu Ran, Jian Lang, and the others. Chen Jiejia looked at Teacher Zhang. She saw sadness, kindness, and a plea on his face. After a few seconds, she nodded, okay. Teacher Zhang then handed Chen Jiejia over to Lu Ran. Lu Ran, holding Chen Jiejia's hand, and Jian Lang forcefully walked into the center of the group, forcing them to make way for them. You? Don't leave. The middle-aged man shouted angrily, then looked at the naive Spirit Weaver. The gullible boy glanced around, but seeing nothing convenient to stare at, he raised his head to the sky. Is he going to die? The mystic was holding on to his skill. Although it had a long cast time, against the Spirit Weaver who had activated who knows how many crowd control skills, if he had a chance to attack, everyone here would die. He wouldn't go and get himself killed. After passing these psychics, there was a group of residents. They watched in bewilderment as Lu Ran, Jian Lang, and Chen Jiejia left, as if they were still having trouble coming to terms with the fact that they were no longer part of the community. How could this be? Lu Ran, Jian Lang, and even Dr. Chen only showed up later, yet they felt they would always be there. Lu Ran showed no intention of changing course. He walked calmly forward, forcing the others to make way. Then they watched as the three of them boarded the red SUV. Chapter 98. Yu Ming heard Jian Lang's call again. So she emerged from her lair with familiarity. But this time, she saw someone besides Jian Lang and Lu Ran. Her eyes lit up, Qinjiajia. Qinjiajia waved back. Yu Meng immediately slid down the dirt path. Qinjiajia, why are you here? She instantly recalled what Lu Ran and Jiang Lang had said earlier. Is it because the neighborhood is too? So you're out here to relax? Lu Ran spoke. Qinjiajia has left the complex now. Yu Meng was a little shocked. What? Qinjiajia gave a wry smile. My presence has obviously attracted a bunch of troublemakers. Teacher Zhang can certainly suppress them by force, but it would be more convenient for me to leave. If they don't get what they want, they leave, and the complex can return to its original state. Jiang Lang patted Qinjiajia's shoulder. Teacher Zhang mainly doesn't want you to be coveted by them. Your abilities are too damaging to your health. Even if you can recover, why should you need to treat them every time you're stuck? And to a group of people who completely take your abilities for granted, treating them as if they were the property of the complex. Jiang Lang coughed lightly. Alright, stop dwelling on these unhappy things. Go play with Yu Meng. Lu Ran looked at Qinjiajia. Do you want to stay with Yu Meng or take our car? Qinjiajia hesitated. On the way here, Lu Ran and Jiang Lang roughly told her about their future plans. After cleaning up the pollutants near Q City, they would not stay there for long and planned to go to a city for the time being. Yu Meng, wait, where are you going? She finally realized that Qinjiajia had left the complex. It must have been Brother Lu and Brother Jiang who had taken her there. Otherwise, how could the people in the complex let Qinjiajia leave so easily? And since Brother Lu and Brother Jiang weren't returning to City Q, where were they going? Would she ever see them again? Jiang Lang, we're planning to go to City A. We came here just to tell you that you can bring your mountain with you. You can blend in with the mountains around City A. The idea sounded a bit outrageous, but Yu Meng actually thought it was a good idea. Jiang Lang turned to Qinjiajia and said, You can go with Yu Meng. We're cleaning up the pollution as we go, so we won't be moving too fast, so we shouldn't be too far away from you too. Qinjiajia nodded. Then I go with Yu Meng. Yu Meng, surprise. She was probably the happiest person here right now. Although Qinjiajia must be sad to leave the community after such a terrible incident, she now had someone to talk to. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang seemed to have really just been dropping Qinjiajia off. They left shortly after, only roughly confirming the direction of City A with Yu Meng. Yu Meng nodded and immediately ordered the ants to begin moving the mountain towards City A. Thump, 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 thump. Jiang Lang drove calmly, occasionally glancing at Lu Ran, who was asleep in the passenger seat, and then feeling very satisfied with his choice of a smooth road. Just as he was feeling very satisfied with his route, the world suddenly shifted. The once open road suddenly became a field of rocks above, below, and to the left and right. Jiang Lang, fuck. What kind of route did he choose? Is his luck really that bad? Others in the apocalypse might not even stumble upon a space bubble once in 10 years. How could he have encountered one in every city he'd been in? Jiang Lang was practically in tears. His sudden braking jolted Lu Ran awake. What happened? As soon as Lu Ran asked, he knew what had happened. It was too obvious. He peered out the car window. This place was slightly similar to the previous space bubble. For example, the texture of the rocks was very similar, with a nearly dried-out feel, much like those found in perennially hot regions, even though the space bubble wasn't hot at all, and was even a bit cooler. But there were also differences. For example, unlike the previous space bubble, with its layers of rock walls forming a maze, this place was more like a big box, with a huge rock on each side. The surface wasn't perfectly smooth, but it was solid enough. But the roof was at least 20 meters above their heads, so they didn't quite feel indoors. He pushed open the car door and jumped out. Then he saw a massive mass of pollutants rushing towards them. They had various shapes, and presumably different abilities as well. Jiang Lang had already jumped out of the car and walked over to Lu Ran, saying, This bubble is much more normal. In fact, according to the Jew Institute, most bubbles have a similar structure. You can roughly see that they're a square, solid entity, though they may not reach the end wall. And most pollutants are quite active. Those that come directly towards the invader like this are the most common. We just need to deal with the strongest one. As he spoke, Lu Ran unleashed his skills. He pointed in a direction, signaling Jiang Lang to use his skills in that direction. 3 seconds later, the ring of annihilation descended, and the entire space bubble vanished along with the pollutants still charging behind it. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang returned to the real world. This was just a minor incident on their way to City A. Aside from Jiang Lang's uncontrollable grumble about his own bad luck, it barely left a lasting impression on them. They walked along, collecting crystals along the way. After several months of stopping and starting, they finally arrived in City A. City A was a large city before the apocalypse, but not a megacity like City C. It was likely that the apocalypse wasn't as devastating as it had been. After driving a bit toward the city center, Lu Ran and Jiang Lang discovered that, well, a base had indeed formed here. 2 people were guarding the only way into City A. Though it wasn't really a must-go road, if they didn't drive, they could always sneak in through other side roads. It was true that most outsiders came by car, so they were more than capable of stopping most of them. The 2 men were stationed in a small pavilion along the road, and when they saw a car approaching, they stepped out. Jiang Lang also cooperated by stopping, practically offering his driver's license through the car window. Where are you from? Q City. Q City? That's new. It's such a long way. What are you doing in City A? We're just taking a walk. The city a psychic being questioned was momentarily speechless. Walking around? What kind of answer was that? Did this guy still think he was in the pre-apocalyptic era? Was he just here for a trip, but it was just a formality? He glanced at the 2 overly youthful individuals, and didn't bother asking any more questions. Register your name and abilities, then pay the 10 crystal entrance fee, and you can enter. After registration, you can take on quests to earn points, which you can then exchange for supplies. Okay. Jiang Lang obediently took the form, wrote down his name and gamer class, and handed it to Lu Ran. Lu Ran also wrote down his name and class, then handed it back. The person in charge of registration glanced at them casually. Seeing they were gamers, he saw nothing to be curious about, so he waved them on. After paying the toll, Jiang Lang drove a little further before entering the heart of City A. City A was a bustling city, and most of the people walking along the street were either gamers or users with abilities. Actually, I should have noticed earlier. The person in charge of registration simply assumed they had abilities, and asked them to register their abilities instead of asking if they were actually users. Jiang Lang was a little confused. He wasn't very familiar with the roads of City A, and after entering, he had no idea where to go. He stopped beside a passerby. Hello, we're new here. Which way should we go? The passerby was quite helpful, perhaps a psychic who had recently moved into the City A base. Oh, you're new here, right? Drive straight ahead. When you see a Hi-Mart, turn right. Then, at the next traffic light, turn right again. There's a tall office building there. Go through the entrance marked Building B. You see a person at the front desk. He's in charge of exchanging points. If you 2 have crystals, just exchange them with him. You can then use your points to redeem items. Oh, you don't need points to redeem anywhere. You can live anywhere, even if it's empty or occupied, as long as you can beat the existing residents. The mission is also in that office building. Anyway, as long as you remember the way to the office building, there's nothing else to remember. Jiang Lang, thank you. He stepped on the accelerator, and turned right at the Hoyudujuo store as instructed. Then, he turned right again at the traffic light. Sure enough, he saw the tall office building. He leaned out of the car window, carefully found a parking space, parked the car, and then he and Lu Ran got out and walked into the office building. The receptionist was a middle-aged man who looked impatient. Hello. Exchange for points, exchange for supplies, accept a mission, or turn in a mission. Jiang Lang was only halfway through his sentence, when the other party impatiently interrupted him. He looked at Lu Ran helplessly. In reality, he just wanted to ask about the situation. They had no shortage of supplies. Lu Ran, show us the mission list and the supply exchange list. The middleman silently handed over 2 pieces of paper. Lu Ran picked up the 2 pieces of paper, and sat down on a sofa with Jiang Lang to read them together. Jiang Lang couldn't help but mutter fuck at the sight. This is too shady. He tried hard to keep his voice down, but it still didn't quite hold. Expensive. His first impression was that it was expensive. Especially compared to the coastal community, the supplies in City A were so expensive. To the point where even with the amount of crystals they both had, it was painful. A simple calculation showed that a head of fresh cabbage cost 5 crystals. His ordinary instant food was better, but also very expensive. 2 boxes of instant noodles cost 1 crystal, and a box of purified water cost 1 crystal. It felt like a place where you had to work yourself to survive. Lu Ran, from now on, only spend the crystals you earn here. Jiang Lang nodded fiercely, otherwise it would really hurt. So they went back to their task list. Fortunately, City A's mission rewards are quite generous. Relatively common missions offer between 10 and 50 crystals, while seemingly more challenging ones are awarded in the hundreds. Furthermore, Psychics aren't required to hand in any other crystals earned during missions. It seems City A offers high wages despite high costs. Not bad, not bad, life is manageable. Chapter 99. Huh? Jiang Lang suddenly spotted a mission. Lu ran. What? Jiang Lang reached out and pointed at a mission in the middle of the paper in Lu Ran's hand. Explore and eliminate space bubbles. Reward, 700 crystals. Lu Ran pondered for a moment, then quickly realized why Jiang Lang found this mission strange. According to Jiang Lang's previous explanation, missions, like explore space bubbles, only began appearing at major bases after the establishment of the Research Institute. Before then, there was no technical means to detect the existence of space bubbles from the outside. Normal people either had luck and didn't encounter one, or if they did, they had to fight their way out. Those who didn't have the opportunity to report this to the outside world. There wasn't a need for this. Even if a space bubble could be detected, wouldn't it be enough to just mark it and have everyone avoid it? The prevailing theory at the Institute was that space bubbles were nodes from which another world could invade Earth, and destroying them was the means to combat this invading alien civilization. If one day all the space bubbles disappeared, perhaps Earth could return to normal. No one knows whether this theory is correct, but hope is better than no hope. Besides, most psychics outside the Research Institute only care about the reward when undertaking similar missions. Saving the world is just a side benefit. But the problem is, the Research Institute isn't even established yet. According to the timeline, it shouldn't even be in its infancy. So why would such a mission exist? Lu Ran and Jiang Lang exchanged a glance. They seriously suspected the existence of other reborn individuals. When they met Lu Han's reborn henchmen in City C, they already wondered if there were other reborn individuals in the world. Now it seemed that perhaps someone with a research background had also been reborn. Partly out of curiosity about the person behind this, and partly because this mission offered the most, they quickly decided to take it, saving up some startup capital for settling in City A. So, they returned to the front desk with their mission list. Jiang Lang, hello, we'd like to take this mission. The receptionist raised his eyelids and said bluntly, this mission has already been taken. Jiang Lang, oh so? Then we? Before he could even say, then let's research other missions? The receptionist pulled out a piece of paper and continued, please register your abilities and levels. The person taking this mission will determine if you meet the requirements. If so, you can join the team. Jiang Lang suddenly realized he'd been wrong. That's right. Although he and Lu Ren felt that most dimensional bubbles, other than the strangely powerful ones they encountered just after leaving City C, could be dealt with individually, that didn't mean others would agree. For most psychics, dimensional bubbles were indeed dungeons that required teaming up. He glanced at Lu Ran, saw Lu Ran nod, and began diligently filling out his information. Jiang Lang, Mystic, max level. Lu Ran, Spirit Weaver, max level. There shouldn't be any need for anything else. Even without additional information, their combat prowess should still suffice for selection. The receptionist returned the paper. Okay, I notify the team. You can come back tomorrow to wait for the results. Jiang Lang and Lu Ran nodded and left the office building. Jiang Lang jumped into the car and excitedly turned to Lu Ran. So, are we going to keep a low profile from now on? The look he given Lu Ran just now was essentially a question. Should they just say they could complete this mission and forcefully take it? Or should they keep a low profile and be two innocent bystanders in the new base? Lu Ran clearly chose the latter. In fact, he thought this was better. His experience in the coastal community had left him somewhat exhausted, and he didn't want to get heavily involved in anything at any base for a while. Lu Ran hummed, let's see how others are doing their missions. Jiang Lang, okay. He drove out, searching for a comfortable, empty apartment nearby. It wasn't hard to find. While City A was relatively bustling, the density of psychics couldn't possibly match the pre-apocalyptic population density, and most of the nearby high-rise buildings were empty. They randomly found a room on the first floor, slept, and then headed back to the office building. Upon arrival, they saw several people already waiting there. Lu Ran quickly scanned the people present. One was a player, his clothing slightly concealed, but the collar peeking through his hoodie suggested he was a word spirit user. If they could add a doctor, their team would have complete support, damage, and control. Sadly, there weren't any. Aside from this word spirit user, everyone else should be normal psychics. Oh, they're here. The receptionist noticed them first and said flatly. The group all turned around. The leader was clearly a muscular young man. He walked up to Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, shook their hands, and then struck a pose to show off his biceps. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang were a little confused. Why was he posing? When they heard him say, "Hello, my ability is to temporarily store energy in my muscles, and then release it all at once when needed. I can choose the amount of energy released. Generally, 1 unit of muscle can knock down a building, like this office building." Ahem. Just as Lu Ran and Jian Lang were wondering if he really wanted to demonstrate the effects of his ability on the spot, a man who looked several years older stepped forward and stopped him from burying everyone under the rubble. Lu Ran and Jian Lang's first impression of this man was that they were puzzled as to why someone would insist on wearing a 3-piece suit after the apocalypse. Suit, vest, shirt, tie, quartz watch, dress pants, leather shoes, everything was complete. He seemed like the perfect fit for this upscale office building. It wouldn't be out of place to say he was here for work. In short, he smiled and took the muscular man's arm, lowering his hand. "Hello, Jian Lang and Lu Ran." Jian Lang and Lu Ran nodded. "Let me introduce you to the rest of the team. After all, we be operating together for a while, so getting to know the people we be facing danger with is essential, right?" He extended his hand, introducing it as if he were presenting an auction item. "Li Feng, he's already explained his abilities to you, even in great detail." Then he gracefully stepped back a few steps, and pointed to a woman leaning against the wall, with her arms folded indifferently. "Qin Muchu, her abilities are water-based. She can be used as both a top and a bottom, and can even generate pure water. The base manager once wanted her to be in charge of the base's water supply, offering a very high price. However, Ms. Qin found such work too boring, so she's now a permanent member of our team." Qin Muchu nodded towards them as a greeting. Then he approached the word master. "Liang Ling, word master, you're both players, so you should be more familiar with his abilities than I am. Perhaps you'd be able to get along better." Jian Lang waved, "Hello." The word master pointed to his mouth and lowered his hand. Jian Lang was a bit bewildered, and Lu Ran raised an eyebrow. While word spirit users certainly needed to be mindful of their words, it wasn't to the point of even saying hello. This word spirit user was taking his silent meditation practice too seriously. One could wonder if he simply didn't like talking to people, and having just awakened to the word spirit class, he used it as an excuse to remain silent. Then, there were 2 men standing nearby. One was tall and thin, almost impossibly so, the other a bit shorter and more proportionate. Zhou Yin Gu Cheng. Zhou Yin's ability is gigantism. Besides offensive power, it also provides a short-term means of rapid travel if a vehicle breaks down. Gu Cheng's ability is teleportation, with virtually no cooldown. As for me, my ability is quite humorous, perhaps somewhat similar to Sister Qin's. She has a water-based ability, and I have a wine-based ability, allowing me to produce high-purity alcohol, which can be used as a disinfectant in a pinch. So, are you satisfied with our team? Lu Ran and Jian Lang only just realized that team formation was a two-way process. He had assumed that once they submitted their application, they were automatically assigned to the team, just like HR was selecting people. It seems the A City base is quite user-friendly. And seeing how casually they introduced their abilities, the current environment in a city should be quite good. It's not like the late apocalypse of the previous life, when everyone assumed displaying their abilities was equivalent to exposing their weaknesses. Although it's hard to say whether these displays were entirely honest. For example, they both listed their gaming professions, but they also concealed their abilities. The word spirit user likely did the same. As for the others, they could have just mentioned a portion of their abilities. But overall, it's still a relatively trusting environment. Lu Ran and Jian Lang nodded. Great, shall we set off now? So eager? Lu Ran, everyone's already gathered. Why would we even have to disperse and regroup later? Everyone, including the man in the suit, laughed. Indeed, you're right. Let's set off. Chapter 100. A group of 8 people walked out of the office building. Jian Lang, that's our car. It should seat 8 people easily. Besides, an SUV is more convenient for driving outdoors. Want to join us? The man in the suit looked at their car and smiled slightly. Let's take a look at ours first. There was a hint of mystery in his smile. Jian Lang followed him curiously, then couldn't help but widen his eyes. Because 2 armored vehicles appeared before them. Oh my god! Qin Muchu entered the armored vehicle with familiarity and emerged from the roof. She manipulated the circular gun mount atop it and smiled at Jian Lang and Lu Ran. There's no need to use superpowers if bullets can solve the problem, right? Jian Lang was stunned. Where did you get it? Sister Qin's friend got it. Looks cool, right? Looks cool, really cool. The man in the suit pointed to another vehicle. If you want to operate a submachine gun, you can sit in the back. Jian Lang immediately and enthusiastically climbed into the back seat. Lu Ran, however, showed less interest. He opened the passenger door and got in. The man in the suit, the muscular man, and Qin Muchu were in the same car. On their side, Jiang Lang and Zhou Yin went to the back seat to mount the guns. Lu Cheng drove, and Lu Ran prepared to sleep in the passenger seat. Unfortunately, before he could even close his eyes, the person in the driver's seat tried to strike up a conversation with him. "Your last name is Lu too. What a coincidence. Your name is so beautiful, Lu Ran. Your parents are really good at naming." As he spoke, he turned his head toward Lu Ran and smiled. He already had a handsome face, and his smile was even more radiant. A slightly bewildered expression slowly crossed Lu Ran's face. "The orphanage director chose my name, and he also picked my surname." Lu Cheng's smile froze instantly. After several seconds, he replied so. Lu Ran's words saved him from a round of small talk, and he thought it was a good idea. He folded his arms and closed his eyes. When Lu Cheng regained consciousness and thought of a new way to start a small talk, he turned around and found Lu Ran already fast asleep, breathing steadily. He glanced at her with a hint of regret, then at Lu Ran's face, which looked even more indifferent with his eyes closed, yet still striking. Then, reluctantly, he turned back and began to drive the armored vehicle seriously. Lu Ran. Lu Ran. Lu Ran slowly opened his eyes and saw Jiang Lang, a look of excitement on his face, squeezed in from the back seat. "There's contaminants. Come on, come on." It took Lu Ran a moment to realize what Jiang Lang was so excited about. Why was he so excited about contaminants? Oh right, he was just excited about the chance to shoot them. Lu Ran obediently slid through the gap between the seats into the back seat, then followed Jiang Lang and peered out from above the car. They were coming from City Q to City a completely different route from the direction they were traveling, so contaminants weren't actually that rare. Meaning the contaminants here hadn't been subjected to their blanket attack. But even if they were abundant, they weren't as dense as they had been at the beginning of the apocalypse. So Jiang Lang had to observe from above for a long time before finally spotting a single contaminant. Lu Cheng, who had been driving, also stopped the car and leaned against the window to look out. He understood Jiang Lang's excitement. After all, he spent a lot of time playing with submachine guns when he first joined the team. Jiang Lang adjusted his direction and then, bang, bang, bang. The innocent pollutants were instantly pierced. Jiang Lang, this is much more useful than Ring of Annihilation. No need to cast a bar. Lu Ran couldn't help but smile. Jiang Lang turned and said, "Lu Ran, do you want to try it too?" Lu Ran nodded nonchalantly. Jiang Lang immediately gave up his position. Lu Cheng shouted from below, "The pollutants nearby have probably been scared away. I drive a little further." He started the car, and Lu Ran scanned the surroundings from above. After a while, the four of them did indeed see the pollutants, but they were in a flying form. Lu Ran was about to dismiss the idea when Jiang Lang enthusiastically grabbed a sniper rifle from the back seat and handed it to him. Come on, I be your spotter." Lu Ran smiled and didn't refuse. Jiang Lang was clearly having a blast. He said solemnly, "Distance, 600 meters. Wind deviation, 0.5 right." He even lowered his voice, making it sound especially deep. Lu Ran cooperated and repeated, "Distance, 600 meters. Wind deviation, 0.5 right." Jiang Lang, fire? For a moment, he forgot how to issue the final command. The movies and TV shows he watched hadn't fully etched a picture in his mind. But it didn't matter. As soon as he finished speaking, he excitedly straightened up and looked directly at the 600-meter mark. After all, his vision now was not only clear, but also wide. Lu Ran pulled the trigger, not really expecting a hit. But, whether it was newbie luck or something else, the flitting polluted bird collided directly with his predicted bullet trajectory. Jiang Lang, awesome. Awesome, Lu Ran. Zhou Yin, sitting on the rooftop, was also a bit shocked. "Buddy, are you a sharpshooter? Or a master of mental arithmetic? You even managed to predict such a chaotic motion system?" Lu Ran couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He's simply chosen a crosshair that suited his eyes and fired. But regardless of their thoughts, the pollutant was truly enraged. With a long roar, it flew towards them. Lu Ran was initially too lazy to move. After all, the actual attack was always Jiang Lang's responsibility. But Jiang Lang rubbed his hands in anticipation. Quick! Use your mind shock to take it down. This is proof of your one-shot, long-range dynamic sniping skills. We need to make a specimen of it and preserve it." Lu Ran, ? With a feint, he unleashed his mind shock, then watched Jiang Lang happily leap out of the car to retrieve the body. After that, Jian Lang was still eager to find more contaminants in the surrounding area, but before he could find any, the armored vehicle leading the 4 men stopped. Jian Lang, are we there yet? Zhou Yin, almost. The detector must have reacted, so we're starting to search slowly. After all, the detection range of the space bubble is very wide, and the actual entrance is very small. Jian Lang looked ahead. Lu Ran glanced at Zhou Yin, who had already entered the vehicle, and whispered to Jian Lang, "How is it?" Jian Lang, "It's completely like a research institute." Lu Ran and Jian Lang exchanged a glance, and the probability that the research institute had found all the reborn beings instantly increased to nearly 100%. Jian Lang, "This space bubble is highly contaminated." Lu Ran, Jian Lang, looking at the indicators alone, "It's somewhere between the 2 bubbles we encountered previously, and it's practically stuck right in the middle." Lu Ran, "Is this type of bubble rare?" Jian Lang, "Yes, most bubbles are of the same strength as the ones we encountered on our way to City A. At least 90% of the missions I participated in involved bubbles of this type, and that's assuming I'm used to choosing challenging missions. I only encountered bubbles of this strength once or twice before, and as for the kind we just left City C, I never encountered one." Lu Ran nodded, indicating he understood. The 2 men got into the car, no longer paying attention to their surroundings. The armored vehicle ahead slowly and patiently searched for the entrance, and Lu Cheng followed it, just as slowly and patiently, until the armored vehicle ahead suddenly disappeared. Lu Cheng, "Okay, they found it. Everyone hold on tight." As he spoke, he accelerated toward the direction where Qin Muchu's armored vehicle had disappeared. Then he stopped as the world shifted. He casually glanced forward, but the sight that greeted him instantly made his pupils tremble. What the hell? Before them lay a vast army of skeletons, one after another, each one a different shape or form. Just from their bones, one could tell how bizarrely they had looked in life. And the skeletons were all moving. Perhaps startled by their intrusion, rows of them all turned their heads and looked at them. They remained in this looking position for several seconds before suddenly advancing towards them. This strange order, combined with the already bizarre scene, instantly caused Zhou Yin, who was sitting in the back row, to let out a sharp scream. "Ah!" Zhou Yin, so despairing. He shouldn't have been assigned this mission. Chapter 101. Desperate, Zhou Yin huddled in a corner of the back seat, shivering, hoping that closing his eyes and reopening them would reset the instance. Alas, when he opened his eyes, the skeletons and ghosts were still coming towards them. Jian Lang patted his ghost-fearing friend sympathetically. "Why don't you just stay in the car? We can just go and fight." Zhou Yin replied dimly. "No, the team gets the final crystals based on contribution. I'm already here." He closed his eyes, pushed open the car door with trembling hands, and jumped out. It's okay. He consoled himself. After growing giant, these are nothing to him. Lu Ran and Lu Cheng were already in front of the car, and Jian Lang and Zhou Yin approached. None of the muscular man, the man in the suit, Qin Muchu, or the word spirit user in front had the same reaction as Zhou Yin. Their faces were filled with confusion. After all, it was indeed strange. Everyone was prepared to see a pile of pollutants after crashing into the space bubble. The situation now resembled them stumbling straight from the set of Resident Evil into Coco. But confusion aside, the mission remained. The man in the suit stepped out and approached Lu Ran and Jian Lang. "Ahem, the others should already know. I want to emphasize to you too, prioritize avoiding those pollutants that are likely to be the most potent within the bubble. Our goal is to drain the crystals within the bubble completely. These crystals are ours to keep. Take as many as you can. No need to hand them in for redistribution, except for the portion for Liang Ling, since he's responsible for the buffs. Then the final mission reward will be divided proportionally based on how many crystals you captured. Liang Ling's share will also be calculated separately. I think this is a very efficient distribution method. What do you think?" Lu Ran and Jian Lang nodded. "Okay, then, let's get started. Each of you choose a direction. Don't push or fight." Zhou Yin, trembling, wanted to ask, who's pushing and who's fighting? In short, under the guidance of the man in the suit, the mission began very orderly. Liang Ling, the word spirit user, finally spoke up, granting everyone a series of buffs, including increased health, increased attack power, increased mana, increased movement speed, and reduced cooldown. However, as they began their orderly operation, they discovered a major problem. That is, these ghosts don't seem to be susceptible to physical attacks. Qin Muchu frowned as she watched the water stream she had condensed pass through the transparent ghosts without any hindrance. Others besides her encountered the same problem. The man in the suit's ability was alcohol-based, and her situation was essentially identical. After Zhou Yin's enlargement, he was almost as tall as a 3-story building. His slow, step-by-step movements gave Lu Ran and Jiang Lang the illusion of an earthquake within the space bubble. After reaching 3 stories, he could no longer clearly see the skeletons and ghosts beneath his feet, which made him feel relieved. He stomped forward, 1 step at a time, and then suddenly realized. While it was true he couldn't see them, he could still feel them. These ghosts attacked him from under his feet, and he felt a tingling sensation, like a large field of dandelions drifting across his instep. The thought that these dandelions were actually ghosts. He couldn't ignore it at all. He slowly raised his foot and stomped down hard, attempting to crush the strange contaminants. However, the crackling sound of skulls shattering beneath his feet did nothing to dispel the sensation of the floating dandelions. Zhou Yin, He slowly crouched down and saw the intact ghosts attacking him. Even louder than the earthquake Zhou Yin had passively created came from Li Feng's position. He punched the ground, unleashing the energy stored in one of his muscles. The ground cracked with a roar, and the energy rippled through the skeletons, breaking their bones and even creating tiny cracks within them. But the ghosts remained unharmed. Li Feng, Zhou Yin, Li Feng, and the others, having returned to their normal size, realized the problem with this spatial bubble. Qin Muchu felt a headache. If none of them could harm this ghostly contaminant, wouldn't they be trapped in this bubble forever? Luckily, just as her headache began, she noticed that Lu Ran and Jiang Lang were going smoothly. Too smoothly even. They all watched in a daze, as Lu Ran and Jiang Lang's smooth coordination unfolded. Lu Ran first controlled all the contaminants in a certain area in front of him. Taking the suited man's advice seriously, he even moved the contaminant represented by the brightest point of light out of the bubble. While this wasn't necessarily the core of the bubble, he moved it out to prevent accidental damage. After Lu Ran removed the brightest point of contaminant, Jiang Lang sprang into action. The ring of annihilation perfectly covered Lu Ran's control area, instantly wiping out all the contaminants, including those bizarre skeletons and those floating ghosts. The others were stunned. The man in the suit suddenly thought, "This is it. I just told them to divide the work and work together to get what they need, and now I'm asking them to eliminate all the ghostly contaminants. This is a bit awkward." Thankfully, Jiang Lang quickly realized their predicament and ran back while his and Lu Ran's skills were on cooldown. "I just noticed you guys don't seem to be able to attack those ghostly contaminants. So Lu Ran and I will take care of that." The man in the suit had a subtle expression on his face, something like, "This part? Isn't that like asking you to take care of everything?" But he nodded. This was the current situation. Their abilities were ineffective against these ghostly contaminants, and Lu Ran and Jiang Lang's gaming skills were fine, so they had to do it. Liang Ling, just focus on assisting them. The quiet word spirit user nodded and followed Jiang Lang, ghost-like, following behind them, replenishing their buffs at all times. As for the others, while their abilities were largely ineffective against the ghostly pollutants, they were fine against the skeletons. Deciding there was no need to discuss specifics, they dispersed to continue attacking the skulls. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, with Liang Ling silently following behind them, quietly and slowly pushed their way through the bubble. This bubble was enormous, at least 10 times the size of the first one they encountered. Since they were moving entirely on foot, it took a long time to reach the obvious boundary. At this point, only a few skeletons and ghosts remained in the bubble, all of whom Lu Ran had spared because of the brighter light. With that much to go on, Lu Ran felt too lazy to move. Jiang Lang could eliminate them alone, faster, so he returned to the armored vehicle, even opening the door and climbing in, waiting for Jiang Lang to finish and then seamlessly exit the bubble. Lu Ran waited quietly, not even glancing outside. It wasn't until dozens of minutes later, when the bubble remained unchanged, that he belatedly realized something was amiss. He opened the door and exited again, frowning slightly as he looked ahead, quickly locating Jiang Lang's position. From a distance, he saw that Jiang Lang looked a bit lost. Lu Ran quickly approached Jiang Lang. "What's going on?" Jiang Lang turned toward him, a bewildered expression on his face, and said, "Can you help me see if I missed any contaminants? I feel like I cleared them all, so why haven't I left yet?" Lu Ran quickly scanned the bubble in all directions. The bubble was flat and unobstructed, and the boundaries had long been explored. A single glance allowed him to take in everything, and he couldn't see any contaminants that had slipped through his net. A foreboding feeling flashed through Jiang Lang and Lu Ran's minds. Could it be the same spatial bubble situation again? Lu Ran meticulously probed the ground for any contaminants that could be linked to a spiritual connection. No, The soil was ordinary, devoid of any signs of life or spirits. Lu Ran couldn't help but frown. Meditating, the two returned to the armored vehicle, looked at the waiting crowd, and explained the situation in detail. The muscular man froze. What? What? Although he had heard everything Lu Ran and Jiang Lang said clearly, he didn't quite grasp their true meaning. What did it mean that the pollutants had been cleared, but they couldn't escape? Shouldn't the bubble automatically disappear after the pollutants were removed? Jiang Lang scratched his head helplessly. We thought so, but this is the situation now. We encountered something similar before. Even though the pollutants had been completely eliminated, we were still trapped in the bubble and couldn't escape. Then, we discovered that the cleared pollutants had grown back. Lu Ran discovered that these pollutants had formed a symbiotic relationship with the soil surrounding the bubble, directly attacking the soil itself, allowing them to escape. But Lu Ran had just tested it. This bubble is different from the ones we encountered before. The soil itself doesn't. There's no consciousness, and there's no contaminants beneath the ground. Qin Muchu suddenly had a rather indescribable expression. Have you ever encountered so many strange dimensional bubbles? Jiang Lang was stunned for a moment, then scratched his head weakly. Only that one was strange. The dimensional bubbles we encountered later were quite ordinary. I just didn't expect this one to be so strange. The 6 people across from him instantly had indescribable expressions. They had been in City A for a while, and had only taken on a few dimensional bubble missions. Those they had encountered before were all easy to deal with. It was only after they came to City A, hoping to earn crystals, that they encountered so many dimensional bubbles. Before that, they hadn't even known such things existed. But from Jiang Lang's description, he and Lu Ran had simply wandered around and encountered all sorts of strange dimensional bubbles. These two just have such bad luck. Lu Ran, let's observe for a while. We can't see anything yet. The contaminants in the bubble we encountered earlier resurfaced later. We can see if it's similar this time. Qin Muchu and the man in the suit nodded in agreement. The man in the suit then said to Liang Ling, how much food did you bring? We resupply you based on how much you used. Liang Ling was silent for a moment, his eyes blank. Jiang Lang, knowing he was checking his backpack, interrupted, it's okay. I brought plenty of supplies too. If we really can't get out anytime soon, it's okay. I have enough food and everything. Qin Muchu suggested cautiously, perhaps we shouldn't be too optimistic. If we really can't find a way out, 8 people staying in the bubble for over a month or even several months will consume a lot of supplies. You might not have enough. Jiang Lang, don't worry, it's definitely enough. With that, he rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a container. Qin Muchu and the others stared in amazement as a massive shipping container suddenly appeared before them. Then, Jiang Lang cheerfully lowered the back door and waved at them. Come and choose what you want to eat. We probably have to wait. With a hint of hesitation, they stepped onto the back door of the container, which Jiang Lang had lowered to serve as a step. Entering, they discovered that, just as Jiang Lang had described, there was everything. 2 rows of freezers, neatly stacked, looked like they had been transported straight from a supermarket. Everything from vegetables and fruit to meat and seafood to desserts and frozen foods was readily available. Awesome. The muscular man couldn't help but turn around and give Jiang Lang a thumbs up. Everyone's minds instantly relaxed. This amount of food alone was probably enough for them to stay in the bubble for a year. Even if they couldn't leave in the short term, they wouldn't die. In fact, it felt better than living outside anyway. A rather guilty thought flashed through the muscular man's mind. Could he pray that the bubble's problems wouldn't resurface again, allowing him to enjoy Jiang Lang's food for a while longer? Everyone picked out some food. Although Jiang Lang said they could choose whatever they wanted, they still restrained themselves, choosing only relatively uncommon items and almost nothing fresh. The only indulgence they might have had was that everyone grabbed a bottle of iced Coke. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang closed the container's back door again, and then Jiang Lang put it away. The muscular man, clutching a Coke in his left hand and frozen dumplings in his right, couldn't help but sigh. Hey, buddy, why are you still doing missions now that you're all so rich? Your lives are pretty much the same as they were before the apocalypse. Jiang Lang replied sincerely, we always have to balance our income and expenses. Prices in City A are so high, we have to work harder. Everyone, including the muscular man, responded, Chapter 102. The bubble didn't distinguish between day and night, and it was already somewhat dim due to the limited space. So even though the watch indicated 6 hours had passed, the light inside remained the same. But it was time for them to eat. Lu Ran had no intention of revealing the presence of the hellfire, and there was no need for him to do so. The team was already very familiar with outdoor fires. Liang Ling silently pulled a pile of firewood from his backpack, then a pile of dried, unidentified fibrous contaminants, and then a pot. The man in the suit sprinkled some alcohol on it, and Liang Ling finally took out a lighter to light it. Qin Muchu also poured water into the pot, cooking one pot at a time. The muscular man chose dumplings, which cooked the fastest and cleanest, with almost no need to wash the pot, so he went first. After finishing his dumplings, Liang Ling made a pot of noodles for himself. After washing the pot, it was the suited man's turn, along with Qin Muchu, Lu Chenghuyan, and the others. They all chose a hot pot base, and each took their desired ingredients. Seeing they were planning on a large, simmered hot pot, Lu Ran and Jiang Lang also grabbed some ingredients, not bothering to think before joining in. The result was a hodgepodge of hot pot. Afterward, the suited man had planned to organize a campfire chat, but the meal took so long that by the time Jiang Lang had finished the last shrimp dumpling, the firewood was almost gone. So, the suited man reluctantly gave up his organizational desire and, regretfully, dismissed everyone. The armored vehicle's interior wasn't exactly comfortable, but for those who had survived the apocalypse for so long, simply having a place to sleep was considered a good thing. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang had originally planned to take out their tents, but considering the armored vehicle's built-in protection, even if there were a sudden attack from contaminants in the middle of the night, the armored vehicle itself would serve as a defensive line. Sleeping in a tent would require someone to keep watch, so they gave up and simply covered themselves with a blanket in the back seat of the armored vehicle and went to sleep. It must have been around midnight. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang suddenly opened their eyes. A rustling sound came from outside. Lu Ran pulled back the blanket and pushed open the car door. Jiang Lang rubbed his eyes and followed him down. Then, they saw a large group of skeletons and ghosts slowly emerging from the ground. Lu Ran, Jiang Lang, What a strong sense of déjà vu. Even those vines had to grow from seedlings. These skeletons, on the other hand, emerged from the ground in their full form. The others following them down. What a perverted space bubble. That's outrageous. Isn't the respawning ability too much? I almost thought these skeletons and ghosts were the players, the muscular man asked, bewildered. What now? Fight them again? The others didn't answer. They didn't really think it would be useful. They felt like if they fought them again, they'd just respawn after a night. But they had no better ideas than to fight them again, so they simply remained silent. Until Lu Ran spoke, it's probably useless. Then he continued, these ghost-like contaminants can be controlled and damaged by Jiang Lang and my skills. They might be similar to the undead in the game. If there's any similarity, their weaknesses are probably the same. They can't last long in strong sunlight, and if the necromancer controlling them disappears, they lose their basis for existence. Qin Muchu, but there's no sun in the bubble, and we haven't seen any necromancers. Or anything like that. You already killed every living thing here. Lu Ran, yes. He looked up. Then he asked Zhou, how big can you grow? Zhou, ? He answered honestly, about 15 meters? Lu Ran, that's about enough to reach the rock wall above. While the surrounding rock walls are impenetrable due to the barrier, maybe the one above can. Let's try to break it. The others discussed it, and agreed that this was at least a possible approach. So, they began discussing how to break the rock wall once Zhou reached the top. Zhou first used his supernatural power to its fullest, growing to 15 meters in full view of everyone. Then, he raised his hand, and everyone below observed how far his arm was from the top rock wall, and confirmed that there seemed to be no air wall above. Perhaps I could try using my powers on Zhou? Qin Muchu first suggested a possibility. Her water-based powers had a wide range. While it wouldn't be possible to directly strike the rock face from the ground, using Zhou as a platform might be possible. Lu Chung pulled a rocket launcher from the back of the armored vehicle. Sister Qin, take this. If nothing works, try this. But be careful, and don't use it unless absolutely necessary. After all, if I can't break through and it hurts you, it's bad. Qin Muchu took the rocket launcher and nodded. Okay, after I go up there, you should all stay away. If I really need to use the rocket launcher, you'd be in danger if it falls back. I definitely choose the right angle, but you should still be careful. Everyone understood. So Zhou shrank to about the height of a floor, crouched down, and let Qin Muchu stand on his palm. The others moved away. Then Zhou returned to his full height and raised his hand. Qin Muchu glanced down. 15 meters high, with no safety measures, and Zhou Yin's hand still unsteady. It was a bit shaky. Even if Zhou Yin's hand wasn't shaking, his palm wasn't a stable place for a person to stand on. All in all, Qin Muchu couldn't help but take a deep breath and focus her attention on the ceiling, still a long way off. She first attacked with her supernatural power. Unfortunately, the water jet she condensed couldn't maintain its impact at such a distance. But at least, she had verified that the ceiling was touchable, with no air barrier in between. She could use the rocket launcher to violently blast it open. Qin Muchu took a deep breath, stepped back a few steps, and adjusted her angle. Then, boom, boom, 2 rounds fired, and a massive hole was blasted through the ceiling. Qin Muchu instantly cheered up. Zhou Yin, however, tried hard to control his physiological reactions, not to be moved by the falling debris, and remained obediently on the humanoid platform. Qin Muchu aimed again at the target he had just made. Boom! Another round. This time, the rock face above was completely blasted open. Qin Muchu excitedly dropped the rocket launcher and ran forward, looking towards the massive hole, but when she could actually see what was behind the hole, her expression froze. Beyond the rock wall, there was another rock wall. Qin Muchu was momentarily annoyed. Was this space bubble sick? Growing onions here? And that other rock wall was clearly too far away. Not to mention her special abilities, it was probably beyond the range of this rocket launcher, and it was hard to say if there was a wall of air in between. She wasn't the only one who saw the aftermath of the massive hole Qin Muchu had blasted. Zhou Yin, obediently serving as a humanoid platform, said, This effort, despite being hit by a slab of rubble, was completely worthless. The crowd below was speechless. It was as if the space bubble structure knew its weaknesses, and had preemptively avoided them. Zhou Yin reluctantly shrank back to the height of a building, set Qin Muchu down on the ground, and then returned to full size. Zhou Yin blinked his eyes. What should we do now? Everyone looked at Lu Ran. They seemed to have become accustomed to listening to Lu Ran's opinions, and letting him make the decisions. This time, Lu Ran couldn't come up with an idea. He was silent for a moment, then spoke calmly. It seems we hit a dead end. His tone was as calm as if he were saying, let's have hot pot tonight, and therefore all the more despairing. Fortunately, they weren't going to starve to death anytime soon, so they might as well be desperate for a while. Jiang Lang, in that case, you all should go back to sleep. Lu Ran and I will clean up the contamination. Let's help too. No need. Our attacks are all area-based anyway. The others had to admit that Jiang Lang was right. Qin Muchu had originally thought that her abilities, and Kupingxin's wine-related abilities, could both be used defensively. As long as they took turns keeping watch, there would be no need to clean up the pollutants, only to defend. However, she immediately realized the huge flaw in her thinking. Her abilities couldn't attack these ghostly pollutants, so naturally, they couldn't defend against them. The same was true for Kupingxin's abilities. She sighed. She hadn't expected this mission to be so bizarre. If she had known, she shouldn't have given the team this mission. Now, 2 newcomers joining Midway had to work so hard. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, on the other hand, didn't find it difficult at all. They were already accustomed to pushing through all kinds of pollutants, and these new pollutants, along with their crystals, could be used as spawning points for recurring monsters. In a game, it would be a perfect leveling point. But this also meant that the pollutants that had disappeared before were indeed gone. This space bubble was truly strange. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang cleared the entire bubble of pollutants, like skilled workers, and went back to sleep. It was the same after that. Everyone woke up day after day, went to Jiang Lang's container to select the day's supplies, lit a fire, cooked, ate, discussed various possible escape routes, ate again, and then slept again, with Lu Ran and Jiang Lang's monster killing interspersed in between. In the blink of an eye, almost a week had passed. The possible solutions they proposed during meals gradually became more sci-fi, and the situation showed no improvement. Just when everyone was secretly beginning to wonder if they would have to spend the rest of their lives in this space bubble. And whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. If Jiang Lang could always provide supplies, it seemed like they would be taking advantage. Then things took a turn. That day, Lu Ran and Jiang Lang huddled together in the back seat of the car, sleeping as usual. Then a rustling sound came from outside. Jiang Lang rubbed his eyes and complained, again. And couldn't these ghosts and skeletons respawn at a fixed time? Every day, they respawned at strange times. He and Lu Ran couldn't even develop a biological clock. Many times, they suddenly start fighting monsters in the middle of a meal. Being woken from sleep had become commonplace. He internally complained as he flung back the blankets, preparing for battle. Then, he froze. Because looking out the car window, What was going on outside? Jiang Lang stared blankly out the window. The sky was bright, the familiar red sun casting its familiar light. The vast expanse of the surrounding landscape clearly indicated they had left the bubble. Jiang Lang? ? He quickly shook Lu Ran awake, then called out to Lu Cheng and Zhou Yin in the front seat, then went to wake up everyone in the other car. Everyone stood beside the car, bewildered, looking at the familiar area where they had entered the bubble. But how did they get out? No one could figure this out. Could it be that the bubble could only produce so much undead and skeleton contaminants, and now that the quantity had been reached, the bubble had vanished? But that didn't make sense. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang were also asleep. They definitely hadn't gone to eliminate the last batch of contaminants. So what had happened? Where was the bubble? Where was their bubble, so large? While successfully escaping was great, everyone's faces were filled with confusion. Then, they suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, what's that? Lu Cheng suddenly pointed in one direction. Everyone looked in that direction, and then, they saw a ghost floating among the rocks and the jungle. Everyone's eyes widened instantly. This thing couldn't have escaped from the space bubble? Zhou Yin said tremblingly, the fear in his voice barely concealed. After discovering this ghost, they noticed more ghosts and skeletons. One after another, scattered in all directions. The man in the suit's face suddenly turned serious. We have to get back to Cydia quickly to report this situation and alert everyone. What if it's all over? He didn't say it out loud, but everyone present imagined the catastrophic outcome. Their team was considered one of the strongest in City A, otherwise, they wouldn't have been so confident in taking on the space bubble mission. They could live among a pool of pollutants without worry, but the other psychics in City A might not be able to withstand such an attack. The 8 men quickly returned to their respective armored vehicles and sped toward City A, ready to report on the strange bubble and warn everyone to beware of a siege. The 2 armored vehicles raced frantically along the empty highway, their tires scraping against the ground. Occasionally, they took shortcuts off pavement roads, ensuring they could reach City A as quickly as possible. After a series of shrill tire scrapes, the suited man and Qin Muchu immediately jumped out and headed back to the office building, ready to report on this mission, which was more of a disaster than a failure. But if you think about it, even if they hadn't accepted the mission, the bubble would still likely have naturally dissipated, releasing pollutants. Then, with Cydia completely unaware, things might have been even worse. Accepting the mission at least gave everyone a certain information advantage. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. The 2 men walked into the office building with serious expressions and addressed the receptionist, who was responsible for recording and relaying messages. The receptionist, who usually wore an impatient, even sleepy, expression, as if he simply didn't want to do this job, unusually straightened his back and stood up with a serious expression, looking almost intimidating. With this terrifying aura, he questioned the man in the suit and Qin Muchu for a few words, then quickly left. Outside the office building, the rest of the team stood beside the armored vehicle. The muscular man and Zhou Yin weren't the type to conceal their emotions. Their anxiety and worry were clearly visible on their faces. Lu Cheng was slightly better, though his brows were deeply furrowed. Lu Ran, unsure of what he was thinking, stood calmly, seemingly lost in thought. The other person whose thoughts were unclear was Liang Ling. This silent word spirit user remained silent, his expression revealing no emotion. Jiang Lang was also in a daze, his thoughts wandering all over the place until a thought finally returned. Were he and Lu Ran going to have to fight another base defense battle? He was now beginning to wonder if it was just bad luck on top of bad luck that led to this situation. Thinking about it, it was quite possible. What kind of things had he and Lu Ran experienced along the way? City C was relatively normal, a place of blood and gore. They had simply ventured into this realm of death. But just after leaving City C, they encountered the most outrageous and powerful spatial bubble he had ever seen. Then, just as they arrived in City Q, they encountered the coastal community being besieged by replicating rats. And now, he seriously wondered if it was just their bad luck that had led to this disaster in City A. But before he could even begin to reason, Qin Muchu and the man in the suit emerged from the office building. Lu Cheng, who had been leaning against the armored vehicle, frowning in thought, stood up and asked, "What do you mean?" "We fulfilled our obligation to inform you. The rest depends on the situation. There's nothing we can do." And so the armored vehicle team dispersed. After that, Lu Ran and Jiang Lang basically stopped accepting missions. Partly because they already earned too many crystals within the undead and skeleton bubble. And while the mission was technically a disaster, the bubble had vanished, and they completed the exploration mission, so the mission rewards were still distributed. As the primary contributors to the mission, they received the majority of the 700 crystals. For the time being, they probably wouldn't have to worry about earning crystals anymore. Partly because they needed to stay within the A city base as much as possible to prepare for any potential undead and skeleton attacks. Jiang Lang, in particular, still silently wondered if he'd been unlucky enough to bring disaster to City A. He remained vigilant every day, patrolling the outskirts of City A to see if any skeleton or undead armies were attacking the city. But after nearly 10 days of patrolling, the imagined scene of a horde of skeletons and undead descending upon the city still hadn't materialized. The rest of the armored vehicle team was also a bit bewildered. How could they have remained on high alert for so many days without incident? City A was clearly the most populated area nearby, and the sudden influx of pollutants would undoubtedly be headed towards it. Where were the people? Oh no, where were the ghosts? The delayed attack had caused everyone's vigilance and alertness to slacken. City A, already on edge, couldn't maintain its tense state forever, so most people relaxed. Those who loved to socialize continued to do so, while those who wanted to undertake missions continued to do so. Jiang Lang and Lu Ran, however, hadn't left their posts at all, continuing their diligent daily patrols for the rest of City A. And then, they suddenly saw a familiar figure. Huh? Jiang Lang tugged at Lu Ran, motioning him to look in a certain direction. Lu Ran turned his head, and saw a seemingly ordinary young man. He quickly scanned him, unable to discern anything remarkable. His appearance, clothing, and movements all seemed perfectly ordinary. So he asked, "What's wrong with this guy?" Jiang Lang, "We rescued him in City C." Even with this hint, Lu Ran scanned him again, finally connecting the figure with his experiences in City C. Oh, that nerd, the one lamenting why he didn't play Divine Domain. Jiang Lang excitedly pulled Lu Ran towards him. "Hey!" His sudden greeting startled the nerd, nearly jumping up and down. He spun around in terror, his eyes suddenly lighting up with excitement. "Boss! What are you doing here?" Chapter 103. Jiang Lang slapped him hard and asked, "Why are you here?" To be honest, he had thought the otaku they rescued earlier was dead. Because nearly everyone in City C had gathered together later, leaving under Lu Han's protection and Lu Ya's guidance. Those who weren't there were probably the superpowered people they rescued earlier or who escaped on their own, having long since left the squalid landscape of City C to seek their own fortunes. Since this otaku had no superpowers, Jiang Lang assumed he perished at the hands of some contaminant. So, upon discovering he was still alive, Jiang Lang was genuinely excited. The otaku, struck hard by Jiang Lang's blow, showed no reaction. He continued excitedly, "After you guys rescued me, I decided, City C isn't a good place to stay for long. It's too crowded, and more people means more monsters. No matter how I think about it, I'm going to die miserably. So I fled at lightning speed. The journey was incredibly bumpy, but I finally found a place like City A place of order. And then I became a homebody again. I recently heard there might be a large amount of pollutants nearby, so I came out to check and see if I should move to a new base." Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, No wonder they only just seen this familiar person after being in City A for so long. Turns out he's also a homebody in City A. Still, it's strange. Jiang Lang, it must have been a tough trip from City C to City A. How did you avoid all that pollution? The otaku suddenly let out of him. He then glanced furtively around, confirming that no one was around before suddenly approaching Lu Ran and Jiang Lang. He then whispered, "Actually, it's like this. Hey guys, didn't you say that your skills were automatically acquired by playing Divine Domain? Although I never played Divine Domain, after you left I remembered that I bought a Divine Domain design book. I didn't read it at the time, I just thought the art was beautiful. I didn't read it after I bought it, but I digress. Anyway, after you left, I dug out that design book. Luckily I still have it. Then I started looking into the settings for class transfers, the process for joining various churches, and the methods for offering faith to various gods. Most of them aren't feasible, because they require all sorts of random things that clearly don't exist in the real world. But I discovered that becoming a flesh warrior requires almost no mediation, just a test of endurance. The setting book states that to become a flesh warrior, you must undergo 3 procedures, verifying your ability to endure physical pain, pain in the flesh, and pain deep into your bones. Literally. Pain. While maintaining your faith in the Queen Mother throughout the entire process. I think so. It's totally worth a try. Lu Ran, Jiang Lang, ? It doesn't sound like totally worth a try at all. A flicker of confusion crossed their faces. But anyway, Otaku is someone with a keen experimental spirit, a deep yearning for supernatural powers, and someone who truly and sincerely believes in the Queen Mother for such a reason, and who actually passed a seemingly absurd test. The otaku scratched his head. So I switched to a flesh warrior. While I didn't have any equipment or a backpack, at least I had skills, and didn't have to worry about being contaminated by pollutants. Luckily, on my way from City C to City A, the pollutants I encountered were mostly isolated, so I barely made it through. After all, I felt it was pure luck. I found a place to stay in the city center. After all, there are more psychics living in the city center, and they generally protect the environment, meaning they kill any pollutants they see. Anyway, since life's been pretty comfortable, I've been staying at home. I'm also a bit hesitant to go out. Even though I chose Flesh Warrior as my special ability, what if someone asks me about my equipment? If I say it was stolen, wouldn't that make me look even more incompetent? Then, they probably want to beat me up and steal my stuff even more. Jian Lang, have you considered releasing a method for ordinary people to become Flesh Warriors? Jian Lang's words brought the otaku back to his senses. The otaku glanced around furtively again, then whispered bitterly, "Of course I thought about it. You two, the two of you, were so kind and saved my life, so of course I want to do something, give back to society? Or something like that. But I don't dare." Same thing, if I tell people that ordinary people can transform into flesh warriors through a ritual, and they see, you're a flesh warrior without any gaming gear. You're definitely a pushover. I'm going to squeeze you. So I'm so worried. I'm both. I want to find a loudspeaker to announce to everyone that ordinary people can become gamers, but I don't dare. I'm such a coward. The otaku honestly analyzed his own cowardice, then suddenly had an idea. Why don't you guys go tell everyone else? Yeah. It's safe for you to go. No one knows where I am anyway. I just stay home, and no one will know what my specific job is. That's right. That's it. Come on, I get you the design book for Divine Domain. The otaku brother instantly became excited. He grabbed Jian Lang. He didn't dare grab Lu Ran, and headed towards his residence in City A. Where is it? Where is it? Oh my god, I took all my comics, art collections, and novels with me when I drove from City C, otherwise, what's the point of living? Hey, I found it. The otaku brother excitedly held up a super thick art collection. The familiar cover reminded Lu Ran and Jian Lang of the official website for Divine Domain. The otaku quickly flipped to the Flesh Warrior job transfer settings page. I cut this page out for you. The character design shouldn't have any impact on the spread, so I cut it out too. I'm keeping it. Lu Ran and Jian Lang, okay. The otaku carefully cut out the smallest section of the Flesh Warrior job transfer settings, a flicker of heartache in his eyes. He spent 300 yuan on the hardcover settings book. Forget it. Forget it. Saving humanity is more important. Heavy with grief, he reluctantly handed the paper to Jian Lang and Lu Ran. Lu Ran moved closer, took it, and glanced at it. Jian Lang suddenly turned serious. On behalf of all the ordinary people who might benefit from this, I thank you. The otaku waved his hand. It's okay. As long as they don't secretly curse me for not bringing it out sooner. After that, Lu Ran and Jian Lang returned to the familiar office building with this precious settings book. The familiar receptionist raised his head impatiently. Are you exchanging supplies or accepting quests? Lu Ran, we saw earlier that we can provide you with supplies, right? The receptionist's attitude instantly improved. Yes, what supplies would you two like to submit? His face, which always looked harsh and irritable, forced a smile typical of the service industry. Supplies in City A are very expensive, and the exchange rate for crystals for submitting supplies is exactly the same as the exchange rate for crystals for supplies. This means that City A makes absolutely no profit from collecting supplies, let alone reselling them. Even so, they treat anyone willing to submit supplies with a friendly attitude, as few are willing to resell them. Most of City A's supplies come from other sources. Lu Ran held out a piece of paper. The receptionist took the paper from him, somewhat bewildered. What kind of supplies are these? He lowered his head and read. It looked like a setting for the game Divine Domain, perhaps ripped from a setting book. And then what? This is the class change method for a flesh warrior. Receptionist, I see. Lu Ran, no you didn't. What we mean is, this is the real-life method for changing to a flesh warrior. The receptionist was stunned. For a moment, he thought he might not have understood or heard clearly what the other person was saying. Then the meaning of the sentence belatedly entered his mind. And then it exploded. What? What do you mean? Lu Ran, It's literally what it says. If ordinary people are willing to follow it, they can also change to a flesh warrior using the method in the game, that is, the method on this piece of paper. Perhaps even psychics can do it, but we don't know. So far, only one person without psychics has succeeded. Receptionist, shocking. Receptionist, someone actually succeeded? Lou ran. Well, he doesn't want to reveal his identity. Perhaps you can understand why. But we can guarantee that this method is indeed effective, and it's already been tried. The receptionist couldn't contain his shock. He glanced at the paper in his hand again, though it was now much more than just a piece of paper in his eyes. Then he stammered again. How many crystals do you want to exchange? Honestly, he thought they could exchange as many as they wanted, because once the base had a way to turn ordinary people into players, any crystals would be earned, and there would be plenty of people willing to exchange for this method. He also subconsciously felt that these two people were too unprepared. Such an important thing was handed right under his nose. He had just glanced at it, and had already memorized all the key details. Although he and City A would definitely not keep the money for themselves, he still felt that these two people's awareness of the situation was a bit too low. 5,000 crystals. The receptionist was about to stand up and angrily scold him for asking for too much. Even if this method was truly rare and worth the high price, 5,000 crystals was too much. Did he think crystals were coins? We give you 5,000 crystals, but I need you to announce this method to everyone, not just everyone in City A. I know you must have your own communication channels, whether it's issuing missions or reporting on mission results. You should be connected to other bases to spread this information to all of them. The receptionist was stunned again. Are you sure you want to announce this method to everyone? And it will cost. Lou Ran frowned in confusion. Wasn't I clear enough? No. Absolutely clear. The receptionist shook his head repeatedly. He sat down again and took out a pen and paper. Okay, 5,000 crystals in exchange for the method to become a flesh warrior. Okay, it will be implemented starting tomorrow. Do you have any other requests? Lou Ran and Jiang Lang exchanged a glance. No more. And here are 5,000 crystals. As soon as Lou Ran finished speaking, Jiang Lang immediately pulled several boxes from his backpack. Then, they landed on the table with a thud. 500 crystals per box, 10 boxes total. Would you like to order them here? The receptionist opened the top box and nearly had a panic attack at the densely packed crystals. He took a quick look and confirmed that all 10 boxes were indeed filled with crystals. No, I'm sure it'd be fine. Nonsense. These two were so wealthy they were just giving away a method to turn ordinary people into gamers. They certainly wouldn't be stingy with a few crystals. Chapter 104. After securing publicity for the Otaku's promotional method for the Flesh Warrior class change, Lou Ran and Jiang Lang emerged from the office building, unhurried. As they emerged, they bumped into familiar faces. Huh? Lu Chung, Zhou Yin. Jiang Lang excitedly waved to his two former comrades. His greeting instantly caused the two men, who had been talking with their heads down, to turn. Lu Cheng's eyes also gleamed with excitement. Hello, are you guys here to take on missions too? He was addressing Lou Ran as he spoke. Lou Ran, feeling it would be impolite not to respond, shook his head. Jiang Lang, no, I'm not planning on taking on missions just yet. What about you guys? Zhou Yin sighed. We can't not take on missions. If we don't, we starve to death. He glanced at Jiang Lang dimly. You too, rich brother, won't understand. Jiang Lang scratched his head and chuckled. Lu Chung was still trying to strike up a conversation with Lou Ran, even though Lou Ran hadn't uttered a single word yet. I still haven't seen the pollutants from that space bubble. Where do you think they might have gone? Lou Ran pondered for a moment. It's hard to say, but it doesn't look like they'd be coming to City A anytime soon. When you're out on missions, maybe keep an eye out for similar pollutants nearby. Lu Cheng's eyes lit up immediately, and he smiled, his rosy eyes curved. Okay, if I see any signs, I'll let you know immediately. Lou Ran nodded, and Jiang Lang nodded earnestly beside him. Okay. I'm counting on you. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Chung then looked at Jiang Lang and smiled. It's just a small favor. The four people, in two groups, briefly exchanged information. Those who needed to move forward, while those who needed to leave left. Jiang Lang, having just reached for his car keys, suddenly said, Wait, I go check the market price of Coke. Jiang Lang said seriously, It's time to restock the Coke. Lou Ran, He didn't say anything else and got into the passenger seat. Jiang Lang rushed to the office building at lightning speed. Before he could even get inside, he heard Lu Cheng and Zhou Yin's voices emanating from inside. What's wrong with you? You only like to chase after those who are already in love? What do you mean? It's just that the people I want to pursue happen to be in relationships. They seem quite affectionate, so don't interfere. Their voices were light and airy, as if coming from far away, and they were clearly speaking in hushed tones. Look, you're a man. Even if I drank 10 bottles of Coke, Jian Lang, I'm going to stop you from stealing someone's girlfriend. I'm here, and I won't let you get even close to that young couple. Jian Lang froze mid-step. Huh? Wait, who's a couple? When he first heard Lu Cheng and Zhou Yin's conversation, the only thought that crossed his mind was, I didn't realize Lu Cheng was into married women. But, wait. Lu Cheng wants Lu Ran? Wait. They think he and Lu Ran are a couple? For a moment, he didn't know where to startle. Wait. No wonder Zhou Yin used the term taken. Wait, Lu Cheng had been talking to Lu Ran. Lu Cheng and Zhou Yin completed their mission with a clear purpose, then turned and bumped into a dazed Jian Lang. Zhou Yin's eyes widened instantly, the thought it's over flashing through his mind. Lu Cheng, on the other hand, had a positive attitude. It wasn't the first time he tried to steal someone's girl in front of others. His special ability was teleportation. If he couldn't beat her, could he still run away? Zhou Yin, terrified, cautiously asked Jian Lang, How much did you hear? Listen to me, buddy. My buddy does have a bit of a problem with being a mistress, but trust me, I definitely keep him in check. Jian Lang, wait. Zhou Yin, anyway, don't worry. And look how rude Lu Ran is to him. Don't worry. This guy has absolutely no chance of stealing your girl. Jian Lang quickly waved his hands. Wait. Lu Ran and I are not a couple. Lu Cheng's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Then he immediately turned to Zhou Yin with a smile. See, I told you, they look like a pure brotherly relationship. There's no moral issue with me pursuing someone now, right? You're such a troublemaker, acting like a prude even in the apocalypse. Jian Lang, wait. Lu Ran doesn't like boys. And by the way, I'm also straight. Although you probably don't care. Now both Lu Cheng and Zhou Yin looked at him. Zhou Yin asked cautiously, Are you sure? Lu Cheng was much more blunt. The day we returned from our space trip, Susan was just coming out of the office building and wandered past us. She didn't even blink when she swam in front of him. I'm sure he's not straight. Jian Lang looked bewildered. Who's Susan? Lu Cheng, didn't you see that beautiful woman with curvaceous features, looking like a celebrity, walk out of the office building the other day? He and Zhou Yin both shared an indescribable expression. Man, you're really not that straight. Jian Lang dug hard at his memories, but after spending so much time with Lu Ran, he lost track of his surroundings. Besides, this was the end of the world. Constantly focusing on the surroundings would lead to nervous breakdown. He felt his reasoning was sound. Well, you don't know Lu Ran. He's the type of person who barely notices the outside world. He trailed off under the gaze of the two men opposite him. Okay, maybe Lu Ran doesn't really like girls. But he doesn't like boys either. Lu Ran, he just doesn't like anyone. The questioning looks from the two men across from him gradually turned to curiosity, and his voice trailed off again. How did he know Lu Ran didn't like anyone? Indeed, Lu Ran had always been ruthless to any suitor since childhood. The number of people he rejected from childhood could form a company, and the number of people he ignored despite not being rejected could form a battalion. He never found it strange before. After all, they were in school. Lu Ran was an orphan, needing a scholarship to survive, and he had to get into a good university to ensure a stable and comfortable life. So, he definitely wouldn't have the heart to fall in love too soon. It would only delay his studies, but now they weren't in school anymore. Even now, it was the apocalypse. The apocalypse. In the apocalypse, even those who were originally focused on their careers and had no interest in love would find a partner, or at least a temporary one. After all, in a world where there was no tomorrow, many people went from long-term planning to instant gratification. Besides, the pressure of survival is so great that one always needs someone to talk to. Even if there's no need to talk, having someone nearby is good. It helps one avoid the illusion of being the only living being on Earth. Many people seek out partners to combat the loneliness that descends upon them like the night. After all, that loneliness is so overwhelming that it can only be alleviated by external forces. But Lu Ran doesn't need companionship. Aren't they always together? But there's a difference between friends and lovers. What if Lu Ran ever decides he wants a relationship? Jian Lang imagined the scene. Lu Ran accompanied by a delicate, adorable girl. And Lu Ran looking at her tenderly. Shit! I can't imagine it. This is so out of place. He couldn't imagine Lu Ran looking at anyone tenderly. No, even if Lu Ran wanted a relationship, he definitely wouldn't be the one to coax them. So girls, pass. And those guys who haven't been in a relationship and don't know how to coax people, pass. Lu Ran doesn't have the time to worry about their feelings. This guy. Also a pass. He had thought Lu Chung was a decent comrade, but comrades are one thing, and he looked like a seasoned lover, not a good match. Pass, but he didn't have to worry too much. Lu Ran didn't talk to anyone. Even he had only been accepted as a friend because he was so bad at reading people's minds and kept hanging around Lu Ran. Others either had too high egos or were too self-conscious. They probably wouldn't be able to withstand Lu Ran for even a single round and would run away, just like those people who wanted to pursue Lu Ran before the apocalypse. I despise these people. Didn't they say they wanted to pursue Lu Ran? How could they not even stand his indifference? I despise them. But everyone says that once a person falls in love, they become a completely different person, completely losing their minds and rationality. What if Lu Ran falls in love with someone someday? Maybe he drop all his coldness and treat them well, even show them meticulous care. It's terrifying. Just imagining it sent a wave of fear down Jiang Lang's spine. In short, Lu Ran just doesn't like anyone. Jiang Lang quickly cut through all the terrifying fantasies in his mind, leaving these words behind and hurriedly leaving. He returned to his and Lu Ran's car, feeling shattered. He sat down, staring at the steering wheel, lost in thought. Lu Ran casually leaned against the car window, watching him get in. He asked, "How's it going? How did you get the coke?" Jiang Lang sat in the driver's seat, stunned. After Lu Ran finished asking, he suddenly turned his head 5 or 6 seconds later. What? Lu Ran raised an eyebrow. Didn't you go ask how to get the coke in City A? So how many crystals are needed for a case of coke? Jiang Lang, oh, I forgot to ask. Lu Ran, ? He was a little confused. Wasn't that the only thing Jiang Lang had to do when he got back? How could he have forgotten? He straightened up slightly, his expression becoming more serious. Are you okay? Jiang Lang turned and saw Lu Ran's face just a fraction away from him. He instantly shouted, I'm fine. Lu Ran, ? But Jiang Lang did quickly regain his composure and drove back to their residence. Lu Ran didn't dwell on this strange incident anymore, just dismissing it as a case of Jiang Lang going crazy. After returning to their small apartment, Jiang Lang sat down on the sofa and pondered for a while with a dull look in his eyes. Then he pulled out a bag of lemon-flavored potato chips, a bottle of Coke, and a tub of Family Mart ice cream from his backpack. Lu Ran, ? What day? Eating so extravagantly. Although they had ample supplies, Jiang Lang, after all, was completely swayed by apocalyptic thinking. He ate frugally most of the time, constantly planning for the countless years ahead. It was rare for him to bombard himself with junk food like this. Jiang Lang raised his head gloomily. I'm a bit shocked. Lu Ran shrugged. Okay, how about hot pot tonight? Jiang Lang nodded. Yes. Lu Ran went to the backyard and picked out some fresh ingredients, deciding to cook an exceptional hot pot today. He also picked out a watermelon, intending to squeeze some juice for Jiang Lang. Although he still didn't understand, Jiang Lang had just gone to ask about the price of Coke, so why did he come back so stunned? Hellfire, hey! Why are you asking me to cook again? Lu Ran replied calmly, because the pollutants are too weak to bother you. Hellfire, Fine, never mind. It's these insects that are so weak. Lu Ran used Hellfire to boil the hot pot base, and began to toss in the ingredients. Finally, he moved both the pot and the fire to the living room. Jiang Lang, drawn in by the fragrant hot pot aroma, quickly jumped off the sofa and prepared to eat. After the meal, Lu Ran observed Jiang Lang's expression, confirming that whatever had been weighing on his mind had been dispelled by the hot pot, watermelon juice, cola, and ice cream. He felt he had done all the comforting he needed to, and it was clearly effective. I'm going to bed. You wash the dishes. Jiang Lang, without even looking up, buried his head in his bowl, gestured okay with his hand, and continued to eat. After finishing his meal, Jiang Lang meticulously washed the pot, then went into the bedroom to prepare for bed. Lu Ran was already asleep. His clear, steady breathing could be heard from the bed. Jiang Lang carefully minimized his footsteps and lay down on the mat beside the bed. But even though he was lying down, and it was his usual bedtime, he felt no sleep at all. It was all Lu Chung and Zhou Yin's fault. Such a huge bombshell dropped at his head. When he thought that Lu Ren might have a partner in the future, he wondered. What he was thinking? He didn't know. If Lu Ren had a partner, would he have to accompany her regularly? Wouldn't they always be together? Or if he was lucky, his partner wouldn't mind him being a third wheel. But that would be different. He'd have to consider one more person when speaking. He imagined the situation. For example, if he wanted to tell a funny story, if it were just him and Lu Ren, he could just say whatever came to his mind, because Lu Ren knew most of his thought processes and his experiences. Even if he talked haphazardly, Lu Ren would still understand what he was talking about. But if there were more people present, including Lu Ren's partner, he'd have to organize his words. Or even worse, he'd have to explain his joke to his partner. Jiang Lang couldn't help but turn over anxiously. What then? There were more than just the two of them talking, and this was just the basics. What if Lu Ren didn't want him to drive anymore? He had always been Lu Ren's driver. He was a very good driver. He'd brake so smoothly that Lu Ren wouldn't even wake up from his sleep. What if he found someone who couldn't drive? What if the other person braked and woke Lu Ren? Lu Ren was already grouchy when she woke up, so was he going to have to endure his grouchiness for his partner? Even worse, what if he found someone who couldn't drive? Would Lu Ren have to drive for that person? No, he couldn't help but turn over again. And when he and Lu Ren had chosen their classes, skills, and equipment, they considered the two of them. What if Lu Ren's partner wanted him to go it alone with him? Oh, that wasn't a problem. Lu Ren now had the Hellfire ability, a large-scale attack. But he was still unhappy. He was used to Lu Ren controlling him and him attacking. He felt a wave of discomfort all over his body, as soon as he thought that Lu Ren no longer had any use for him. He turned over again. There was something even more terrifying. What if Lu Ren found someone who didn't like him? What if he told Lu Ren, "I don't like you as a friend. Please stop hanging out with him"? Jiang Lang felt like the sky was falling just thinking about that scene. Jiang Lang tossed and turned, unable to sleep. No! He had to keep an eye on everyone who might be pursuing Lu Ren. Keep them away from him. Lu Ren was truly annoyed by Jiang Lang's tossing and turning. Are you having insomnia? Jiang Lang then noticed that Lu Ren had woken up at some point, leaning on his arm and looking down at him from the bed. Jiang Lang, a little bit. Lu Ren, worried about whether the base can spread the word about the Flesh Warriors class change. Jiang Lang, so, sort of? Lu Ren had grown up with Jiang Lang and knew how bad he was at lying. Seeing his eyes drifting off to the horizon, he frowned. What are you worried about? Jiang Lang straightened up instantly. He was silent for a moment, then decided to tell the truth. He really wanted to know the answer. Lu Ren. Are you looking for a partner? Lu Ren, ? A flicker of confusion crossed his face. He thought about all the things Jiang Lang might be worried about, but he hadn't expected Jiang Lang to ask such a question. Lu Ren, why did you suddenly think of this? Jiang Lang hesitated for a moment, then decided to tell the truth. Today, when I was returning to the office, I overheard Lu Cheng and Zhou Yin chatting, and Lu Cheng said he wanted to pursue you. Lu Ren, ? He briefly recalled his interactions with Lu Cheng. Oh, no wonder he was always making small talk. Jiang Lang, so, are you looking for a partner? Lu Ren, I'm free. Jiang Lang pointed out bluntly. It's the end of the world, everyone's got a lot of free time. Many people really are looking for a partner, because they have nothing to do. Lu Ren, He had to admit, Jiang Lang's mind worked very quickly sometimes. So, he thought about it, and realized he really had no interest in sharing his life with others, so he could responsibly say, highly unlikely. In the darkness, he heard Jiang Lang sigh with relief. He felt that this was over. But just as he laid back down, he heard Jiang Lang rustling over. He then leaned over his bedside and said, Lu Ren, can we make a promise that we won't find a partner? Lu Ren, He wanted to say, they're in their 20s, not 7. But this was Jiang Lang. He sighed helplessly. Okay. He reached out and, in the darkness, linked his pinky finger with Jiang Lang's. Make a promise, and don't change it for 100 years. Chapter 105. After making a promise with Lu Ren, Jiang Lang instantly regained his health. Lu Ren said he wouldn't look for a partner. Safe. He felt like he wanted to walk up to Lu Cheng with his head held high and announce the good news. Tell him not to mess around with Lu Ren. He lay there for a while, then sat up from the mat again, his heart pounding. He then stared at Lu Ren's sleeping face in the darkness. Seeing in the darkness was easy for him now. He could clearly see Lu Ren's face. Lu Ren was quiet and peaceful when he slept. Jiang Lang felt that just by looking at him, the restlessness in his heart slowly subsided. He just wanted to keep looking at Lu Ran. No one and nothing would come between them. He stood up and crawled into Lu Ran's blanket, his hand tightly grasping Lu Ran's wrist, as if that would guarantee that Lu Ran would never leave him. Then Lu Ran suddenly opened his eyes and said coldly, "I beg you, go to sleep." Jiang Lang, "Oh, okay." Lu Ran wordlessly made room for Jiang Lang. He asked him from the beginning if he wanted to share a bed, but Jiang Lang had always slept on the floor, and now he was going to sleep on the bed again. Jiang Lang reached out, scooped up the pillow from the floor, and placed it under his head. Lu Ran. Lu Ran opened his eyes again, "My dear." Jiang Lang ignored Lu Ran's sarcastic tone. Growing up with Lu Ran, he had long been immune to any venomous tongue from any dimension. Jiang Lang paused, then said whimsically, "If I tell Lu Cheng tomorrow that you're not looking for a partner, and he doesn't believe me, could you please tell him about it?" Lu Ran, "No, and is there any point in telling him this? I didn't even know he was pursuing me. At most, I thought he was a little too talkative." Jiang Lang, "Of course it's necessary." Jiang Lang turned over to face Lu Ran. Actually, if you ever really fall for someone, you don't have to take our agreement seriously. As long as we remain best friends, that's all." Lu Ran really wanted to ask him why he was wasting his time and brain cells on something that was impossible. But before he could even ask, Jiang Lang pressed on, "We're best friends, right?" There was a hint of nervousness in his voice, and Lu Ran could only sigh, "Yes, we are best friends." A few seconds later, he couldn't help but add, "Do I have other friends?" Jiang Lang, "What if I do in the future?" Jiang Lang, "But if anyone wants to be your friend, I definitely put them through a very strict assessment." Lu Ran, "What assessment?" Jiang Lang, "First, their abilities have to be useful to you. Second, they have to have a good temper and not lose their temper with you. Third, they have to drive steadily. Finally, they have to know that I'm your best friend." He recited all the conditions he had just thought of in his mind. Lu Ran, "I don't think I ever have to worry about anyone wanting to be my friend again." Jiang Lang again ignored Lu Ran's sarcastic tone, moved a little closer, and then hugged him. Lu Ran, "What's wrong?" Jiang Lang, "Nothing, I just wanted to make sure you were still there." Lu Ran sighed softly and let Jiang Lang hold him. But at least Jiang Lang calmed down after hugging him. He didn't hear another word from Jiang Lang, only the mingled sound of their breathing. He quickly fell asleep to the sound of his breathing. When he woke up the next day, he realized he shouldn't have indulged Jiang Lang so much. He woke up feeling a bit breathless. Then he opened his eyes and saw, Jiang Lang was clinging to him like a koala, or rather an octopus. His head was wedged right against his neck. No wonder he'd been dreaming all night about an itchy old sweater. He reached out to try to pry Jiang Lang's hands loose from his waist, so he could get up. But he couldn't. What was wrong with Jiang Lang? Was it so hard to pry his hands loose even in sleep? Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang. Lu Ran raised his voice slightly, and Jiang Lang finally moved. He blinked a few times before opening his eyes. As soon as Jiang Lang opened his eyes, he saw Lu Ran's face, and was overjoyed. "Good morning, Lu Ran." "Lu Ran, take your hand away, I need to get up." Jiang Lang was reluctant to leave. "Do you have anything to do?" "What's wrong with sleeping in?" Lu Ran, "Does eating count as something to do?" Jiang Lang sighed. Eating was indeed a serious matter. He let go of Lu Ran with great sorrow. But he quickly regained his spirits. When dawn broke, he would go find Lu Cheng and the others, and tell them that Lu Ran wasn't dating. So Lu Ran watched Jiang Lang walk out of the apartment with a proud and confident look. Because what he was about to do was so foolish, Lu Ran didn't bother to follow him. He preferred to chat with Hellfire in the apartment. Jiang Lang went out and looked around. He remembered Lu Cheng and Zhou Yin had mentioned their approximate address before, but he had never been there before, and City A was quite large, so finding his way was a bit of a challenge. But he had a reason to be in Lu Cheng's presence. So despite getting the wrong way twice, he finally made it to the building where Lu Cheng and Zhou Yin lived. Then he just hoped they hadn't left for their mission yet. Jiang Lang waited downstairs for 4 hours until they finally arrived. When he saw them emerge from the stairs, he excitedly went to greet them. "I asked Lu Ran." Lu Cheng and Zhou Yin stared in bewilderment as Jiang Lang appeared out of nowhere and stood directly before them. They pondered why Jiang Lang was there before they registered what he had said. Lu Ran said he's not looking for a partner. Lu Cheng? ? In fact, rather than the question of whether Lu Ran was willing to be pursued by him, He was more interested in whether it was worth Jiang Lang's having to come to their building so early in the morning to wait for them. If he remembered correctly, they lived at least a half-hour drive from each other. Lu Cheng, Zhou Yin, Lu Cheng smiled. Well, it seems I'm not up to Lu Ran's standards. Jiang Lang didn't like being belittled, so he quickly explained. No, it's not that you're not good enough. It's simply that Lu Ran isn't looking for a partner because we're best friends. Question marks crossed Lu Cheng and Zhou Yin's faces. Is there any causal connection between these two statements? How did he arrange these two sentences into a causal relationship? Zhou Yin couldn't help but ask, wait, what do you mean by because you're best friends, Lu Ran won't date? Jiang Lang was confused. Was that so hard to understand? It's literally what it means. We're best friends. If either of us finds a partner, it'll affect our friendship, and we won't be able to do everything together. So Lu Ran and I agreed that neither of us will date. Lu Cheng and Zhou Yin, They both shared an expression that was difficult to describe. Lu Cheng couldn't help but say, you might as well have told me you were a couple. I understand better. He regretted it after he finished. He was indeed a bit harsh, but Jiang Lang was their benefactor after all, so he should have held it in. But after hearing his words, Jiang Lang began to think seriously. You have a point. A normal person might find this easier to understand. Then I asked Lu Ran if I can publicly announce that we're a couple. Lu Cheng, Zhou Yin, You even know what normal people think. Forget it. Let these two just be best friends. Lu Cheng and Zhou Yin waved weakly at Jiang Lang. We're off on our mission. Goodbye. Jiang Lang snapped out of his thoughts and smiled, saying, okay, bye, and have a safe trip. Lu Cheng and Zhou Yin left with a lingering sense of helplessness. Satisfied with this, Jiang Lang returned to his apartment, and then dragged Lu Ran out on patrol. And then, on their way, they ran into Brother Jiang. Brother Lu. I was wondering where I could find you in City A, which is so big. Chen Jiejia waved at them from the roadside and ran over. Perhaps it was because she lived in the mountains for so long. Perhaps it was the increased exercise. Or perhaps it was simply because her ability usage had decreased dramatically. But Chen Jiejia looked much healthier. Her complexion was rosier, and she didn't seem to stumble as easily in the wind. She looked like a healthy, lively child. Jiejia. You're here. Jiang Lang excitedly got out of the car to greet Chen Jiejia. Lu Ran got out slowly and nodded to her. Actually, Yumeng's mountain is still quite far away. She asked me to come see how you were doing in City A. She probably thought I was too bored up there, but it's actually okay. I really should have taken a few books with me. Jiang Lang, oh, don't worry about that. We know a friend in City A. He took all his comics and novels with him when he escaped. Let him lend them to you later. Lu Ran glanced at Jiang Lang, curious about how the nerdy guy would feel if he knew Jiang Lang had just sold off his inventory. With Chen Jiejia's arrival, Jiang Lang expanded their patrol route, introducing City A's major landmarks to Chen Jiejia, including both pre- and post-apocalyptic landmarks, aiming for a comprehensive tour. Because they explored so thoroughly, they didn't bother returning to the apartment at lunchtime. They casually heated up a pizza outdoors and began sharing it among the three of them. So where's Yumeng now? Is it far? Is she eating enough? As Jiang Lang ate, he inquired about Yumeng's current situation, mentally debating whether to bring her some food. Just as Chen Jiejia was about to put down her pizza to report on their situation, something unexpected happened. A shapeless contaminant hurtled toward them at the speed of a cannonball, poised to blast into their pizzas like a firecracker. Then, in the blink of an eye, Lu Ran held it aloft. Jiang Lang frantically set his pizza down and unleashed the skill with the shortest cast time. A second later, Lu Ran's skill expired, and the suddenly attacking contaminant fell straight to the ground. But, strangely, after it landed, its original bizarre shape slowly changed. Lu Ran frowned, and Jiang Lang's eyes widened in surprise. Chen Jiejia suddenly felt unable to eat the pizza in her hand. The contaminant's original fur and slimy tentacles had completely shed, transforming into a human. A seemingly ordinary, normal human, with a nose and eyes, even wearing the simplest hoodie and jeans, but a bloody mess from falling from midair. Jiang Lang, what's going on? Lu Ran frowned. Perhaps his ability is monstrous. Jiang Lang, does this violate the base's regulations regarding killing people? But he really didn't look human at first. Oh no, we're in City A, so it's not against the rules. It's fine then. It was Chen Jiejia who brought their focus back. Why did he attack us? Lu Ran and Jiang Lang were silent for a moment, each going over recent events in their minds. Finally, they replied, "I don't know." Chapter 106. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang stood up to search the sudden attacker for any identifying markings, but found none. It was like a sudden, tangible object. After this incident, however, they had no appetite for food. They gathered their belongings and got in the car. They drove forward. On the way, Jiang Lang kept asking Chen Jijia and Yu Meng if they had encountered any problems along the way, whether they were troublesome or amusing. Chen Jijia carefully selected a few to answer, while Lu Ran listened, occasionally interjecting. This joyful scene ended when a sudden electric fence appeared in their path. A flash of lightning flashed, less than a meter away from them. Jiang Lang frantically slammed on the brakes, but the front seat also passed through the fence. The moment Lu Ran saw the electric fence, he immediately cast a defensive scroll on himself and Chen Jijia in the back seat. After actually passing through it, he groaned and glanced at his health bar. Although the damage he seen was immense, the bar showed no significant damage. Jiang Lang, standing next to him, was more seriously injured. After all, he was busy braking and had no time to cast a scroll. However, his regeneration ability had already taken effect quickly. After stopping the car, he cast a defensive scroll on himself and began to search the surroundings. Just as they were about to take out their red potions to restore their health bars suddenly regenerated automatically. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang both turned to look at Chen Jijia, whose face had quickly turned pale. Lu Ran frowned sharply. "Stop! Chen Jijia, you're injured." "Lu Ran, our injuries are reversible. Besides, we're both gamers, so our health bars are much longer than those of normal psychics. You're already more fragile than normal psychics. If you give us a blood transfusion, we won't be able to protect you if the enemy attacks you, you know?" Chen Jijia nodded and stopped her powers. Lu Ran gave her a bottle of red medicine, which she quickly drank. However, Lu Ran's fear that the attackers were targeting Chen Jijia was misplaced, because the next wave of attacks arrived. Whatever it was, Lu Ran and Jiang Lang couldn't identify, but it flew from the side, and was clearly heading straight for the front seat. It wasn't a living creature. It looked like a round stone with vines growing around it. At first glance, it looked like a large rock thrown by someone. However, its incredible speed caused sonic booms to echo through the air. Both Jiang Lang and Lu Ran felt a surge of alarm bells blaring. Although they knew it was unlikely to work, Lu Ran still pushed open the car door and rolled out, unleashing a telepathic shockwave at the stone. It didn't work. Bang! The oddly shaped round stone slammed into the front seat of their car, blasting a large hole in Lu Ran's seat and somehow corroding it entirely. 2 seconds later, it exploded with a bang, and the front of the SUV exploded instantly, sending black smoke and flames billowing. Chen Jijia had already escaped from the back seat without anyone noticing. Lu Ran was furious. Who was seeking death? He raised his hand, and his telepathic link expanded to its maximum range, covering the area of about 2 playgrounds. Found it. Several points of light appeared in his mental vision, but just as he was about to tell Jiang Lang where to attack, they instantly broke free from his grip. Freedom. A distant, almost dispersing voice, like wind, echoed through their highly perceptive ears. That was the Word Spirit's group debuff removal skill, specifically designed to counter the Weaver's crowd control. These ambushers had clearly come prepared, knowing that a Weaver was among the targets, and had prepared countermeasures in advance. It's unclear whether they knew they were facing Lu Ran. After the mental link was forcibly severed, Lu Ran's second skill arrived. Freedom. A second, different Word Spirit's voice rang out. For a moment, Lu Ran felt like he was about to laugh out loud. What made him even more amused was that, as the second Word Spirit user's voice rang out, a rustling sound began to reach his ears. It was so faint, even intermittent due to the distance, it felt like the signal was intermittent and difficult to detect. But the attackers were indeed moving in the opposite direction, out of his and Jiang Lang's attack range. Their position was already very difficult for Lu Ran and Jiang Lang to reach, within the maximum attack range of their 2 skills, Spirit Link and Ring of Annihilation. Other skills were a bit more difficult to reach. And now they were retreating, apparently trying to kite them. Lu Ran was truly amused. He stood there for a few seconds, and a frenzied flame burst out from around them, spreading outward with almost unchecked force, with the 3 of them as the center. A bright red flame, like a stream of water, engulfed the surrounding space, charring everything visible and invisible. Then, it retreated at the speed of light, shrinking to a tiny ball of flame in Lu Ran's hand. The entire process took no more than 5 seconds, yet their ears had fallen completely silent. There was almost no movement around. Lu Ran walked in the general direction of the light he had seen. He saw 5 skeletons, the exact same number he had seen before. Jiang Lang and Qin Jie followed from behind. Jiang Lang was completely bewildered. Who attacked us out of sheer boredom? And we're still in this small group situation? Looting? Could it be that we earned too many crystals completing missions in the previous bubble, and someone's found out? Jiang Lang was baffled. After a long pause, he dismissed his idea. That doesn't make sense. Most people know that gamers always keep crystals in their backpacks. They're clearly going all out. If we die, our backpacks will disappear too, so what's left to loot? Are they simply after the equipment? Jiang Lang was scratching his head, pondering the possibility, when Qin Jie suddenly spoke. Could it be? Could it be me? She pursed her lips, looking a little guilty and uneasy. Jiang Lang and Lu Ren were both stunned. The reason they were stunned was that this possibility was indeed very high. In terms of timing, the attacks did indeed intensify only after Qin Jie appeared. In terms of motivation, it is very likely. After all, Qin Jie has the ability to turn ordinary people into superpowers. Before the Flesh and Blood Warriors job transfer method spread to all major bases, she was a superpower who could provide the best security for her ordinary relatives or friends. Now that the Flesh and Blood Warriors method has just begun to spread, these people may have started this action without knowing it. Moreover, their attacks were almost exclusively directed at the two of them, deliberately avoiding Qin Jie, and their attacks were very targeted. Seeing both of them seriously considering this possibility, Qin Jie's expression grew even more apprehensive. Jiang Lang immediately noticed her expression. If they're truly coming for you, then we must not let them succeed. What kind of person are you? If they really wanted your help, why wouldn't they ask? Lu Ren offered a rare reassurance. You have nothing to worry about. Most psychics can't really harm us. The surroundings were briefly quiet, but Lu Ren suspected there might be an ambush in their apartment. If a fight broke out, it would be best to avoid inhabited areas. So, they found a bungalow on the edge of City A, somewhere deserted. Lu Ren and Jiang Lang took turns keeping watch, and no attacks occurred that night. The next day, at Lu Ren's behest, they decided to hold off for now. In Lu Ren's own words, he was too lazy to move. He'd just wait until they attacked. Qin Jie seemed to have been somewhat influenced by Lu Ren's attitude. At lunchtime, she could even taste the food. This wait lasted an entire day. For a whole day, there was no movement. Just when Lu Ren and Jiang Lang thought the previous attack was just someone who had lost their minds and was out to rob them, the attack they had been waiting for finally occurred. This time, it was again a long-range attack, likely intended to conceal their movements in the darkness. Unfortunately, the Hellfire ignored concealment and distance, and in the blink of an eye, it reduced the attacker to ash. Jiang Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like I can get a good night's sleep tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the whistling of bullets. If it had been just 1 or 2 bullets, even dum-dum bullets wouldn't have caused much damage to their health bars. But even without looking, he knew from the sound that it was a whole barrage of bullets. Jiang Lang, fuck. He quickly scooped up Qin Jie and, together with Lu Ren, leaped out the window. They hooked their ropes around the streetlight next to the house next door, and quickly left the place, which had been riddled with bullets in a second. He now felt that their suspicions might have been completely wrong. If these people were truly coming for Qin Jie, they wouldn't have attacked her as well. Qin Jie had healing abilities, but not the rapid, automatic self-repair abilities he possessed, and she lacked any means of escape. If they weren't fast enough to bring her along, she would have been in grave danger. If they were truly coming for Qin Jie, they wouldn't have attacked their target as well, but now wasn't the time to speculate on the enemy's motives. Because their escape speed was clearly slower than the distant gunman's change of direction, they only dodged the first wave of attacks before the next one quickly followed. He didn't even have time to cast a ring of annihilation. This clearly irritated Lu Ren. Jiang Lang felt a familiar heat brush against him and Qin Jie. Lu Ren's fire ability was instantaneous, sweeping across everything they could see. Jiang Lang no longer needed to flee, because even from his position, he probably wouldn't be able to locate the target through the sea of fire. He placed Qin Jie beside him, and looked in the direction of the bullets. In fact, before Lu Ren started setting the fire, a barrage of bullets was still flying. He didn't know the exact temperature of Lu Ren's fire, or any other parameters, but the bullets melted in midair, and he didn't even need to move his position. He belatedly remembered Hellfire's self-introduction. It really could burn anything. Just as Jiang Lang breathed a sigh of relief, and Lu Ren's frown relaxed slightly, and he was about to retract Hellfire, something strange happened. Jiang Lang suddenly felt his breathing, not as smooth as it used to be. This description is inaccurate, as it exaggerates the sensation and underestimates the consequences. He could still breathe smoothly, with air flowing in and out of his nose as usual, unimpeded. But he knew he wasn't getting any oxygen. The faint feeling of suffocation in his chest, and his instinctive urge to breathe deeply made him realize they had a serious problem. He exchanged a quick glance with Lu Ran. Lu Ran's first reaction was to expand the range of his hellfire. In an instant, the flames spread and soared. With a radius of 100 meters and a height of tens of meters, this small corner of City A seemed even more apocalyptic than the apocalypse. The psychics in the heart of City A stared blankly at the rising flames in the distance, wondering how such a massive wildfire could have occurred in a post-apocalyptic world where so few plants had withered. They gathered their belongings and prepared to flee, only to realize halfway through their run. What wildfire? This was clearly a psychic. Even after spending so much time in the apocalypse, he couldn't change the mindset of the previous decades. But this was only Lu Ran's initial reaction. He soon realized. Especially since he still had no oxygen. If his opponent's psychic ability allowed him to manipulate air, or even its finer components, then the flames would likely be ineffective against him. He could simply create a vacuum around himself. He quickly retracted the hellfire, and surveyed the surroundings. The location they had chosen was at the very edge of City A. Beyond it stretched a vast mountain range, and within, the city's buildings. Most supernatural powers required visual access to their target, especially since their opponent's manipulation seemed so delicate. Qin Jijia, standing nearby, was completely unaffected, unable to even discern what they were experiencing, a testament to this. So, there were two options: the distant mountains, or the tall buildings. He chose the tall buildings. No matter how much supernatural users' five senses were enhanced after acquiring their powers, most still had a tendency to see more clearly up close. "Let's go!" He uttered a single word, minimizing his oxygen consumption. No matter how much their bodies had been strengthened, they were still flesh and blood. If the itching persisted, even Jiang Lang's regenerative abilities would likely not be able to restore them. Jiang Lang nodded, then bit over and forced a smile at Qin Jijia. "Jijia, stay here for a moment. Lu Ran and I will go find the attackers." Qin Jijia didn't notice anything wrong. Jiang Lang's pronunciation, while a little odd, wasn't broken. She was accustomed to their unstoppable record. Lu Ran had just set a massive fire, so she naturally assumed they were just checking the bodies of the enemy, so she nodded. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang quickly headed for the nearest tall building. Checking windows one by one was obviously too slow. Having Jiang Lang farm Ring of Annihilation building by building was theoretically the most reasonable option, but that still required a lot of 3-second gaps, and their scrolls were running out of cooldowns. So Lu Ran punched the charred wall. The charred exterior of the high-rise building instantly rustled and fell like peeling bark. Another round. The building, completely unable to withstand the external energy shock, collapsed with a bang. Jiang Lang immediately realized that Lu Ran was using conventional attacks to quickly expose the enemy, considering them too slow. He followed his example, running to the other side, and punching the supporting column of the building at the farthest edge. Then, covered in dust and falling rocks, he ran to the next building. But honestly, the dust and falling rocks weren't a big deal. First, he couldn't breathe, so adding something to the air that made it harder to breathe would have little effect. Second, the damage from the falling rocks could be easily regenerated. But if they couldn't find and kill the culprit who depleted their oxygen within a certain period of time, the damage wouldn't be reversible with red potions. The two men, from either end, attacked the center, destroying the tall buildings that had barely survived the first year of the apocalypse. The enhanced effects of their superpowers were fully demonstrated on them. There's a reason why physical and speed enhancements are the lowest and most basic superpowers in the apocalypse. Other special power holders essentially automatically gain these enhancements. Even Qin Jijia, who was extremely weak before the apocalypse due to long-term malnutrition and lack of sunlight, had almost recovered to at least a healthy state after gaining superpowers. In other words, the so-called physically enhanced psychics have just stepped into the ranks of psychics, but have not acquired any special abilities. Psychics like Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, even though they rarely use primitive methods such as physical combat, can still burst out huge amounts of energy once they need to use it. Qin Jijia watched their actions from a distance, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. The sound of towering buildings collapsing echoed in her ears. Because of the distance, she first saw the buildings slowly falling before she heard the thuds of them hitting the ground. It was like watching a video with out-of-sync audio and video. The buildings even fell at a rather slow pace, like a giant, rickety pile of building blocks before finally losing their balance and sending huge chunks of stone tumbling down. This was wrong. Weren't Lu Ran and Jiang Lang just going to see the enemy's corpses? Why did they need such drastic measures? It was as if they were running out of time. A foreboding flashed through her, and she quickly ran towards the area where the rain of rocks was still falling. As Lu Ran hit the fourth building, a figure flashed out of a window on the other side. Lu Ran's eyes narrowed, his right fist abruptly stopping just a centimeter from the wall. He quickly aimed at a point in the tall building, then unleashed the rope in his hand, sending him hurtling upwards. Once he was close enough to the fleeing figure, he immediately released his mental link. The figure paused, but only for a moment. Almost instantly, he was on the move again. Player, Lu Ran's mind raced through this. It was hard to tell what class it was. After all, almost every class had crowd control skills. The opponent hadn't used his class's offensive skills, and he was wearing a long black trench coat, his equipment completely concealing him. A mental shockwave descended. The opponent had already used his crowd control skills. Jiang Lang had just begun chanting the Ring of Annihilation spell. But the opponent only paused for a moment before resuming his movement, moving out of the black circle of the Ring of Annihilation at astonishing speed. Jiang Lang froze for a moment, then quickly interrupted his casting. He and Lu Ran pursued forward. Scrolls. The thought flashed through their minds simultaneously. The opponent had at least a speed-up scroll, and a control-release scroll. It was unknown which control-release scroll he was using. There were two types of control-release scrolls in Divine Domain. The best ones had a 1-second cooldown, and the worst ones had a 30-minute cooldown. If the opponent used the latter, then this would be his only use for the time being. But if it was the former, then he might have to prepare to fight the opponent for scrolls. Lu Ran turned and saw a stack of scrolls thrown out by Jiang Lang. He reached out to catch them. Jiang Lang's mind clearly raced with the same thought. The scrolls he thrown were the ones they used up in the bubble last time. If the opponent was truly using scrolls with a 1-second cooldown, then Lu Ran would obviously have to use them. On the bright side, high-level scrolls of control release were rare. They each had 10 in their backpacks, but there were only these 20, collected from Jiang Lang's server-wide search after his rebirth. Assuming the opponent wasn't a reborn, and since they've seen quite a few reborn so far, they had to add the word assuming before this statement, then the opponent likely wouldn't have many. The official definition of a control release scroll was to remove negative buffs. They originally intended to use one quickly, when they couldn't hold on any longer. Abilities didn't have cooldowns like game skills, so their opponent would quickly drain their surrounding oxygen again. But even a gap of less than half a second was enough for them to barely recover from the danger of suffocation, and have enough oxygen to make it through the next stage. Thinking of this, Lu Ran glanced at his health bar. It was slowly dropping. It wasn't a fast rate, far less rapid than the poisonous tree they faced in City C. But he knew well that while similar toxins caused a steady drop in health, the oxygen deprivation effect was variable. Initially, the health bar wouldn't appear dangerous, until after a certain point, it would plummet. He detonated the thought seed, and the figure in the black windbreaker froze in midair, plummeting like a kite with a broken string. Lu Ran suddenly remembered that a kite with a broken string usually falls quite slowly, so this common metaphor wasn't quite accurate. If he had to use a metaphor, he liked to compare it to a balcony that had suddenly become unhooked. The figure in the black windbreaker plummeted like a balcony suddenly unhooked, hurtling towards the ground. Just when Lu Ran and Jiang Lang thought he didn't have any advanced scrolls, or perhaps only had one and had already used it up, the figure, about to explode, leaped lightly and swiftly in the air twice, landed smoothly, and continued to soar forward. Okay, the opponent really did use an advanced control release scroll. In fact, I hadn't expected the battle to end so easily. Lu Ran's mind steel seamlessly followed suit, and the figure paused for a moment. This time, without the help of gravity, the opponent instantly released Lu Ran's control. The scrolls were used without hesitation. Lu Ran also tore open a scroll, clearing the cooldown of the mind link prematurely. He tore open a negative status clearing scroll. The brief burst of normal breathing after a long period of suffocation made him subconsciously take in a large amount of oxygen, and then the familiar feeling of suffocation returned. Then another CD clearing scroll. 2. 3. This cat-and-mouse game of chase and escape seemed to have completely turned into a scroll counting contest. The opponent was fleeing to buy time until their scrolls ran out, while they were chasing, desperate to kill them before theirs ran out. The penultimate scroll. Although Lu Ran's movements and demeanor gave no sign that he had only one CD clearing scroll left, Jiang Lang, who was clinging closely to him, was even more nervous. although their negative status clearing scrolls hadn't been used up yet, and even if they couldn't clear the CDs anymore, with Lu Ran's CD recovery speed, they could still hold out for a while. Jiang Lang was still extremely nervous. And the figure that had been dodging and moving in his field of vision suddenly stopped. Jiang Lang was stunned. It worked, it worked. The opponent had also run out of scrolls? He didn't have time to rejoice, as he immediately began chanting the Ring of Annihilation spell. Before chanting, he even threw a bunch of attack-boosting scrolls on himself and activated all the useful attack-type buffs from his enchantments. The opponent was also a player, so a simple Ring of Annihilation might not be enough to clear his health. Luckily, Lu Ran had been using his cooldown clearing scrolls on the Spirit Link, so he still had time to add all these buffs. A pitch-black ring took shape in 3 seconds, and the air was filled with a terrifying pressure that seemed to solidify. Then the black ring descended. Jiang Lang immediately began chanting the incantation for his second skill. The mental link had already broken. If the opponent still had any life left, he had to finish him off quickly. At the same time, he kept a close eye on the man, fearing he might escape again. But, Before Jiang Lang could unleash his skill, he saw the body slowly collapse. By the time his skill was unleashed, the body, or rather, the corpse, had completely collapsed to the ground, his skill failing to even elicit a final reflex of pain. Is this the end? Although he knew that few players could withstand his fully buffed Ring of Annihilation, and they had already struggled for far too long, and the frantic breathing after the sudden disappearance of the suffocation reminded him how close he had come to death, this was by no means an easy victory. But he still felt like things couldn't have ended so quickly. The opponent was clearly a player with all the same equipment as them, yet he died just like that. It felt like this battle, which was anything but easy, had been won far too easily. But he quickly regretted his thought. Because things really weren't over yet. When the familiar suffocating feeling returned, Jiang Lang couldn't tell whether he felt more speechless or a feeling of as expected. He subconsciously glanced around and realized that the opponent hadn't resurrected. The corpse still lay on the ground, crouching in a dreadful position. A flicker of confusion flashed across Jiang Lang's eyes. What was going on? Then he saw a figure standing high above him, nearly identical to the man in the black windbreaker. He quickly realized what was happening. Necromancer. The other person's class was Necromancer. In Divine Domain, Necromancers have a common resurrection feature. They can use a portion of their flesh and blood to create a phylactery through mystical techniques, which allows them to be resurrected upon their death. Only one Necromancer's phylactery can exist in the same space at a time. As Jiang Lang continued running, he felt a sense of wonder. Typically, a phylactery is a Necromancer's means of escape. After all, there can only be one, especially now that this is real life, not a game. In his previous life, if the Necromancers he had encountered were forced to use their phylacteries, he would rarely see them again, because who knows where they hidden them. So, this Necromancer placed his phylactery so close to the battlefield, and after using it, his first reaction wasn't to flee, but to continue attacking them. It was strange, no matter how you thought about it. Was he so obsessed with killing them? So obsessed that he completely disregarded his own life? What kind of grudge was this? Had he and Lu Ran ever had such a feud? The opponent moved, apparently still planning to play the kite game. Jiang Lang was forced to continue running with no oxygen. Lu Ran unhesitatingly used the last scroll of CD Clear and released a mental link at the opponent. The opponent also unhesitatingly released the control. Jiang Lang was initially puzzled. Hadn't he used up all the scrolls of control release? Then he suddenly realized that after a Necromancer was revived from the phylactery, all of his statuses were reset, so his control release skills must have been recharged. At that moment, an almost absurd thought suddenly flashed through Jiang Lang's mind. No way. Could the other party have used his life box simply to reset the cooldown of his control release skill and consume his and Lu Ran's scrolls? What kind of lunatic is this? He was about to ask again. What grudge did he and Lu Ran have against this person? Why would they go so far to attack them? But he only had one reset. Although Lu Ran's scrolls were already used up, he still had many control skills, and his thought seeds were already activated. He quickly released the thought seeds and detonated them directly. The gap between them should have been no more than a 0.1 second CD built into the CD, but even that 0.1 second was enough for the other party to summon rows of bones and undead. Jiang Lang's attack arrived as expected. The man in the black windbreaker was stupefied in place due to the control, unable to escape Jiang Lang's attack, but he was clearly not dead this time. Jiang Lang understood why. Besides the fact that the opponent had undoubtedly applied various defensive buffs upon resurrection from the phylactery, the most important thing was that the necromancer could share the damage with his summons. The higher the level, the better the equipment, and the rarer the summons, the harder it was to kill the necromancer, because the majority of the damage dealt to them was absorbed by their summons. To kill a necromancer, one had to first eliminate all of his summons. Jiang Lang tried to steady his breathing and continued chanting the spell. His attack power was high enough, and in a few rounds, he should be able to clear out the opponent's summons. He suddenly felt a surge of heat around him, and he quickly realized there was a faster way. Lu Ran's fire ability. A raging fire surged toward the pile of bones and undead spirits. As they had initially suspected, the man in the black windbreaker remained unharmed. A transparent, film-like barrier surrounded him, shielding him from the flames. But his power did have a certain limit. Only he and a few of his summons were protected by this membrane, and it was clear that he had carefully controlled the thickness of the barrier, striving to avoid wasting any of his power. Then Jiang Lang's skill descended again. He breathed a sigh of relief. This single skill should be enough to dispatch all the remaining summons. And he had indeed dispatched the skeletons and undead spirits. Although Lu Ran's control chain had reached a vacuum, the man in the black windbreaker leaped once more away from the charred, corpse-strewn landscape. Jiang Lang finally felt a sense of confidence. Now that his opponent had lost most of his summons, and used up all his control-release scrolls, he had nowhere to escape. Once Lu Ran's next round of skills were ready, they could finally end this brief, yet incredibly long battle. The sense of confidence that finally welled up within him made his lungs feel less agonized, even as he continued to run breathlessly. And so, another round. Control, release, control, control, control. Jiang Lang quickly chanted the spell, waiting for everything to settle. But his eyes suddenly widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. Another swarm of bones and undead emerged from the ground. How is this possible? Jiang Lang instinctively wondered. How is this possible? The number of summons just summoned by the man in the black windbreaker was already a figure even the most elite of necromancers could muster. How could there possibly be more? If it were just a few more, it would be fine, but the skeletons and undead that emerged were so numerous and dense that for a moment he felt as if he had returned to that strange spatial bubble. A spatial bubble. His mind instantly connected everything. They had never found the whereabouts of the skeletons and undead that emerged from that spatial bubble. They must have been recruited by this necromancer. The thought of how many skeletons and undead existed in that spatial bubble made him feel a slight sense of despair. In an instant, the advantage and disadvantage shifted. He had completely exhausted his scrolls of negative buffs, and Lu Ran was probably almost there too. And now the other party had finally revealed his trump card. The other party was still running, but it was clear that his escape was simply to deplete their oxygen as much as possible. Jiang Lang watched his health bar rapidly decrease, having broken through the point where it was slowly decreasing. He continued to attack, trying to use up as many summons as possible from the undead that the man had replenished from the space, and began to guzzle red potions between chants. His eyes drifted to the unused resurrection item in his backpack. If things truly reached a point of no return, he had to ensure he outlived Lu Ran, so he could resurrect him, and allow him to battle this crazed necromancer in peak condition. And that point might not be far off. He felt as if his body was crumbling. It sounded strange, but that was exactly what he felt now. He still felt a wave of dizziness, and he bit his tongue. He had to stay awake. The man in the black windbreaker was incredibly patient. He could have used his summons to attack them, hastening the end of the battle, but he chose not to. He treated them as expendable, as if fearing that even the slightest difference would lead to a comeback. This level of caution made Jiang Lang smile helplessly. And at that moment, he suddenly felt the sensation of his flesh disintegrating disappear. It wasn't that oxygen had returned to his reach, but rather that his body was ignoring it and repairing itself. And it wasn't regenerative power that was too fast, not the layer-by-cell approach of regeneration. He turned sharply and saw Chinjia. After a considerable amount of time, Chinjia finally caught up with the three of them. She breathed a sigh of relief. She had arrived just in time. Jiang Lang's eyes narrowed. He knew it was pointless to let Chinjia flee now. The only way to truly live up to her rescue was for him and Lu Ran to continue their attack, shortening this battle of attrition to the point where they could still hold out. He watched as Lu Ran's flames, intertwined with the black and red of his abilities, annihilated wave after wave of undead and skeletons. Another wave. Another wave. Another wave. Wait, only a few left. Only a few summons left, protected by the necromancer's vacuum membrane, so Lu Ran's flames couldn't penetrate. With a jolt of energy, he chanted the crucial spell. And now, only one person remained on the opposing side. Lu Ran's mental shock subsided just in time, and Jiang Lang struggled to chant the final spell. It should have been the last one. Freedom. A familiar-sounding voice softly echoed in the ears of everyone present. And with that voice, the necromancer broke free from Lu Ran's restraints and quickly escaped Jiang Lang's range. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang both looked in the direction of the voice. Then they saw a very familiar face. Liang Ling. Jiang Lang was utterly shocked. Liang Ling? But now that he thought about it, those bullets. Could they have been from their team? Following the shock was despair. The three of them had once had a slight chance of winning, but now... He glanced at Qin Jiejia behind him. Qin Jiejia was some distance away, his face a shade of purple, clearly unable to withstand the continuous suffocation and life-saving efforts. So Liang Ling's appearance was definitely a crushing blow to them. Now that their opponent had a cheat to break the crowd control, their chances of winning were even lower. In fact, he shouldn't have used the word win rate, he should have used survival rate. But just when he thought Liang Ling was the necromancer's backup, Liang Ling suddenly conjured two bags of objects from midair and tossed them towards them. Jiang Lang instinctively reached out to catch them, then looked down and saw they were portable oxygen masks. Liang Ling, you two weren't really only thinking about food when you were preparing your supplies, were you? Jiang Lang put on his oxygen mask and said, eh? Then Liang Ling turned to the mysterious necromancer. Don't drain their oxygen. I have 50 advanced control release scrolls and 100 CD clear scrolls. If either of you attacks, I can render your attacks ineffective for at least a significant period of time, unless you're willing to put aside your past grudges and join forces against me. Can we sit down and talk peacefully now? Chapter 107. Liang Ling's words effectively stopped the fight. Jiang Lang slowly lowered his oxygen mask and began to breathe the air. The man in the black windbreaker stood there quietly for a moment, looking like a statue, frozen in place forever by a volcanic eruption. Then his voice rang out. It was a deep, male voice, and he was wearing a plastic mask, giving him the air of a boss with a built-in voice changer. He asked, "Why are you helping them?" He didn't turn around, still staring intently at Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, but his question was clearly directed at Liang Ling. Liang Ling, I just think you're being a bit arbitrary. Arbitrary? The man in the black windbreaker took off his mask. Behind the mask lay a handsome face, but anyone who saw it wouldn't immediately notice its handsomeness. His eyes were dark and heavy, his brows were deeply drawn, and his face was covered with scars. Even without those scars, it was a face that hinted at the hardships it had endured. He spoke with a voice that sounded like he hadn't spoken in years. Jiang Lang's eyes widened in shock, for he recognized the face. You're from the Research Institute? Then why are you killing us? Jiang Lang was shocked. He knew the face well. When he took on that last mission, he had been with a team, monitoring data on behalf of the Research Institute. The man's gaze shifted slightly in his direction, and Jiang Lang noticed that while at first glance it seemed he was looking at both him and Lu Ran, the distance between them made it appear as if he was looking at both of them simultaneously. A closer look revealed that his gaze was always fixed on Lu Ran. The man in the black windbreaker then shifted his gaze slightly to Jiang Lang, suddenly giving a sarcastic smile. That's what I was going to ask you. You should have returned from that time as well, right? Then why are you helping this person? Jiang Lang, ? He was confused for a moment. He wasn't shocked that the other person had also been reborn. This world had clearly been reborn like a sieve. He and Lu Ran had always suspected that all the reborn were reborn, and now they were just verifying that hypothesis. He also felt that Liang Ling might also be reborn, so the fact that the other person had been reborn wasn't anything to be astonished about. He was simply confused as to why someone would ask him why he was helping Lu Ran. What else could there be? If he didn't help Lu Ran, who else could he help? He finally uttered, bewilderedly, because he's my best friend. The man in the black windbreaker gave him a deep, sharp look. If Jiang Lang had to put it bluntly, he felt as if he had a deeply suppressed anger. And the man's next words confirmed his feeling. You're willing to disregard the safety of the entire world for personal friendship? Jiang Lang, ? How exactly did he disregard the safety of the entire world? And is he important enough to affect the safety of the world? Jiang Lang, I'm sorry, I really don't understand how I disregarded the safety of the world. My friends and I just want to live a quiet and peaceful life in the apocalypse. And if you have to say, we saved quite a few people. No matter how I think about it, I think I have a strong sense of social responsibility, right? The man in the black windbreaker finally showed some expression, a look of disbelief at someone's stupidity. You clearly saw how he turned into a monster. Oh, we all died instantly. You might not know this, but after that, the monster broke through the confines of the space bubble. If you think what we're experiencing now is the apocalypse, you should experience the world after it breaks through. You want to live a peaceful and tranquil apocalyptic life with your friends. Sadly, so do others. Jian Lang's eyes flickered with shock. Wait, you said we all died instantly. Then how do you know what happened next? The man in the black windbreaker scoffed. How do you think you were reborn? Do you really think you're the chosen one, given a chance to make amends? Jian Lang, He didn't dare to say it, did he? He had truly believed that before, though the thought faded slightly after he met more reborn people. A subtle trace of grief crossed the man in the black windbreaker's face. Then, he quickly regained his composure and continued, trying to instill some sense into the foolish young man. After we perished on the spot, the monster broke through the confines of the spatial bubble, instantly killing everyone in several provinces. The Research Institute had intended to mobilize psychics to combat this vastly superior contaminant, but to make matters worse, their abilities were completely ineffective. Even the gamers' skills were completely ineffective. All the gamers, who hadn't awakened their powers, were instantly transformed into contaminants, adding further difficulty to the already dire situation. The remaining survivors quickly retreated to the underground shelter the Research Institute had prepared. They stayed there for a month, before running out of supplies, and having to return to the surface. Upon reaching the surface, they discovered the monster had vanished, but there were no other living people left. They found some supplies, but you can imagine the situation. There were only so many people, none of them possessing any powers, yet they were forced to venture into a world saturated with contaminants. This was the true apocalypse. Finally, everyone in the shelter was wiped out, and that was the end of humanity. Of course, none of this happened in time, because someone had used up all the prophecy scrolls the moment the monster broke through the space bubble to predict humanity's chances of success against this extraordinary contaminant. When he confirmed that all paths were dead ends, and he only had a few minutes left to use his powers, he overdrew his powers. That person's power was save and loading. You're all gamers, so you should know exactly what this ability is. Normally, his ability only allows him to return to a save point within a day. However, at that time, the Research Institute was researching ways to amplify superpowers. They did find some results, and they were fair. To amplify the power's effects, one had to sacrifice their own life force. So, he overdrew his entire life force, sending everyone in the monster's bubble back to the time before the apocalypse. He made this choice because those people not only knew who their true enemy would ultimately be, but also wouldn't, like other psychics, simply seek some insignificant advantage during the apocalypse even after their rebirth. Furthermore, that bubble at the time truly held all the strongest individuals. If they had to choose a region to save and rebirth in, the people in that bubble were clearly the best choice. He glanced at Jian Lang mockingly, but it's clear that his expectations of human intelligence are too high. Even if someone experienced that scenario and returned to the pre-apocalyptic era, they still wouldn't think or reflect. Jian Lang, After taunting Jian Lang, the man in the black windbreaker continued, though this time, it was a bit more difficult. He returned on his own, in the form of a frail old man. I only had time to see him one last time. He told me everything the prophecy scroll predicted, and then he died. Hearing this, Jian Lang forgot what he had been planning to say. He only managed to utter, "You must be heartbroken." The man in the black windbreaker, what's the point of being sad? His only wish was to change the inevitable end of this world, and I will do whatever it takes to ensure this happens. So what are you thinking? Stifling this man before he becomes a monster is the fastest way to save the world. By the time he does, it will be too late, and none of us can stop him. I've been searching for this man since my rebirth. I rebuilt the Research Institute, and helped build various bases, all to create a functional communications network, so anyone who sees someone matching the description can notify me immediately. I went to such great lengths to find this person, only to discover that a reborn being was already right beside him. Apparently, they already found him from the start, yet they hadn't considered doing anything about it. Jian Lang held out a hand, urging him to calm down. Wait. I understand your grief, your anxiety, and your desire to save the world. But there's a problem. How do you know that the monster is Lu Ran? At least, it seems to me that the monster chose to manifest itself in Lu Ran. The man in the black windbreaker paused. This was Liang Ling's moment to interject. Actually, I think so too. The man in the black windbreaker glanced at Liang Ling. Think? You're going to let someone who has the potential to destroy the world go just because you think so? I understand why this fool would think so. After all, he's his friend. What's your reason? Jiang Lang. So you're going to kill an innocent person just because you think he might destroy the world? The man in the black windbreaker glanced at him. It's better to kill someone who is innocent than to let him go. Liang Ling, ahem, isn't it my turn to speak? He raised his right hand. Jiang Lang made a zipper-like gesture to close his mouth. Although the man in the black windbreaker didn't move, he also glanced at him. Liang Ling, I have my reasons for believing Lu Ran isn't the monster's true self, but merely a body it's borrowing. After my rebirth, although I didn't have Ming Fei's hint like you did, I also realized that my rebirth, regardless of who had it, was definitely to prepare me for the final battle. So, I started investigating. But not to investigate Lu Ran's whereabouts like you did. I started investigating something else. Do you remember the most popular hypothesis at the Institute at the time? The man in the black windbreaker. The one that Earth was chosen for invasion? Yes, that hypothesis posits that the space bubble is the gateway for invading civilizations. Actually, that's a pretty plausible hypothesis, isn't it? Lu Ran, the space bubble that disappeared with the contaminants. Liang Ling, that's right. The man in the black windbreaker stared at Lu Ran again, as if wary of him using Liang Ling's words to further exonerate himself. But after saying only that, Lu Ran returned to silence, his expression calm. Liang Ling, if we consider these spatial bubbles to be passages, then it seems only natural that the passages would disappear after the creatures passing through them passed through. So, after emerging from that spatial bubble, I further confirmed this hypothesis. Of course, that's the confirmation part. When I first returned, I was actually mainly thinking about another question. Which world was trying to invade Earth? That seems to be the most insignificant question. After all, the invaders have already arrived, so where they came from doesn't seem to matter. All we need to know about their nature can be observed in battle. But I'd just like to get to the bottom of things. After thinking about it for a long time, or rather, thinking about it for a long time while preparing my backpack to enter the apocalypse in Divine Realm, I came up with an answer. That world is the world of Divine Realm. Jiang Lang blinked in confusion. What? Liang Ling, it's obvious, isn't it? Otherwise, why would we have a game system? Your kid's ability is supposedly healing, but it's clearly a transfer of life force. Doesn't that sound familiar? And your friend who transformed himself into a flesh warrior in the apocalypse? Doesn't that remind you of something? I can't believe you have so much more evidence than I do, and yet, you haven't thought about this carefully. Jiang Lang's face wrinkled. I can't say I haven't thought about it at all. How should I put it? Because there's a game system in the apocalypse, he naturally assumes that the game world and the real world are separate. There's a certain fusion and then it felt like there wasn't much else to think about. It feels like, if the world merging with ours were the one from Divine Realm, I wouldn't be too surprised, but if I were told it was from another world, I find it quite normal. That's basically it. So what's with these spatial bubbles? Is Divine Realm emitting pollutants into ours? Jiang Lang recalled the setting of Divine Realm, and felt his speculation was reasonable. The major cities in Divine Realm were plagued by pollution, spending their days either trying to eliminate it or preventing themselves from becoming pollutants. Not much different from what they're doing now. Liang Ling, no, they want to settle in our world. Jiang Lang, huh? Liang Ling, isn't their own world already polluted to the point where only 6 major cities are habitable? Jiang Lang was puzzled. But isn't our area also contaminated? Liang Ling, compared to their level, it's clearly nothing. The man in the black windbreaker interrupted. What evidence do you have? Liang Ling, of course, I have to thank you for your active efforts in rebuilding the Research Institute and sharing the coordinates of all known space bubbles. I've been constantly entering various space bubbles to explore them for the past 6 months, and I copied all the text on the rock walls. Jiang Lang, wait, text, what text? Lu Ran pondered, those scratches that look like battle marks? Liang Ling, that's right. Thanks to my undergraduate major in cryptography and my minor in linguistics, I cracked their writing system within the past 6 months. And I have the setting book for Divine Domain for comparison, so I quickly discovered. The space bubbles we entered are actually temples to the various execution gods in Divine Realm. Jiang Lang, question mark. Jiang Lang's face was filled with confusion. Those space bubbles, let alone temples, didn't even look like habitable places. Such simple temples? But aren't temples free from pollution? The space bubbles are filled with pollution. Those are the inhabitants of the temples. Why do you think the inhabitants of another world look like us? Jiang Lang, And given the level of pollution in Divine Realm, it's normal for even the inhabitants of the temples to look like pollutants. They're just relatively mild pollutants, on par with our own world. Therefore, the level of pollution in their world, and their reason for invading Earth are both obvious. Come back to the topic. I studied the text on the rock walls. A large portion of it recurs with church doctrine, and the rest mostly records the history of the corresponding church. It pretty much matches the settings in the Divine Domain setting book. So I assumed the setting of Divine Domain was basically consistent with the text that invaded our world, so I began studying all of Divine Domain's texts. Fortunately, before the apocalypse, I had already harbored similar suspicions, so I printed out every relevant text from Divine Domain. But that's not the point. The point is, knowing that these bubbles are essentially temples, the monster that wreaked havoc on the world, carried by Lu Ran, in the bubble we last encountered, is clear. He paused here with a meaningful expression. Jiang Lang looked at him in confusion. He paused for several seconds, showing no interest in continuing. He asked earnestly, "What is it?" The other two simply watched him calmly, waiting for him to reveal the answer. Liang Ling, He was just laying the groundwork. It's the creator god from the Divine Domain setting. Isn't that obvious? What's the most stressful level of space bubble you encounter? It's the kind that requires a bit of effort to break through, right? Since the highest player level in the game is equivalent to that of a church priest, you can certainly handle most of the church's minions. So, the monster we encountered and killed on sight is incredibly strange. It must be a being far above our level, either one of the 6 dormant gods, or the creator god defeated by the 6 gods. Since the shape of the last space bubble doesn't match any of the 6 church architectural patterns I identified from my extensive reading of space bubbles, I think I can confidently say that it's the creator god from Divine Domain awakened. Jiang Lang, it seems so. When we first emerged from City C, we encountered what was arguably the most challenging space bubble I encountered in both of my previous lives. The pollutants inside were strange and highly damaging, but not to a level I couldn't handle. So that... Oh! Wait, the rock walls in that space bubble look like a maze. Wait, that's a corridor. Liang Ling, is it one of those narrow, winding passages? Jiang Lang, yes. Liang Ling, congratulations. That's the church of our beloved Fantasy Moon Garden, the legendary corridor of moonlight, dreams, fog, and lost souls. Liang Ling turned to Lu Ran. Congratulations too, for returning to your church. Fantasy Moon. The space bubbles in the Garden of Fantasy Moon are the rarest. I entered at least dozens of them since my rebirth, and I only encountered 2 belonging to the Garden of Fantasy Moon. You two just ran into one. Jiang Lang, it's so different from the corridors in the game. The corridors in the Garden of Fantasy Moon in the game are incredibly dreamy and well designed. Every wall features exquisite murals, and the murals on the 2 walls separated by the passageway connect to each other, so from any angle in the maze, you can see a single, continuous mural. It's always been a favorite spot for gamers to check in and take photos. But the thought that it's actually just bare rock walls. Jiang Lang feels a little uneasy. Liang Ling, you can't expect a world plagued by pollution for thousands of years to retain much aesthetic appeal. And it's likely they never developed any fine architectural culture in the first place. After all, from what I read, the inhabitants of this world have always lived in fear of the creator god. The 6 gods finally rescued them, but before they could even begin to enjoy a good life, the 6 gods were practically dead, and then they began a long, millennia-long battle against pollution. In a world like this, how could you expect their architectural culture to develop? Jiang Lang, you make a lot of sense. The man in the black windbreaker lost his patience again. Get to the point. Liang Ling smiled at him. Haven't I said everything I needed to say? Didn't you deduce anything important from what I said? Liang Ling shrugged. Well, maybe you really didn't hear. I just said it, and it's something all players know. The god of creation was once defeated by the 6 gods. So it can be defeated. The man in the black windbreaker sneered. Then what's your battle plan? Resurrect the 6 gods, communicate with these gods who speak a different language and are essentially no different from pollutants, hoping they defeat their god of creation once again, and then, in a show of kindness, lead their followers away from this world far more hospitable than their own. Planet? Liang Ling shook his finger. Of course not. And even if I wanted to reunite with the 6 gods, I wouldn't know where to start. My plan is to find 6 players with different career paths, replace the 6 gods, and kill the creator god once more. Jiang Lang, ? Man in black windbreaker, ? Liang Ling pointed to himself, and then to the others with a natural expression. Look, we already have players with 4 career paths here. Man in black windbreaker, is that the point? Jiang Lang, wait, Is that even possible? Liang Ling, of course. Don't underestimate my research on the divine domain text. And let me put it this way, this plan will definitely be of great benefit to your friends. Please listen to me. Jian Lang's ears perked up instantly. Liang Ling. The text and divine domain are basically historical records written by the church. Like most historical records, they're embellished. This can be confirmed by comparing the records of various churches through subtle differences. Fortunately, there are various outdoor dungeons in the game, and the church will absolutely not lie about certain texts, such as all the texts regarding the rules for obtaining and using supernatural abilities. Liang Ling looked excited, as if he was about to tell them how he deduced the true truth from various texts bit by bit. The man in the black windbreaker interrupted him again. Get to the point. Liang Ling wasn't very happy. In his previous life, ever since he discovered he was a word spirit user and couldn't talk, he'd barely spoken in nearly 9 years, nearly suffocating himself. After being reborn before the apocalypse, although he was incredibly busy preparing for both the game tasks and extra game supplies, he still managed to find time to engage in lengthy conversations with people he knew and didn't know. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. After just over 3 months, he was back to his usual state of not being able to talk. Today was the first time he'd spoken so freely, because he was discussing people whose abilities were higher than his own, so he could say whatever he wanted without any real consequences. He glanced at Jian Lang and Lu Ran. Lu Ran seemed calm, while Jian Lang was slightly agitated. Apparently, his words it would be very beneficial to your friend had a slightly positive effect on him, so... Okay, let's skip all the details and just tell you the conclusion. In that divine war, there was a reason why the 6 executive gods were able to fight their creator, who also granted them power, and even won. Because the core of the 6 executive gods is a certain organ of the creator god. The creator god used this organ as the main body to create 6 gods to help him govern the world. Those organs have their own power and principles, so they can't actually inflict particularly effective damage on the ruling gods. However, the ruling gods can actually harm them. I guess they didn't expect their sons and daughters to rebel one day, so they created these 6 ruling gods in such a way that would easily harm them. This is what it's like to be a parent for the first time. The man in the black windbreaker, In short, the 6 execution gods' dormant bodies are located within the temples of the 6 churches. We now know that the space bubble is the temple entrance. So, we can simply keep entering the space bubble, find the location where the execution god of each church is dormant, and then remove the organs belonging to the creation god and transplant them to ourselves. Not only will we gain power, but we also be immune to the creation god's parasitism. This is similar to what Lu Ran encountered in his previous life, because the organs and the creation god are more like independent entities. Of course, we definitely have many battles along the way. After all, these believers are undoubtedly quite devout, and we undoubtedly face considerable resistance if we try to steal their divine power. But I think with our current situation, we're not going to be able to defeat them. His strength is still quite promising. Have I explained it clearly enough? Jian Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I join. After his rebirth, the question of whether Lu Ran would be possessed by a monster again remained a constant concern for him. Even with the resurrection item in his backpack, that image lingered in his mind. Sometimes, he would be suddenly awakened by nightmares. If Lu Ran hadn't been by his side, a single glance at her would calm him down. He truly didn't know what state he would be in now. Perhaps similar to the man in the black windbreaker over there. The man in the black windbreaker was silent for a moment before replying, "You can try." Liang Ling continued, 6 organs, 6 career paths, and only 6 people can enter that final dimension. I suspect this creator god simply chose a random person to parasitize in his previous life. If only 6 of us, carrying its organs, enter, we can avoid these unnecessary casualties. Besides, the combat power of the others wouldn't be of much use in this kind of god war, so there's no need to come in and die. The 4 of us already cover 4 career paths. We're still short of a flesh warrior and a doctor. Do you have any recommendations? Strength doesn't have to be super strong. After obtaining the creator god's organs, even ordinary flesh warriors and doctors can instantly become ruling gods. The most important thing is that they're trustworthy and willing to sacrifice themselves for the world. In short, we need to eliminate those who just get by. Lu Ran, we can send a flesh warrior. We can ask him. Jian Lang was about to ask, who? Do they know a flesh warrior? When he suddenly realized. Oh, they actually do know a flesh warrior. The man in the black windbreaker was silent for a moment. What the Institute needs most is doctors. I go ask who's willing to take on this mission. Liang Ling, very well, then we have an agreement. Do you have any other questions? He was just saying this as a formality, thinking he covered everything he needed to say, but Jiang Lang immediately raised his hand. He looked at Jiang Lang with curiosity. What do you want to ask? Jiang Lang, were you also part of the team that went exploring that space? Why don't I have any impression of you? Liang Ling smiled, conjured a bizarre mask out of thin air, and put it on. Do you recognize me now? He pointed at the man in the black windbreaker. He wears a mask to avoid being recognized by fellow reborns, and I don't wear a mask to avoid being recognized by fellow reborns. Jiang Lang, I see. I have another question. Liang Ling, please. Jiang Lang, actually, I wanted to ask him this question. He pointed at the man in the black windbreaker. Are you sure? He only sent back the people who were in the space bubble at the time? The man in the black windbreaker frowned. Yes, his ability is area-based, affecting only those within a very small area. It's possible that someone near the space bubble during that time was also sent back, but they would have to be very close. Jiang Lang, Actually, besides us, there are other strange people who have been reborn. The man in the black windbreaker's frown deepened. Who? Jiang Lang, you know Zhangzhen, right? The man in the black windbreaker, ? His expression suddenly grew serious, and although he was already serious, Jiang Lang hadn't expected him to be even more serious. Zhangzhen has also been reborn? Then Yongle should employ a more effective offensive method this time. Fortunately, they don't know someone at the research institute has been reborn. The institute is now operating mostly in the shadows. It's been almost a year since the apocalypse began. I'm afraid Yongle has already been established. I understand. I find time and personnel to deal with Yongle. You don't have to worry about them interfering with our plans. Jiang Lang, Actually, there's no need to worry too much, because Yongle hasn't been established yet. The man in the black windbreaker had a rare expression on his face. Bewildered, how could it not be established? Even in the normal timeline, Yongle would have already been established, not to mention some of them have been reborn. Lu Ran, their leader, Lu Han, is an extreme believer in the principle of the survival of the fittest. We defeated him when he encountered us, so he considers himself a weakling. Now he's a helpful person. Man in black windbreaker, ? Jiang Lang, yeah, actually, we could call them over to help. This plan will probably require a lot of manpower. Man in black windbreaker, ? Chapter 108. If there was anyone in City A who was so obtuse as to be completely oblivious to the battle on the outskirts of town, where the fire nearly painted the sky red, it was probably the otaku. His curtains were always drawn. Although he had been in the apocalypse for almost a year, he had realized the importance of keeping a vigilant eye. But after the arduous journey to City A, well, he felt safe again. Besides, he was now considered a half-player, albeit a half-player with no equipment or backpack, and his combat effectiveness was highly questionable. But at least, he didn't have to worry about being contaminated by the pollutants. Let them bite if they want, as long as they don't kill him. So he returned to his days of staying at home, with the curtains drawn, and a seamless distinction between day and night. He hadn't even seen the battle on the edge of City A that had transfigured the world. He was absorbed in reading comics. Knock, knock, knock. Having barely struggled to wake from his sleep, the otaku threw the blanket off his head, rubbed his eyes, and headed for the door, tapping his slippers. He still had a sliver of safety in his head, so instead of opening the door, he peered through the peephole. It was Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, and he immediately opened the door. Big brothers, what are you doing here? Lu Ran walked into the otaku's apartment, followed by Jiang Lang, and finally Chinjijia. Jiang Lang patted Chinjijia on the shoulder and introduced her to the otaku. This is the girl we met in Q City. She's a bit bored. Do you have any novels for her to read? The otaku, shock. He had originally thought the two big men were looking for him about something related to games, but he hadn't expected them to actually recommend a work. Great. His face instantly lit up, and he quickly moved to the boxes of comics and novels he had resealed and brought all the way to City A. Little sister, do you have any favorite novels or anime and manga? He asked as he flipped through them. Before Chinjijia could answer, his mind had already quickly eliminated and narrowed down a whole list of works. Chinjijia, anything? Thank you. As soon as she finished her words, she saw the other person stand up excitedly, holding a stack of novels. Then, with a sheepish look on her face, she asked, have you read The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya? Chinjijia shook her head honestly. No. Before she was locked up, she had rarely watched TV or anything like that, so she figured she could just assume she hadn't read anything. After hearing Chinjijia's response, the otaku solemnly handed her his stack of 9 novels. Chinjijia also took them with a solemn expression, as if accepting a kata from a Tibetan. The otaku said awkwardly, just, "Take a look first? I think they're beautiful. But if you don't like the paintings, that's okay. Come back and I find you something else." Chinjijia nodded solemnly, okay. The otaku was delighted. He hadn't expected to be able to sell and recommend books in the apocalypse. Regardless of whether the other person liked them or not, having one more person in the world who knew the leader was a good thing. After lending Chinjijia the books, Lu Ran got down to business for the day. "Would you like to join the team that saves the world?" Still immersed in the joy of having sold Amway during the apocalypse, the otaku brother looked at Lu Ran when he saw him speak. Lu Ran seemed to say something. What? The otaku brother froze in confusion. What? Saving the world? Weren't we just talking about some good novels? How did the topic suddenly jump to saving the world? Isn't that a huge jump? He scratched his ears. I might have heard wrongly. Boss, could you please repeat what you just said? Jiang Lang stepped forward and placed his right hand solemnly on his shoulder. Lu Ran was just asking you if you want to join us in saving the world. Otaku, Okay, I heard right this time. He really is saving the world, but he's a loser. It's not the old-fashioned lose guy saving the world thing these days. He trembled, struggling to hold onto his legs. Boss, you're flattering me. I only just become a gamer. By your game's calculations, I'm probably still at the beginner village level. Jiang Lang patted him and recounted their previous discussions and speculations. Anyway, we need a flesh and blood warrior right now. Ability isn't important. What matters is that he doesn't let down at the critical moment. Otaku, boss! Do I look like someone who wouldn't let down? Lu Ran, you turned yourself into a flesh and blood warrior based on nothing more than a hypothesis and masochistic tendencies, without anyone verifying the possibility. Otaku, first, let me explain the masochistic tendencies. Lu Ran, we trust you. Think about it again. We be back in Cydia soon, and by then, you should have made up your mind. He waved to Chinjijia, and the three of them left again. Otaku brother was left bewildered. Wait! Otaku brother suddenly rushed out, opened the door, and shouted at Lu Ran and the others as they were about to descend the stairs. Wait! I'm in! Don't look for anyone else. This was saving the world. Even if I died, it would be worth it. This was the legendary death doing what you love, and what he loved was living in his own fantasy. He wanted to join this heroic team. Because this was his fantasy all along, Otaku brother made a quick decision, and fearing he missed this rare opportunity, he burst out. Then he realized he neglected his exercise again. He leaned against the doorframe, gasping for breath, hoping his image wouldn't affect Lu Ran and Jiang Lang's decision. Thankfully, they didn't regret it because Otaku brother couldn't breathe. Welcome aboard. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang slowly walked down the stairs. Jiang Lang, it went pretty smoothly. So now we have 5 of us, the only missing one. What's that masked man's name? Never mind, the Institute has found another doctor. Lu Ran, yeah. The main team members have been decided, or rather, the final squad to die has been decided. Yes, although Liang Ling said it casually, everyone, including the otaku who just listened to the story, knew that the 6 of them who finally entered the space bubble were a true suicide squad. Whatever their previous life had been, this one would most likely be their next. After all, even the 6 native execution gods of the divine realm world, bestowed with godhood by the creator god himself, had fallen into a state of near-eternal sleep. They didn't think they could be any exception. The best outcome they were striving for was actually mutual destruction. Next, they needed to gather some help. Seizing the divine bubble still relied on strength in numbers. They planned to retrace their steps, from City A to City Q, and then back to the vicinity of City C. As they left the otaku's apartment, they ran into familiar faces. Jiang Lang felt a little awkward, as they were Lu Cheng and Zhou Yin. He felt a little guilty for suspecting their entire team after seeing Liang Ling during the melee, so he took the initiative to greet them. Zhou Yin. Lu Cheng. The 2 men heard Jiang Lang's call, and subconsciously turned around. Seeing Lu Ran beside Jiang Lang, a strange look of recollection crossed their faces before they waved. Lu Cheng, it seems like I haven't seen you in a few days. Did you see that fire to the east yesterday? I wonder who was fighting. He noticed that Jiang Lang's expression was a little strange for a moment, while Lu Ran seemed quite calm. Lu Cheng couldn't help but wonder if he had said something strange. Jiang Lang, yeah, we saw it. He wasn't lying, he did see it, and it was super close. Joanne, are you sure it's a superpower? What if it's a wildfire? Lu Cheng was speechless for a moment. Where on the mountain did you get any trees to burn? And it burned so quickly, and went out just a moment later. It must be a superpower. Joanne, okay. That makes sense. I'm so envious. This superpower is so cool. I want a fire power too. It seems like I haven't seen anyone with fire powers since the apocalypse. Sigh, reality is not fiction. How sad. I want to play with fire too. And if I had a fire power, I wouldn't have to look for things to burn every day, and I wouldn't have to worry about running out of matches. Lu Cheng, is this all you want for fire powers? Zhou Yin yearned for fire powers for a moment, then his thoughts returned to reality. There's another space-soaking mission at the base. Do you want to come? Jiang Lang shook his head. No, we have to go back to Q City. Zhou Yin, oh. They didn't ask why. In the apocalypse, asking someone where they're going, or why is it considered rude? Suddenly losing the topic, Zhou Yin racked his brains for a few seconds, then looked at Lu Cheng. The sight left him speechless. Lu Cheng was looking at Lu Ran, with a smile on his face. Zhou Yin, eh? He elbowed Lu Cheng sharply. Lu Cheng hissed in pain, lowered his head, and whispered, "What's wrong with admiring your face?" But his voice wasn't as low as he imagined. Perhaps it was because the apocalypse had heightened the hearing of those with special abilities. Lu Ran, eh? Jiang Lang, shock. How could this happen? He thought Lu Cheng had given up on Lu Ran. He warily grabbed Lu Ran's arm and tucked it into his own. Lu Ran, question mark. Qin Jijia, clutching 9 volumes of The Melancholy of Haruai Suzumiya, slowly wore a puzzled expression. Seeing Jiang Lang's reaction, Lu Cheng couldn't help but smile speechlessly. He had no idea these two were friends. Zhou Yin's gayness was always wrong, but he was the one who made the mistake this time. He waved to Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, then left with Zhou Yin. Watching them leave, Jiang Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Ran, eh? Jiang Lang ignored Lu Ran's speechless look. Feeling refreshed and rejuvenated, he walked towards their car. Let's go! Assemble the world-saving team. Yu Ming felt that her mastery of her superpowers was rapidly improving every day. There was nothing she could do. The sheer volume of practice was overwhelming. Aside from eating and sleeping, she spent her days and nights controlling the queen ant and the ants moving mountains. Unfortunately, possessing superpowers also depleted her sleep schedule, so even if she wanted to slack off and sleep in a little, she couldn't. But thinking about arriving in Cydia soon and playing with Qinjie again gave her renewed motivation. Just as she was about to wrap up her morning's efforts and start lunch, her enhanced hearing picked up a low rumble. The sound struck her as familiar, and then she suddenly realized it was the sound of a car engine. Could it be? A surge of excitement and hope rose in her heart, but she quickly suppressed it. Perhaps it was just someone passing by. Although she knew most people wouldn't notice the mountain they were on was actually moving, Yu Ming still stopped moving that morning. Just as she was debating whether to go out and take a look, she heard the sound of a shovel digging into the soil from a familiar direction. Yu Ming, shock. It really is Brother Jiang, Brother Lu, and the others. Yu Ming jumped off the platform where the queen ant nest lay and quickly ran towards the underground cave they had previously descended. Halfway through, she spotted a frustum-shaped beam of light in the distance. The sunlight appeared in exceptionally pure pale pink beneath the ground, and dust could be faintly seen rising through it. Not far in front of this frustum-shaped beam of light were 3 people walking: Lu Ran, Jiang Lang, and Qinjie. The 3 of them walked slowly, and Yu Ming, who had rushed over, quickly understood why. Qinjie was still clutching a stack of books. When Yu Ming reached her, Qinjie handed her the top volume. Brother Lu and Brother Zhang's friends in City A borrowed my novel. I finished the first 2 volumes, and will show them to you. Yu Ming paused for a moment before agreeing. Borrowing books. Sounds so pre-apocalyptic. After the apocalypse, would anyone still carry books? Perhaps they were native to City A. Then she looked up at Lu Ran and Jiang Lang. Brother Jiang, Brother Lu, how could you have come here? I'd be almost behind the mountain across from City A in 2 days. You don't have to make a special trip. Jiang Lang smiled brightly. Actually, we're here for something else. Yu Ming, huh? Lu Ran and Jiang Lang recounted the events of the previous episode. Yu Ming listened attentively, occasionally asking questions, and finally, a sudden realization struck her. So you need more people to go to this place called the Space Bubble, right? Lu Ran nodded. Yes. Jiang Lang, if the Space Bubble. If the bubble was closer, you'd definitely give up if you couldn't make it. Yu Ming shook his head. If it were farther, I'd just walk there with my mom, and the other ants, oh, and the pig. Jiang Lang looked regretful. This mountain has a pretty good environment. It would be a shame to let you give it up. Lu Rang gave him a puzzled look. You should know that even if Yu Ming were gone for 6 months and came back, this mountain would probably not be occupied by anyone else, right? Jiang Lang, really, it's no different from going on a long journey, except that Yu Ming's house is bigger. And so they secured their first helper. We're heading back to Q City. Do you want to go back and take a look? Yu Ming shook her head. No, I stay with this mountain for now. I finally got it here, and Qinjiajia just gave me 2 novels, so I'm ready to read them. Lu Ran looked at Qinjiajia. What about you? Qinjiajia hesitated, then said, I'm not going back either. She paused, then smiled. What if Yu Ming finishes the first 2 volumes, and wants to read the rest? I want to read the rest too, so it's better for us to stay together. Lu Ran nodded. Jiang Lang also nodded in understanding. Whether Qinjiajia's reason was truly to read the novels, or simply because she didn't want to go back to the coast community, she simply didn't want to go back. Qinjiajia concluded, Give my regards to Teacher Zhang. In the early morning hours of the coast community, residents, who had long since developed a routine of working from sunrise to sunset, began to emerge from their residential buildings to prepare for farming. The night watchman in the security booth yawned profusely, then looked toward the neighborhood, wondering why his replacement hadn't arrived yet. Then, as he alternated between feeling sleepy and nearly falling headfirst onto the table, and then staring intently, the daytime psychic finally arrived. Finally! I'm dying of sleep. Go ahead, go ahead. The psychic, chomping at the bit, squeezed into the security booth and mumbled. Just as they finished their shift, the roar of a vehicle approached. The 2 men instinctively looked up and saw an SUV with a slightly unfamiliar design, but a remarkably familiar color. 2 psychics, surprise! Wait. No way. A familiar SUV slammed to a stop at the entrance of the coastal residential area, and 2 figures jumped out. Brother Lu. Brother Jiang. Lu Ren nodded at them, and Jiang Lang smiled brightly. We're back. The 2 psychics gathered around excitedly. Why are you back? No, back. Brother Lu, Brother Jiang, are you leaving again this time? Jiang Lang scratched his head. I'm leaving after all. I just came back to see everyone. The 2 looked slightly disappointed, but not surprised. They quickly regained their cheerful expressions. That's fine. Oh, by the way, I have to report that you and Dr. Chen have left. Afterward, the outsiders gradually left, though 1 or 2 did stay. Then, those who had been vying for the privileges of psychics for whatever reason lost their leadership, and with Teacher Zhang's strict management, they became obedient. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang listened and nodded. The situation was pretty much as they had expected before leaving. Without Qinjiajia, the coast community would theoretically quickly return to its original ecology. Even if more psychics joined, it would be the ecology that selected them, not the psychics that changed it. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang walked into the coast community. As expected, most of the people working in the garden were old acquaintances. Seeing the familiar figures of Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, the people in the coast community, who had been busy planting vegetables, suddenly looked up. Little Jiang, little Lu are back. Someone shouted, but instantly a large group of people put down their shovels and hoes and rushed over. You're back. So glad you're back. When did you get back? Come to Andy's at noon and I make you something. Come to my house, come to my house. I still have some hot peppers I haven't eaten yet. I'm just waiting for Xiao Jiang and Xiao Lu to get back. Unable to refuse the generous offer, Jiang Lang agreed to 6 meals. Well, a 3-day layover wouldn't be much of a delay. After squeezing out from the crowd of enthusiastic coast community residents, the 2 of them successfully silenced everyone by claiming they had something to ask Teacher Zhang. They closed the door to Teacher Zhang's now vacant office and breathed a sigh of relief, planning to wait there until he returned. It was noon when Teacher Zhang returned, probably just after his morning patrol. As she walked into the office to make some instant noodles, she saw 2 familiar figures. One was standing by the window, the other hunched over her desk, playing with a pen. Jiang Lang? Lu Ran? Why are you back? She glanced around subconsciously. Jia isn't with you? Is she okay? Is she alone? Is this safe? Lu Ran turned from the window. She's with Yu Ming. Yu Ming has superpowers now, and they're in a very secluded place. Teacher Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. She lowered her head and thought for a moment, then looked up. So why are you back? Jian Lang, having climbed up from the table, recounted Liang Ling's version of his theory about this world. Teacher Zhang listened thoughtfully. I see. Jian Lang, that's why we came all the way back. I wanted to ask Teacher Zhang if you'd like to come along. We're really short-handed for the initial raids on the 6 temples. Teacher Zhang hesitated for a moment. Finally, she sighed and said, if I were alone, I really like to join your fight, but coastal community. I just can't leave. Lu Ran and Jian Lang weren't surprised. They'd known before returning to coastal community that Teacher Zhang most likely wouldn't leave. They simply stopped by to ask questions and see how things were going. Seeing that things were back to normal, they felt they completed their mission. Teacher Zhang, I'm sorry. Her expression was filled with genuine remorse, even when it was unnecessary. Jian Lang then remembered how Teacher Zhang often considered everything she could do her duty. Jian Lang, ha ha ha, Teacher Zhang, what are you sorry for? We were just asking questions. We weren't actually short on help. And our main reason was to come back and see how things were getting better. At this point, Teacher Zhang's face lit up with relief and satisfaction. Well, thank you for stepping up. After those psychics left, the community has been mostly back to normal. I didn't think clearly at the time. She glanced at Lu Ran and sighed, I was too presumptuous. I just felt that we shouldn't turn away anyone in need, and I felt it was unfair to restrict outsiders from entering the coast community without any reason. Lu Ran, as long as everyone is happy now, the situation was quite complicated. No one expected news about Qingjie to spread so quickly. They briefly exchanged information with Teacher Zhang. Jian Lang enthusiastically recounted their recent experiences, omitting the part about rebirth, of course. Teacher Zhang gave them a brief account of the community's current situation. While there weren't any thrilling stories, these quiet, trivial details clearly brought her great satisfaction. I'm sure a lot of people will want to have you over for dinner when you get back, right? Teacher Zhang casually speculated. Jian Lang scratched his head. Yes, I promised to have lunch at Aunt Zhang's house at noon. Teacher Zhang smiled. Then go quickly. After leaving Teacher Zhang's office, Lu Ran and Jian Lang headed towards the building where Aunt Zhang was. Before they successfully met Aunt Zhang, they encountered another unexpected person. Jian Lang stared in shock at the yawning teenager emerging from the building. Why are you still here? The middle school mystic instantly bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Why am I still here? Can't I live in this complex? I paid the fee. Why can't I be here? Jian Lang, that's not what I meant. I was asking why you didn't leave with the other Esper? The middle school mystic, oh? He hesitated. I think they think I'm stupid. Anyway, I already paid the fee. If Teacher Zhang doesn't kick me out, I can still stay. He couldn't help but yawn again. He'd been on night duty last night, and even though he didn't need much sleep, he still yawned when he felt sleepy. Jian Lang, so that's how it is. The middle school mystic took a moment to react before his eyes widened. No! You two are the ones. Why are you here? Lu Ran, Rarely had he met anyone more slow-witted than Jian Lang. Jian Lang glanced at the slow-witted mystic and suddenly asked, do you want to save the world together? The middle-aged mystic was stunned for a moment. What? Lu Ran glanced at the middle-aged boy. Although he seemed a bit clueless, entering those 6 spatial bubbles and seizing the remains of the 6 ruling gods was almost like a team battle. The most advantageous class in a team battle was the mystic, and this middle-aged boy was one of the rare max-level and well-equipped mystics they had seen recently, making him a perfect fit for a team battle. Lu Ran, I've forgotten about him. Jian Lang, right. The middle-aged mystic, wait, what? Wait, why are we saving the world? While Lu Ran and Jian Lang were staying in the coastal community, eating and explaining the whole story to the middle-aged mystic, elsewhere, inside the Hidden Research Institute headquarters, the masked man without a mask was explaining Liang Ling's research to the institute. So, we need a doctor now? The masked man without a mask nodded, yes. All the doctors in the institute looked at each other and raised their hands. Choose me. Brother Tan, choose me. You even called Brother Tan? Don't you always call Tan a scoundrel? Brother Tan chose me. He's two-faced and untrustworthy. It's obvious he should choose me for such an important task. Stop. The stop didn't come from Tan Feng, but from one of the doctors. She stepped forward. No one would accept letting Brother Tan pick just anyone or just draw lots, so I think we should compete fairly. Let's have a fight, and the winner gets the spot. A boy raised his hand weakly. Sister Chen, are we doctors? Shouldn't we compete to see who can endure the most? Sister Chen was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly and confidently. The final battle will be between 6 teams. In such a small team, the doctor's health is overflowing. If we're just talking about health, it doesn't matter who goes. On that basis, isn't it more important who fights better? That makes sense. What the hell? She just wants to go alone. Everyone knows she's awake in combat abilities. I think everyone should show off their skills. She said confidently. Well, I have both a game board and combat abilities. I can do the work of 2 people. Isn't that an advantage? I object. Tenfeng just said that the enemy we're facing this time is the creator god from Divine Domain. While no one has defeated this boss before, it's definitely not a boss of our version's level. Therefore, the doctor's healing pool won't be overflowing in this situation. If we need to instantly drain 6 people's health, shouldn't we choose the one with the highest healing pool? If it's really a boss that can instantly drain all 6 people's health, then I don't think there's any need to compare our healing pools. Aren't they all the same? Tenfeng walked out of the room in silence, intending to let them argue it out. After walking around the Institute headquarters, he estimated that an hour had passed, and they should have reached a conclusion, so he headed back to the conference room. He opened the conference room door. Yes, the result was indeed in. Shi walked towards him with his head held high and announced, Tenfeng, we reached a unanimous decision. I will be the doctor for this team. Behind her, a group of doctors, their heads battered, were evidently unwilling to accept the fight solution. Tenfeng, Anyway, they've chosen someone, and that's all that matters. He's actually quite confident in whoever takes up this position at the Institute. Shi is certainly preferable, having been a model employee there from her previous life to this one. In a small town near City C, Zhongjin was squatting in a tree, bored. This life was truly unbearable. When he was reborn, he could never have imagined he'd fall into such a state. Oh my god! Rebirth! Shouldn't this kind of heaven-sent fortune have sent him to the pinnacle of his life? From now on, he'd be punching and kicking the Institute. Whatever, becoming the undisputed leader of the apocalypse, commanding the wind and rain, everyone avoiding him wherever he went. Why was he now serving as a bodyguard for a bunch of ordinary people who didn't even know the terrifying nature of his powers? Zhongjin! Brother Zhongjin! Help me cut this! He gathered his scattered thoughts and looked down. Under the tree, a child held a coconut. Zhongjin, He was overcome with grief. Do these people even know how powerful his spatial abilities are? Every day, he's either asked to peel coconuts or chop frozen fish. They're using him like a guillotine, aren't they? He was filled with grief, anger, and depression, and then the power of his spatial abilities surged from his body. He sliced the coconut below into a perfect cross-section. Thank you, Brother Zhongjin. Zhongjin was angry, depressed, and silent. If it were in his previous life, he would have sent this brat to hell long ago. If the boss hadn't been watching him, he would have run away long ago. Alas, so many mistakes. It was all his fault for being reborn with a brain defect that he had to come looking for the boss. Couldn't he have just gone in alone? Why did he have to revive Yongle? He alone was clearly a powerful villain, enough to stop a child crying at night. He squatted on the branch, filled with grief and melancholy, his only hope being that no one would come to him to cut anything today. He truly still had some dignity. Alas, what he feared came true. He had just enjoyed a moment of privacy, letting his thoughts wander freely to his days of dominance and tyranny in the apocalypse, when someone else came under the tree. Zhongjin, can you help me cut some of this kelp? Other knives are too blunt to cut it. Zhongjin, He stared intently at the middle-aged woman below, trying to tell her with his eyes that she was already dead to him. But the middle-aged woman continued patiently holding the bowl of kelp, a smile on her face, her mind preoccupied with her evening kelp salad, completely oblivious to Zhongjin's deadly gaze. Zhongjin, The next second, the kelp in the middle-aged woman's bowl was neatly chopped. Thanks. I save you a bowl of kelp salad tonight. You should eat kelp, right? Zhongjin eat. He recalled the taste of the kelp salad. Well, he still had to eat it. After chopping the kelp, he continued to squat in the tree. But this time, before he could lose himself in his reverie, an inexplicable sense of alarm crept over him. He frowned suddenly, and stood up from the branch. Someone was there. Someone was actually coming to this god-forsaken place? He was speechless for a moment. He had thought he was standing guard here for no reason, and indeed, he had been for a year. But despite his silence, his mind and body remained perfectly tense, ready to launch a spatial slicing attack at the first sign of an intruder. Here they come. He caught a whirring roar, a car barreling through the desolate landscape. After using his hearing to locate the approximate location, He stared intently in that direction, waiting for the intruder to emerge. It appeared. As a vibrant red shimmered into his field of vision, his tightly held supernatural powers instantly unleashed, shattering the red SUV into countless pieces of scrap metal. But he couldn't destroy both the enemy and their vehicle. Two figures swiftly emerged from the crumbling SUV, tumbling on the ground before raising their heads. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, rising from the ground, felt a sense of déjà vu. Lu Ran patted his sleeves and looked up into the distance. Jiang Lang stared at the pile of scrap metal on the ground. My car. Zhang Jin, shock. He hit the wrong guy. He froze in the tree, his pupils trembling. He cursed in his mind. The two figures tumbling out looked awfully familiar. The colder-looking one of the two stood up and looked in his direction. Though they were quite far away, Zhang Jin felt as if they were staring directly into his eyes, and he shuddered. Why couldn't he wait a little longer? Did he really have to be so combat-savvy? That was it. He hit the boss of the boss. Was it too late for him to escape now? Clearly not. He quickly jumped down from the tree and trotted towards Lu Ran and Jiang Lang. If he hadn't recorded the coordinates nearby, he'd have wasted a teleportation scroll. Boss, why are you here? Oh, I really didn't recognize you. Zhang Jin smiled and fawningly dusted Jiang Lang. He was about to rush over to Lu Ran, but after taking just 2 steps, he met Lu Ran's calm, yet cold eyes. He froze in place, then took 2 steps back and resumed dusting Jiang Lang's clothes. Jiang Lang shuddered. No, I can do it myself. Zhang Jin retreated obediently, forcing a smile, trying to avoid being hunted down. Lu Ran, are you on guard duty? Zhang Jin, yes. The boss told me to keep a close eye on this direction. Whether it's pollutants or people heading this way, we need to be careful. Lu Ran, did your boss tell you to kill them on sight? Zhang Jin froze. The boss hadn't said anything. He was just following Yungli's usual practice. He couldn't shift the blame onto the boss. The bosses of the 2 bosses wouldn't necessarily kill him, but the boss would definitely. Even if he didn't die, he'd be living a life worse than death. So he said dejectedly no. Lu Ran, have you attacked any humans before us? Zhang Jin shook his head, no. Lu Ran looked at Jiang Lang, as if to say, don't worry. Jiang Lang nodded. Lu Ran continued walking along the path. Jiang Lang followed. Zhang Jin, he was stunned. Is this the end? What about his ultimate offense? Lu Ran, where's Lu Han? Zhang Jin was stunned for several seconds, not responding. Lu Ran frowned, then turned back, and Zhang Jin instantly came to his senses. The boss of the 2 bosses. I take you to the boss right now. Zhang Jin quickly walked to within a meter of the 2 men and began to lead the way. The place they had chosen earlier was a small town, a bit like a rural urban fringe. They only saw a supermarket when they got there. It was a good thing they had asked them to bring some extra supplies from City C. After a while, they came upon a 4-story hotel, not a large area. This is where most people live now. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang nodded. You could tell. The hotel balcony had a lively atmosphere, with a variety of items hanging on it, from towels and clothes to dried fish, bamboo shoots, and bacon. Then, led by Zhang Jin, they continued forward. After turning a corner, the terrain suddenly opened up. Arriving at the school grounds, Zhang Jin walked straight into the gate, turned left, and said, the boss is on the playground. A commotion erupted from the direction of the playground. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang walked forward, slowly gaining a clearer view of what everyone was doing. A crowd of people gathered on the playground, making a commotion. Within their circle, a man was engaged in a battle with a pollutant. The battle had probably been going on for some time. The psychic looked breathless, his eyes fixed on the pollutant, a sharp kitchen knife tightly clutched in his hand. Zhang Jin glanced at the knife with resentment. It was because all the sharp knives were used for combat training, leaving the cooks with only blunt ones. That's why he was used as a kitchen knife every day, jerk. As he attacked the pollutant again, the playground erupted in cheers and applause. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang stood a few dozen meters away, watching for a moment. Jiang Lang suddenly revealed a puzzled expression. This contaminant looks so. He struggled for a moment before finally finding a word. Numerical imbalance. Lu Ran also saw that this contaminant clearly didn't possess any special abilities. It was probably one of the most common mutant contaminants. However, it was fast and had high attack power. And judging by the opposing psychic's continued vitality after repeated attacks, its health bar must have been quite long. Lu Han must have used his auxiliary abilities on this pollutant. Zhongjin replied flatteringly. Yes, yes. To train these ordinary psychics in combat, the boss has been diligently capturing nearby pollutants to use as training opponents. But the pollutants around here are so weak. There are only a few of the more challenging ones, and these rookie psychics are reckless. They killed those pollutants after just a few training sessions. So the boss had to settle for the next best thing and capture even weaker pollutants to strengthen them, and then use them to train these people. Jiang Lang, haha, Lu Han, you're quite serious. Although he and Lu Ran had initially stationed Lu Han here with the idea that his abilities would help these psychics grow in actual combat, and they had indeed expressed similar sentiments to Lu Han, they hadn't expected him to execute so perfectly, even too perfectly. If the apocalypse hadn't arrived, Lu Han would have been every capitalist's favorite employee. A single command would allow him to achieve 200% effectiveness. Huh? Look everyone. It's our two benefactors. Someone on the playground spotted Lu Ran and Jiang Lang first, and instantly, the crowd watching the combat training vanished as they swarmed towards them. Lu Ran stepped back, letting Jiang Lang stand between him and the group. Jiang Lang enthusiastically responded to the others' enthusiasm. Lu Ran looked at Lu Han, who had come a step behind them. Lu Han, over the past year, all the psychics in town have been trained to the point where they can defeat level 3 pollutants individually with their own abilities or cold weapons. If formed into teams of 3, every 3 level 2 psychics combined can successfully survive and escape a level 4 pollutant. I also train them in wilderness survival training with limited food. Even if someone gets separated from the main group, they should be able to hold on until rescue. Lu Ran, They live together, how could they possibly get separated? After Lu Han finished speaking, he leaned forward slightly, as if reporting his work to his boss. Even Lu Ran found it a little strange. He hummed. Lu Han stood up. Do you want me to organize a performance for them? Lu Ran. No, I came back with another mission for you too. Lu Han didn't seem to mind that his boss hadn't bothered to inspect the results of his year's hard work. He immediately leaned forward again. Please give me your orders. Lu Ran, Jiang Lang, I, and some others will need to enter 6 space bubbles of far greater intensity than normal. You all come with me. Lu Han, okay. Zhongjin, surprise. Finally, he could finally leave this godforsaken place. Finally, we can fight. Wait. Voluntarily entering the space bubble? Why does that sound so familiar? Wait, boss, can I ask who's organizing this event? Lu Ran glanced at him, and suddenly gave a strange smile. The Research Institute. Zhongjin, How could this be? He doesn't want to cooperate with the people at the Research Institute. Lu Ran, if you don't want to go, that's fine. Lu Han, your wishes are my direction. Lu Ran, after a year, Lu Han's choice of words has gotten even more unsettling. Zhongjin's face twisted into a knot. He doesn't want to cooperate with the people at the Research Institute, but he doesn't want to keep chopping kelp in this godforsaken place. Forget it. Forget it. He took a deep breath. The Research Institute is the Research Institute. He wants to fight. Fight. Chapter 109. Zhou Liang felt like his head was about to explode from the noise. What on earth was the difference between this and their school's field trips? Oh no, there was a difference. This was even more chaotic than theirs. At least their school's field trips were supervised by teachers, but the teachers here. He looked ahead at the mystic and spirit weaver, who looked only a few years older than him. Then, beside them, the strangely dressed man in a black windbreaker, and someone who must have been a word weaver, because he didn't even open his mouth. This didn't look like a reliable leadership team. The more he thought about it, the more he wondered why he agreed to come. It was too noisy. He almost gotten used to the quiet, apocalyptic life in coastal community. Damn it. The seemingly unreliable leadership team, criticized by Zhou Liang, the middle-aged mystic of coastal community, was actually struggling with how to lead this large group. Jiang Lang, how come there are so many people? Tan Feng, how many people do you think the institute has? I only brought half of them here. The other half will stay to maintain the daily infrastructure. Lu Ran took a quick look. He and Jiang Lang, adhering to the principle of quality over quantity, had brought Yu Ming, Chen Jijia, Lu Han, Zhongjin, and Zhou Liang. They had originally assumed Liang Ling and Tan Feng would bring a similar number of people. Liang Ling had indeed only brought a few people. The team from City A, the same familiar ones. Liang Ling had spent most of his time after his apocalyptic rebirth researching the settings of divine domain and translating alien languages in his space bubble. He hadn't had much time to meet people. The City 18 was clearly his permanent selection after carefully selecting the best from the best. But things were completely different for Tan Feng. Besides trying to find Lu Ran and kill him before the anomalous event, he returned to the apocalypse to diligently build the research institute. Building the institute was also part of finding Lu Ran. Searching for someone nationwide by himself was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was by establishing the research institute and then building a network of artificial communications around it that he was able to find Lu Ran in such a short time. So, all in all, Tan Feng brought nearly 200 people with him. Jiang Lang, a 200-man group. I never led a group this large before. Has anyone here ever led a large group in game? Tan Feng gave him a strange look. I'm a necromancer with a skill point in resurrection. Do you think I'm a PD player? Liang Ling raised his hand. I play PvP too. Lu Ran, you go ahead. Jiang Lang, ? Jiang Lang, me? Lu Ran, you're the only one here with experience leading a large group. Go ahead. Jiang Lang, He paused for a moment, a headache. But this isn't a game. I can't call everyone into YY. Just getting these 200 people to hear what I'm saying is a huge problem. Tan Feng considerately produced a loudspeaker from his backpack. This is a purely mechanical speaker, made by the Research Institute, after studying various types of rigid materials. It's not as practical as an electric one, but if you speak loudly, it should be able to carry your voice about 50 meters. Jiang Lang, He took the speaker with a heavy heart, feeling inexplicably forced into a job. He sighed, okay, show me the list of people from your research institute. Tan Feng seemed prepared, immediately pulling out a piece of paper and handing it to Jiang Lang. Lu Ran, standing beside Jiang Lang, took a quick look. Tan Feng's group was actually quite targeted. Most of them were medics and mystics. Necromancers and spirit weavers, who were more suited to solo combat, were relatively few. Then, there were a smaller number of word weavers and flesh warriors. This wasn't because he didn't want to bring more, but because these two classes weren't popular in the game to begin with. No one likes to play support or tank. Jiang Lang did the math. If they were divided into 20 10-man teams, each team would roughly have one flesh warrior and 2 medics. Since their team had Lu Ran, a pure control weaver, they could use the newly promoted flesh warrior, Otaku, to round out the numbers. Other teams that didn't have flesh warriors could just add 2 more spirit weavers. Aside from these few reborn players, most people probably wouldn't stockpile useless in-game items like defense and life scrolls. However, defense and life scrolls last quite a while, so a few slots would be enough for him alone. Which of these players haven't really fought in real life? Jiang Lang looked at Tan Feng. From his understanding of the Research Institute, he knew a large portion of its staff were clerical. Tan Feng took out a pen and circled a few people. Jiang Lang separated them one by one and assigned them to various teams. If there wasn't enough space, he assigned a user with defensive abilities, such as Qin Muchu. After a long while of writing and drawing with his red pen, Jiang Lang finally divided the 200-man group into 20 teams of 10. He picked up the loudspeaker Tan Feng had given him and scanned the area. Seeing no high ground to climb on, he simply pulled a few boxes from his backpack, stacked them, and stood on them. Everyone be quiet. Please listen to me. The crowd, once boisterous as if on a picnic, gradually quieted down, curiously looking toward the source of the noise, awaiting instructions. No one was disobeying orders here. Instructions were simply difficult to manage due to the sheer number of people. I'm going to divide everyone into 20 teams. Each team will prioritize ensuring no casualties within their own team, and only then attack the contaminants. Understand? Some of the 200 people shouted got it loudly. A closer look revealed familiar faces, the muscular men from Liang Ling's team. Others nodded calmly, indicating understanding. It seemed that Jiang Lang's awakening of his superpowers had enhanced both his vision and his ability to process information simultaneously, allowing him to observe everyone's reactions. Now, I call my name, please step to the front. What can I do to you, my arrogance? Jiang Lang couldn't help but sweat after calling out that name. Lu Ran couldn't help but glance sideways, wanting to see just how arrogant this my arrogance was. The eyes of the 200 or so people in the audience instantly shone brightly. Although some of them used online nicknames instead of their real names, it's normal to be cautious in the apocalypse, and it's not because of some chunabaku, middle school, mentality, but the shamelessness of this online name still caught people's attention. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, a polite and refined middle-aged man, seemingly in his 30s, stepped out. He wore glasses, and his appearance and demeanor were somewhere between a student and a corporate slave, more mature than a student, but not as exhausted as a corporate slave. If they had seen him before the apocalypse, Jiang Lang and Lu Ran would probably have mistaken him for a university lecturer. If he indeed had a similar profession, and if he worked at a research institute after the apocalypse, it was a perfect match between his professionalism and experience. Jiang Lang confirmed. Are you Ye Anewo? The refined middle-aged man named Ye Anewo nodded calmly, and quietly took the position Jiang Lang designated. Okay, Jiang Lang decided. This attitude of disregarding such a shameful online name is truly fitting. Luckily, the next few names looked like normal human names. Wang Yiming. Here. He Feifei. Here. Shi Yun. Here. Jiang Lang finally couldn't help but say, actually, you didn't have to call out. The two girls looked at him innocently. We just saw Wang Yiming called out, so we called out too. And after someone called out their name, we couldn't help but call out. Jiang Lang then continued the roll call. Soon, the first 10-person team appeared. You can get acquainted for a while. Then, since I can't remember everyone's names and match them to faces, if I need to give detailed instructions to your team, I just call out to Team 1's medic or Team 1's flesh warrior or something like that. Just remember that you're Team 1. Okay. No problem. I remember it. Jiang Lang pondered. They did remember it, but he couldn't remember the entire group. He pondered if he had anything in his backpack that could be used for labeling, then turned to Liang Ling. Do you have any sticky notes or anything like that? He still remembered Liang Ling pulling out his oxygen mask. Perhaps he had more strange things in his backpack? Liang Ling raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, What the hell did this person pack in his backpack? Did he pack everything he might need? Liang Ling rubbed his chin. You're going to label the number 1, right? I actually have something more suitable. Jiang Lang, what? Liang Ling's eyes were blank, and all the players knew he was starting to rummage through his backpack. Then, after a dozen seconds, a large box appeared before everyone. It was so large that Liang Ling had to find a smaller box to stand on to open it. He rummaged through it for a moment, and tossed out 10 pieces of clothing. 10 baseball jerseys with 01 written on the back. Jiang Lang, Although I asked him with the assumption that Liang Ling's backpack might contain everything, it was still a bit too much. Does this guy really think he end up in the wilderness someday? He silently distributed the 10 baseball uniforms to the freshly dressed first team and began calling out the names of the second team. Zhou Liang far away. This feels more like a school outing. Jiang Lang's mouth was dry after calling out 200 names, and his joints were a bit sore after distributing 200 uniforms. It was really thanks to Liang Ling that he had so many uniforms to carry. But the teams were finally divided. Next, it was time to move on. It was Tan Feng's turn. He spread out the spatial bubble node map he had brought from the research institute. These red dots are the spatial bubbles most likely to be the temple fragments you mentioned, Liang Ling. A red dot with a circle is roughly this level of pollution. He pulled out a pollution detector and drew a line with his finger at a spot roughly between the undead bubble they encountered last time and the bubble they first encountered. A red dot with 2 circles is roughly this level. He drew another line, which was roughly the level of pollution slightly higher than the bubble Lu Ran and Jiang Lang had encountered the first time. Let's head to these 2 circles first. The rest of the research institute will keep us updated with new information. Liang Ling placed a flag similar to a tour guide's on the hood of Tan Feng's car, announcing it as their lead car, and then got in. Tan Feng, Jiang Lang and Lu Ran returned to their own car and drove behind Tan Feng. They sat in the front seat, while a few rows back held Lu Han, Zhangjun, Chen Jiejia, Yuming, the otaku, and the middle school mystic from the coastal community. After Jiang Lang divided all the teams, his own squad didn't follow the normal team composition. Instead, he crammed everyone who needed their supervision into the squad. After all, he wasn't comfortable sending people like Lu Han and Zhangjun to other teams. Tan Feng and Liang Ling were also on their team, though they drove their own cars. The 4 of them were all in one squad because they were the command group. Tan Feng and Liang Ling could inform him of any immediate command needs, and Lu Ran would also let him know if he noticed anything. However, he would ultimately make the final decision on whether to pass on the instructions. That was the general structure. If the 4 of them were too far apart, it would be inconvenient for them to gather information and discuss decisions. Zhou Liang stared endlessly at the otaku next to him, then at the 3 children in the front row. What the hell was going on here? It felt more like a school outing. He crossed his arms, trying hard to appear aloof, as he made his way to the nearest space bubble. Jiang Lang turned and smiled at them. We're almost there. just up ahead. Lu ran, without looking back, added calmly, "Get ready." Zhou Liang's spirits lifted slightly. No matter how much the car's configuration resembled a picnic, he had gained some understanding of the existence of space bubbles over time, and knew this was no joke. And then, in that instant, the sky in his field of vision suddenly vanished. His vision, which had been dim but still bright, suddenly became oppressive and cramped. He looked ahead at the densely packed, rough rock faces and the winding, maze-like paths. If this were a native Earth landscape, there would likely be countless debates about whether it was a natural formation or an alien artifact, for they appeared to possess a certain precision yet also seemed crude and primitive. Climbing the rock faces were vines, seemingly on the verge of withering, which added a touch of primitive beauty to the scene. Then, he heard a soft sound from the front. "Fuck." He glanced at Jiang Lang in the driver's seat. Although he could only see his profile, he could clearly see the frustration on his face. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang pushed their cars out one after another. Jiang Lang walked over to Lu Ran, and couldn't help but grumble, "I almost thought I traveled through time again." Lu Ran hummed to him. The scene was indeed a little too familiar. Tan Feng and Liang Ling had already gotten out of the car. Liang Ling shuffled towards Lu Ran, Jiang Lang, and the others. "We're up here, right in the Fantasy Moon Garden. How does it compare to the Fantasy Moon Garden bubble you encountered earlier?" Lu Ran glanced around, almost. Jiang Lang observed carefully. Indeed, these vines looked no different from the one we encountered, and the width of the maze seemed similar. My first reaction was that we were in that bubble again. Tan Feng, I hope the bubble you encountered earlier wasn't where the remains of the 6 gods are stored. Jiang Lang, if so, we're screwed. If you remains were in the bubble they entered last time, and he and Lu Ran had destroyed that bubble, they might never recover you portion of the Creator God's remains. Jiang Lang, I shouldn't be that unlucky. Zhou Liang curiously poked his head out from behind them. Have you been in a similar bubble before? Jiang Lang nodded. Yes, and it's basically the same. These bubbles are very troublesome, because you see those vines? If you attack anyone, the rest of the vines in the bubble will attack you. Zhou Liang was a little shocked. What's the combined damage output? Jiang Lang, even if I have full buffs and my regeneration ability, I can only withstand about 1/10 of the vines here at once. Zhou Liang, oh my god. So troublesome, such a perverted contaminant. Liang Ling, of course it's perverted. These vines are originally one. This is an elder of the Fantasy Moon Court. Lu Ran, Jiang Lang, ? Zhou Liang, what? Liang Ling enthusiastically explained. He was very enthusiastic about any topic that made him feel comfortable talking. The Fantasy Moon Court is originally a temple for spiritual cultivation and control. The other skills unlocked in the game are secondary. The spiritual link is the core skill. A beginner priest can only control one person at a time, but then he can control more and more people and a wider range. When a priest of the Fantasy Moon Court advances, no other conditions are considered, only the spiritual link is cultivated. Then, at the current highest level, players, like Lu Ran, basically reach the level of not losing their master. This is the highest level of physical spiritual connection. Going higher requires the gradual dissolution of the self, because in order to gain a wider range of control, a single control center is no longer sufficient. You should be familiar with the principles of the nervous system. Mammals rely on the central nervous system to control the entire body. Therefore, before the efficiency of nerve conduction increases, mammals are severely limited by their size. If their bodies are too large, a message can take several seconds to travel from the tail to the head, resulting in a significant delay. In short, this is roughly the situation. The priests of the Fantasy Moon Court also face similar limitations. Therefore, to overcome this limitation, they need to equip themselves with multiple central nervous systems. This means selecting a few unlucky individuals to assimilate into their own, distributing their consciousness within different individuals. And so it is, as you see. Each vine here can be understood as a part of the spirit of the elders of the Fantasy Moon Court, and the very ground beneath your feet is their original form. Zhou Liang didn't actually care about the principles of cultivation in the Fantasy Moon Court. He was simply shocked. What? You're saying this is an elder of the Fantasy Moon Court? He stared blankly at the expanses of yellow earth and the rough rock walls before him, clinging to vines that weren't even green, but looked like they were dying. This looked nothing like the elders of the Fantasy Moon Court in the game. The Fantasy Moon Court elders in the game were dressed in flowing white robes. Among them, the elder named Stella was a goddess in the hearts of many divine domain players, a major attraction at the Fantasy Moon Court headquarters. He himself often had nothing better to do, so he just wandered the corridors, hoping to run into Elder Stella. No. He refused to admit that the vines before him, resembling dead grass, were the elders of the Fantasy Moon Court. No. The goddess of his dreams. How could this be? Liang Ling saw Zhou Liang's disillusionment and, after a moment's thought, realized what he was disillusioned about. He patted his shoulder sympathetically and said, "Don't be too sad. Perhaps they do look quite beautiful to alien eyes." Zhou Liang, What kind of consolation was that? Regardless of Zhou Liang's mood, Jiang Lang was quite relaxed. Although he had some PTSD when he first saw the entire space bubble, he thought about it carefully. This was a good thing. At least it was a familiar scene, and he already knew how to fight. This time, they brought in a large number of spirit weavers, so it was really easy and relaxing. Chapter 110. Just as Jiang Lang was casually preparing to organize everyone to capture this space bubble, he suddenly remembered. Their goal wasn't to eliminate the contaminants in this space bubble and leave, but to find used remains of the Creator God. He immediately turned humbly to Liang Ling and asked, "What do the remains of the Creator God look like?" Liang Ling shrugged. "How would I know?" He paused. "But I know you has taken something related to the spirit, probably the brain or the nervous system." Jiang Lang's face wrinkled. Looking at the vines and the body of the elder beneath them, he knew that the body structure of the Creator God of the divine realm would definitely not resemble that of a human. He sighed and began to direct everyone to action. "Next, all spirit weavers, please step out. Your task is to divide your area and monitor the vines around you. If they show any movement, use Mind Link and any non-damaging control abilities. Everyone else, continue to search in your original group. We're looking for a brain or nervous system, but we don't know what it looks like. However, if we find it, there's a high probability that all the vines will attack you simultaneously, so avoid touching it. If you find anything similar, notify me directly. Also, remember that every clump of vines here is connected to every other vine. Attacking one will trigger a counterattack from all the others. So, please be cautious and keep your distance. Avoid contact, and don't attack in any way. However, if someone accidentally attacks, all spirit weavers will quickly control them. That's basically it. Team 1 goes ahead. Team 2. As Jiang Lang led a large group slowly into the maze-like Fantasy Moon Court Temple, Lu Ran followed suit. He had just calculated with Jiang Lang that the number of spirit weavers here was sufficient to provide comprehensive coverage of every area, so he was free. Jiang Lang felt that Lu Ran's observational abilities were superior to any of theirs, so he felt he shouldn't be restricted to any one location and allowed him to roam freely. To be honest, finding something in such a vast area that no one knew what it looked like was quite challenging. Lu Ran's gaze swept inch by inch across the rock face, the ground, and the dome above. His left foot scraped lightly against the ground. The ground was damp and soft, and beneath a thin layer of lush lay stone. This was a good thing. It meant they wouldn't have to dig deep underground to find the remains of the Creator God buried there. Above, the dome wasn't much higher than the space bubble they'd been in. Qing Muchu arrived again in her armored vehicle. If necessary, they could eventually blast open the dome above to see if there were any upper floors. However, it was highly unlikely, as the last time it was probably the Temple of the Dead. Temples of the Dead in the game have densely packed ceilings, primarily because they're populated by the undead and need to be shielded from sunlight as much as possible. Therefore, their temples are actually built underground, with multiple hollow structures stacked one after another, building up to the surface. This side of the Fantasy Moon Courtyard is just an ordinary corridor on the first floor. Lu Ran carefully examined every area he passed, trying to find any signs of hidden items. Everyone else, besides him, carefully and meticulously searched every inch of the bubble. Lu Ran knew they would likely be inside the bubble for a while. Even if they searched everything and still couldn't find what they were looking for, Jiang Lang and the others would find it hard to be certain that the remains belonging to you weren't there. Therefore, they would probably prefer to remain inside the bubble for a while longer than break out and leave early. After wandering around the bubble for an entire afternoon, Lu Ran had actually explored the entire bubble. As for the others, they were practically ready to lift up the vines in their respective areas. Most of the group had already found a relatively empty corner of the maze and started eating. Lu Ran retraced his steps and reunited with Jiang Lang and the others. "Want to eat hot pot together?" He had just sat down when someone behind him asked. Turning, he saw it was the A-City team with Gua. Although they'd been separated into different teams, they were still accustomed to eating together. They were also used to being with Liang Ling, so they come over now. Sure. Let's eat together." Lu Ran looked to the right, to see the voice coming from. Zhou Liang and a nerdy guy had stood up excitedly and approached. Clearly, a big sister like Qin Muchu perfectly matched their two-dimensional aesthetics. Others, anyway, warmly welcomed by the nerdy guy and Zhou Liang, the dozen or so people sat down around the hot pot. Jianlang looked around and realized there was no room for the truck. The place was too cramped. He felt like if he pushed the truck out, it would collapse the entire rock face, and then he could just wait to be attacked. He pulled a cooler out of the freezer, picked out some ingredients and ice, put them back in his backpack, and prepared to distribute appetizers to the group. But as he turned around, he noticed that Lu Cheng had already quickly sat down next to Lu Ran. Lu Ran calmly added firewood to the hot pot, seemingly unfazed. Jianlang, shock. He suddenly squeezed in between Lu Ran and Lu Cheng, then smiled at Lu Cheng. Sorry, this is my seat. Then he shoved the cakes in his arms into Lu Cheng's hands. Can you pass them around? Lu Cheng, In reality, he had just sat down there for the occasion. A dozen people sitting around was obviously crowded, and when it was his turn, there was only a small empty seat next to Lu Ran. He swears to God. He really didn't mean to do that this time. He glanced to his left, where Jianlang looked wary, and to his right, where Zhou Yin looked disapproving. Lu Cheng, he's been wronged. Lu Cheng decided to channel his anger into a craving for food and diligently began eating hot pot, determined to vent his frustration by getting more of Jianlang's ingredients. I can't find it. Do you really not have a more detailed description? Qin Muchu wasn't in a rush to eat. She was clearly more concerned about what they were doing here. Liang Ling shook her head. There's nothing. Even the possibility that it might resemble a brain is just speculation. It's not certain. Qin Muchu, Qin Muchu, do pollutants really have brains? Honestly, when the apocalypse first arrived, I dissected a lot of pollutants, and not a single one had a brain. Organisms that should have had brains have essentially degenerated to the point of not having one. Chen Shi nodded. I also performed autopsies, and I can confirm this. Are you sure what we're looking for is a brain? I think the most structurally significant thing in these contaminants might be that crystal. Could we actually be looking for an oversized crystal? Liang Ling chose his words carefully. That's not impossible. Lu Ren suddenly said, it's the brain of something that looks like a tentacle-like animal. Qin Muchu and Chen Shi, ? Several of the reborn finally realized that they had indeed overlooked this point. If the one resurrected from Lu Ran was the creator god of the divine realm world, and the other 6 gods derived their power from its organs, this information should indeed be added. Jianlang wasn't keen on recalling the scene, so Tan Feng gestured. It looked like an octopus with many more tentacles, each tentacle tens of meters long. Qin Muchu, Chen Shi, ? Qin Muchu asked, puzzled, do you know how big a brain would have to be to support the movement of an octopus this size? It doesn't look like it could fit here. Liang Ling, if it's not here, it's in a similar building. They're both pretty cramped, so we have to search more carefully. After lunch, armed with little information, the City A team left again, continuing their search for any traces of the brain. Lu Ran didn't enter the maze this time. He wondered if he could withstand the vine's attacks. So, stacking buffs, coupled with the doctor's continuous saturation healing. Actually, if they could manage the 0.1 second internal cooldown, saturation healing wouldn't be necessary. He calculated the damage Yang Lang had taken last time, and found it was actually possible. So he turned and walked towards Jiang Lang. Let's get everyone back. Jiang Lang was stunned for a moment, then immediately beamed with joy. Did you find it? Or did you figure out how to find it? Lu Ren nodded, yes. Jiang Lang practically leaped up, a beaming smile on his face. You're right. So what should we do? Lu Ran, you don't have to do anything. The main reason I'm calling everyone back is because I plan to use Hellfire. Jiang Lang's smile faltered. Wait, if you use Hellfire, won't the mental link be completely unable to control those vines? Most of the Spirit Weavers here, although I haven't asked them, can probably guess that their second control skill point is definitely. It's a mind shock. If you do that, you'd be attacked by all the vines at once. Lu Ran, I know. Jiang Lang, ? Lu Ran, searching like this is too slow, and it's unlikely we find it. If the remains are hidden by the people of the Fantasy Moon Court, or by creatures, then the fastest way is a direct, blanket attack. To protect the remains from being burned, the creatures here won't just attack me, they definitely divert some of their energy to protect them. Assuming it's truly here, the Hellfire can autonomously monitor the entire environment around it, so we can find what we want. But you be attacked. Jiang Lang pursed his lips, looking displeased. Lu Ran, I calculated it. Based on the data you gave me last time, as long as I have full buffs, they can't drain my health bar in an instant. As long as there's always a medic healing, there won't be a problem. Just tell them not to cycle through their skills in the same order. Jiang Lang's brows remained furrowed. It's still too dangerous. Lu Ran shrugged. This should be much less dangerous than your last situation. After all, I have dozens of doctors treating me. Jiang Lang, how is this the same? Last time, I only had to withstand a few vine attacks, and how is this the same? Lu Ran, what's different? Jiang Lang took a deep breath. My injuries weren't a big deal, I recovered easily. But your situation is different. Even with doctors treating you, you have to endure so many attacks. Even if they can heal your wounds, they can't treat the pain. It hurts. I don't want you to get hurt. There's no need, Lu Ran. Let's look for someone first, okay? It's not urgent anyway. I really can't stand seeing you hurt. Lu Ran hadn't expected this plan to be bogged down by Jiang Lang's overprotectiveness. Or perhaps, he should have thought of that. He frowned. This is the simplest method. Hellfire can control the intensity and range of its attack. Even a blanket attack on the surface won't affect the subterranean realm. Besides, even if something goes wrong, don't you still have the resurrection item? It would have been fine if he hadn't mentioned the resurrection item. The mention of it made Jiang Lang's already anxious face tense even more. Lu Ran sighed. Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang wasn't happy, but he still met his gaze. Lu Ran, don't you want to save this world? Don't you want it to return to normal? Jiang Lang, Lu Ran, then what are you hesitating about? Jiang Lang was silent for a long time. Then, suddenly, he glanced around and said awkwardly, If you disappeared or were injured, saving this world wouldn't mean much. If I had to choose between the destruction of the world and your well-being, I definitely choose the latter. Lu Ran, He was speechless for a moment. You should know that if the world were to end, we'd both die too, right? Ten Feng also said that there won't be another person with the ability to reverse time to bring you back to life. And you know my pain sensitivity isn't very good, and you know my calculations are always accurate. Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang pursed his lips and stood there awkwardly for a moment, like a child who's been asked to go home but can't find a reason to do so. After a long time, he finally relaxed. Okay. He took a deep breath, made up his mind, and tried to avoid Lu Ran's position. He began to use the loudspeaker to call everyone in. The people, whose excitement was frayed by the search for something of unknown shape and possibly location, breathed a sigh of relief at Jiang Lang's command and quickly returned to their starting point. Everyone, stay as close together as possible, taking up as little space as possible. Everyone except the medics, don't use any skills. Liang Ling, give Lu Ran a health and defense buff first. Liang Ling nodded and began to buff Lu Ran, who was taking a small potion. Later. Jiang Lang took a deep breath. Later, all the vines will attack Lu Ran alone. All the medics will only heal him. Because this isn't a game, and you can't see the health bars, I divide you into 4 groups. Medics from teams 1 to 5 will cycle through their ultimates first, then their small skills. Medics from team 6 to 10 will cycle through their 2 small skills first, and so on. Try to ensure there are no gaps. Okay? The medics nodded, some saying no problem. Jiang Lang was still a little nervous, but he could never stop Lu Ran from doing something, and this certainly minimized the risk. So he suppressed his anxiety and nodded to Lu Ran. Under his command, the 200 or so people slowly gathered around him, forming a tight circle. The medics stood closer to Lu Ran, though their abilities didn't really depend on their position. Lu Ran had finally used up all his buff potions. He symbolically raised his hand and nodded to everyone. Begin. Crimson flame spread from him like a tide. Almost instantly, the medic's abilities behind him outpaced his attacks, flashing white light after white light. Finally, the vines launched a counterattack. After the crimson flames reached the first clump of vines, the entire bubble seemed to suddenly come alive, branches charging towards Lu Ran at a speed barely visible to the naked eye, though most were engulfed by the unstoppable flames. In the circle behind him, the A-City team collectively exclaimed, "Oh my god." They feared their noise would disturb the doctor up ahead, who was concentrating on healing Lu Ran with his skills, but they couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "Oh my god, this fire. Isn't this the fire that everyone in a city thought was a wildfire that day? I told you it was a superpower." The muscular man stared blankly ahead, then suddenly said, "If we had known Lu Ran's superpower was fire, why would we have burned wood?" The others, They wanted to scold him for grasping the point, but even Qin Muchu couldn't help but ponder the question after hearing it. Lu Ran had no idea someone behind him was pondering such a bizarre question. Using the hellfire as his eyes, he observed every location within the spatial bubble. During the first half of the flame's advance, the bubble remained silent, devouring all the attacking vines. The vines seemed to attack reflexively, unconcerned that they were consumed by the flames before they could even reach their attackers. They simply fought back. After the dead branches dissipated in the sea of fire, they didn't immediately sprout new ones, they simply dissipated in a commonplace manner. But once the hellfire advanced past a certain threshold, the bubble truly came alive. Everyone behind Lu Ran felt the earth-shaking roar, but they remembered Jiang Lang's command. Before they could attack, they feared being pelted by the hurricane's rubble and lost health, so they each pulled out their defensive scrolls to buff themselves. As the earth beneath their feet began to revive, the vines that had calmly turned to ash without a hint of resistance began to sprout again with astonishing speed. With astonishing resilience and vitality, the light green buds quickly transformed into massive dark green vines, nearly as thick as 2 human arms. Their surfaces were coated in mucus, and the newly formed branches were well hydrated, enough to withstand the flames for a long time. These vines split into 2 groups. One group surged towards Lu Ran, inflicting wounds upon wounds that were instantly healed. The other group headed in the other direction, clustering in layers in a corner, as if protecting something. Found it. Lu Ran turned to the doctors behind him, and said, "Follow me. Jiang Lang, you come too." As they cast their skills and moved, the flames once again carved out a blank area. No one except Jiang Lang and the doctors moved, knowing this was no longer their battlefield. When they reached a certain spot, Lu Ran paused. "Next, you don't need to go any further. Treat me right here." The doctors nodded. They watched as Lu Ran and Jiang Lang continued forward. Lu Ran looked at the layers of vines that had coiled like a giant python and attacked. The hellfire instantly shrank, transforming from a sprawling sea of flame into a small ball of fire. It pierced through the vines, burning a large, pitch-black hole while the rest of the vines remained green. Jiang Lang attacked continuously from the side, not only wanting to quickly destroy the vines, but also to draw their hatred away from Lu Ran and onto himself. After all, he had regenerative abilities, and being attacked by him was preferable to Lu Ran being attacked. Unfortunately, the vines were clearly not as retarded as he had hoped. Even though his attacks dealt more damage, they remained fixed on Lu Ran, who was more capable of directly penetrating the impenetrable wall of vines. Lu Ran slowly moved forward, inch by inch, burning deeper into the vines. His figure vanished into a sea of green and darkness as everyone watched. Luckily, most of the medic's abilities were area locking, so he wasn't unable to treat someone because he couldn't see them. Once out of sight, Lu Ran knocked on the encased rock wall. It wasn't hollow, but it did sound slightly different from the others. He reached out and punched it. Boom! This action clearly triggered the anger. Or was it fear? Of the Fantasy Moon Court Elder within the bubble. The entire bubble shook, and the others could barely stand. Jiang Lang discovered that no matter how hard he attacked, the vines would almost instantly regenerate, growing from seedlings to giant, python-like vines within a second after being destroyed. This spatial bubble seemed to be overdrawing on its own life. Ignoring everything, they madly rushed towards Lu Ran, trying to pierce him, entangle him, and kill him. But they could not break through the dense flames surrounding Lu Ran. In fact, Lu Ran himself had not expected that compressing the hellfire to a certain density could produce such a concentrated energy, which could almost instantly vaporize anything that tried to approach him. So his initial mental preparation was unnecessary. He almost effortlessly brushed aside the broken rock wall, and revealed what had been hidden within. It was a segment of a tentacle. A massive segment, almost as tall as himself. Although he knew that alien creatures had nothing to do with Earth, it had to be said that this segment truly resembled a cephalopod's tentacle. Even at this small size, it was still moving slightly, breathing. This should be what they're looking for. Thinking about it, it wasn't surprising. Octopuses have a centralized and distributed nervous system, and it's well known that their arms contain brains. If the creator god of divine domain truly has a similar structure to an octopus, then the fact that he used his brain to create the ruling god Moon, a reference to one of the brains in his arms, suddenly made everything make a lot more sense. It's no wonder the elders of the Fantasy Moon Court took this upgrade path. He squatted down and reached out to touch the arm that seemed almost alive. You must become the god of this world. You must become the god of this world. Just as he touched the tentacle, that familiar voice echoed in his ears again. Lu Ran frowned, But before he could get angry, the tentacle beneath his hand shifted. The area his right hand touched instantly dissolved. Initially, only the surface of the tentacle was sticky, but after that, Lu Ran felt as if his entire right hand had sunk into the swamp. The slime, defying gravity, didn't disperse, instead climbing up Lu Ran's fingers and wrist. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet, along with the continuous, unbroken stone, completely shattered. Everyone instinctively looked up as giant, tentacle-like vines erupted from the ground. Everyone stared in shock at the python-like vines, which would have taken several men to wrap around them. Their target was incredibly clear. Shocked, Jiang Lang peeled back the rubble from his body. Everyone! Attack with all your might! Medics, continue treating Lu Ran's location and return to the team. If you notice anyone in your team is injured, prioritize treating them. He clenched his fist, suppressed his fear, and launched a full-force attack on the emerging giant. For a moment, he thought the past was repeating itself, a repeat of his past life, and his heart stopped. Fortunately, he soon realized that while it also had a tentacle-like appearance, the massive plant before him bore no resemblance to the giant monster that had resurrected from Lu Ran's body in his previous life, and its strength was far inferior. Their attacks were effective, withering vines everywhere their attacks landed. But unlike his imagination, where the vines would randomly shift their targets to other attackers after everyone attacked, these vines were incredibly persistent, showing no sign of changing their targets. Jiang Lang simply broke apart the clumps and struggled to squeeze in. He was worried about Lu Ran. Lu Ran's condition wasn't as bad as he imagined, but it wasn't great either. The vines quickly realized that ordinary vines would be instantly vaporized by the flames surrounding him the moment they approached him, leaving nothing behind. So, they sprouted tough thorns from their bodies, instantly dotting Lu Ran's body with dozens of holes. But Lu Ran had no time to think or feel the pain, for all his senses were focused on his right hand. The sticky black goo pierced through his wrist and surged into his body. He felt a chill, and as he looked at the bleeding wound on his body, he couldn't help but smile. It just soothed the pain. You want to become the god of this world. You want to become the god of this world. The strange voice continued to echo in his ears, almost as if he could hear his own heartbeat, and it irritated him immensely. Shut up, he scolded angrily. But the voice didn't die down with his scolding, as it had last time. Instead, it grew louder and louder. And then, he saw it. From above, he saw everyone. From Jiang Lang's position, he saw the sticky vines and his hands struggling to pull them apart. From below, he saw the massive plant. Some, not looking at the target, glanced cautiously at their own team members. He saw it from everyone's perspective. And yet, they remained unmoved, continuing to diligently carry out their tasks. Then, the space bubble burst with a bang. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the massive plant withered without warning, collapsed, and vanished. They returned to the normal world, and Lu Ran was standing not far away. He seemed a little distracted, not like someone who had just returned from a dangerous battle. He stood calmly, his posture upright and casual, looking at his right hand. Then he raised his head and nodded in the direction of Jiang Lang, Liang Ling and Tan Feng. Chapter 111. The Fantasy Moon Courtyard again. Jiang Lang couldn't help but grumble. He entered so many bubbles in his previous life, but he never seen a single one belonging to the Fantasy Moon Courtyard. This time, after leaving City C, he only just seen their maze-like temple fragments. And now, since Lu Ran retrieved the remains of Moon from the Fantasy Moon Courtyard bubble, they already entered 7 or 8 more bubbles, all belonging to the Fantasy Moon Courtyard. Lu Ran, look on the bright side. At least we don't have to search around inside for ages, and then dare to come out. Jiang Lang couldn't help but smile. Indeed. He paused, looking at Lu Ran's right hand. Are you sure you're not feeling any pain? After leaving the bubble that day, Lu Ran had told them everything, including the shape of the tentacle, and how it had dissolved into his hand, and then penetrated his blood vessels. Liang Ling had learned to draw before the apocalypse, and he began sketching as he listened to his description. After repeatedly verifying details with Lu Ran and making revisions, he roughly reconstructed the tentacle Lu Ran had seen. He admired his drawing with satisfaction for a moment, then looked up a few seconds later to find everyone staring at him. What's wrong? Tan Feng, did you deduce anything from this? Liang Ling's confusion deepened. What can be deduced? Didn't Lu Ran already say what can be deduced? It's very likely that this creator god is really a giant octopus, with more than one brain, so he could just detach one and give it to you to play with. Tan Feng was also confused. Then why are you asking so clearly, and drawing so carefully. Liang Ling tilted his head. I'm just keeping a record. I'm just used to recording all the information related to Divine Realm. Tan Feng, Okay. Jiang Lang's attention wasn't focused on that at all. He frowned at Lu Ran's right hand. Ever since Lu Ran merged with his brain, his hand had been like this. The dark slime seemed to have completely solidified on it, leaving a thin layer to the touch, but it couldn't be removed. Lu Ran shook his head. No feeling. Jiang Lang's brow remained furrowed, clearly unreassured. But regardless of whether he could be reassured or not, they had to proceed. They couldn't stay where they were because of something like this. Then, 7 or 8 consecutive illusionary moon court spatial bubbles appeared. It was hard not to wonder. Where had they gone before? Led by Tan Feng, the convoy headed towards the next marked spatial bubble. Get ready. As Tan Feng's car vanished into thin air, Jiang Lang habitually addressed everyone in the back seat, then drove towards the spot where Tan Feng's car had vanished. Gulp. Gulp. The people in the back seat widened their eyes in shock and struggled to pry their arms. It was simply because they had entered the space bubble, surrounded by a vast expanse of liquid. Zhou Liang, bubbling with bubbles, struggled to open the back door, and floated out with the others. Then, they saw a figure swimming towards them. It was Liang Ling. Liang Ling was distributing oxygen masks, 1 per person. When he handed one to Jiang Lang looked up and saw Liang Ling mouthing, "Every failure is a lesson learned." Jiang Lang, Then Liang Ling stopped where he was. Because other convoys were arriving, he stood guard, distributing oxygen masks. He gestured, signaling Jiang Lang and his team to push their vehicles forward. So, a group of people who had clearly driven in were now forced to push their vehicles forward. The subsequent arrivals all experienced the same shock, bewilderment, and helplessness. One by one, they emerged from their vehicles, took Liang Ling's oxygen masks, and put them on, then worked together to push their team's vehicles forward. Seeing his inventory instantly dwindle by 2 large packs of oxygen masks, Liang Ling sighed. If he had known the situation inside was like this, he wouldn't have let so many people in. After everyone was breathing normally, they finally looked around. This was a deep blue body of water. The water wasn't particularly clear, but visibility was acceptable. The horn was useless. Jiang Lang gestured with his hands for the teams to assemble and head in different directions. Liang Ling swam towards the nerd and pointed at the left side of his chest. The nerd looked at the finger resting on his beating heart. His first reaction was that he was being threatened, but it took him a few seconds to realize what Liang Ling meant. This time it was his turn. Liang Ling had previously given him extra lessons, but even without that, he already read the Divine Domain Setting book countless times. There was only one temple with this kind of environment. The blood pool of the Queen Mother. But they were incredibly lucky. If the Queen Mother's temple had been constructed the same way as in the game, they have stumbled upon the central 1% of the area right after they arrived. After the other teams that had entered the blood pool had departed, their team also swam forward. This time, they had to quickly recover the Queen Mother's remains. Too many people had entered, and although Liang Ling had, for unknown reasons, stockpiled a large number of oxygen masks, even his stockpile wasn't enough to sustain everyone in this bubble for long. They half swam, half floated forward. Within the deep blue pool of blood were also floating pollutants, larger than typical pollutants, but seemingly lacking any desire to attack. A dark shadow passed overhead, a mass like a giant ship, but like the ship itself, whatever was above them showed no sign of attack. Lu Ran, following Liang Ling, dispatched a pollutant that had sprung from nowhere, but his vision had already extended to the entire pool. For example, the giant ship that had just passed overhead wasn't truly inert. Its maw gaped, devouring anything in its path. However, it lacked the ability to sink, or even see downward, so it had no idea a swarm of delicious food was swimming beneath its belly. For example, the pollutant that had just thought it was sneak attacking them was camouflaged. Its transparent, color-changing body was nearly invisible in the deep blue water, its tiny eyes giving it away. Unfortunately, Lu Ran saw him from its perspective, and after a quick assessment of its position and distance, its sneak attack was no different from an open attack. Or, for example, the various pollutants floating around in the pool of blood. They seemed to have no concept of movement, they simply drifted. This severely limited Lu Ran's vision. These floating creatures hadn't bothered to change their perspective for over 10 minutes. Not to mention the creature that had plunged headfirst into nowhere, its eyes filled with only darkness. Lu Ran grew impatient. From that moment on, the movement of all creatures in the blood pool was no longer controlled by themselves or the direction of the current. The contaminants that could swim moved their fins or whatever other locomotion-generating organs they possessed, while those that couldn't swim were forced to resort to crawling or sprinting, struggling to move, and provide Lu Ran with a view. Found it. Lu Ran patted the otaku's shoulder, motioning for him to follow. The others glanced at each other, and immediately followed. Led by Lu Ran, the group swam forward. As they did, they noticed that the contaminants around them all looked dazed, either frozen in place or spinning in circles. So, they turned to Lu Ran. Although they knew that Lu Ran's strength had greatly increased after obtaining the remains of Moon, they also understood the specific direction of this increase. Simply put, from now on, his mental connection was no longer limited by range or time, or even by the concept of control itself. Lu Ran could control all the creatures around him, or he could choose not to control them, and simply share their presence. But knowing that was enough, and this was the first time they seen Lu Ran use his enhanced mental link. And the scene was unsettling and terrifying. When completely submerged in water, the world feels incredibly quiet, and at this moment, the silence was even more intense, reaching a point of eerie quietude. Lu Ran could now control anyone, anywhere, at any time. Of course, these players all had control-release skills, and usually carried several control-release scrolls, but they hadn't asked Lu Ran if he were to control someone, and they used their control-release skills, he could immediately replace them. Most likely. Ten Feng stared at Lu Ran's back, a resolute expression forming on his lips. He had underestimated the power of Moon. When Liang Ling had been regaling them with the history of Divine Realm, he mentioned that the original War of Gods was essentially a rebellion led by Moon against the god of creation, with the other 5 ruling gods merely acting under his command. A deep wave of unease and worry welled up in him. After spending these days together, he actually built up trust in Lu Ran. How should I put it? Lu Ran was someone who didn't care about anything. Most people would live more freely in the apocalypse, doing things they wanted to do, but didn't dare to do before the apocalypse, no longer suppressing their emotions to do what was right. Suppression wouldn't work anyway. But Lu Ran seemed like someone living before the apocalypse. And of course, Jiang Lang did too. The two of them were actually quite strange. Jiang Lang still treated the apocalypse like it was before the apocalypse, positive and dedicated, working hard to save lives. His biggest daily worry was what to eat. Lu Ran continued to live his pre-apocalyptic life, unconcerned. He saved people simply because Jiang Lang wanted to, and he joined in. Rather than saving people, it was more like he was simply playing a game with Jiang Lang, except their game was limited to the entire world. Such a person isn't a good person in the conventional sense, but he's also more trustworthy because he has no interest in being good, and even less in being bad. Ten Feng knew it was unlikely that Lu Ran would suddenly decide to turn against them, and become a villain to destroy the world. But he did possess that ability, and it made him uneasy. He took a deep breath, suppressing his uneasiness. They were now a combat team, and distrust of team members was a grave taboo in cooperative combat. At some point, Lu Ran ahead had stopped. Tan Feng also stopped. Then, they looked up and saw a giant, beating heart. Lu Ran gestured to Jiang Lang, signaling him to move everyone to their assigned positions. Based on his previous experience, once the otaku began fusing the heart, the pollutants within the bubble would likely erupt. He could temporarily control them, but there was a chance some would resort to self-harm to escape the influence of the mental link. Jiang Lang swam back and forth, arranging each team to their assigned positions. Once the otaku finished fusing the heart, they would launch their attack. After all this hustle and bustle, Jiang Lang checked his watch. An hour had already passed. Thankfully, everything was done. He gestured to Lu Ran, indicating that everything was ready. Lu Ran waved to the otaku, and under everyone's gaze, he nervously drifted toward the heart. Lu Ran had told them that just touching it would be enough. These organs had a tendency to parasitize and devour. He placed his right hand on it with a serious expression. The enormous heart pulsated beneath his palm, its beats so rapid that it threatened to drive his own heart to a speed he couldn't bear. He felt the vibrations of his eardrums, fighting back the dizziness and nausea brought on by his pounding heart. For a moment, he felt a deep fear, unsure whether he would fuse with the heart, or if it would fuse with him. But after a dozen seconds, the fear dissipated. For no other reason than his palm, that seems a bit disrespectful of the heart's size. His palm pressed firmly against the heart, showing no sign of dissolving and sinking into him. He frowned in confusion, and looked in the direction of Liang Ling and Lu Ran. Liang Ling scratched his head in the water, indicating that he had no idea what was going on, or perhaps they didn't know the exact nature of the fusion process with the remains, only Lu Ran's experience. Perhaps, each fusion process was different. Lu Ran was clearly confused as well, as he swam up to see if there was anything wrong with the heart. And just then, the massive heart began to dissolve. A viscous liquid, dark blue to almost pitch black, spread through the water. Everyone quickly retreated. Fortunately, it didn't actually spread, but instead, like a rewinding DVD, it quickly shrinked back toward the otaku. Jiang Lang raised his hand, signaling everyone to prepare for attack. Then, the bubble vanished. Jiang Lang? Question mark. Everyone, just bracing for a bloody battle? Question mark. What happened? Even Lu Ran frowned. This whole process seemed a little too easy. From finding the heart to getting the otaku to merge with it, it was as if the bubble was offering its heart to them. Everyone in the open space removed their oxygen masks and began chattering, the commotion resembling a market. Lu Ran approached the otaku. Putting aside the bubble's overly cooperative nature, he had other questions for the otaku. The otaku looked up, bewildered. Strange sound? What do you mean? I had a bit of tinnitus at the time. If you mean that strange, ringing sound in my ears, then I did hear it. Lu Ran shook his head. No, was there a sound like someone talking to you? The otaku? Question mark. Although he was deeply perplexed by the question, he thought for a moment and answered, no. Chapter 112. Why do you ask? As the otaku looked bewildered, Tan Feng, who had been watching Lu Ran from the side, suddenly asked. Did you hear anything? He stared at Lu Ran intently, trying to find the slightest hint of what he was thinking. But Lu Ran remained silent for a moment, as if lost in thought, then shook his head, no. Then he turned and left. Tan Feng frowned, staring at his back, as if trying to uncover something he was hiding. But Lu Ran certainly didn't seem to be hiding anything. He began talking to Jiang Lang normally, his expression and posture showing a relaxed demeanor, not one that suggested he was harboring any concerns. Even if he was hiding something, he didn't look like he was hiding anything. Tan Feng could only suppress his confusion and get down to business. After the blood pool, not only did Liang Ling go and restock his oxygen masks, but the rest of the team also scavenged them from various locations. They all seemed to be terrified, dreading a repeat. However, they never encountered a similar scene again. After all, according to Liang Ling, the blood pool only took up a small amount of space in the Queen Mother's temple. The rest of the story was rather boring. They quickly cleared most of the space bubbles marked on Tan Feng's map. Even if they lingered in them for a long time, fearing any opportunity, the time spent in the bubbles was still far less than the time spent on the journey. Zhou Liang couldn't help but grumble. This expedition is truly an expedition. We're just traveling all day long. Fortunately, they finally found the next location of the remains before their morale completely collapsed. It was the Temple of the Hall of Secret Knowledge. It had to be said that the Hall of Secret Knowledge was truly plain and vast. The various unremarkable spatial bubbles Jiang Lang had encountered in his previous life were actually mostly part of the Hall of Secret Knowledge. The unremarkable, square building bore no resemblance to the ancient Greek-style temples in the game. However, the Hall of Secret Knowledge did have its own unique characteristics. It occupied the largest area, so much so that most of the spatial bubbles people spontaneously stumbled into were in the Hall of Secret Knowledge. The reason for this was that it needed a large amount of wall space to record history and knowledge, even though Jiang Lang had long mistaken the scratches on the walls for battle marks. So, after they entered, Lu Ran was in charge of controlling the contaminants within the spatial bubble, while the newly crowned heir to the Queen Mother, the Otaku brother, stayed beside him, ready to shield him from any blows. The others dispersed to search for Shu's share of the remains, while Liang Ling pulled out his little notebook and began recording and translating along the walls. Knowing Liang Ling wouldn't allow them to destroy the bubble until he recorded every text on the walls, the others relaxed their minds and took their time, searching at a leisurely pace, much like a picnic. As a result, their initial slacking allowed the target to suddenly appear. A message spread through the crowd and reached Jiang Lang. He paused for a moment, then immediately headed for the source. Then, he saw the book. It was a large stone slab, sparsely marked with lines, presumably their writing. Jiang Lang was stunned. Is this the bone he was supposed to fuse? No matter how bizarre the object Lu Ran and the Otaku fused was, at least it was organic. But this thing in front of him was pure stone. He frowned. Although he couldn't imagine how he would fuse this huge stone, he kept his distance. If he accidentally fused it, they might end up like the last time the Otaku fused the giant heart, and Liang Ling would be furious and challenge him to a duel. Is this the bone that Book got? Lu Ran had come up behind him without him noticing. Jiang Lang nodded with a complicated expression. Can this really fuse with a living thing? I'm a little skeptical about what Bookman his own god looks like. A cartoonish image suddenly popped up in his mind. A person swallowing a giant book, their entire body becoming elongated and boxy. Lu ran. Supernatural powers have supernatural methods. Jiang Lang sighed. But they really had nothing to do now. Everyone set up camp and waited for Liang Ling to take notes. Liang Ling was quite quick. After all, he was accustomed to quickly scanning and recording in unsuspecting mercenary groups, and he was familiar with the tech system of divine domain to an astonishing degree. So, after waiting for a day and a night, Liang Ling had finished recording the contents on the wall and turned his attention to the large stone slab they had discovered. He didn't dare to get too close. Fortunately, the words on the slab were large and clear enough. After quickly recording everything on it, he tapped his completely stiff neck and nodded in the direction of Lu Ran and Jiang Lang, indicating that he had completed the task and they could move on to the next step. Jiang Lang, who had been chewing on a piece of bread, took a deep breath, stood up, and walked towards the massive stone slab. Lu Ran followed closely behind him, preventing any uncontrolled situations. Jiang Lang scratched his head, slowly extended his right hand, and placed it on the stone slab. He was a little worried about whether it would fail to fuse, but his worries seemed unnecessary. Within seconds of his hand's placement, the massive, solid stone slab began to melt. It didn't melt into a waxy consistency, but rather into cement, rapidly flowing towards him. Jiang Lang's eyes widened as he watched it completely disappear beneath his palm, which was now covered with a layer of grayish-white stone. He raised his hand, looked it over, raised an eyebrow, and finally looked at Lu Ran with amusement. "Look, it's the same as yours." Lu Ran, eh? Then, the space bubble vanished. All the pollutants were still there, quietly under Lu Ran's control, but it had vanished completely, and they were back in the real world. Next, it was another long journey. But the 200 Legion had nothing to complain about. When they arrived, they thought they were going to fight heroic battles, but now every day was like a picnic. Although they had lost the chance to sacrifice heroically for the Earth, they were certainly happy not to. A month later, they stumbled into a place that looked very important. Nothing else, the walls of this place were covered with the same pattern. An ellipse with vertical lines above and below it. Zhou Liang and the otaku huddled in front of one of the patterns for a long time. "Is this the word Spirit Master's territory?" Liang Ling hummed at him behind them. Then the two of them shared an indescribable expression. The language church wasn't a well-known tourist attraction in the game Divine Domain. Not many people bothered to visit, not because the architecture wasn't attractive, but because it was so embarrassing. The entire interior of the language church was painted with their symbol. A sewn-up mouth. It was so densely packed, it made one shudder. But Zhou Liang finally couldn't help but say, "No offense to aliens, but we Earthlings have much better aesthetics." Yes, while the game's numerous patterns were embarrassing, the design was still quite remarkable. This thing in front of them. Knowing it was a sewn-up mouth, they mistake it for some ancient creature screaming. Everyone was already familiar with the area. After observing the temple structure for a moment, they quickly dispersed to look for items related to the mouth. It was quite simple. After all, they had no reference pattern before, so who knew what an alien's brain or heart looked like? But this time, they had a real reference. That ugly thing on the wall was their concept of a mouth, so they just had to find it. Liang Ling also joined the search this time. After all, the wall was just patterns, with no new information he could record. After searching for most of the day, they successfully found the target object. Usual absorption, ordinary exit from the space bubble. "Am I the only one who thinks this is too easy?" Tan Feng asked, frowning. Liang Ling hesitated for a moment, wondering if he could speak now. After all, he had now attained something akin to godhood, and any unforeseen circumstances he might utter could potentially come true. He made a meaningless gesture, indicating that he heard but didn't want to answer. You can speculate on the reason for not wanting to answer. "Apparently, I just thought it was too easy," Qinshi shrugged. "Anyway, when I agreed to come here, I didn't expect the actual experience would just be wandering around." The otaku scratched his head. "I have a theory." Qinshi raised an eyebrow. "Elaborate?" It would have been fine if Qinshi hadn't looked at him. But when her eyes landed on the otaku, he instinctively dodged behind Lu Ran and Jiang Lang. He wasn't used to talking to girls. Qinshi watched him stumble backwards. She turned away helplessly. "Can you speak now?" Without the pressure of the gaze, the otaku, though still uneasy, breathed a sigh of relief. He spoke cautiously. "Here's my thought. It was certainly difficult when we first seized the remains, wasn't it? The remains belonging to you, the creation. The brain of the world god, although Lu Ran said it's more like a tentacle. Chen Shi couldn't help but turn his back and said, "Can you get to the point?" The otaku's face flushed instantly, and the rest of his sentence seemed to get stuck in his throat. He made a sound like someone breathing out of their trachea before dying, but he hesitated. Chen Shi didn't turn around. Was he talking to a girl? After a moment's hesitation, he decided it probably wasn't, so he stumbled a few times before continuing, "Anyway, my thinking is this. It might not have been so easy, but Liang Ling said the other 5 gods followed you to overthrow the god of creation, right? That means Yu's strength must have been far greater than theirs, and perhaps they weren't as determined as you to begin with. So when they, even though they were dormant, or when their followers discovered that Yu's remains had been controlled, they might have lost most of their will to fight. What do you think?" "That sounds quite reasonable. Well, it's always better to avoid fighting." This is Liang Ling. Otaku's theory gained widespread acceptance. Soon, most people stopped wondering why this journey, which should have been filled with battles, was so relaxing and instead began to enjoy this grand outing. Soon, they seized the remains belonging to the medical profession. So, 6 temples, 6 remains, only the last one remained. The land of the dead was the same place they'd seen before, filled with ghosts and bones. It had scared Zhou Yin half to death at first, but it was much better now. After all, 200 people were entering the bubble together, and even the scariest scene was dispelled by the clamor of such a large group. However, the characteristic of this bubble is that it's easy to enter, but difficult to exit. During Liang Ling's earlier explanation, the City A team also learned why they were trapped for so long and suddenly released. In the game Divine Domain, the undead have an infinite resurrection mechanism. Since they're merely summoned creatures by the necromancer, and because Divine Domain prioritizes the number of summons over the quality, the undead's infinite resurrection mechanism doesn't really affect class balance. After all, the difference between the necromancer and the undead is significant, and players know where to attack. The only problem is that, because pollutants all look the same to Earthlings, the necromancers in the bubble are harder to find. They were trapped for so long because they couldn't find the corresponding necromancer, and as a result, the necromancer successfully escaped with a large group of undead. Of course, after escaping, they ran into Tan Feng head-on, and were captured by Tan Feng, which was another matter. This troublesome characteristic worried the City A team, constantly wondering what to do if they encountered a similar space bubble again. Did Liang Ling and the others have a contingency plan? Indeed they did. After Lu Ran's mind-linking skills were greatly enhanced, his control over the pollutants, both in scope and intensity, reached a level sufficient to encompass the entire space bubble while forcibly reading the thoughts and memories within their minds. And Lu Ran, through repeated manipulation, discovered the key point. While the undead themselves also have memories, and even retain them just as vividly, the true difference between them and a living necromancer is that their memories are typically fragmented and repeated, while the necromancer's flashes of memory are far richer. Thanks to this difference, they successfully escaped several temples of the dead. At this point, the others could only thank themselves once again for having first obtained Yu's remains. Otherwise, the thought of wandering through a pile of undead bones would have been a headache. With only one bone left to find, the rest of the task was much easier. Aside from the Temple of the Dead, everyone entered and exited the other spatial bubbles quickly. Liang Ling occasionally needed to take notes when the Hall of Secret Knowledge Temple appeared. Otherwise, everyone quickly eliminated any contaminants and then exited, moving on to their next target. They only searched the spatial bubbles containing undead. After several lengthy migrations, they finally managed to once again successfully enter a spatial bubble filled with drifting ghosts and crawling bones. Zhou Yin couldn't help but shudder. His fear of ghosts wasn't so easy to overcome. Although he had managed to remain calm amidst a sea of undead in the company of a vast army, he still shuddered reflexively every time he saw one. Then he looked at Lu Ran. Lu Ran didn't move, but everyone knew he had, because the previously lively undead were now frozen in place. Zhou Yin bravely observed the controlled undead carefully. In this stagnant state, they looked a bit like cloudy crystal, though the crystal was still too hard. If anything, it was a bit like the cheap, transparent plasticine he used to play with as a child, sprinkled with glitter and glitter. While Zhou Yin's thoughts drifted back to his childhood, Lu Ran was receiving tens of thousands of fragments of memory. He closed his eyes, because even he couldn't sort these memories without the interference of external visual information. In a deep black mental space, countless points of light flickered. He could skip over dozens of these points of light every second. 1 second was enough, because memories flashed by incredibly quickly. In just a single second, countless fragments flashed by. Most of the undead's memories were simple. The same endless expanse of yellow earth and stone. The only difference from this temple was that most of their memories were formed outdoors, with a blood-red sun above the endless expanse of yellow earth, or a hazy, overlapping march. They were mostly surrounded by nothing, though a few had companions who looked indistinguishable from pollutants. In most of the undead's memories, the same fragment replayed over and over again, replaying the same scene hundreds of times in a single second. He quickly passed over these repetitive flashes, and moved on to check the next batch. Normally, with a quick scan like this, he'd find the necromancer. He'd done this so many times, it was practically a familiar routine. And then, something strange happened. A point of light captured him. He felt himself being uncontrollably flooded with fragments of memory. He frowned. This was strange. Although the mental link was a link, all consciousnesses existed in parallel. Theoretically, he could access all consciousnesses simultaneously, but at the same time, he had absolute control over the link. His access was unidirectional, and other consciousnesses couldn't access his memories and thoughts. Furthermore, they shouldn't be able to actively transmit memories and thoughts to him. But that was what was happening now. That's why he said he was captured. Countless scenes played out in his mind. The red sun, the view from above of bare stone and earth, with the occasional slightly higher pile of stones stacked into meaningful shapes, that was a building. Numerous creatures walked, or rather crawled, on the ground, their forms bizarre but clearly distinguishable from the pollutants. He immediately knew what soul he was connected to. It wasn't the necromancer of this place, but the bone of the deceased. The creator god had divided a portion of his soul for him. At the same time, the irritation, anger, and impatience surged wildly from his heart and mind once again. He could almost hear the rumbling of blood. He heard it again. You will become the god of this world. You will become this world's god. That familiar voice again. He felt rage well up in his chest and spread throughout his body. He opened his eyes, and they were icy cold. No! And so, the soul that was speeding toward him stopped less than a meter in front of him. And only then did he hear the cries of surprise from all around him. It seemed as if from the moment the soul, free from his control, flew toward him, all 200 people had begun an emergency rescue, unleashing countless skills upon it, attempting to destroy it before it could strike Lu Ran, but to no avail. Now, it stopped at Lu Ran's command, and the people around him didn't know whether to rejoice or be shocked. Then, they saw Lu Ran turn his gaze to Tan Feng, his eyes a chilling indifference. Tan Feng, this is the deceased's remains. You will fuse them. Tan Feng stood there, his brows unconsciously furrowed. Lu Ran, what's wrong? His gaze remained fixed on Tan Feng, but when he said the last sentence, he looked more like his normal self. It made one think the cold indifference in his eyes had just been a fleeting illusion, that they had simply misjudged him, that it was simply Lu Ran's usual lack of expression. However, Tan Feng didn't think he was mistaken. But with victory so close at hand, he had no reason to say no. Even if he did, what backup plan did he have? So he shook his head, nothing. Then he stepped forward, and under Lu Ran's gaze, he extended his right hand to the cold spirit. Chapter 113. Nervous? Qin Shi asked them while roasting marshmallows. 6 people, including him, gathered around Lu Ranqing's fire. They were very close to the final bubble. The others had already been dispersed and, at their request, moved as far away from the bubble as possible. After all, if they failed, the farther they were, the higher their chances of survival. They also explicitly instructed those with backpacks to remember to remove all their food and supplies after finding a hiding place, as after a certain point, their backpacks and skills could disappear. The otaku brother even specifically instructed Yu Ming and Qin Jijia to go to City A and move all his comics and novels. In short, aside from the high probability that Earth would completely collapse, everything else had been said. So, there were only 6 of them left. Qin Shi was roasting marshmallows, while Tan Feng stared at the fire, his mind wandering. Liang Ling was making beggar's chicken, but he didn't know how long it would take, so he kept prodding it with a small wooden stick. The otaku was chugging coke, determined to finish all the coke in Lu Ran and Jiang Lang's backpacks before entering the space. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang were roasting potatoes. After curiously asking if they were nervous, Qin Shi looked at the others. Lu Ran and Jiang Lang appeared calm. Tan Feng was distracted, seemingly oblivious to her question. Liang Ling wanted to answer her, or rather, he was happy to join in on any conversation now, but he couldn't. Ever since he acquired the remains of the mouth, he hadn't spoken a word. He needed to conserve all his spiritual power for the final battle. So the only person here who was genuinely nervous and could actually answer her was Otaku. Sadly, Otaku's inability to talk to women over 16 still persisted. As soon as Chunchi's gaze fell on him, he began to grunt and bury his head in his chest. Chunchi couldn't help but smile and asked, "What do you guys want to do after this?" Otaku's face flushed crimson, while Liangling gloated beside him, having no idea anyone else could relate to the feeling of wanting to speak and answer, but being unable to. Jiang seemed completely unaware that She was just teasing the nerdy guy. He stopped spitting his potato and pondered with great interest. After it's over? If it ends quickly enough, and the freezer we put out hasn't completely melted, we just have to put it back in our backpack. But if everything really ends, won't the magnetic field be restored, and will we have electricity again? She thought carefully for a moment. Probably. Based on our previous research and speculation, the possibility of the magnetic field recovering is quite high. Jiang, that's great. And then? Lu Ran and I should probably find a quiet place to live. She looked at him, then at Lu Ran. You two have such a great relationship. In the apocalypse, I've seen so many couples break up for various reasons. Well, it's not that it was rare before the apocalypse, but before the apocalypse, many people still put on a show of peace and harmony for reasons like balancing interests, right? Then, after the apocalypse, that show isn't worth it. Anyway, I might have been wrong at first. I should have said that your relationship is not only rare in the apocalypse, but also rare before it. Jiang was choked. No, Lu Ran and I are not a couple. He paused, his face wrinkled in confusion. Wait. Oh, we are. Chun-Shi? She looked at Lu Ran in confusion. Lu Ran's face, always cold and indifferent in her memory, now rolled his eyes, with a particularly vivid expression. We're not a couple. He's afraid I start dating someone, so he's using that name. Chun-Shi? Is she out of touch? She's probably only a few years older than these two kids, right? Is there really a generation gap every 3 years? She munched on a marshmallow, a look of confusion on her face, pondering the relationship between these two for a long time. Then, daybreak arrived. Taking advantage of the good visibility, they continued driving. After stopping and starting, Jiang finally saw the familiar valley. When he had entered this valley in his previous life, he had thought it was just an ordinary, if at best, a slightly tricky space bubble. It felt like it was truly a lifetime ago. Tan Feng turned to them with a serious expression. Are you all ready? The remaining 5 nodded unsteadily, but at least the meaning was there. Tan Feng then took a deep breath and turned toward the entrance of the bubble. An old friend's face flashed before his eyes. He clenched his fist and walked into the bubble first. After entering, Tan Feng, Jiang and Liangling, the 3 who had already been there, reacted with a sense of caution. The remaining 3 glanced around. And up and down. This was still an enclosed space, but it was wider and taller than any other bubble they had entered before. They approached cautiously. Exactly as Jiang had said, this special bubble stretched almost endlessly, and the boundary that should have been easily reached never appeared. The otaku nervously mentally rehearsed the combo he was about to unleash. He didn't have much combat experience, so he spent the previous few days with Lu Ran and Jiang planning all the possible combat scenarios. He just had to act accordingly. Jiang held Lu Ran's hand tightly. Lu Ran could feel the sweat trickling down his palm. He looked at Jiang, who was visibly tense, his eyes fixed on the front, his body subtly tilted to the side in a protective stance. Even though he knew Lu Ran didn't need his protection, and that if there was a danger Lu Ran couldn't handle, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything either, Lu Ran also knew that Jiang had never recovered from watching him die. It was a miracle he could remain calm even after returning to the place where it all happened. He slightly increased his strength in his grip. Jiang looked at him, then slowly calmed down. It's okay, he told himself. Wasn't it to ensure that no teammates would be possessed by the creator god that they only let 6 people in? Last time wouldn't happen again. The worst that could happen this time was death, and he had a resurrection item. His breathing gradually calmed. Lu Ran nodded at him, and they continued forward. Tan Feng, we're almost there. Everyone get ready. The otaku immediately tensed up, his mind racing through his notes. The others weren't as seriously injured, but they also slowed their breathing. Then, Lu Ran heard it. That familiar voice. You must become the god of this world. You want to become this world's god. You want to. Lu Ran felt the rage rising in his chest again. He wanted to angrily ask the voice. Why did it insist on pestering him? He didn't want to be this damn god. Earth had lived so well for so long, and it didn't seem to need a god then. He could no longer see the surrounding scenery. No, he wasn't blind. Everything just seemed strangely distant from him, as if rapidly falling. A few seconds later, he realized it wasn't the scenery around him that was rapidly falling, but he was rapidly rising. Because after passing a certain point, there was a rustling of falling rocks around him. To him, it looked like flakes of snowflake-like powder, but he still retained his human memories, so he knew he had crashed into the rock wall dozens of meters above him. The rocks that fell were the rocks that had fallen from the cracked rock wall. Clearly, these couldn't be powder. Then he saw the red sun in the sky, a quiet, unchanging sun. Then he remembered. You will become the god of this world. The annoying words echoed in his mind again, echoing like a demonic sound, but he finally realized it, or rather, he finally remembered it. That voice had long since disappeared. What kept ringing in his ears was only the memory of that voice. Long, long ago, before anything had happened, a voice had said to him, "You will become the god of this world." It was a deeply annoying voice, constantly echoing in his mind, so annoying that even when he forgot everything else, he still remembered how much he hated it. After this voice lingered in his consciousness for an indescribable amount of time, he awoke. Creation, because it was too much trouble to give the world a fixed sun, climate, and other things didn't matter, since humans didn't need much space to live anyway. And then what happened? How could his 6 good children be so foolish? Why did they think they could defeat him with the power he emanated from him? So he tore open a passage in time and space, finding a quiet world without gods or universal will to live in peace. But his foolish creations had to come knocking. Then came the final judgment. A judgment for their foolishness. In that instant, everyone on Earth discovered with horror that a vast mass of pollutants had suddenly appeared around them. Just as they worried about whether they could withstand the onslaught of these pollutants, they saw flames blazing around them. As the flames burned, they let out strange screams, so rhythmic that for a moment they thought they were speaking language. Then came all the players. Those who had received advance warning from Tan Feng and his team were fine, having already known they could very well lose their game systems. Those who hadn't been warned were in a much worse state. Surrounded by pollutants and the sudden eruption of celestial fire, they were filled with fear, anger, or unwillingness to accept the truth. Then, they saw, beneath the sun, now completely blood-red, a gigantic figure slowly rising. With just one glance, countless people felt their minds go blank and chaotic. Lu ran. He lowered his head. A small figure was constantly dissolving and reshaping. For bodies lay around him. Lu ran. He melted like a candle. So he lowered his head. He asked, "What are you going to say?" There was no human capable of withstanding his consciousness's intrusion, so his dissolution intensified, his flesh and blood falling. Jiang Lang's tears mingled with his blood as he flowed. Lu ran. Don't destroy this world. Chapter 114. Don't destroy the world? Why not? The world he created had angered him, and he had been suffering ever since. This world, not even his own, had angered him, and destruction was the best possible outcome. But this was Jiang Lang. He was willing to give him a chance. I can grant you one wish. Is this your wish? Don't destroy your world? Jiang Lang, Lu ran. Please don't destroy the world. Whether it's this world or that world. He felt a flicker of pleasure. Jiang Lang was still so naive and greedy. That was good, most humans were just greedy. Okay, I give them a chance to survive. Are you happy? Jiang Lang stood there in a daze, seemingly surprised by the other party's quick agreement. Although his appearance didn't show any sign of daze, for the excruciating pain caused him to tremble constantly, and his face, as melted as wax, showed no expression. He felt a hint of boredom. He moved. Jiang Lang felt a deeper panic spreading within him. The fear just now stemmed from the impending destruction of the world, and now, the fear, came from the fact that he was about to lose Lu Ran forever. Don't go! Lu Ran, don't go! Lu Ran, please don't go! He paused, and with interest, though no one could see his interest, he fixed most of his gaze on the tiny dot where Jiang Lang stood. Speak out. His command was so clear, and yet so vague. But Jiang Lang seemed to have completely collapsed, crying even more utterly than when he had witnessed the world's imminent destruction, and all the people they had once thought would save it, except him, lay dead at his feet. His cries echoed in his ears, and he felt a flicker of joy again. Speak out, and I answer your prayers. Lu Ran, stay. That's not how you pray. I love you. Why do I have to say it? I love you. Stay. Please stay. I can't accept a world without you. Lu ran. Stay for me. And so, his form slowly changed, the god he never dared to look directly at, slowly returning to his human form. Jiang Lang stared blankly at Lu Ran standing before him. Lu Ran looked as if not even a dust stain had stained the corner of his clothes, as if nothing had happened. He stood there, staring at him for a moment, then suddenly rushed forward and hugged Lu Ran tightly. Water flowed from his face onto the back of Lu Ran's jacket, soaking a large area of the fabric. Lu Ran, Lu Ran, Lu Ran, Lu Ran. Lu Ran raised his hand and patted his back. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Lang's panic over being abandoned finally returned to a state of sanity. He slowly let go of Lu Ran, then looked around, somewhat bewilderedly asking, "What about these things?" Lu Ran rolled his eyes impatiently. Where do they think the power of time comes from? And then, in an instant, the world shifted. Jiang Lang watched helplessly as the space bubble vanished. Normal plants, trees, grass, and birds once again emerged from the branches, as if there had never been a timeline where the world had been contaminated. His special ability also vanished, but that was unimportant. At his feet, Jiang Lang could still hear 4 distinct heartbeats, even though he had lost the hearing granted by his superpowers. Far away, some superpowered individuals in Cydia suddenly discovered that the furniture layout of their peaceful apartment had suddenly changed. They stared blankly at the people who had suddenly appeared in their home, while those who had suddenly appeared screamed, "Ah, thieves! Thieves!" One of the superpowered individuals grinned, intending to teach the men a lesson, but as he raised his hand, he discovered his superpowers had vanished. His malicious smile instantly gave way to panic. In City C, countless skyscrapers had been rebuilt. Some had collapsed under the weight of overgrown plant pollutants, while others simply couldn't bear the weight of the combatants. Now, they had all been restored, even the small flaws on the glass windows from before the apocalypse. Inside the tall buildings, a group of workers, fresh from their lunch break, sighed as they took their coffee and entered their workstations, beginning their afternoon workday. In Q City, Teacher Zhang gazed thoughtfully at her office, which had suddenly transformed. Then, she left 101. The vegetables everyone had painstakingly planted in the community garden were gone. The previously turned turf was now laid flat, as if it had been laid yesterday. She quickened her pace to the entrance and looked across. High-End Elementary School had reopened. Ding-ling-ling, dong-dong-dong, that was the bell for their classes. She stood there for a moment, stunned, listening to the clamor of the school. The faint sound of laughter drifted from afar. Beep, beep, beep. Teacher Zhang quickly pulled her vibrating phone from her pocket, though she had no idea when it had even entered her pocket. Hello? Ah. Sorry, I'd be right there. I overslept. Sorry. You want to help me with the questions for Class 5, the papers from their last monthly exam. I think it'd take me another 10 minutes. She immediately hurried to the school. After she left, the coast community was in turmoil for a while, as strangers inexplicably appeared in most homes. They swept out those claiming to have always lived here with brooms. There were other strange occurrences, too, like the Chen couple's mysterious disappearance. Far away, Lu Ran's expression shifted. He glanced at his palms, realizing he had lost his strength. Alas, he would have to readapt to the even more uncomfortable strength and weakness grading system. For the entire Earth, it was a day both extremely ordinary and extremely special. Many people claimed to have experienced the apocalypse and described various scenes. It would have been fine if they were just describing their own experiences, but the stories told by people dozens of kilometers apart, at different hospitals or police stations, all shared many commonalities. This baffled many, with some even speculating online. Perhaps the apocalypse had actually happened. Otherwise, why would these people have such consistent memories? And then it ended. Perhaps they had turned into zombies upon entering the apocalypse. No, it was the monsters they described that had no memories. A few days later, a panel of experts diagnosed this massive phenomenon as mass hysteria. Meanwhile, Jiang Lang finally drove Lu Ran back to his apartment near the school. Yes, whether mortal or god, Lu Ran was too lazy to drive. Chapter 115, Extra. He is the only god in this world. From the first day his consciousness emerged, the will of the universe kept telling him, "You must become the god of this world. You must become the god of this world." So when he finally woke up, his first words were, "I'm so annoyed. What's all the fussing? Don't I know I'm going to be this shitty god?" The will of the universe was silent for a moment. Then it continued to murmur, "You must become the god of this world." So, from the moment he was born, he was irritable. Who wouldn't be irritable? There were so many things going on. This planet was currently in chaos. To say it was chaotic was putting it mildly. It was nothing more than a mass of matter that hadn't cooled down from nowhere. He formed a star and placed it in front of it, then formed a few satellites and placed them behind it. Getting the orbits just right to keep the planet at the right temperature was a daunting task, not to mention the orbits themselves, which required accounting for a host of gravitational disturbances. So, he used his own power to secure the stars and satellites on both sides in their proper positions, then created a device that allowed them to swap positions at fixed times. The Universal will seem dissatisfied with this. He simply said irritably, "If you're not satisfied, do it yourself." The Universal will shut up. Then he began transforming this utterly useless planet. Finally, he began creating life, plants, animals, and then humans. Of course there had to be humans, otherwise why would this utterly useless Universal will have created a god for this world? Wasn't it just so he could babysit this group of people? He created so many people, and from the moment they were born, they knew they could pray to God. They could tell God about their desires, the injustices they suffered, and the things they wanted to repent for. And so, his already volatile temper grew even more irritable. Because most of these human prayers consisted of nonsense. While he didn't answer every prayer, he couldn't mute them, so he had to listen to this nonsense all the time. "God, the blacksmith's daughter next door is a beautiful flower. I hope my son can marry her." Are you crazy? If your son wants to marry her, he can just go after her himself. And that bothers your God? And since the blacksmith's daughter is so beautiful, he received 6 prayers to marry her today and yesterday alone. Could he possibly replicate 6 blacksmith daughters and answer each one? He really prays for every little thing. The blacksmith's daughter should go to the temple for further studies. Is that fair enough? God, my neighbor stole my Poppymon. Can you please help me get it back? Bullshit! You clearly stole the Poppymon from my neighbor's house in the first place, and you painted it black, as if that would fool anyone. Deceiving God is punishable by heaven, don't you know? Your remaining Poppymon will become a wild animal. God, please judge for us. My neighbor's wife and I are in love, but my neighbor says they're also in love. My wife can't tell who she's leaning towards. Can you help us judge? Are you crazy? He furiously sent down thunder and lightning and heavenly fire, striking down all 3 of them. How dare you let God use a psychometer on you? God, my neighbor is a bad man. Could you please punish him? Ideally, make him fall down a ravine and die. Coincidentally, your neighbor also prayed the same prayer. Let's process both of your prayers together. God, I want more money. Can you give me gold? Are you crazy? The gold mine is just 300 meters left from your village, and everyone in your village is digging for it. Why don't you count on the gods to be your transporters? What's the point of giving you humans legs? Thunder. Day by day, the created humans quickly realized that their god had a bad temper. Praying to him wouldn't necessarily bring help. It would most likely only result in punishment. They soon discovered through repeated prayer practice that only 2 types of prayers generally didn't incur divine punishment: sincere praise, nonsense. Such praise is pure white noise. Without thinking, he wouldn't be so angry as to bring down punishment. And so, the world fell silent. This place became a silent planet. Everyone resignedly accepted their fate, working from sunrise to sunset, and lighting candles each day to reflect on their past misdeeds. They came to a consensus that any injustice they faced was due to their own faults, or worse, to the anger of their gods. They fearfully reflected on their every action, ever expanding the scope of their sin, fearing that they might inadvertently attract the attention of the gods, who might disapprove of their current actions. Fear permeated the entire planet. Everyone hid in their homes, confessing their sins, praising the gods for granting them life, then carefully extinguishing their candles and lying in bed, grateful that they hadn't been burned to death by the heavenly fire. Just as the planet's inhabitants gradually restrained their actions out of fear, he, the god of corn, finally completed the grand plan he had begun since the first day. He was annoyed by the prayers that infuriated him. He created 6 children. 6 beings who could barely be called gods. He assigned them to 6 regions of the planet, tasking them with handling the main prayers in each of those 6 areas. In short, the ruling gods were born. From that day on, the number of prayers he received suddenly decreased by half, but most humans still practiced praying to their respective ruling gods before praying to him again. He didn't know where this habit came from, and his celestial fire and thunder continued to appear from time to time in every corner of the planet. This intensified people's fear, and they prayed to him with even greater trepidation. The moon was his first child, created from a portion of his own brain, and thus became his wisest and most powerful child. What he didn't anticipate was that the moon was also his most kind-hearted child. You walked through the night mist toward the human world. He saw terrified faces amidst the flickering candlelight. These people trembled in fear, terrified that divine punishment would befall them. They were already so weak and pitiful, yet they endured such fear and torture. Divine punishment always fell upon them without reason. And the instigator of all this was his capricious father. You felt deep compassion for humanity. He did his best to answer the prayers of all the people within his jurisdiction, creating a better life for them, and soothing them from the fear shrouded by his father. He also frequently shared experiences with the other 5 ruling gods, one-sidedly, teaching them how to treat their own people well. Time passed on the planet. Even after relieving himself of most of the prayer requests, God remained restless. He began crafting his final child, a child who would fulfill his remaining tasks once and for all. That child was called the judgment fire of hell. But, well, not all of his creations were masterpieces. For some reason, the judgment fire's intelligence was low, seemingly unusable out of the box. It needed further refinement. So, he led it throughout the world, demonstrating to it, one by one, how to bring final judgment upon the sins of individual humans. Just when he had finally finished teaching everything, you rebelled. You led the other 5 ruling gods in an attack on their father. They were determined to perish, knowing they were merely his creations. However, they were willing to sacrifice their own destruction to awaken his compassion for humanity, hoping he would not engulf the world with the judgment fire. He was furious. The 6 gods were instantly defeated. He stood high atop the temple, wondering what to do now that the 6 responsible individuals he had painstakingly created were now eternally asleep. He didn't want to return to the days of hearing prayers daily. The universal will must have long since perished, so strictly speaking, there was no being left to force him to continue his caretaking duties. So, he shed his isolated consciousness, tore through space-time, and journeyed to a world without God. Until he was awakened again,